The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Slang Dictionary. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: The Slang Dictionary. Etymological, Historical and Anecdotal author, John Camden Hotten. Release date, February 16, 2013. Ebook number 42108. Language, English. Credits, produced by Henry Flower, Delphine Letao, and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/Canadian Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. The Slang Dictionary. Transcriber's note: the cover image was produced by the transcriber using a modified illustration from the book, and is placed into the public domain. A cadger's map of a begging district. Explanation of the hieroglyphics. No good, too poor, and no too much. Stop if you have what they want, they will buy. They are pretty fly, knowing. Go in this direction, it is better than the other road. Nothing that way. Bone, good. Save for a cold tatter, if for nothing else. Cheese your patter, don't talk much, here. Coopered, spoiled, by too many tramps calling there. Gammy, unfavorable, likely to have you taken up. Mind the dog. Flummoxed, dangerous, sure of a month in quad, prison. Religious, but tidy on the whole. The Slang Dictionary. Etymological, Historical and Anecdotal. The Wedge and the Wooden Spoon. A New Impression. London, Chatto and Windus, 1913. Preface. Slang, like everything else, changes much in the course of time, and though but 15 years have elapsed since this dictionary was first introduced to the public, alterations have since then been many and frequent in the subject of which it treats. The first issue of a work of this kind is, too, ever beset with difficulties, and the compiler was always aware that, though under the circumstances of its production the book was an undoubted success, it necessarily lacked many of the elements which would make that success lasting, and cause the Slang Dictionary to be regarded as an authority and a work of reference not merely among the uneducated, but among people of cultivated tastes and inquiring minds. For though the vulgar use of the word slang applies to those words only which are used by the dangerous classes and the lowest grades of society, the term has in reality, and should have as everyone who has ever studied the subject knows, a much wider significance. Bearing this in mind, the original publisher of this dictionary lost no opportunity of obtaining information of a useful kind, which could hardly find place in any other book of reference, with the intention of eventually bringing out an entirely new edition, in which all former errors should be corrected and all fresh meanings and new words find a place. His intention always was to give those words which are familiar to all conversant with our colloquialisms and locutions, but which have hitherto been connected with an unwritten tongue, a local habitation, and to produce a book which, in its way, would be as useful to students of philology, as well as to lovers of human nature in all its phases, as any standard work in the English language. The squeamishness which tries to ignore the existence of slang fails signally, for not only in the streets and the prisons, but at the bar, on the bench, in the pulpit, and in the Houses of Parliament, does slang make itself heard, and, as the shortest and safest means to an end, understood too. My predecessor, the original compiler, did not live to see his wish become an actual fact, and, failing him, it devolved upon me to undertake the task of revision and addition. How far this has been accomplished, the curious reader who is possessed of a copy of each edition can best judge for himself by comparing any couple of pages he may select. Of my own share in the work I wish to say nothing, as I have mainly benefited by the labors of others, but I may say that, when I undertook the position of editor of what, with the smallest possible stretch of fancy, may now be called a new book, I had no idea that the alteration would be nearly so large or so manifest. However, as the work is now done, it will best speak for itself, and, as good wine needs no bush, I will leave it, in all hope of their tenderness, to those readers who are best qualified to say how the task has been consummated. In conclusion, it is but fair for me to thank, as strongly as weak words will permit, those gentlemen who have in various ways assisted me. To two of them, who are well known in the world of literature, and who have not only aided me with advice, but have placed many new words and etymologies at my service, I am under particular obligation. With this I beg to subscribe myself, the reader's most obedient servant, the editor. December 20th, 1873. Note: the reader will bear in mind that this is a dictionary of modern slang, a list of colloquial words and phrases in present use, whether of ancient or modern formation. Whenever ancient is appended to a word, it means that the expression was in respectable use in or previous to the reign of Queen Elizabeth. Old or Old English, affixed to a word, signifies that it was in general use as a proper expression in or previous to the reign of Charles II. Old Cant indicates that the term was in use as a cant word during or before the same reign. The publishers will be much obliged by the receipt of any cant, slang, or vulgar words not mentioned in the dictionary. The probable origin, or etymology, of any fashionable or unfashionable vulgarism, will also be received with thanks. Contents. Page: The History of Cant, or the Secret Language of Vagabonds, 1 account of the hieroglyphics used by vagabonds, 27 a short history of slang, or the vulgar language of fast life, 34 Dictionary of Modern Slang, Cant, and Vulgar Words, 71 Some account of the back slang, 347 Glossary of the back slang, 353 Some account of the rhyming slang, 358 Glossary of the rhyming slang, 365 Center slang, 369 The bibliography of slang, 371 All ridiculous words make their first entry into a language by familiar phrases. I dare not answer for these that they will not in time be looked upon as a part of our tongue. Spectator. Rabble charming words, which carry so much wildfire wrapped up in them. South. Slang derivations are generally indirect, turning upon metaphor and fanciful allusions, and other than direct etymological connection. Such allusions and fancies are essentially temporary or local. They rapidly pass out of the public mind, the word remains, while the key to its origin is lost. Many of these slang words and phrases are but serving their apprenticeship, and will eventually become the active strength of our language. H. T. Buckle. The History of Cant, or the Secret Language of Vagabonds. Cant and slang are universal and worldwide. By their means is often said in a sentence what would otherwise take an hour to express. Nearly every nation on the face of the globe, polite and barbarous, has its divisions and subdivisions of various ranks of society. These are necessarily of many kinds, stationary and wandering, civilized and uncivilized, respectable and disreputable, those who have fixed abodes and avail themselves of the refinements of civilization, and those who go from place to place picking up a precarious livelihood by petty sales, begging, or theft. This peculiarity is to be observed amongst the heathen tribes of the southern hemisphere, as well as in the oldest and most refined countries of Europe. In South Africa, the naked and miserable Hottentots are pestered by the still more abject Sunquas, and it may be some satisfaction for us to know that our old enemies at the Cape, the Kaffirs, are troubled with a tribe of rascals called Fingos. The former term, we are informed by travelers, signifying beggars, and the latter wanderers and outcasts. In South America, and among the islands of the Pacific, matters are pretty much the same. Sleek rascals, without much inclination towards honesty, fatten, or rather fasten, like the insects in the famous epigram, upon other rascals, who would be equally sleek and fat but for their vagabond dependents. Luckily for respectable persons, however, vagabonds, both at home and abroad, generally show certain outward peculiarities which distinguish them from the great mass of law-abiding people on whom they subsist. Observation shows that the wandering races are remarkable for an abnormal development of the bones of the face, as the jaws, cheekbones, and for high-crowned, stubborn-shaped heads, quick, restless eyes and hands nervously itching to be doing, for their love of gambling, for sensuality of all kinds, and for their use of a cant language with which to conceal their designs and plunderings. The secret jargon, or rude speech, of the vagabonds who hang upon the Hottentots is termed kuskat. In Finland, the fellows who steal seal skins, pick the pockets of bearskin overcoats, and talk cant, are termed laps. In France, the secret language of highwaymen, housebreakers, and pickpockets, is named argot. The brigands and more romantic rascals of Spain term their private tongue Germania 2 or robbers' language. Rottwalsch 3 or foreign beggar talk, is synonymous with cant and thieves' talk in Germany. The vulgar dialect of Malta, and the Scala towns of the Levant imported into this country and incorporated with English cant is known as the lingua franca, or bastard Italian. And the crowds of lazy beggars that infest the streets of Naples and Rome, as well as the brigands of Pompeii, use a secret language termed gurgo. In England, as we all know, it is called cant, often improperly slang. Most nations, then, possess each a tongue, or series of tongues maybe, each based on the national language, by which not only thieves, beggars, and other outcasts communicate, but which is used more or less by all classes. There is hardly any community in this country, hardly any profession, but has its slang, and proficiency in this is the greatest desideratum of an aspirant to the pleasures of society, or the honors of literature and art. The formation of these secret tongues varies, of course, with the circumstances surrounding the speakers. A writer in Notes and Queries has well remarked that the investigation of the origin and principles of cant and slang language opens a curious field of inquiry, replete with considerable interest to the philologist and the philosopher. It affords a remarkable instance of lingual contrivance, which, without the introduction of much arbitrary matter, has developed a system of communicating ideas, having all the advantages of a foreign language. The terms cant and canting were probably derived from chaunt and chaunting, the whining tone, or modulation of voice adopted by beggars, with intent to coax, wheedle, or cajole by pretensions of wretchedness. For the origin of the other application of the word cant, pulpit hypocrisy, we are indebted to the Spectator. Cant is by some people derived from one Andrew Cant, who, they say, was a Presbyterian minister in some illiterate part of Scotland, who, by exercise and use, had obtained the faculty, alias gift, of talking in the pulpit in such a dialect that 'tis said he was understood by none but his own congregation and not by all of them. Since Master Cant's time it has been understood in a larger sense, and signifies all exclamations, whinings, unusual tones, and, in fine, all praying and preaching like the unlearned of the Presbyterians. This anecdote is curious, though it is but fair to assume that the preacher's name was taken from his practice, rather than that the practice was called after the preacher. As far as we are concerned, however, in the present inquiry, cant was derived from chaunt, a beggar's whine, chaunting being the recognized term amongst beggars to this day for begging orations and street whinings, and chaunter, a street talker and tramp, is still the term used by strollers and patterers. This race is, however, nearly obsolete. The use of the word cant, amongst beggars, must certainly have commenced at a very early date, for we find to cante, to speak, in Harman's list of rogues' words in the year 1566, and Harrison about the same time in speaking of beggars and gypsies, says, they have devised a language among themselves which they name canteing, but others pedlars French. Now, the word cant in its old sense, and slang 6 in its modern application, although used by good writers and persons of education as synonyms, are in reality quite distinct and separate terms. Cant, apart from religious hypocrisy, refers to the old secret language of gypsies, thieves, tramps, and beggars. Slang represents that evanescent language, ever changing with fashion and taste, which has principally come into vogue during the last 70 or 80 years, spoken by persons in every grade of life, rich and poor, honest and dishonest. 7 Cant is old, slang is always modern and ever changing. To illustrate the difference, a thief in cant language would term a horse a prancer or a prad, while in slang, a man of fashion would speak of it as a bit of blood, a spanker, or a neat tit. A handkerchief, too, would be a billy, a fogle, or a Kent rag, in the secret language of low characters, whilst amongst the modern folk who affect slang, it would be called a stook, a wipe, a fogle, or a clout. Cant was formed for purposes of secrecy. Slang, though it has a tendency the same way, is still often indulged in from a mild desire to appear familiar with life, gaiety, town humor, and the transient nicknames and street jokes of the day. Both cant and slang, we have before said, are often huddled together as synonyms, but they are most certainly distinct, and as such should be used. To the gypsies, beggars, and thieves are in great measure indebted for their cant language. It is supposed that the gypsies originally landed in this country early in the reign of Henry VIII. They were at first treated as conjurers and magicians. Indeed, they were hailed by the populace with as much applause as a company of English performers usually receives on arriving in a distant colony. They came here with all their old Eastern arts of palmistry and second sight, with their factitious power of doubling money by incantation and burial shreds of pagan idolatry, and they brought with them, also, the dishonesty of the lower caste Orientals, and the nomadic tastes they had acquired through centuries of wandering over nearly the whole of the then known globe. They possessed also a language quite distinct from anything that had been heard in England up till their advent. They claimed the title of Egyptians, and as such, when their thievish propensities became a public nuisance, were cautioned and proscribed in a royal proclamation by Henry VIII. The gypsies were not long in the country before they found native imitators, and indeed the imitation is much more frequently found nowadays, in the ranks of the so-called gypsies, than is the genuine. Article. Vagabondism is peculiarly catching, and the idle, the vagrant, and the criminal soon caught the idea from the gypsies, and learned from them to tramp, sleep under hedges and trees, tell fortunes, and find lost property for a consideration frequently, as the saying runs, having found it themselves before it was lost. They also learned the value and application of a secret tongue. Indeed, with the gypsies came in all the accompaniments of monding and imposture, except thieving and begging, which were well known in this country, and perhaps in every other, long before visitors had an opportunity of teaching them. Harman, in 1566, wrote a singular, not to say droll, book, entitled, A Caveat for Conquistadors, vulgarly called Vagabonds, newly augmented and enlarged, wherein the history and various descriptions of rogues and vagabonds are given, together with their canteing tongue. This book, the earliest of the kind, gives the singular fact that within a dozen years after the landing of the gypsies, companies of English vagrants were formed, places of meeting appointed, districts for plunder and begging operations marked out, and rules agreed to for their common management. In some cases gypsies joined the English gangs, in others, English vagrants joined the gypsies. The fellowship was found convenient and profitable, as both parties were aliens to the laws and customs of the country, living in a great measure in the open air, apart from the lawful public, and often meeting each other on the same bypath, or in the same retired valley, but seldom intermarrying or entirely adopting each other's habits. The common people, too, soon began to consider them as of one family all rogues, and from Egypt. This superstition must have been very firmly embedded, for it is still current. The secret language spoken by the gypsies, principally Hindu and extremely barbarous to English ears, was found incomprehensible and very difficult to learn. The gypsies naturally found a similar difficulty with the English language. A rude, rough, and singular, but under the circumstances not unnatural, compromise was made, and a mixture of gypsy, Old English, newly coined words, and cribbings from any foreign, and therefore secret, language, mixed and jumbled together, formed what has ever since been known as the Contéing language, or Peddler's French, or, during the past century, St. Giles's Greek. Such was the origin of cant, and in illustration of its blending with the gypsy or Singari tongue, we are enabled to give the accompanying list of gypsy, and often Hindu, words, with, in many instances, their English representatives gypsy. English. Bamboozle, to perplex or mislead by hiding. Modern gypsy. Bamboozle, to delude, cheat, or make a fool of anyone. Bosh, rubbish, nonsense, awful. Gypsy and Persian. Bosh, stupidity, foolishness. Cheese, thing, or article, that's the cheese, or thing. Gypsy and Hindu. Cheese, or cheesy, a first-rate or very good article. Chive, the tongue. Gypsy. Chive, or chivy, a shout. To chivy, to hunt down with shouts. Kutta, a gold coin. Danubian gypsy. Kutur, a sovereign, 20 shillings. Dade, or dadi, a father. Gypsy. Daddy, nursery term for father, asterisk, disturban, a prison. Gypsy. Sturban, a prison. Gad, or gadsi, a wife. Gypsy. Gad, a female scold, a woman who tramps over the country with a beggar or hawker. Gibberish, the language of gypsies, synonymous with slang. Gypsy. Gibberish, rapid and unmeaning speech. Isker, shur, or cha, a thief. Gypsy and Hindu. Kur, a mean or dishonest man, asterisk, lab, a word. Gypsy. Lobs, words. Low, or lower, money. Gypsy and Wallachian. Lower, money. Ancient cant mommy, a grandmother. Gypsy. Mammy, or mama, a mother, formerly sometimes used for grandmother, asterisk, mang, or mong, to beg. Gypsy and Hindu. Mond, to beg. Mord, a free woman, one for common use amongst the male gypsies, so appointed by gypsy custom. Gypsy. Mot, a prostitute. Mew, the mouth. Gypsy and Hindu. Mu, or mun, the mouth. Mull, to spoil or destroy. Gypsy. Mull, to spoil or bungle, asterisk, pal, a brother. Gypsy. Pal, a partner or relation. Pain, water. Gypsy. Hindu, Pani. Parni, rain. Rig, a performance. Gypsy. Rig, a frolic or spree. Romany, speech or language. Spanish. Gypsy. Romany, the gypsy language. Rome, or Rom, a man. Gypsy and Coptic. Rum, a good man, or thing. In the robbers' language of Spain, partly gypsy, rum signifies a harlot. Romi, a woman. Gypsy. Rummy, a good woman or girl. Slang, the language spoken by gypsies. Gypsy. Slang, low, vulgar, unauthorized language. Tono, little. Gypsy. Tanny, teeny, little. Tchiv, or jib, the tongue. Gypsy and Hindu. Jib, the tongue, jabber 9 quick-tongued, or fast talk. In those instances indicated by a asterisk, it is doubtful whether we are indebted to the gypsies for the terms. Dad, in Welsh, also signifies a father. Cur is stated to be a mere term of reproach, like dog, which in all European languages has been applied in an abusive sense. Objections may also be raised against gad, mond, and many other of these parallels. We have, however, no wish to present them as infallible. Our idea is merely to call the reader's attention to the undoubted similarity between both the sound and the sense in most examples. Here, then, we have the remarkable fact of at least a few words of pure gypsy origin going the round of Europe, passing into this country before the Reformation, and coming down to us through numerous generations purely by the mouths of the people. They have seldom been written or used in books, and it is simply as vulgarisms that they have reached us. Only a few are now cant, and some are household words. The word jockey, as applied to a dealer or rider of horses, came from the gypsy, and means in that language a whip. The word, used as a verb, is an instance of modern slang grown out of the ancient. Our standard dictionaries give, of course, none but conjectural etymologies. Another word, bamboozle, has been a sore difficulty with lexicographers. It is not in the old dictionaries, although it is extensively used in familiar or popular language for the last 2 centuries, and is, in fact, the very kind of word that such writers as Swift, Butler, L'Estrange, and Arbuthnot would pick out at once as a telling and most serviceable term. It is, as we have seen, from the gypsy, and here we must state that it was Boucher who first drew attention to the fact, although in his remarks on the dusky tongue he has made an evident mistake by concluding it to be identical with its offspring, cant. Other parallel instances, with but slight variations from the old gypsy meanings, might be mentioned, but sufficient examples have been adduced to show that Marsden, a great Oriental scholar in the last century, when he declared before the Society of Antiquaries that the cant of English thieves and beggars had nothing to do with the language spoken by the despised gypsies, was in error. Had the gypsy tongue been analyzed and committed to writing 3 centuries ago, there is every probability that many scores of words now in common use could be at once traced to its source, having been adopted as our language has developed towards its present shape through many varied paths. Instances continually occur nowadays of street vulgarisms ascending to the drawing rooms of respectable society. Who, then, can doubt that the gypsy vagabond alliance of 3 centuries ago has contributed its quota of common words to popular speech? Thomas More, in a humorous little book, Tom Cribb's Memorial to Congress, 1819, says, the gypsy language, with the exception of such terms as relate to their own peculiar customs, differs but little from the regular flash or cant language. But this was magnifying the importance of the alliance. More, we should think, knew nothing of the gypsy tongue other than the few cant words put into the mouths of the beggars in Beaumont and Fletcher's comedy of the Beggar's Bush, and Ben Jonson's Masque of the Gypsies metamorphosed, hence his confounding cant with gypsy speech, and appealing to the glossary of cant for so-called gypsy words at the end of the life of Bamfield Moore Carew, to bear him out in his assertion. Still his remark bears much truth, and proof of this would have been found long ago if any scholar had taken the trouble to examine the barbarous jargon of cant, and to have compared it with gypsy speech. George Borrow, in his account of the gypsies in Spain, thus eloquently concludes his second volume, speaking of the connection of the gypsies with Europeans. He says, "Yet from this temporary association were produced two results. European fraud became sharpened by coming into contact with Asiatic craft, whilst European tongues, by imperceptible degrees, became recruited with various words, some of them wonderfully expressive, many of which have long been stumbling blocks to the philologist, who, whilst stigmatizing them as words of mere vulgar invention, or of unknown origin, has been far from dreaming that a little more research or reflection would have proved their affinity to the Slavonic, Persian, or Romaic, or perhaps to the mysterious object of his veneration, the Sanskrit, the sacred tongue of the palm-covered regions of Ind, words originally introduced into Europe by objects too miserable to occupy for a moment his lettered attention, the despised denizens of the tents of Roma. These words might with very little alteration be ascribed to the subject of which this volume is supposed, indeed hoped to be, a handbook. But the gypsies, their speech, their character bad enough, as all the world testifies, but yet not devoid of redeeming qualities, their history, and their religious belief, have been totally disregarded, and their poor persons buffeted and jostled about until it is a wonder that any trace of origin or national speech remains. On the continent they received better attention at the hands of learned men. Their language was taken down in writing and examined, their history was traced, and their extraordinary customs and practice of living in the open air, and eating raw, and often putrid meat, were explained. They ate reptiles and told fortunes because they had learned to do so through their forefathers centuries back in Hindustan, and they devoured carrion because the Hindu proverb that which God kills is better than that killed by man 10 was still in their remembrance. This is the sort of proverb, we should imagine, that would hardly commend itself to anyone who had not an unnatural and goal-like tendency anxious for full development. Grellman, a learned German, was their principal historian, and to him, and those who have followed him, we are almost entirely indebted for the little we know of their language. The first European settlement of the gypsies was in the provinces adjoining the Danube, Moldau and Theiss, where M. Kogelnishino, in his essay Sur les Cigales de la Moldavie, estimates them at 200,000. Not a few of our ancient and modern cant and slang terms are Wallachian and Greek words, picked up by these wanderers from the East, and added to their common stock. Gypsy, then, started, and was partially merged into cant, and the old story told by Harrison and others, that the first inventor of canting was hanged for his pains, would seem to be a humorous invention, for jargon as it is, it was doubtless of gradual formation, like all other languages or systems of speech. Most of the modern gypsies know the old cant words as well as their own tongue, or rather what remains of it. As Borrow says, the dialect of the English gypsies is mixed with English words. 11 Those of the tribe who frequent fairs, and mix with English tramps, readily learn the new words, as they are adopted by what Harman calls the fraternity of vagabonds. Indeed, the old cant is a common language to the vagrants of many descriptions and every possible origin who are scattered over the British Isles. English cant has its mutabilities like every other system of speech, and is considerably altered since the first dictionary was compiled by Harman in 1566. A great many words are unknown in the present tramps' and thieves' vernacular. Some of them, however, still bear their old definitions, while others have adopted fresh meanings. Abraham man is yet seen in our modern sham Abraham, or play the old soldier, i.e., to feign sickness or distress. Autumn is still a church or chapel amongst gypsies, and Beck, a constable, is our modern cant and slang. Beak, once a policeman, but now a magistrate. Bainey, or Bone, stands for good in Seven Dials and the back streets of Westminster, and Bows is our modern booze, to drink or fuddle. A bozing ken was the old cant term for a public house, and boozing ken, in modern cant, has precisely the same meaning. There is little doubt, though, that the pronunciations were always as they are now, so far at least as these two instances are concerned. Kasan is both old and modern cant for cheese, the same may be said of chatties, or chats, the gallows. Cove, or cove, is still a vulgar synonym for a man. Dudes was cant for clothes, we now say duds. Flag is still a fourpenny piece, and filch means to rob. Ken is a house, and lick means to thrash. Prancer is yet known amongst rogues as a horse, and to prig, amongst high and low, is to steal. 3 centuries ago, if one beggar said anything disagreeable to another, the person annoyed would say, "Stow you," or "hold your peace." Low people now say, "Stow it," equivalent to "be quiet." There is, so far as the slang goes, no actual difference in the use of these phrases, the variation being in the pronouns in fact, in the direction. Trine is still to hang, vignette stands for a penny. And many other words, as will be seen in the dictionary, still retain their ancient meaning. As specimens of those words which have altered their original cant signification, may be instanced keet, now written cheat. Keet was in ancient cant what chop is in the Canton Chinese, an almost inseparable adjunct. Everything was termed a keet, and qualified by a substantive adjective, which showed what kind of a keet was meant. For instance, crashing chets were teeth, a mofling keet was a napkin, a topping keet was the gallows, and a grunting keet was a pig. Cheat nowadays means to cozen or defraud, and lexicographers have tortured etymology for an original but without success. Escheats and escheaters have been named, but with great doubts. Indeed, Stevens, the learned commentator on Shakespeare, acknowledged that he did not recollect to have met with the word cheat in our ancient writers. 12 Cheat, to defraud, then, is no other than an old cant term somewhat altered in its meaning. 13 And as such it should be described in the next etymological dictionary. Another instance of a change in the meaning of the old cant, but the retention of the word, is seen in cly, formerly to take or steal, now a pocket, and with the remembrance of a certain class of low characters, a curious connection between the two meanings is discovered. Make was a halfpenny, we now say mag, make being modern cant for getting money by any possible means, their apophthegm being get money the best way you can, but make it somehow. Milling stood for stealing, it ultimately became a pugilistic term, and then faded into nothingness, the cove what loves a mill, being a thing of the past. Nab was a head, low people now say knob, the former meaning, in modern cant, to steal or seize. Peck was meat, we still say peckish, when hungry. Peckish is though more likely to be derived from the action of birds when eating, as all slang has its origin in metaphor. Priggies, drunken tinkers or beastly people, as old Harman wrote, would scarcely be understood now. A prig, in the 19th century, is a pickpocket or thief. He is also a mean, contemptible little cuss, who is not, as a rule, found in low life, but who could be very well spared from that of the middle and upper classes. Quire, or queer, like cheat, was a very common prefix, and meant bad or wicked. It now means odd, curious, or strange, but to the ancient cant we are possibly indebted for the word, which etymologists should remember. 14 Rome, or rum, formerly meant good, or of the first quality, and was extensively used like cheat and queer. Indeed, as an adjective it was the opposite of the latter. Rum now means curious, and is synonymous with queer, thus rummy old bloke, or a queer old man. Here again we see the origin of an everyday word, scouted by lexicographers and snubbed by respectable persons, but still a word of frequent and popular use. Yanam meant bread, Panam is the word now. Other instances could be pointed out, but they will be observed in the dictionary. Several words are entirely obsolete. A libeg no longer means a bed, nor askew a cup. Bouquet, 15 nowadays, would not be understood for a basket, neither would gan pass current for mouth. Fulhams was the old cant term for false or loaded dice, and although used by Shakespeare in this sense, is now unknown and obsolete. Indeed, as Moore somewhere remarks, the present Greeks of St. Giles's themselves would be thoroughly puzzled by many of the ancient conteing songs taking, for example, the first verse of an old favorite Bing out, bien morts, and turi, Bing out, bien morts, and turi, for all your duds are binged awast, the bien cove hath the lower. 16 But perhaps we cannot do better than present to the reader at once an entire copy of the first conteing dictionary ever compiled. As before mentioned, it was the work of one Thomas Harmon, who lived in the days of Queen Elizabeth. Some writers have remarked that Decker 17 was the first to compile a dictionary of the vagabond's tongue, whilst Borrow 18 and Moore stated that Richard had performed that service in his Life of an English Rogue, published in the year 1680. All these statements are equally incorrect, for the first attempt was made more than a century before the latter work was issued. The quaint spelling and old-fashioned phraseology are preserved, and the initiated will quickly recognize many vulgar street words as old acquaintances dressed in antique garb. 19 Abraham men be those that feign themselves to have been mad, and have been kept either in Bethlehem, or in some other prison a good time. A libeg, a bede. Askew, a cup. Autumn, a church. Autumn morts, married women as chaste as a cow. Bought ye baskets be women who go with baskets and cap cases on their armes, wherein they have laces, pins, needles, white inkle, and round silke girdles of all colors. Beck-beak, a magistrate, a constable. Bellykeet, apron. Bainey, good. Benar, better. Benship, very good. Bloodingkeet, a calf, or sheep. Bouquet, a traveling tinker's basket. Board, a shilling. Baung, a purse. Friesic, pong, Wallachian, punga. The oldest form of this word is in ulfilas, pugs. It exists also in the Greek, pi omicron upsilon gamma gamma. Bows, drink. Bosing can, an alehouse. Buf buffer, a man, a dogga. Benja waste avast, get out of the way go you hence. Cackling keet, a coke cock, or capon. Kasan kisum, cheese. Caster's caster, a hat, a cloak. Cath, the v prite cove cath to the roge, probably a shortening or misprint of cantath. Chatties, the gallows. Keat see what has been previously said about this word. Cly a pocket, to take, receive, or have. Cove, a person. Commission mish, a shirt. Counterfeit crank, these that do counterfeit the crank be young knaves and young harlots, that deeply dissemble the falling sickness. Cranky, foolish, falling evil, or wasting sickness. Crashing chets, teeth. Cuffen, a man. A quiff in Northumberland and Scotland signifies a lout or awkward fellow. Dark emons, the night. Dell, a young wench. Duzavile, the country. Dock, to deflower. Doxes, harlots. Drawers, hosen. Dudes or duds, clothes. Fambles, hands. Fambling keet, a ring on one's hand. Flag, a groat. Freighter, a beggar with a false paper. Freshy water mariners, these kind of caterpillars counterfeit great losses on the sea. Their ships were drowned in the plain of Salisbury. Filch, to rob, fylch man, a robber. Gauge, a quart pot. Gan, a mouth. Gentry cove, a noble or gentle man. Gentry coves can, a noble or gentle man's house. Gentry mort, a noble or gentle woman. Gary, excrement. Glaciers, ice. Glimmer, fire. Granum, corn. Grunting keat, a piggy. Gyb, a writing. Geiger jigger, a dory. Hearing chets, ears. Jarkey, a seal. Jarkman, one who makes writings and sets seals for counterfeit licenses and passports. Ken, a house. Kinkin co or cove, a young boy trained up like a kinking mort. From the German diminutive, Kindschen. Kinking mort, is a little girl, carried at their mother's back in a slate, or sheet, who brings them up soagly. Lag, water. Lag of dudes, a buck, or basket of clothes. Lage, to washi. Lap, buttermilka, or whey. Lightmans, the day. Lowing keat, a cow. Lower, money. From the Wallachian gypsy word low, coined money. C.M. Cognitionos essay sur les cigales de la Moldovalachi. Lubberries, sturdy lubberries, country bumpkins, or men of a low degree. Lyb beg, a bed. Leak lick, to beat. Lyp, to lie down. Lipkin, a house to lie in. Make mag, a halfpenny. Marjorie Prater, a hen. Milling, to steal by sending a child in at a window. Moflinkeet, a napkin. Mortsmos, harlots. Myll, to rob. Mynt, gold. Nabnob, a heed. Nabchet, a hat, or cap. Nace, drunken. Nosegent, a nun. Polyard, a born beggar who counterfeits sickness, or incurable sores. They are mostly Welshmen, Harman says. Purim, Milka. Patrico, a priest. Patrico's kinchin, a piggy. A satirical hit at the church, Patrico meaning a parson or priest, and kinchin his little boy or girl. Peck, meat. Poppy Lars, porridge. Prat, a buttock. This word has its equivalent in modern slang. Pratlinkeet, a town. Proncer, a horse. Prigger of pronsers be horse stealers, for to prig signifieth in their language to steal, and a proncer is a horse, so being put together, the matter was plain. Thus writes old Thomas Harman, who concludes his description of this order of priggers, by very quietly saying, I had the best gelding stolen out of my pasture, that I had amongst others, whiley this book was first a printing. Priggies, drunken tinkers, or beastly people. Quacking keet, a drake, or duck. Quoromes, a body. Quire queer, bade. See anti. Quire cuffin, the justice of peace. Queer cramprings, bolts, or fetters. Queer kyn, a prison house. Red shank, a drake, or duck. Roger, a goose. Rome, good now curious, noted, or remarkable in any way. Rum is the modern orthography. Rome baus rum booze, wine. A name probably applied by cantors coming on it for the first time, and tasting it suddenly. Rome mort, the Queen Elizabeth. Romeville Rumville, London. Rough peck, bacon short bread, common in old times at farmhouses. Rough mans, the wood, or bushes. Salomon, an altar or masse. Skipper, a barn. Slate, a sheet, or sheeties. Smelling keet, a nose. Smelling keet, a garden, or orchard. Snowed fair said of a woman who has a pretty face or is comely. Stall to initiate a beggar or rogue into the rights and privileges of the Kanteing order. Harman relates that when an upright man, or initiated first-class rogue, meet any beggar, whether he be sturdy or impotent, he will demand of him whether ever he was stalled to the roge, or no. If he say he was, he will know of whom, and his name yt stalled him. And if he be not learnedly able to shew him the whole circumstance thereof, he will spoil him of his money, either of his best garment, if it be worth any money, and how him to the bosing ken, which is, to some tippling house next adjoinage, and late there to gauge the best thing that he hath for 20 pence or 2 shillings, this man obeyeth for fear of beat Inga. Then doth this upright man call for a gauge of bows, which is a cart pot of drink, and powers the same vpon his peld pate, adding these words I, gp, do stall thee, wt, to the roach, and that from henceforth it shall be lawful for thee to cant, that is, to ask or beg ye for tea luing in all places. Stampers, shoes. Stamps, legs. Stalling ken, a house that will receive you stolen wares. Stallinge cans, tippling houses. Stow you stow it, hold your peace. Strike, to steal. Strommel, straw. Swatter, or peddler, a man who hawks goods. The high pad, the highway. The ruffian cly thee, the devil take thee. Tijamans tog, cloak. Togman, a coate. To bows, to drinky. To cant, to speak. To cly the jerk, to be whipped. To couch a hogshead, to lie down and sloppy. To cut banihwadies, to speak or give good words. To cut benel, to speak gentle. To cut, to say. To cut queerhwadies, to geuil words or uil language. To dup ye geiger jigger, to open the dory. To filch, to rob. To hew about, to rob, or rifle about it booth. To monda, to ask or require. To mill a ken, to rob a house. To niggle coition. To nyp a bowing, nip, to steal, to cut a purse. To scour the cramprings, to wear bolts or fetters. To stall, to make, or ordain. To the ruffian, to the devil. To tower, to see. Trining, hanging. Tyb of the beauty, a goose. Walking mort, women who pass for widows. Whopping coition. Hwadies, words. Win, a penny. A correspondent of Notes and Queries suggests the connection of this word with the Welsh, gwyn, white, i.e., the white silver penny. See other examples under blunt, in the dictionary, cf. also the armor icon, gwenach, a penny. Yanam, bread. Turning attention more to the cant of modern times, in connection with the old, it will be found that words have been drawn into the thieves' vocabulary from every conceivable source. Hard or infrequent words, vulgarly termed crackjaw, or jawbreakers, were very often used and considered as cant terms. And here it should be mentioned that at the present day the most inconsistent and far-fetched terms are often used for secret purposes, when they are known to be caviar to the million. It is strange that such words as incongruous, insipid, interloper, intriguing, indecorum, forestall, equip, hush, grapple, and see, were current cant words a century and a half ago, if we are to judge by the dictionary of Kanteing words at the end of Bacchus and Venus 21737. It is but fair, however, to assume that the compiler of the dictionary was but trading on the demand for cant phrases, and was humbugging his readers. The terms are inserted not as jokes or squibs, but as selections from the veritable pocket dictionaries of the Jack Sheppards and Dick Turpins of the day. If they were safely used as unknown and cabalistic terms amongst the commonalty, the fact would form a very curious illustration of the ignorance of our poor ancestors, but it would be unfair and, indeed, idiotic to assume this without much stronger proof than the book in question gives of itself. Amongst those cant words which have either altered their meanings, or have become extinct, may be cited lady, formerly the cant for a very crooked, deformed, and ill-shapen woman, 21, and Harmon, a pair of stocks, or a constable. The former is a pleasant piece of sarcasm, whilst the latter indicates a singular method of revenge, or else of satire. Harmon was the first author who specially wrote against English vagabonds, and for his trouble his name, we are told, became synonymous with a pair of stocks, or a policeman of the olden time. Apart from the gypsy element, we find that cant abounds in terms from foreign languages, and that it exhibits signs of a growth similar to that of most recognized and completely formed tongues, the gathering of words from foreign sources. In the reign of Elizabeth and of King James I, several Dutch, Flemish, and Spanish words were introduced by soldiers who had served in the Low Countries and sailors who had returned from the Spanish Main, who, like mine ancient pistol, were fond of garnishing their speech with outlandish phrases. Many of these were soon picked up and adopted by vagabonds and tramps in their cant language. The Anglo-Norman and the Anglo-Saxon, the Scotch, the French, the Italian, and even the classic languages of ancient Italy and Greece, besides the various provincial dialects of England, have contributed to its list of words. Indeed, as has been remarked, English cant seems to be formed on the same basis as the argot of the French and the Rothsprache of the Germans, partly metaphorical, and partly by the introduction of such corrupted foreign terms as are likely to be unknown to the society amid which the cant speakers exist. Argot is the London thieves' word for their secret language. It is, of course, from the French, but that matters not, so long as it is incomprehensible to the police and the mob. Booze, or bouse, is supposed to come from the Dutch bison, though the word has been in use in England for some hundreds of years. Domini, a parson, is from the Spanish. Donna and fields, a woman and children, is from the Latin, and Don, a clever fellow, has been filched from the lingua franca, or bastard Italian, although it sounds like an odd mixture of Spanish and French, whilst duds, the vulgar term for clothes, may have been pilfered either from the Gaelic or the Dutch. Fille, a daughter, from the French, and fro, a girl or wife, from the German are common tramps' terms. So argent, silver, from the French argent, and ville, a country town, also from the French. Horrid horn, a fool, is believed to be from the Erse, and gloak, a man, from the Scotch. As stated before, the dictionary will supply numerous other instances. The Celtic languages have contributed many cant and vulgar words to our popular vocabulary. These have come to us through the Gaelic and Irish languages, so closely allied in their material as to be merely dialects of a primitive common tongue. This element may arise from the Celtic portion of our population, which, from its position as slaves or servants to its ancient conquerors, has contributed so largely to the lowest class of the community, therefore to our slang, provincial, or colloquial words, or it may be an importation from Irish immigrants, who have contributed their fair proportion to our criminal stock. There is one source, however, of secret street terms which in the first edition of this work was entirely overlooked. Indeed, it was unknown to the original compiler until pointed out by a correspondent. The lingua franca, or bastard Italian, spoken at Genoa, Trieste, Malta, Constantinople, Smyrna, Alexandria, and all Mediterranean seaport towns. The ingredients of this imported cant are, as its name denotes, many. Its foundation is Italian, with a mixture of modern Greek, German, from the Austrian ports, Spanish, Turkish, and French. It has been introduced to the notice of the London wandering tribes by the sailors, foreign and English, who trade to and from the Mediterranean seaports, but it must not be confounded with the mixture of Irish, English, and Italian spoken in neighborhoods like Saffron Hill and Leather Lane, which are thronged with swarms of organ grinders from all parts of Italy, and makers of images from Rome and Florence, all of whom, in these dense thoroughfares, mingle with our lower orders. It would occupy too much space here to give a list of the words used in either of these Babel-like tongues, especially as the principal of them are noted in the dictionary. There are several Hebrew terms in our cant language, obtained, it would appear, from the intercourse of the thieves with the Jew fences, receivers of stolen goods. Many of the cant terms, again, are Sanskrit, got from the gypsies, many Latin, got by the beggars from the Catholic prayers before the Reformation, and many again, Italian, got from the wandering musicians and others. Indeed, the showmen have but lately introduced a number of Italian phrases into their cant language. 22. The Hindustani also contributes several words, and these have been introduced by the Lascar sailors, who come over here in the East Indiamen, and often lodge during their stay in the low tramps' houses at the East End of London. Speaking of the learned tongues, it may be mentioned that, precarious and abandoned as the vagabond's existence is, many persons of classical or refined education have from time to time joined the nomadic ranks, occasionally from inclination, as in the popular instance of Bamfield Moore Carew, but generally through indiscretions, which involve pecuniary difficulty and loss of character. 23. This will in some measure account for numerous classical and learned words figuring as cant terms in the Vulgar Dictionary. In the early part of the last century, when highwaymen and footpads were plentiful, and when the dangerous classes were in larger proportion to the bulk of the population than they are now, a great many new words were added to the containg vocabulary, whilst several old terms fell into disuse. Cant, for instance, as applied to thieves' talk, was supplanted by the word flash. In the north of England the cant employed by tramps and thieves is known as gammy. It is mainly from the old gypsy corrupted. In the large towns of Ireland and Scotland this secret language is also spoken, with of course additions peculiar to each locality. All those words derived from gammy are inserted in the dictionary as from the North Country. A singular feature, however, in vulgar language is the retention and the revival of sterling Old English words, long since laid up in ancient manuscripts. Disraeli somewhere says, the purest source of neology is in the revival of old words, words that wise Bacon or brave Raleigh spake, and Dr. Latham remarks that the thieves of London are the conservators of Anglo-Saxonisms. A young gentleman from Belgravia, who had lost his watch or his pocket handkerchief, would scarcely remark to his mamma that it had been boned, yet bone, in old times, meant, amongst high and low, to steal. And a young lady living in the precincts of dingy but aristocratic Mayfair, although enraptured with a Jenny Lind or Aristory, would hardly think of turning back in the box to inform Papa that she, Ristory or Lind, made no bones of it. Yet the phrase was most respectable and well-to-do before it met with a change of circumstances. Possibly fashion, in its journey from east to west, left certain phrases and metaphors behind, which being annexed by the newcomers, sank gradually in the social scale until they ultimately passed out of the written language altogether, and became flash or slang. A crack article, however first-rate, would have greatly displeased Dr. Johnson and Mr. Walker, yet both crack, in the sense of excellent, and crack up, to boast or praise, were not considered vulgarisms in the time of Henry VIII. The former term is used frequently nowadays, as a kind of polite and modified slang, as a crack regiment, a crack shot, and sea dodge, a cunning trick, is from the Anglo-Saxon, and ancient nobles used to get each other's dander up before appealing to their swords, quite flabbergasting, also a respectable old word, the half-score of lookers-on with the thumps and cuts of their heavy weapons. Gollivanting, waiting upon the ladies, was as polite in expression as in action, whilst a clergyman at Paul's Cross thought nothing of bidding a noisy hearer hold his gab, or shut up his gob. But then the essence of preaching was to indulge in idiomatic phrases and colloquialisms, a practice now almost peculiar to itinerant ranters. Gadding, roaming about in an idle and vacant manner, was used in an old translation of the Bible, and to do anything gingerly was to do it with great care. Persons of modern affected tastes will be shocked to know that the great Lord Bacon spoke of the lower part of a man's face as his gills, though the expression is not more objectionable than the generality of metaphor, and is considerably more respectable than many words admitted to the genteel. We use the word advisedly vocabulary. Shakespeare also used many words which are now counted dreadfully vulgar. Clean gone, in the sense of out of sight, or entirely away, you took me all amord, or confounded me, it want fash, or suit, are phrases taken at random from the great dramatist's works. These phrases are the natural outcome of the poet's truth to life in the characters he portrayed. A London costermonger, or inhabitant of the streets, instead of saying, "I'll make him yield," or give in a fight or contest, would say, "I'll make him buckle under." Shakespeare in his Henry IV, Part 2 Act I Scene 1, has the word, and Mr. Halliwell, one of the greatest and most industrious of living antiquaries, informs us that the commentators do not supply another example. If Shakespeare was not a pugilist, he certainly anticipated the terms of the prize ring, or they were respectable words before the prize ring was thought of, for he has pay, to beat or thrash, and pepper, with a similar meaning, also fancy, in the sense of pets and favorites. Pugilists are often termed the fancy. The origin of the term, as applied to them, has, however, never been satisfactorily decided, though Pierce Egan and others since his time have speculated ingeniously on the subject. The cant word prig, from the Saxon precan, to filch, is also Shakespearean, so, indeed, is peace, a contemptuous term for a young woman. Shakespeare was not the only vulgar dramatist of his time. Ben Jonson, Beaumont, and Fletcher, Brougham, and other playwriters, occasionally, and very naturally, put cant words into the mouths of their low characters, or employed old words which have since degenerated into vulgarisms. Crusty, poor-tempered, two of a kidney, two of a sort, lark, a piece of fun, lug, to pull, bung, to give or pass, pickle, a sad plight, frump, to mock, are a few specimens casually picked from the works of the old histrionic writers. One old English mode of conteing, simple enough, but affected only by the most miserable impostors, was the inserting a consonant betwixt each syllable, thus, taking G, how do you do, would be how dog yug dog. The name very properly given to this disagreeable nonsense, we are informed by Groves, was gibberish. Another slang has been manufactured by transposing the initial letters of words, so that a mutton chop becomes a chutton mop, and a pint of stout a stint of pout, but it is satisfactory to know that it has gained no ground, as it is remarkable for nothing so much as poverty of resource on the part of its inventors. This is called marrowskying, or medical Greek, from its use by medical students at the hospitals. Albert Smith termed it the Gower Street dialect, and referred to it occasionally in his best-known works. The language of Ziff, it may be noted, is another rude mode of disguising English, in use among the students at Winchester College. Some notices of this method of conveying secret information, with an extensive glossary of the words, phrases, customs, and peculiar to the college, may be found in Mr. Manfield's school life at Winchester College. It is certainly too puerile a specimen of work to find place here. Account of the hieroglyphics used by vagabonds. One of the most singular chapters in a history of vagabondism would certainly be an account of the hieroglyphic signs used by tramps and thieves, and it certainly would not be the least interesting. The reader may be startled to know that, in addition to a secret language, the wandering tribes of this country have private marks and symbols with which to score their successes, failures, and advice to succeeding beggars. In fact, there is no doubt that the country is really dotted over with beggars' finger-posts and guidestones. The subject was not long since brought under the attention of the government by Mr. Rawlinson. 24 There is, he says in his report, a sort of blackguard's literature, and the initiated understand each other by slang cant terms, by pantomimic signs, and by hieroglyphics. The vagrant's mark may be seen in Havant, on corners of streets, on doorposts, on house steps. Simple as these chalk lines appear, they inform the succeeding vagrants of all they require to know, and a few white scratches may say, "Be importunate," or pass on. Another very curious account was taken from a provincial newspaper, published in 1849, and forwarded to Notes and Queries 25 under the head of Mendicant Freemasonry. Persons, remarks the writer, indiscreet enough to open their purses to the relief of the beggar tribe, would do well to take a readily learned lesson as to the folly of that misguided benevolence which encourages and perpetuates vagabondism. Every door or passage is pregnant with instruction as to the error committed by the patron of beggars, as the beggar marks show that a system of Freemasonry is followed, by which a beggar knows whether it will be worth his while to call into a passage or knock at a door. Let anyone examine the entrances to the passages in any town, and there he will find chalk marks, unintelligible to him, but significant enough to beggars. If 1,000 towns are examined, the same marks will be found at every passage entrance. The passage mark is a cipher with a twisted tail. In some cases the tail projects into the passage, in others outwardly, thus seeming to indicate whether the houses down the passage are worth calling at or not. Almost every door has its marks. These are varied. In some cases there is a cross on the brickwork, in others a cipher. The figures 1, 2, 3 are also used. Every person may for himself test the accuracy of these statements by the examination of the brickwork near his own doorway, thus demonstrating that mendicity is a regular trade, carried out upon a system calculated to save time, and realize the largest profits. These remarks refer mainly to provincial towns, London being looked upon as the tramp's home, and therefore too fly or experienced to be duped by such means. The title it obtains, that of the start, or first place in everything, is significant of this. Provincial residents, who are more likely to view the foregoing extract with an eye of suspicion than are those who live in a position to constantly watch for and profit by evidences of the secret intercommunication indulged in by the dangerous classes, should note, in favor of the extract given, how significant is the practice of tramps and beggars calling in unfrequented localities, and how obvious it is that they are directed by a code of signals at once complete and imperious. It is bad for a tramp who is discovered disobeying secret orders. He is marked out and subjected to all kinds of annoyance by means of decoy hieroglyphs, until his life becomes a burden to him, and he is compelled to starve or, most horrible of alternatives, go to work. The only other notice of the hieroglyphs of vagabonds worth remarking is in Mayhew's London Labour and the London Poor. 26 Mayhew obtained his information from 2 tramps, who stated that hawkers employ these signs as well as beggars. One tramp thus described the method of working. 27 A small town. 2 hawkers, pals. 27, go together, but separate when they enter a village, one taking one side of the road, and selling different things, and so as to inform each other as to the character of the people at whose houses they call, they chalk certain marks on their doorposts. Another informant stated that if a patterer 27 has been crabbed, that is, offended by refusal or exposure, at any of the cribs, houses, he mostly chalks a signal at or near the door. These hawkers were not of the ordinary, but of the tramp class, who carried goods more as a blind to their real designs than for the purposes of sale. They, in fact, represented the worst kinds of the two classes. The law has comparatively recently improved these nondescript gentry off the face of the country, and the hawker of the present day is generally a man more sinned against than sinning. Another use is also made of hieroglyphs. Charts of successful begging neighborhoods are rudely drawn, and symbolical signs attached to each house to show whether benevolent or adverse. 28 In many cases there is over the kitchen mantelpiece of a tramp's lodging house a map of the district, dotted here and there with memorandums of failure or success. A correct facsimile of one of these singular maps is given in this book. It was obtained from the patterers and tramps who supplied a great many words for this work, and who were employed by the original publisher in collecting old ballads, Christmas carols, dying speeches, and last lamentations, as materials for a history of popular literature. The reader will, no doubt, be amused with the drawing. The locality depicted is near Maidstone, in Kent, and it was probably sketched by a wandering scriever 29 in payment for a night's lodging. The English practice of marking everything, and scratching names on public property, extends itself to the tribe of vagabonds. On the map, as may be seen in the left-hand corner, some traveler 29 has drawn a favorite or noted female, singularly nicknamed Three-Quarter Sarah. What were the peculiar accomplishments of this lady to demand so uncommon a name, the reader will be at a loss to discover, but a patterer says it probably refers to a shuffling dance of that name, common in tramps' lodging houses, and in which Three-Fourth Sarah may have been a proficient. Above her, 3 beggars or hawkers have reckoned their day's earnings, amounting to 13s, and on the right a tolerably correct sketch of a low hawker, or cadger, is drawn. To Dover, the nigh way, is the exact phraseology, and hup here, a fair specimen of the self-acquired education of the draftsman. No key or explanation to the hieroglyphs was given in the original, because it would have been superfluous, when every inmate of the lodging house knew the marks from his cradle or rather his mother's back. Should there be no map, in most lodging houses there is an old man who is guide to every walk in the vicinity, and who can tell on every round each house that is good for a cold tatter. The hieroglyphs that are used are no good, too poor, and no too much. Stop if you have what they want, they will buy. They are pretty fly, knowing. Go in this direction, it is better than the other road. Nothing that way. Bone, good. Save for a cold tatter, if for nothing else. Cheese your patter, don't talk much, here. Coopered, spoilt, by too many tramps calling there. Gammy, unfavorable, like to have you taken up. Mind the dog. Flummoxed, dangerous, sure of a month in quad, prison. Religious, but tidy on the whole. Where did these signs come from? And when were they first used? Are questions which have been asked again and again, and the answers have been many and various. Knowing the character of the gypsies, and ascertaining from a tramp that they are well acquainted with the hieroglyphs, and have been as long ago as ever he could remember, there is little fear of being wrong in ascribing the invention to them. How strange it would be if some modern Beltzoni, or Champollion, say Mr. George Smith, for instance, discovered in these beggars' marks traces of ancient Egyptian or Hindu sign writing. That the gypsies were in the habit of leaving memorials of the road they had taken, and the successes that had befallen them, is upon record. In an old book, The Triumph of Wit, 1724, there is a passage which appears to have been copied from some older work, and it runs thus: the gypsies set out twice a year, and scatter all over England, each parcel having their appointed stages, that they may not interfere, nor hinder each other, and for that purpose, when they set forward in the country, they stick up boughs in the way of divers kinds, according as it is agreed among them, that one company may know which way another is gone, and so take another road. The works of Hoyland and Borrow supply other instances. It would be hardly fair to close this subject without drawing attention to the extraordinary statement that, actually on the threshold of the gibbet, the sign of the vagabond was to be met with. The murderer's signal is even exhibited from the gallows, as a red handkerchief held in the hand of the felon about to be executed is a token that he dies without having betrayed any professional secrets. 30 private executions have of course rendered this custom obsolete, even if it ever existed. Since the first editions of this work were published, the publishers have received from various parts of England numerous evidences of the still active use of beggars' marks and mendicant hieroglyphs. One gentleman writes from Great Yarmouth to say that, whilst residing in Norwich, he used frequently to see them on the houses and street corners in the suburbs. Another gentleman, a clergyman, states that he has so far made himself acquainted with the meanings of the signs employed, that by himself marking the characters, gammy, and flummoxed, on the gateposts of his parsonage, he enjoys a singular immunity from alms-seekers and cadgers on the tramp. This hint may not be lost on many other sufferers from importunate beggars, yet its publication may lead to the introduction of a new code. In a popular Constable's Guide 31 giving the practice of justices in petty sessions, the following interesting paragraph is found, corroborating what has just been said on the hieroglyphs used by vagabonds. Gypsies follow their brethren by numerous marks, such as strewing handfuls of grass in the daytime at a four-lane or crossroads, the grass being strewn down the road the gang have taken, also, by a cross being made on the ground with a stick or knife. The longest end of the cross denotes the route taken. In the night time a cleft stick is placed in the fence at the crossroads, with an arm pointing down the road their comrades have taken. The marks are always placed on the left-hand side, so that the stragglers can easily and readily find them. From the cleft stick here alluded to, we learn the origin and use of the third hieroglyph in the vagabond's private list. And the extract also proves that the rule of the road is the same with tramps as with that body which is morally less but physically more dangerous, the London drivers. A short history of slang, or the vulgar language of fast life. Slang is the language of street humor, of fast, high, and low life. Cant, as was stated in the chapter upon that subject, is the vulgar language of secrecy. It must be admitted, however, that within the past few years they have become almost indivisible. They are both universal and ancient, and appear to have been, with certain exceptions, the offspring of gay, vulgar, or worthless persons in every part of the world at every period of time. Indeed, if we are to believe implicitly the saying of the wise man, that there is nothing new under the sun, the bloods of buried Nineveh, with their naughty and doormatty-looking beards, may have cracked slang jokes on the steps of Sennacherib's palace, while the stocks and stones of ancient Egypt, and the bricks of venerable and used-up Babylon, may be covered with slang hieroglyphs, which, being perfectly unknown to modern antiquaries, have long been stumbling blocks to the philologist. So impossible is it at this day to say what was then authorized, or what vulgar, language. The only objection that can be raised to this idea is, that slang was, so far as can be discovered, traditional, and unwritten, until the appearance of this volume, a state of things which accounts for its many changes, and the doubtful orthography of even its best known and most permanent forms. Slang is almost as old as speech, and must date from the congregating together of people in cities. It is the result of crowding, and excitement, and artificial life. We have traces of this as far as we can refer back. Martial, the epigrammatist, is full of slang. When an uninvited guest accompanied his friend, the slang of the day styled him his umbra. When a man was trussed, neck and heels, it called him jocoselli quadrupus. Slang is nowadays very often the only vehicle by which rhodomontade may be avoided. It is often full of the most pungent satire, and is always to the point. Without point, slang has no raison d'être. Old English slang was coarser, and depended more upon downright vulgarity than our modern slang. It was a jesting speech, or humorous indulgence for the thoughtless moment or the drunken hour, and it acted as a vent peg for a fit of temper or irritability, but it did not interlard and permeate every description of conversation as now. It was confined to nicknames and improper subjects, and encroached but to a very small extent upon the domain of authorized speech. Indeed, it was exceedingly limited when compared with the vast territory of slang in such general favor and complete circulation at the present day. Still, although not an extensive institution, as in our time, slang certainly did exist in this country centuries ago, as we may see if we look down the page of any respectable history of England. Cromwell was familiarly called Old Noel, in much the same way as Bonaparte was termed Boney, and Wellington Conky or Nosey. Only a few years ago 32 his legislature, too, was spoken of in a high-flavored way as the bare bones or rump parliament, and his followers were nicknamed Roundheads, and the peculiar religious sects of his protectorate were styled Puritans and Quakers. 33 The Civil War pamphlets, and the satirical hits of the Cavaliers and the Commonwealth men, originated numerous slang words and vulgar similes in full use at the present moment. Here is a field of inquiry for the Philological Society, indeed a territory, for there are 30,000 of these partisan tracts. Later still, in the court of Charles II, the naughty ladies and the gay lords, with Rochester at their head, talk slang, and very naughty slang it was too. Fops in those days, when over head and ears in debt, and in continual fear of arrest, termed their enemies, the bailiffs, Philistines 34 or Moabites. At a later period, when collars were worn detached from shirts, in order to save the expense of washing an object, it would seem, with needy swells in all ages they obtained the name of Jacobites. One half of the coarse wit in Butler's Hudibras lurks in the vulgar words and phrases which he was so fond of employing. These slang phrases contain the marrow of his arguments stripped of all superfluous matter, and they fell with ponderous weight and terrible effect upon his opponents. They were more homely and forcible than the mild and elegant sentences of Cowley, and the people, therefore, hurrahed them, and pronounced Butler one of themselves, or, as we should say, in a joyful moment, a jolly good fellow. Orator Henley preached and prayed in slang, and first charmed and then ruled the dirty mobs in Lincoln's Inn Fields by vulgarisms. Burley Groves mentions Henley, with the remark that we owe a great many slang phrases to him, though even the worst slang was refinement itself compared with many of Henley's most studied oratorical utterances, which proves that the most blackguard parts of a blackguard speech may be perfectly free from either slang or cant. Swift, and old Sir Roger L'Estrange, and Arbuthnot, were all fond of vulgar or slang language. Indeed, we may see from a slang word used by the latter how curious is the gradual adoption of vulgar terms in our standard dictionaries. The worthy doctor, in order to annihilate, or, as we should say, with a fitting respect to the subject under consideration, to smash, an opponent, thought proper on an occasion to use the word cabbage, not in the ancient sense of a flatulent vegetable of the kitchen garden, but in the at once slang sense of purloining or cribbing. Johnson soon met with the word, looked at it, examined it, weighed it, and shook his head, but out of respect to a brother doctor inserted it in his dictionary, labeling it, however, prominently cant, whilst Walker and Webster, years after, when all over England to cabbage was to pilfer, placed the term in their dictionaries as an ancient and very respectable word. Another slang term, gull, to cheat, or delude, sometimes varied to gully, is stated to be connected with the Dean of St. Patrick's. Gull, a dupe, or a fool, is often used by our old dramatists, and is generally believed to have given rise to the verb, but a curious little edition of Bamfield Moore Carew, published in 1827, says that to gull, or gully, is derived from the well-known Gulliver, the hero of the famous travels. It may be from the phrase, "You can't come Gulliver over me," in use while the popularity of the book was hot. How crammed with slang are the dramatic works of the last century. The writers of the comedies and farces in those days must have lived in the streets, and written their plays in the public houses, so filled are they with vulgarisms and unauthorized words. The popular phrases, "I owe you one," "That's one for his knob," and "Keep moving, Dad," arose in this way. 35 The second of these sayings was, doubtless, taken from the card table, for at cribbage the player who holds the knave of the suit turned up counts 1 for his knob, and the dealer who turns up a knave counts 2 for his heels. From a dramatic point of view, the use of these phrases is perfectly correct, as they were in constant use among the people supposed to be represented by the author's characters. In Mrs. St. Livera's admirable comedy of A Bold Stroke for a Wife, we see the origin of that popular phrase, the real Simon Pure. Simon Pure is the Quaker name adopted by Colonel Fainwell as a trick to obtain the hand of Mistress Anne Lovely in marriage. The veritable Quaker, the real Simon Pure, recommended by Aminadab Holdfast, of Bristol, as a fit sojourner with Obadiah Prim, arrives at last, to the discomfiture of the Colonel, who, to maintain his position and gain time, concocts a letter in which the real Quaker is spoken of as a housebreaker who had travelled in the leather conveniency from Bristol, and adopted the garb and name of the Western Quaker in order to pass off as the real Simon Pure, but only for the purpose of robbing the house and cutting the throat of the perplexed Obadiah. The scene in which the two Simon Pures, the real and the counterfeit, meet, is one of the best in the comedy. Tom Brown, of facetious memory, as his friends were wont to say, and Ned Ward, who wrote humorous books, and when tired drew beer for his customers at his alehouse in Long Acre 36, were both great producers of slang in the last century, and to them we owe many popular current phrases and household words. Written slang was checked, rather than advanced, by the pens of Addison, Johnson, and Goldsmith, although B. the bottle holder and historiographer of the pugilistic band of brothers in the youthful days of flat-nosed Tom Cribb, has gravely stated that Johnson, when young and rakish, contributed to an early volume of the Gentleman's Magazine a few pages, by way of specimen, of a slang dictionary, the result, Mr. B. says, of his midnight ramblings. 37 The statement is not only improbable, but an investigation of the venerable magazine, though strict and searching, produces no evidence in corroboration of Mr. B. Goldsmith, even, certainly coined a few words as occasion required, although as a rule his pen was pure and graceful, and adverse to neologisms. The word fudge, it has been stated, was first used by him in literary composition, although it probably originated with one Captain Fudge, a notorious fibber, nearly a century before. Street phrases, nicknames, and vulgar words were continually being added to the great stock of popular slang up to the commencement of the present century, when it received numerous additions from pugilism, horse racing, and fast life generally, which suddenly came into great public favor, and was at its height in the latter part of the reign of George III, and in the early days of the Regency. Slang in those days was generally termed flash language. It will thus be noted that the term flash has in turn represented both cant and slang. Now the word slang has become perfectly generic. So popular was flash with the bloods of high life, that it constituted the best-paying literary capital for certain authors and dramatists. Pierce Egan issued Buxiana, and Life in London, 6 portly octavo volumes, crammed with slang, and Moncrieff wrote the most popular farce of the day, Tom and Jerry, adapted from the latter work, which, to use newspaper slang, took the town by storm, and, with its then fashionable vulgarisms, made the fortune of the old Adelphi Theatre, and was without exception the most wonderful instance of a continuous theatrical run in ancient or modern times. This also was brimful of slang. Other authors helped to popularize and extend slang down to our own time, and it has now taken a somewhat different turn, dropping many of the cant and old vulgar words, and assuming a certain quaint and fashionable phraseology familiar, utilitarian, and jovial. There can be no doubt that common speech is greatly influenced by fashion, fresh manners, and that general change of ideas which steals over a people once in a generation. But before proceeding further into the region of slang, it will be well to say something on the etymology of the word. The word slang is only mentioned by 2 lexicographers, Webster and Ogilvy. 38 Johnson, Walker, and the older compilers of dictionaries give slang as the preterite of sling, but not a word about slang in the sense of low, vulgar, or unrecognized language. The origin of the word has often been asked for in literary journals and books, but only one man, until recently, ever hazarded an etymology. Jonathan B. 39, with a recklessness peculiar to ignorance, B. stated that slang was derived from the slangs or fetters worn by prisoners, having acquired that name from the manner in which they were worn, as they required a sling of string to keep them off the ground. B. had just been nettled at Pierce Egan's producing a new edition of Grose's Dictionary of the Vulgar Tongue, and was determined to excel in a vulgar dictionary of his own, which should be more racy, more pugilistic, and more original. How far he succeeded in this latter particular, his ridiculous etymology of slang will show. Slang is not an English word, it is the gypsy term for their secret language, and its synonym is gibberish, another word which was believed to have had no distinct origin. 40 Grose, stout and burly Captain Grose, whom we may characterize as the greatest antiquary, joker, and porter drinker of his day, was the first lexicographer to recognize the word slang. It occurs in his classical Dictionary of the Vulgar Tongue, of 1785, with the statement that it implies cant or vulgar language. Grose was a great favorite with Burns, and so pleased him by his extensive powers of storytelling and grog imbibing, that the companionable and humor-loving Scotch bard wrote for his fat friend, or, to use his own words, the fine, fat, Fogel White, the immortal poem of Tam O'Shanter. It is not worth while troubling the reader with a long account of the transformation into an English term of the word slang, as it is easily seen how we obtained it. Hucksters and beggars on tramp, or at fairs and races, associate and frequently join in any rough enterprise with the gypsies. The word would be continually heard by them, and would in this manner soon become part of their vocabulary. 41 And, when carried by fast or vulgar fashionables from the society of thieves and low characters to their own drawing rooms, would as quickly become slang, and the representative term for all vulgar language. Modern philologists give the word slang as derived from the French langue. This is, at all events, as likely as any other derivative. Any sudden excitement or peculiar circumstance is quite sufficient to originate and set going a score of slang words. Nearly every election or public agitation throws out offshoots of excitement, or scintillations of humor in the shape of slang terms, vulgar at first, but at length adopted, if possessing sufficient hold on the public mind, as semi-respectable from sheer force of habit. There is scarcely a condition or calling in life that does not possess its own peculiar slang. The professions, legal and medical, have each familiar and unauthorized terms for peculiar circumstances and things, and it is quite certain that the clerical calling, or the cloth in itself, a slang term given at a time when the laity were more distinguished by their gay dress from the clergy than they are now, is not entirely free from this peculiarity. Every workshop, warehouse, factory, and mill throughout the country has its slang, and so have the public schools and the universities of Oxford and Cambridge. Slang constitutes the principal charm of a sailor's yarn, and our soldiers have in turn their peculiar nicknames and terms for things and subjects, proper and improper. A writer in Household Words, number 183, has gone so far as to remark, that a person shall not read one single parliamentary debate, as reported in a first-class newspaper, without meeting scores of slang words, and that from Mr. Speaker in his chair, to the cabinet ministers whispering behind it, from mover to seconder, from true blue protectionist to extremist radical, Mr. Barry's new house echoes and re-echoes with slang. This statement is most worthy of notice, as showing how, with a very small substratum of fact, a plausible, though not the less gigantic, misstatement may be built up. The universality of slang is extraordinary. Let any person for a short time narrowly examine the conversation of his dearest and nearest friends, or even analyze his own supposed correct talk, and he shall be amazed at the numerous unauthorized, and what we can only call vulgar, words in constant use. One peculiarity of the growth of slang is the finding of new meanings for old words. Take, for instance, the verbs do, cut, go, and take, and see how they are used to express fresh ideas, and then let us ask ourselves, how is it possible for a Frenchman or German, be he never so well educated, to avoid continually blundering and floundering amongst our little words when trying to make himself understood in an ordinary conversation? He may have studied our language the required time, and have gone through the usual amount of grinding, and practiced the common allotment of patience, but all to no purpose as far as accuracy is concerned. As, however, we do not make our language, nor for the matter of that our slang, for the convenience or inconvenience of foreigners, we need not pursue this portion of the subject further. Jabber and hoax were slang and cant terms in Swift's time, so, indeed, were mob and sham. 42 words directly from the Latin and Greek, framed in accordance with the rules which govern the construction of the language, are not slang, but are good English, if not Saxon, a term, by the way, which is as much misused as any unfortunate word that can be remembered just now. Sound contributes many slang words, a source that etymologists frequently overlook. Nothing pleases an ignorant person so much as a high-sounding term, full of fury. How melodious and drum-like are those vulgar coruscations: rumbumptious, slantingdicular, splendiferous, rumbustious, and farracadouser. What a pull the sharp-nosed lodging-house keeper thinks she has over her victims if she can but hurl such testimonies of a liberal education at them when they are disputing her charges, and threatening to absquatulate. In the United States the vulgar genteel even excel the poor stuck-up cockneys in their formation of a native fashionable language. How charming to a refined ear are abscas, catawampously, exflunctify, obscute, keslosh, kesus, keswolop, and kuhalus. 43. It must not be forgotten, however, that a great many new Americanisms are perfectly unknown in America, and in this respect they resemble the manners and customs of our cousins as found in books, and in books only. Vulgar words representing action and brisk movement often owe their origin to sound, as has before been remarked. Mispronunciation, too, is another great source of vulgar or slang words, and of this ramshackle, shackly, nary one for neither or neither one, atomy or atomy for anatomy, wrench for rinse, are specimens. The commonalty dislike frequently occurring words difficult of pronunciation, and so we have the street abridgments of bime by for by and by, case for because, gin for given, handkerchief for handkerchief, rheumatiz for rheumatism, backer for tobacco, and many others, not perhaps slang, but certainly, all vulgarisms. Whately, in his Remains of Bishop Copleston, has inserted a leaf from the bishop's notebook on the popular corruption of names, mentioning, among others, kickshaws, as from the French quelques choses, beefeater, the grotesque guardian of royalty in a procession, and the envied devourer of enormous beefsteaks, as but a vulgar pronunciation of the French buffetier, and George and Cannon, the sign of a public house, as nothing but a corruption, although so soon, of the popular premier of the last generation. George Canning 44 literature has its slang terms, and the desire on the part of writers to say funny and startling things in a novel and curious way contributes many unauthorized words to the great stock of slang. Fashionable or upper-class slang is of several varieties. There is the Belgravian, military and naval, parliamentary, dandy, and the reunion and visiting slang. English officers, civilians, and their families, who have resided long in India, have contributed many terms from the Hindustani to our language. Several of these, such as chit, a letter, and tiffin, lunch, are fast losing their slang character, and becoming regularly recognized English words. Jungle, as a term for a forest or wilderness, is now an English phrase. A few years past, however, it was merely the Hindustani jungle. This, being a perfectly legal transition, having no other recognized form, can hardly be characterized as slang. The extension of trade in China, and the English settlement of Hong Kong, have introduced among us several examples of Canton jargon, that exceedingly curious Anglo-Chinese dialect spoken in the seaports of the Celestial Empire. While these words have been carried as it were into the families of the upper and middle classes, persons in a humbler rank of life, through the sailors and soldiers and Lascar and Chinese beggars that haunt the metropolis, have also adopted many Anglo-Indian and Anglo-Chinese phrases. As this dictionary would have been incomplete without them, they are carefully recorded in its pages. Concerning the slang of the fashionable world, it has been remarked that it is mostly imported from France, and that an unmeaning gibberish of Gallicisms runs through English fashionable conversation and fashionable novels, and accounts of fashionable parties in the fashionable newspapers. Yet, ludicrously enough, immediately the fashionable magnates of England seize on any French idiom, the French themselves not only universally abandon it to us, but positively repudiate it altogether from their idiomatic vocabulary. If you were to tell a well-bred Frenchman that such and such an aristocratic marriage was on the tapis, he would stare with astonishment, and look down on the carpet in the startled endeavor to find a marriage in so unusual a place. If you were to talk to him of the beau monde, he would imagine you meant the world which God made, not half a dozen streets and squares between Hyde Park Corner and Chelsea Bun House. The dancent would be completely inexplicable to him. If you were to point out to him the Dowager Lady Grim Griffin acting as chaperone to Lady Amanda Creamville, he would imagine you were referring to the Petit Chaperon Rouge to Little Red Riding Hood. He might just understand what was meant by vis-a-vis, entre emets, and some others of the flying horde of frivolous little foreign slangisms hovering about fashionable cookery and fashionable furniture, but 3/4 of them would seem to him as barbarous French provincialisms, or, at best, but as antiquated and obsolete expressions, picked out of the letters of Mademoiselle Scuderi, or the tales of Crebilon the Younger. Servants, too, appropriate the scraps of French conversation which fall from their master's guests at the dinner table, and forthwith in the world of flunkeydom the word no is disused, and the lady's maid, in doubt on a particular point, asks John whether or no he savis it. 45 What, too, can be more abominable than that heartless piece of fashionable newspaper slang, regularly employed when speaking of the successful courtship of young people in the aristocratic world. Marriage in high life. We understand that a marriage is arranged, betwixt the lady, N.C., and the Honorable, N.C. arranged. Is that cold-blooded Smithfield or Mark Lane term for a sale or a purchase the proper word to express the hopeful, joyous, golden union of young and trustful hearts? Possibly, though, the word is often used with a due regard to facts, for marriages, especially amongst our upper classes, are not always made in heaven. Which is the proper way to pronounce the names of great people, and what the correct authority? Lord Cooper, we are often assured, is Lord Cooper. On this principle Lord Cowley would certainly be Lord Cooley, and Mr. Carew, we are told, should be Mr. Carey, Ponsonby should be Ponsonby, Ayr should be Ayr, Cholmondeley should be Chumley, St. John Sinnion, Beecham should be Beecham, Majorabanks Marshbanks, and Powell should always be Powell. The pronunciation of proper names has long been an anomaly in the conversation of the upper classes of this country. Hodge and Podge, the clodhoppers of Shakespeare's time, talked in their mug houses of the great lords Darby, Berkeley, and Barty. In Pall Mall and Mayfair these personages are spoken of in exactly the same manner at the present day, whilst in the city, and amongst the middle classes, we only hear of Derby, Berkeley, and the correct pronunciations, if the spelling is worth aught. It must not be forgotten, however, that the pronunciation of the upper classes, as regards the names of places just mentioned, is a relic of old times when the orthography was different. The middle-class man is satisfied to take matters the modern way, but even he, when he wishes to be thought a swell, alters his style. In fact, the old rule as to proper names being pronounced according to individual taste, is, and ever will be, of absolute necessity, not only as regards the upper and middle, but the lower classes. A costermonger is ignorant of such a place as Birmingham, but understands you in a moment if you talk of Brummagem. Why do not Pall Mall exquisites join with the costermongers in this pronunciation? It is the ancient 146 parliamentary slang, excepting a few peculiar terms connected with the house. Scarcely slang, is mainly composed of fashionable, literary, and learned slang. When members get excited, and wish to be forcible, they are now and again, but not very often, found guilty of vulgarisms, and then may be not particular which of the street terms they select, providing it carries, as good old Drive South said, plenty of wildfire in it. Lord Cairns, when Sir Hugh, and a member of the lower house, spoke of that homely but expressive phrase, dodge out of the house, several slang terms are used in connection with Parliament or members of Parliament. If Lord Palmerston was familiar by name to the tribes of the Caucasus and Asia Minor as a great foreign diplomatist, when the name of our Queen was unknown to the inhabitants of those parts as was once stated in the Times, it is worthy of remark that, amongst the costers and the wild inhabitants of the streets, he was at that time better known as Pamphlet. The cabmen on the ranks in Piccadilly have been often heard to call each other's attention to the great leader of the opposition in the following expressive manner: hollow, there, do yer see old Dizzy doing a stump? A plumper is a single vote at an election, not a split ticket, and electors who had occupied a house, no matter how small, and boiled a pot in it, thus qualifying themselves for voting, used in the good old days to be termed potwallopers. A quiet walkover is a re-election without opposition and much cost, and is obtained from the sporting vocabulary, in which the term is not slang. A caucus meeting refers to the private assembling of politicians before an election, when candidates are chosen, and measures of action agreed upon. The term comes from America, where caucus means a meeting simply. A job, in political phraseology, is a government office or contract obtained by secret influence or favoritism, and is not a whit more objectionable in sound than is the nefarious proceeding offensive to the sense of those who pay but do not participate. The Times once spoke of the patriotic member of Parliament potted out in a dusty little lodging somewhere about Berry Street. But then the Times was not always the mildly respectable high-class paper it now is, as a reference to the columns devoted by it to Macaulay's official career will alone determine. These, which appeared during the present reign, would be far below the lowest journalistic taste nowadays, yet they are in keeping with the rest of the political references made at that time by the now austere and high-principled leading journal. The term quackerwodger, although referring to a wooden toy figure which jerks its limbs about when pulled by a string, has been supplemented with a political meaning. A pseudo-politician, whose strings of action are pulled by somebody else, is often termed a quackerwodger. From an early period politics and partyism have attracted unto themselves quaint slang terms. Horace Walpole quotes a party nickname of February, 1742, as a slang word of the day the Tories declare against any further prosecution, if Tories there are, for now one hears of nothing but the broad bottom. It is the reigning cant word, and means the taking all parties and people, indifferently, into the ministry. Thus broad bottom in those days was slang for coalition. The term rat, too, in allusion to rats deserting vessels about to sink, has long been employed towards those turncoat politicians who change their party for interest. Who that occasionally passes near the Houses of Parliament has not often noticed stout or careful M.P.s walk briskly through the hall, and on the curbstone in front, with umbrella or walking cane uplifted, shout to the cabman on the rank, four-wheeler. The term is both useful and expressive, but it is none the less slang, though of a better kind than growler, used to denominate the same kind of vehicle, or chauffeur, the street term for a hansom cab. Military slang is on a par, and of a character, with dandy slang. Inconvenient friends, or elderly and lecturing relatives, are pronounced dreadful bores. This affectionate term, like most other slang phrases which have their rise in a certain section of society, has spread and become of general application. Four-wheeled cabs are called bounders, and a member of the Four-in-Hand Club, driving to Epsom on the Derby Day, would, using fashionable phraseology, speak of it as tooling his drag down to the Derby. A vehicle, if not a drag, or dwag, is a trap, or a cask, and if the turnout happens to be in other than a trim condition, it is pronounced at once as not down the road, unless the critic should prefer to characterize the equipage as dicky. Your city swell would say it is not up to the mark, whilst the costermonger would call it a wery snide affair. In the army a barrack or military station is known as a lobster box. To cram for an examination is to mug up. This same term is much in vogue among actors, who regard mugging up as one of the fine arts of the profession. To reject from the examination is to spin, and that part of the barrack occupied by subalterns is frequently spoken of as the rookery. In dandy or swell slang, any celebrity, from the poet laureate to the Pope of Rome, is a swell. The old swell now occupies the place once held by the Guvnor. Wrinkled-faced old professors, who hold dress and fashionable tailors in abhorrence, are called awful swells, if they happen to be very learned or clever. In this upper-class slang, a title is termed a handle, trousers, inexpressibles, and bags, or howling bags, when of a large pattern, a superior appearance, or anything above the common cut, is styled extensive. A four-wheeled cab is called a birdcage, a dance, a hop, dining at another man's table, sitting under his mahogany, anything flashy or showy, loud, the peculiar make or cut of a coat, its build, full dress, full fig, wearing clothes which represent the very extreme of fashion, dressing to death, a dinner or supper party, a spread, a friend, or a good fellow, a trump, a difficulty, a screw loose, and everything that is unpleasant, from bad sherry to a writ from a tailor, juste infernal. The phrase, to send a man to Coventry, or permit no person in the set to speak to him, although an ancient saying, must still be considered slang. The universities of Oxford and Cambridge, and the great public schools, are the hotbeds of fashionable slang. Growing boys and high-spirited young fellows detest restraint of all kinds, and prefer making a dash at life in a slang phraseology of their own to all the set forms and syntactical rules of alma mater. Many of the most expressive words in a common chit-chat, or free and easy conversation, are old university vulgarisms. Cut, in the sense of dropping an acquaintance, was originally a Cambridge form of speech, and hoax, to deceive or ridicule, we are informed by Groves, was many years since an Oxford term. Among the words that fast society has borrowed from our great scholastic knot establishments, they are sacred to linen drapery and gentlemanly assistants, institutions, is found crib, a house or apartments, dead men, empty wine bottles, drawing teeth, 47 wrenching off knockers an obsolete amusement, fizzing, first-rate, or splendid, governor, or relieving officer, the general term for a male parent, plucked, defeated, or turned back, now altered to plough, quiz, to scrutinize. Or a prying old fellow, and row, a noisy disturbance. The slang words in use at Oxford and Cambridge would alone fill a volume. As examples let us take scout, which at Oxford refers to an undergraduate's valet, whilst the same menial at Cambridge is termed a gyp, popularly derived by the Cantabs from the Greek, gammasai, a vulture, skull, the head, or master, of a college, battles, the Oxford term for rations, changed at Cambridge into commons. The term dickie, a half-shirt, it is said, originated with the students of Trinity College, Dublin, who at first styled it a Tommy, from the Greek tau omicron mu, a section. The change from Tommy to dickie requires no explanation. Crib, a literal translation, is now universal. Grind refers to working up for an examination, also to a walk or constitutional. Hivite is a student of St. Bega's, St. Bees, College, Cumberland, to Japan, in this slang speech, is to ordain. Mortar board is a square college cap. Sim, a student of a Methodist Eichel turn in allusion to the Reverend Charles Simeon. Sloggers, at Cambridge, refers to the second division of race boats, known at Oxford as torpids. Sport is to show or exhibit. Trotter is the jocose term for a tailor's man who goes round for orders, and toughs are privileged students who dine with the dons, and are distinguished by golden tufts, or tassels, in their caps. Hence we get the worldwide slang term tuft hunter, one whose pride it is to be acquainted with scions of the nobility, a sycophantic race unfortunately not confined to any particular place or climate, nor peculiar to any age or either sex. There are many terms in use at Oxford not known at Cambridge, and such slang names as coach, gulf, Harry Soff, poker, or post-mortem, common enough at Cambridge, are seldom or never heard at the great sister university. For numerous other examples of college slang the reader is referred to the dictionary. Religious slang, strange as the compound may appear, exists with other descriptions of vulgar speech at the present day. Punch, in one of those half-humorous, half-serious articles, once so characteristic of the wits engaged on that paper, who were, as a rule, fond of lecturing any national abuse or popular folly, remarked, slang has long since penetrated into the forum, and now we meet it in the Senate, and even the pulpit itself is no longer free from its intrusion. There is no wish here, for one moment, to infer that the practice is general. On the contrary, and in justice to the clergy, it must be said that the principal disseminators of pure English throughout the country are the ministers of our established church. Yet it cannot be denied that a great deal of slang phraseology and expressive vulgarism have gradually crept into the very pulpits which should give forth as pure speech as doctrine. This is an error which, however, has only to be noticed, to be cured. Dean Conybeare, in his able essay on church parties, 48 has noticed this addition of slang to our pulpit speech. As stated in his essay, the practice appears to confine itself mainly to the exaggerated forms of the high and low church, the Tractarians and the Recordites. 49 By way of illustration, the Dean cites the evening parties, or social meetings, common amongst the wealthier lay members of the Recordite churches, where the principal topics discussed, one or more favorite clergymen being present in a quasi-official manner, are the merits and demerits of different preachers, the approaching restoration of the Jews, the date of the millennium, the progress of the Tractarian heresy, and the anticipated perversion of high church neighbors. These subjects are canvassed in a dialect differing considerably from English, as the word is generally understood. The terms faithful, tainted, acceptable, decided, legal, and many others, are used in a sense different from that given to any of them by the lexicographers. We hear that Mr. A has been more owned than Mr. B, and that Mr. C has more seals 50 than Mr. D. Again, the word gracious is invested with a meaning as extensive as that attached by young ladies to nice. Thus, we hear of a gracious sermon, a gracious meeting, a gracious child, and even a gracious whipping. The word dark has also a new and peculiar usage. It is applied to every person, book, or place not impregnated with Recordite principles. A ludicrous misunderstanding resulting from this phraseology is on record. This is not a joke. "What did you mean," said A to B, "by telling me that was such a very dark village? I rode over there today, and found the street particularly broad and cheerful, and there is not a tree in the place. The gospel is not preached there," was B's laconic reply. The conclusion of one of these singular evening parties is generally marked by an exposition, an unseasonable sermon of nearly 1 hour's duration, circumscribed by no text, and delivered from the table by one of the clerical visitors with a view to improve the occasion. This same term, improve the occasion, is of slangy, and is so mouthed by Stigginses and Chadbands, and their followers, that it has become peculiarly objectionable to persons of broad views. In the essay to which reference has been made, the religious slang terms for the two great divisions of the established church receive some explanation. The old-fashioned high church party, rich and stagnant, noted for its sluggish mediocrity, hatred of zeal, dread of innovation, abuse of dissent, blundering and languid utterance, is called the high and dry, whilst the opposing division, known as the low church, equally stagnant with the former, but poorer and more lazily inclined, from absence of education, towards dissent, receives the nickname of the low and slow. These terms are among persons learned in the distinctions shortened, in ordinary conversation, to the dry and the slow. The broad church, or moderate division, is often spoken of as the broad and shallow. What can be more objectionable than the irreverent and offensive manner in which many dissenting ministers continually pronounce the names of the deity God and Lord? God, instead of pronouncing in the plain and beautiful simple Old English way, God, they drawl out into Gord or God, and Lord, instead of speaking in the proper way, they desecrate into Lord or Lord, lingering on the U, or the R, as the case may be, until an honest hearer feels disgusted, and almost inclined to run the gauntlet of beadles and deacons, and pull the vulgar preacher from his pulpit. This is, though a Christian impulse, hardly in accordance with our modern times and tolerant habits. Many young preachers strive hard to acquire this peculiar pronunciation, in imitation of the older ministers. What, then, can more properly be called slang, or, indeed, the most objectionable of slang, than this studious endeavor to pronounce the most sacred names in a uniformly vulgar and unbecoming manner. If the old-fashioned preacher whistled cant through his nose, the modern vulgar reverend whines slang from the more natural organ. These vagaries of speech will, perhaps, by an apologist, be termed pulpit peculiarities, and the writer may be impugned for having dared to intermeddle with a subject that is or should be removed from his criticisms. Honesty of purpose and evident truthfulness of remark will, however, overcome the most virulent opposition. The terms used by the mob towards the church, however illiberal and satirically vulgar, are fairly within the province of an inquiry such as the present. A clergyman, in vulgar language, is spoken of as a choker, a cushion thumper, a dominie, an earwig, a gospel grinder, a grey-coat parson, a spouter, a white choker, or a warming pan rector, if he only holds the living pro tempore. If he is a lessee of the great tithes, 1 in 10, or if spoken of by an Anglo-Indian, a rook. If a Tractarian, his outer garment is rudely spoken of as a pygostole, or MB, mark of the beast, coat. His profession is termed the cloth. This item of slang has been already referred to, and his practice is called tub-thumping. This latter term has of late years been almost peculiarly confined to itinerant preachers. Should he belong to the dissenting body, he is probably styled a pant-iler, or a psalm-smiter, or perhaps, a swaddler. 51 His chapel, too, is spoken of as a schism shop. A Roman Catholic is coarsely named a brisket beater. Particular as lawyers generally are about the meanings of words, they have not prevented an unauthorized phraseology from arising, which may be termed legal slang. So forcibly did this truth impress a late writer, that he wrote in a popular journal, "You may hear slang every day in term from barristers in their robes, at every mess table, at every bar mess, at every college commons, and in every club dining room." Swift, in his Art of Polite Conversation, p. 15, published a century and a half ago, states that Vardy was the slang in his time for verdict. A few of the most common and well-known terms used out of doors, with reference to legal matters, are cook, to hash or make up a balance sheet, dipped, mortgaged, done, from a famous writ or process server named Dunn, to solicit payment, fullied, to be fully committed for trial, land shark, a sailor's definition of a lawyer, limb of the law, a milder term for the same professional, monkey with a long tail, a mortgage, mouthpiece, the thief's term for his counsel, to run through the ring, to take advantage of the Insolvency Act, smash, to become bankrupt, snipe, an attorney with a long bill, and whitewash, to take the benefit of the Insolvent Act. Comparatively recent legislation has rendered many of these terms obsolete, and in liquidation is now the most ominous sound a creditor can hear. Lawyers, from their connection with the police courts, and transactions with persons in every grade of society, have ample opportunities for acquiring street slang, of which, in cross-questioning and wrangling, they frequently avail themselves. It has been said there exists a literary slang, or the slang of criticism, dramatic, artistic, and scientific. This is composed of such words as aesthetic, transcendental, the harmonies, the unities, a myth, such phrases as an exquisite morceau on the big drum, a scholar-like rendering of John the Baptist's great toe, keeping harmony, middle distance, aerial perspective, delicate handling, nervous chiaroscuro, and the like. It is easy to find fault with this system of doing work, whilst it is not easy to discover another at once so easily understood by educated readers, and so satisfactory to artists themselves. Discretion must, of course, always be used, in fact always is used by the best writers. With regard to the quantity of technical slang an article will hold comfortably. Overdone mannerism is always a mistake, and generally defeats its own end. Properly used, these technicalities are allowable as the generous inflections and bendings of a bountiful language, for the purpose of expressing fresh phases of thought, and ideas not yet provided with representative words. 52 Punch often employs a slang term to give point to a joke, or humor to a line of satire. In his best day he gave an original etymology of the schoolboyism slog. Slog, said the classical and then clever Punch, is derived from the Greek word slago, to baste, to wallop, to slaughter. To show his partiality to the subject, he once amused his readers with 2 columns on slang and Sanskrit, from which the following is taken: the allegory which pervades the conversation of all Eastern nations is the foundation of Western slang, and the increased number of students of the Oriental languages, especially since Sanskrit and Arabic have been made subjects for the Indian civil service examinations, may have contributed to supply the English language with a large portion of its new dialect. While, however, the spirit of allegory comes from the East, there is so great a difference between the brevity of Western expression and the more cumbrous diction of the Oriental, that the origin of a phrase becomes difficult to trace. Thus, for instance, whilst the Turkish merchant might address his friend somewhat as follows: that which seems good to my father is to his servant as the perfumed breath of the west wind in the calm night of the Arabian summer, the Western negotiator observes more briefly, all serene. 53 But the vulgar term, brick, Punch remarks in illustration, must be allowed to be an exception, its Greek derivation being universally admitted, corresponding so exactly as it does in its rectangular form and compactness to the perfection of manhood, according to the views of Plato and Simonides, but any deviation from the simple expression, in which locality is indicated as, for instance, a genuine bath, decidedly breathes the Oriental spirit. It is singular that what Punch says unwittingly and in humor respecting the slang expression bosh, should be quite true. Bosh, remarks Punch, after speaking of it as belonging to the stock of words pilfered from the Turks, is one whose innate force and beauty the slangographer is reluctantly compelled to admit. It is the only word which seems a proper appellation for a great deal which we are obliged to hear and to read every day of our life. Bosh, nonsense, or stupidity, is derived from the Gypsy and the Persian. The universality of slang is proved by its continual use in the pages of Punch. Whoever thinks, unless belonging to a past generation, of asking a friend to explain the stray vulgar words employed by the London chivalry? Some of the jokes, though, might nowadays be accompanied by explanatory notes, in similar style to that adopted by youthful artists who write a man, a horse, and sea, when rather uncertain as to whether or not their efforts will meet with due appreciation. The Athenaeum, the Saturday Review, and other kindred weeklies, often indulge in slang words when force of expression or a little humor is desired, or when the various writers wish to say something which is better said in slang, or so-called vulgar speech, than in the authorized language. Bartlett, the compiler of the Dictionary of Americanisms, continually cites the Athenaeum as using slang and vulgar expressions, but the magazine The American refers to is not the literary journal of the present day. It was a smaller, and now defunct, weekly. The present possessor of the classic title is, though, by no means behindhand in its devotion to colloquialisms. Many other highly respectable journals often use slang words and phrases. The Times, or, in slang, the Thunderer, frequently employs unauthorized terms, and, following a leader 54 of the purest and most eloquent composition, may sometimes be seen another article 54 on a totally different subject, containing, perhaps, a score or more of exceedingly questionable words. Among the words and phrases which may be included under the head of literary slang are, balam, matter kept constantly in type about monstrous productions of nature, to fill up spaces in newspapers, balam box, the term given in Blackwood to the repository for rejected articles, and slate, to pelt with abuse, or cut up in a review. He's the fellow to slate a piece is often said of dramatic critics, especially of those who through youth, inexperience, and the process of unnatural selection which causes them to be critics, imagine that to abuse all that is above their comprehension is to properly exercise the critical faculty. This is, however, dangerous ground. The slang names given to newspapers are curious. Thus, the Morning Advertiser is known as the Tap Tub, the Tizer, and was until recently the Gin and Gospel Gazette. The Morning Post has obtained the suggestive sobriquet of Jimmy's, whilst the Morning Herald was long caricatured as Mrs. Harris, and the Standard as Mrs. Gamp. 55 The stage, of course, has its slang both before and behind the curtain, as a journalist remarks. The stage manager is familiarly termed daddy, and an actor by profession, or a professional, is called a pro. It is amusing at times to hear a young actor who struts about padded with copies of all newspapers that have mentioned his name talking, in a mixed company, of the stage as the profession. This is after all but natural, for to him all the world's a stage. A man who is occasionally hired at a trifling remuneration to come upon the stage as one of a crowd, or when a number of actors are wanted to give effect, is named a sup, an abbreviation of supernumerary. A serf is a third-rate actor, who frequently pursues another calling, and the band, or orchestra between the pit and the stage, is generally spoken of as the menagerie. A ben is a benefit, and sal is the slang abbreviation of salary. Should no money be forthcoming on the Saturday night, it is said that the ghost doesn't walk, or else the statement goes abroad that there is no treasury, as though the coffers themselves had departed. The traveling or provincial theatricals, who perform in any large room that can be rented in a country village, are called barnstormers. A length is 42 lines of any dramatic composition, and a run is the continuous term of a piece's performance. A saddle is the additional charge made by a manager to an actor or actress upon his or her benefit night. To mug up is to paint one's face, or arrange the person, to represent a particular character. To corpse, or to stick, is to balk, or put the other actors out in their parts by forgetting yours. A performance is spoken of as either a gooser or a screamer. Should it be a failure or a great success, if the latter, it is not infrequently termed a hit. To goose a performance is to hiss it, and continued goosing generally ends, or did end before managers refused to accept the verdict of audiences, in the play or the players being damned. To star it is to perform as the center of attraction, with your name in large type, and none but subordinates and indifferent actors in the same performance. The expressive term claptrap, high-sounding nonsense, is nothing but an ancient theatrical term, and signified a trap to catch a clap by way of applause. Up amongst the gods, refers to being among the spectators in the gallery termed in French slang paradis. There exists, too, in the great territory of vulgar speech what may not inappropriately be termed civic slang. It consists of mercantile and stock exchange terms, and the slang of good living and wealth. A turkey hung with sausages is facetiously styled an alderman in chains, a term which has spread from the city and become general, and a half-crown, perhaps from its rotundity, is often termed an alderman. A bear is a speculator on the exchange, and a bull, although of an opposite order, follows a like profession. There is something very humorous and applicable in the slang term lame duck, a defaulter in stock jobbing speculations. The allusion to his waddling out of the alley, as they say, is excellent. Breaking shins, in city slang, is borrowing money. A rotten or unsound scheme is spoken of as fishy. Rigging the market means playing tricks with it, and stag was a common term during the railway mania for a speculator without capital, a seller of scrip in Diddlesex Junction and other equally safe lines. At Tattersall's a monkey is 500L, and in the city a plum is 100,000L, and a marigold is 1 million sterling. But before proceeding further in a sketch of the different kinds of slang, it may be as well to speak here of the extraordinary number of cant and slang terms in use to represent money from farthings to banknotes, the value of fortunes. Her Majesty's coin, collectively or in the piece, is known by more than 130 distinct slang words, from the humble brown, a halfpenny, to flimsies, or long-tailed ones, banknotes. Money, it has been well remarked, the bare, simple word itself, has a sonorous, significant ring in its sound, and might have sufficed, one would have imagined, for all ordinary purposes, excepting, of course, those demanded by direct reference to specific sums. But a vulgar or fast society has thought differently, and so we have the slang synonyms beans, blunt, i.e., specie not soft or rags, banknotes, brads, brass, bustle, coppers, copper money, or mixed pence, chink, chinkers, chips, corks, dibs, dinarly, dimmock, dust, feathers, gent, silver from argent, haddock, a purse of money, horse nails, huckster, lover, lower, the oldest cant term for money, mopusses, needful, nobbings, money. Collected in a hat by street performers, ochre, gold, pewter, palm oil, pieces, posh, queen's pictures, quids, rags, banknotes, ready, or ready gilt, reg, gold, rhino, rowdy, shiners, sovereigns, skin, a purse of money, stiff, checks, or bills of acceptance, stuff, stumpy, tin, silver, wedge, silver, and yellow boys, sovereigns, just 43 vulgar equivalents for the simple word money. So attentive is slang speech to financial matters, that there are 7 terms for bad, or bogus, coin, as our friends the Americans call it. A case is a counterfeit 5-shilling piece, half a case represents half that sum, greys are halfpence made specially for unfair gambling purposes, queer soft is counterfeit or lead coin, scoffle refers to coated or spurious coin, sheen is bad money of any description, and sinkers bears the same and not inappropriate meaning. Snide is now the generic term for all bad money, whether coined or in notes, and snide pitching or scoffle tossing is the term in use among the professors of that pursuit for what is more generally known as smashing. Flying the kite, or obtaining money on bills and promissory notes, is closely connected with the allegorical expression of raising the wind, which is a well-known phrase for procuring money by immediate sale, pledging, or by a forced loan. In winter or in summer any elderly gentleman who may have prospered in life is pronounced warm, whilst an equivalent is immediately at hand in the phrase his pockets are well lined, or he is well breeched. Each separate piece of money has its own slang term, and often half a score of synonyms. To begin with that extremely humble coin, a farthing, first we have fach, then fiddler, then gig, and lastly quarterine. A halfpenny is a brown or a madzer, pronounced medzer, salty, cant, or a mag, or a posh, or a rap, whence the popular phrase, I don't care a rap. The useful and universal penny has for slang equivalents a copper, a salty, cant, and a win. Twopence is a deuce, and threepence is either thrums or thrups. Thrums has a special peculiarity, for while thrums buskin represents threepence halfpenny, the term buskin is not used in connection with any other number of pence. Fourpence, or a groat, may in vulgar speech be termed a bit, a flag, or a joey. Sixpence is well represented in street talk, and some of the slangisms are very comical. For instance, bandy, bender, cripple, and downer. Then we have buck, phi-bck, half a hog, kick, thus 2 and a kick, or 260, lord of the manor, 56 pig, pot, the price of a pot of ale, thus half a crown is a 5-pot piece, snid, sprat, sow's baby, tanner, tester, tizzy, 17 vulgar words to 1 coin. 7 pence being an uncommon amount has only one slang synonym, setter. The same remark applies to 8 pence and 9 pence, the former being only represented by otter, and the latter by the cant phrase nobby salty. 10 pence is dacha salty, and 11 pence dacha one, both cant expressions. It is noticeable that coined pieces, and sums which from their smallness or otherwise are mostly in use, receive a commensurate amount of attention from promoters of slang. 1 shilling boasts 11 slang equivalents, thus we have beong, bob, breeky leg, diener, gen, from the back slang, hog, levy, peg, stag, tevis, and 12er. 1 shilling and sixpence is a kai, now and then an 18er. It is noticeable that so far the florine has escaped, and only receives the shilling titles with the required numeral adjective prefixed. Half a crown is known as an alderman, half a bull, half a wheel, half a tusharoon, and a madza, medzer, karoon, whilst a crown piece, or 5 shillings, may be called either a bull, a karoon, a cartwheel, or a coach wheel, or, more generally than either, a wheel or a tusharoon. The word dollar is in general use among costermongers and their customers, and signifies exactly 5 shillings. Any term representing this amount takes into, and represents the half crown by the addition of the usual prefix. The next advance in slang money is 10 shillings, or half a sovereign, which may be either pronounced as half a bean, half a kutur, a madzapuna, half a quid, or half a thicon. A sovereign, or 20 shillings, is a bean, canary, kutur, funt, goldfinch, James, from Jacobus, puna, portrait, quid, thicon, or yellow boy. Guineas are nearly obsolete, yet the terms neds and half-neds are still in use. Banknotes are flimsies, long-tailed ones, or soft. A fin, or a finyov, is a £5 note. 25 pounds is a pony, and 100 a century. 100 pounds, or any other round sum, quietly handed over as payment for services performed, is curiously termed a cool hundred. Thus ends, with several necessary omissions, this long list of slang terms for the coins of the realm which, for copiousness, it is not too much to say, is not equalled by any other vulgar or unauthorized language in Europe. The antiquity of many of these slang names is remarkable. When was the vulgar term for a penny in the days of Queen Elizabeth, and tester, a sixpence, formerly a shilling, was the correct name in the days of Henry VIII. The reader, too, will have remarked the frequency of animals' names as slang terms for money. Little, as a modern writer has remarked, do the persons using these phrases know of their remote and somewhat classical origin, which may, indeed, be traced to a period anterior to that when monarchs monopolized the surface of coined money with their own images and superscript ions. They are identical with the very name of money among the early Romans, which was pecunia, from pecus, a flock. The collections of coin dealers amply show that the figure of a hog was anciently placed on a small silver coin, and that of a bull decorated larger ones of the same metal. These coins were frequently deeply crossed on the reverse. This was for the convenience of easily breaking them into 2 or more pieces, should the bargain for which they were employed require it, and the parties making it had no smaller change handy to complete the transaction. Thus we find that the half-bull of the itinerant street seller, or traveler, so far from being a phrase of modern invention, as is generally supposed, is in point of fact referable to an era extremely remote. This remark will safely apply to most descriptions of money, and it must not be forgotten that farthing is but a corruption of fourthing, or, literally, fourth part of a penny. The representative coin of the realm was often in olden times made to break up, but this by the way. It is a reminder, however, that the word smash, as used by the classes that speak slang from motives other than those of affectation, has nothing whatever to do with base coin, as is generally supposed. It simply means to give change. Thus, "Can you smash a thick un for me?" means simply, "Can you give me change for a sovereign?" We learn from Arezzo, in his Discorso, a further illustration of the proverb that there is nothing new under the sun, for he says that the Roman boys at the time of Hadrian tossed up their coppers and cried, "Head or ship," of which tradition are heads or tails, and man or woman, or a tanner I heads is certainly a less refined version. We thence gather, however, that the prow of a vessel would appear to have been the more ordinary device of the reverse of the brass coin of that ancient period. There are many other cant words directly from a classic source, as will be seen in the dictionary. Shopkeeper's slang is perhaps the most offensive of all slang, though this is not intended to imply that shopkeepers are perhaps the most offensive of people. This kind of slang is not a casual eyesore, as newspaper slang, neither is it an occasional discomfort to the ear, as in the case of some vulgar byword of the street, but it is a perpetual nuisance, and stares you in the face on tradesmen's invoices, on labels in the shop windows, and placards on the hoardings, in posters against the house next to your own if it happen to be empty for a few weeks, and in bills thrust into your hand, as you peaceably walk through the streets. Under your door, and down your area, slang handbills are dropped by some pushing tradesman, and for the 1000th time you are called upon to learn that an alarming sacrifice is taking place in the next street, that prices are down again, that, in consequence of some other tradesman not driving a roaring trade, being in fact, sold up, and for the time being a resident in Burton's Hotel, White Cross Street Prison, the pushing tradesman wishes to sell out at awfully low prices. To the kind patrons, and numerous customers, and C&C, that have on every occasion, and C&C. These are, though, very venial offenders compared with those ghouls, the advertising undertakers, who employ boys, loaded with ghastly little books, to follow up the parish doctor, and leave their horrible wares wherever he calls. But what can be expected of ignorant undertakers when a London newspaper of large circulation actually takes out the death records from the Times, and sends a circular to each address therein, informing the bereaved persons that the charge is so much per line for similar notices, and that its circulation is most extensive? Surely the typical death hunter, hardened though he may be, is hardly down to that level. In shopkeeping slang, any occupation or calling is termed a line, thus, the building line. A tailor usurps to himself a good deal of slang. Amongst operatives he is called a snip, a steel bar driver, a cabbage contractor, or a goose persuader, by the world, a ninth part of a man, and by the young collegian, or fast man, a sufferer. If he takes army contracts, it is sank work; if he is a slop tailor, he is a springer up, and his garments are blown together. Perquisites with him are spiffs, and remnants of cloth peaking, or cabbage. The percentage he allows to his assistants, or counter jumpers, on the sale of old-fashioned articles is termed tinge. If he pays his workmen in goods, or gives them tickets upon other tradesmen, with whom he shares the profit, he is soon known as a Tommy Master. If his business succeeds, It takes, if neglected, it becomes shaky, and goes to pot, if he is deceived by a debtor, a by no means unusual circumstance, he is let in, or, as it is sometimes varied, taken in. It need scarcely be remarked that any credit he may give is termed tick. Operatives or workmen's slang, in quality, is but slightly removed from tradesmen's slang. When belonging to the same shop or factory, they graft there, and are brother chips. Among printers the favorite term is comps, not compositors, though the same contraction is used for that word, but companions, whether so in actual fact, or as members of the same companionship. A companionship is the number of men engaged on any one work, and this is in turn reduced to ship. Sometimes it is a stab ship, i.e., paid by the week, therefore on the establishment, sometimes it is on the piece, and anyhow it is an extremely critical organization, so perhaps it would be better to broaden the subject. Workmen generally dine at slap-bang shops, and are often paid at tommy shops. At the nearest pub, or public house, they generally have a score chalked up against them, which has to be wiped off regularly on the Saturday night. This is often known as a light. When credit is bad, the light is said to be out. When out of work, they describe themselves as being out of collar. They term each other flints and dungs, if they are society or non-society men. Their salary is a screw, and to be discharged is to get the sack, varied by the expression get the bullet, the connection of which with discharge is obvious, as the small lecturers, those at the Polytechnic for instance, say, to the meanest capacity. When they quit work, they knock off, and when out of employ, they ask if any hands are, or any assistance is, wanted. Fat is the vulgar synonym for perquisites, elbow grease signifies labor, and Saint Monday is the favorite day of the week. Names of animals figure plentifully in the workman's vocabulary, thus we have goose, a tailor's smoothing iron, sheep's foot, an iron hammer, so, a receptacle for molten iron, whilst the metal poured from it is termed pig. Many of the slang terms for money may have originally come from the workshop, thus brads, from the ironmonger, chips, from the carpenter, dust, from the goldsmith, feathers, from the upholsterer, horse nails, from the farrier, haddock, from the fishmonger, and tanner, and skin from the leather dresser. If society, as has been remarked, is a sham, from the vulgar foundation of commonalty to the crowning summit of royalty, then do we perceive the justness of the remark in that most peculiar of peculiarities, the slang of makeshifts for oaths, and sham exclamations for passion and temper. These apologies for feeling are an addition to our vernacular, and though some argue that they are a disgrace, for the reason that no man should pretend to swear or curse who does not do so, it is some satisfaction to know that they serve the purpose of reducing the stock of national profanity. You be blowed, or I'll be blowed if, and see, is an exclamation often heard in the streets. Blazes, or like blazes, came probably from the army, unless, indeed, it came from the original metaphor, afterwards corrupted, to serve all turns, to smoke like blazes. Blast, too, although in general vulgar use, may have had an engineering or military origin, and the phrase, I wish I may be shot, if, smacks much of powder. Blow me tight is a very windy and common exclamation. The same may be said of strike me lucky, never trust me, and so help me Davy, the latter being evidently derived from the truer old phrase, I'll take my Davy on t, i.e., my affidavit, Davy, and sometimes Alfred Davy, being a corruption of that word. By golly, gol darn it, and so help generally pronounced selp or swelp me Bob, are evident shams for profane oaths. Tarnation is but a softening of damnation, and od, whether used in od dratted, or od's blood, is but an apology for the name of the deity. Mary, a term of asseveration in common use, was originally, in popish times, a mode of swearing by the Virgin Mary, so also marrow bones, for the knees. I'll bring him down upon his marrow bones, i.e., I'll make him bend his knees as he does to the Virgin Mary. The Irish phrase, bad scran to yer, is equivalent to wishing a person bad food. I'm sniggered if you will, and I'm jiggered, are other mild forms of swearing among men fearful of committing an open profanity, yet slyly nibbling at the sin. Maybe, some day one of these adventurers will meet with the object of his desires, and then when fairly jiggered, whatever it may ultimately turn out to be, it is to be hoped he will prove a fearful example to all persons with the will, but not the pluck, to swear fierce oaths. Both deuce and dickens are vulgar old synonyms for the devil, and zounds is an abbreviation of God's wounds, a very ancient oath. In a casual survey of the territory of slang, it is curious to observe how well represented are the familiar wants and failings of life. First, there is money, with 100 and odd slang terms and synonyms, then comes drink, from small beer to champagne, and next as a very natural sequence, intoxication and fuddlement generally, with some 100 vulgar terms, graduating the scale of drunkenness, from a slight inebriation to the soaky state which leads to the gutter, sometimes to the stretcher, the station house, the fine, and, most terrible of all, the caution. The slang synonyms for mild intoxication are certainly very choice. They are beery, bemused, boozy, bosky, buffy, corned, foggy, foo, fresh, hazy, elevated, kisky, lushy, moony, muggy, muzzy, on, screwed, stewed, tight, and whiny. A higher or more intense state of beastliness is represented by the expressions, podgy, bare-geared, blued, cut, primed, lumpy, ploughed, muddled, obfuscated, swipey, 3 sheets in the wind, and top-heavy. But the climax of fuddlement is only obtained when the disguised individual can't see a hole in a ladder, or when he is all mops and brooms, or off his nut, or with his main brace well spliced, or with the sun in his eyes, or when he has lapped the gutter, and got the gravel rash, or is on the rantan, or on the rear, or when sewed up, and regularly scammered, then, and not till then, is he entitled, in vulgar society, to the title of Lushington, or recommended to put in the pin, i.e., the linchpin, to keep his legs steady. The Slang Dictionary. A 1, first rate, the very best, she's a prime girl, she is a 1. Sam Slick. The highest classification of ships at Lloyd's, common term in the United States, also at Liverpool and other English seaports. Another, even more intensive form is first class, letter A, no 1. Some people choose to say AI, for no reason, however, beyond that of being different from others. Abigail, a lady's maid, perhaps obtained from old comedies. Used in an uncomplimentary sense. Some think the term is derived from Abigail Hill, Mrs. Masham, lady-in-waiting to Queen Anne, and a typical Abigail in the way of intrigue. About right, to do the thing about right, i.e., to do it properly, soundly, correctly, he guv it I'm about right, i.e., he beat him severely. Abraham Man, a vagabond, such as were driven to beg about the country after the dissolution of the monasteries see Bess o Bedlam, infra. They are well described under the title of Bedlam beggars Shakespeare's K. Lear, 2. 3. And these, what name or title are they bear, Jarkman, or Patrico, Crank, or Clapperdudgeon, Freighter, or Abram Man, I speak to all that stand in fair election for the title of King of Beggars. Beaumont and Fletcher's Beg. Bush. 2-1. It appears to have been the practice in former days to allow certain inmates of Bethlehem Hospital to have fixed days to go begging, hence impostors were said to sham Abraham, the Abraham ward in Bedlam having for its inmates these mendicant lunatics, when they pretended they were licensed beggars in behalf of the hospital. Abraham sham, or sham Abraham, to feign sickness or distress. From Abraham man, the ancient cant term for a begging impostor, or one who pretended to have been mad. Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy, volume IP 360. When Abraham Newland was cashier to the Bank of England, and signed their notes, it was sung, "I have heard people say that sham Abraham you may, but you mustn't sham Abraham Newland." Absquatulate, to run away, or abscond, a hybrid American expression, from the Latin ab, and squat to settle. Akers, a coward. From Bob Akers, in Sheridan's Rivals. Adam's ale, water English. The Scotch term is Adam's wine. Added to the list, a euphuism current among sporting writers implying that a horse has been gelded. As, Sabinus has been added to the list. Another form of expression in reference to this matter is that the knife has been brought into requisition. Added to the list is simply a contraction for added to the list of geldings in training. Addlepate, a foolish fellow, a dullard. Admiral of the Red, a person whose very red face evinces a fondness for strong potations. Aphigraphy. It fits to an aphigraphy, i.e., to a nicety to a afternoon farmer, one who wastes his best opportunity, and drives off the large end of his work to the little end of his time. Against the grain, in opposition to the wish. It went against the grain to do it, but I knew I must, is a common expression. Adjura waters, corruption of aggravators, the greasy locks of hair in vogue among costermongers and other street folk, worn twisted from the temple back towards the ear. They are also, from a supposed resemblance in form, termed Newgate knockers, and sometimes number 6s. This style of adorning the head is, however, fast dying out, and the everyday costermonger or street thief has his hair cut like anyone else. The yearly militia drill may have had a good deal to do with this alteration. Akibo, a slang phrase used in the following manner: he beats Akibo, and Akibo beat the devil. Alberto Polis, a facetious appellation given by the Londoners to the Kensington Gore district. Now obsolete. Alderman, a half-crown possibly from its rotundity. Also a long pipe. Alderman, a turkey, alderman in chains, a turkey hung with sausages. All of a hue. All on one side, falling with a thump, the word hue being pronounced with a grunt suffix. All my eye, a remark of incredulity made in reference to an improbable story, condensation of all my eye and Betty Martin, a vulgar phrase constructed from the commencement of a Roman Catholic prayer to Saint Martin, oh, me I, beat Martine, which in common with many another fell into discredit and ridicule after the Reformation. All out, by far, he was all out the best of the lot. Old frequently used by Burton in his Anatomy of Melancholy. All overish, neither sick nor well, the premonitory symptoms of illness. Also the feeling which comes over a man at a critical moment, say just when he is about to pop the question. Sometimes this is called, feeling all over alike, and touching nowhere. All-rounder, a shirt collar going all round the neck and meeting in front. Once fashionable, but little worn now. All serene, an ejaculation of acquiescence. Some years back a popular street cry. With or without application to actual fact, the words all serene were bawled from morning to night without any reference to the serenity of the unfortunate hero. See serene. Alls, tap droppings, refuse spirits sold at a cheap rate in gin palaces. All there, In strict fashion, first rate, up to the mark, a vulgar person would speak of a handsome, well-dressed woman as being all there. An artisan would use the same phrase to express the capabilities of a skillful fellow workman. Sometimes all the way there. Always used as a term of encomium. All to pieces, utterly, excessively, he beat him all to pieces, i.e., excelled or surpassed him exceedingly. Also a term much in use among sporting men and expressing want of form, or decadence. A boat's crew are said to go all to pieces when they through distress lose their regularity. A woman is vulgarly said to fall to pieces, or tumble to pieces, when she is confined. All to smash, or gone all to pieces, bankrupt, ruined. Almighty dollar, an American expression representing the manner in which money is worshipped. Modernly introduced by Washington Irving in 1837. The idea of this phrase is, however, far older than the time of Irving. Ben Jonson's epistle to Elizabeth, Countess of Rutland, commences thus: whilst that for which all virtue now is sold, and almost every vice, almighty gold. It seems almost obvious that the term must have been applied, not to dollars certainly, but to money, long before the time of Irving. American tweezers, an instrument used by an hotel sneak which nips the ward's end of a key, and enables him to open a door from the opposite side to that on which it has been locked. Andrew Miller, a ship of war sea. Ain't, the vulgar abbreviation of am not, are not, or is not. Anointed, i.e., eminent, used to express great rascality in any one, an anointed scoundrel, king among scoundrels Irish. Anointing, a good beating. A case for the application of salve. Anonyma, a lady of the demi-monde, or worse, a pretty horsebreaker. Incognito was the term at first. Product of the squeamishness of the age which tries to thrust away fact by the use of fine words. Anti-scriptural, oaths, foul language. Anything unfit for ordinary society conversation. Apartments to let, a term used in reference to one who has a somewhat empty head. As, he's got apartments to let. Apostles' Grove, the London district known as St. John's Wood. Also called Grove of the Evangelist. Apostles, the 12, the last 12 names on the poll, or ordinary degree list at the Cambridge examinations, when it was arranged in order of merit, and not alphabetically, and in classes, as at present, so called from their being post alios, after the others see poll. The last of all was called Saint Paul, or Saint Paul, as being the least of the apostles, and not meet to be called an apostle, see 1 Cor 15:9. As in the honor list, see Gulf, students who had failed only slightly in one or more subjects were occasionally allowed their degrees, and these were termed elegant extracts cam. University slang. Apple pie bed, a trick played at schools on newcomers, or on any boy disliked by the rest. One of the sheets is removed, and the other is doubled in the middle, so that both edges are brought to the top, and look as if both sheets were there, but the unhappy occupant is prevented getting more than halfway down, and he has to remake his bed as best he can. This trick is sometimes played by children of a larger growth. Apple cart, the human structure, so far as the phrases with which it is connected are concerned. As I'll upset your apple cart, down with his apple cart. Apple pie order, in exact or very nice order. Appro, contraction of approbation, a word much in use among jewelers. Most of the extensive show of chains, watches, and trinkets in a shop window is obtained on appro, i.e., on sale or return. Area sneak, a thief who commits depredations upon kitchens and cellars. Argal bargal, to bandy words Scotch. Article, derisive term for a weak or insignificant specimen of humanity. Atomy, a diminutive or deformed person. From anatomy, or atom. Attack, to carve, or commence operations, attack that beef, and oblige. Attic, the head, queer in the attic, intoxicated or weak-minded. Sometimes attic is varied by upper story. Attic salt, wit, humor, pleasantry. Partly a reference to a suggestive portion of Grecian literature, and partly a sly hit at the well-known poverty of many writers. Auctioneer, to tip him the auctioneer, is to knock a man down. Tom Sayers's right hand was known to pugilistic fame as the auctioneer. Audit ale, extra strong ale supposed to be drunk when the accounts are audited. University Aldriki, an affectionate term for the old town of Edinburgh. Derived from its dingy appearance. Aunt Sally, a favorite figure on racecourses and at fairs, consisting of a wooden head mounted on a stick, firmly fixed in the ground, in the nose of which, or rather where the nose should be, a tobacco pipe is inserted. The fun consists in standing at a distance and demolishing Aunt Sally's pipe clay projection with short bludgeons, very similar to the halves of broom handles. The Duke of Beaufort is a crack hand at smashing pipe noses, and his performances some years ago on Brighton Racecourse, which brought the game into notoriety, are yet fresh in remembrance. Aunt Sally has, however, had her day, and once again the inevitable 3 shies a penny, is chief among our outdoor amusements. Avast, a sailor's phrase for stop, shut up, go away, apparently connected with the old cant, benge waste, or from the Italian, basta, hold. Enough. Awake, or fly, knowing, thoroughly understanding. I'm awake, i.e., I know all. The phrase wide awake carries a similar meaning in ordinary conversation, but has a more general reference. Awful, a senseless expletive, used to intensify a description of anything good or bad. What an awful fine woman. Awfully jolly, awfully sorry, and see. The phrase is not confined to any section of society. Axe, to ask. Sometimes pronounced arcs. Babes, the lowest order of knockouts, which see, who are prevailed upon not to give opposing biddings at auctions, in consideration of their receiving a small sum, from 1 shilling to half a crown, and a certain quantity of beer. They can, however, even after this agreement, be secured on the other side for a little longer price. There is no honor among thieves, at all events not among auction thieves nowadays. Back, to support by means of money, on the turf or otherwise. See lay. Back, to get one's back up, to annoy or enrage. Probably from the action of a cat when preparing to give battle to an enemy. Back end, that portion of the year which commences with October. This phrase is peculiar to the turf, and has its origin in the fact that October was actually, and is now nearly, the finishing portion of the racing season. Towards back end the punters and little men generally begin to look forward with anxiety to their winter prospects, and going for the gloves is not only a frequent phrase, but a frequently recurring practice. Back out, to retreat from a difficulty, reverse of go ahead. Metaphor borrowed from the stables. Backslang it, to go out the back way. Equivalent to sling your hook out of the back door, i.e., get away quickly. Back slums, the byways and disreputable portions of a town. Backhander, a blow on the face with the back of the hand, a backhanded tip. Also a drink out of turn, as when a greedy person delays the decanter to get a second glass. Anything done slyly or secretly is said to be done in a backhanded manner. Backer, one who places his money on a particular man or animal, a supporter of one side in a contest. The great body of betting men is divided into bookmakers and backers. Backjump, a back window prison term. Bacon, the body, to save one's bacon, to escape. Bad, to go to the bad, to deteriorate in character, to be ruined. Virgil has an almost similar phrase, in Pejus Ruora, which means, by the way, to go to the worse. Bad, hard, difficult. Word in use among sporting men who say, he will be bad to beat, when they mean that the man or horse to whom they refer will about win. Bad egg, a scoundrel, or rascal. Badger, to tease, to annoy by chaffing. Suggestive of drawing a badger. Bad lot, a term derived from auctioneering slang, and now generally used to describe a man or woman of indifferent morals. Badminton, blood, properly a peculiar kind of claret cup invented at the Duke of Beaufort's seat of that name. Badminton proper is made of claret, sugar, spice, cucumber peel, and ice, and was sometimes used by the patrons of the prize ring as a synonym for blood. Bad words, words not always bad of themselves but unpleasant to ears polite, from their vulgar associations. Baffety, calico. Term used in the drapery trade. Bag, to seize or steal, equivalent to collar. Bagman, a commercial traveler. This word is used more in reference to the old style of commercial travelers than to the present. Bags, trousers. Trousers of an extensive pattern, or exaggerated fashion, have sometimes been termed howling bags, but only when the style has been very loud. The word is probably an abbreviation of bum bags. To have the bags off, to be of age and one's own master, to have plenty of money. Bags of mystery is another phrase in frequent use, and refers to sausages and saveloys. Bag of tricks, refers to the whole of a means towards a result. That's the whole bag of tricks. Baked, seasoned, he's only half-baked, i.e., soft, inexperienced. Baker's dozen, 13. Originally the London bakers supplied the retailers, i.e., chandlers, shopkeepers, and itinerants, with 13 loaves to the dozen, so as to make up what is known as the overweight, the surplus number, called the inbread, being thrown in for fear of incurring a penalty for short weight. To give a man a baker's dozen, in a slang sense, sometimes means to give him an extra good beating or pummeling. Balam, printer's slang for matter kept in type about monstrous productions of nature, and c. to fill up spaces in newspapers that would otherwise be vacant. The term Balam box has often been used as the name of a depository for rejected articles. Evidently from scripture, and referring to the speech of an ass. Bald-faced stag, a term of derision applied to a person with a bald head. Also, still more coarsely, bladder of lard. Bail up, an Australian term equivalent to our shell out. A demand for instantaneous payment. Balambangjang. The Straits of Balambangjang, though unnoticed by geographers, are frequently mentioned in sailors' yarns as being so narrow, and the rocks on each side so crowded with trees inhabited by monkeys, that the ship's yards cannot be squared, on account of the monkeys' tails getting jammed into, and choking up, the brace blocks. C. Ballast, money. A rich man is said to be well ballasted. If not proud and overbearing, he is said to carry his ballast well. Balmy, weak-minded, or idiotic, not insane. Balmy, sleep, have a dose of the balmy. Bamboozle, to deceive, make fun of, or cheat a person, abbreviated to BAM, which is sometimes used also as a substantive, a deception, a sham, a sell. Swift says bamboozle was invented by a nobleman in the reign of Charles II, but this is very likely an error. The probability is that a nobleman then first used it in polite society. The term is derived from the gypsies. Bandana, originally a peculiar kind of silk pocket handkerchief, now slang used to denote all sorts of stooks, wipes, and fogels, and in fact the generic term for a kerchief, whether neck or pocket. Banded, hungry. From the habit hungry folks have of tying themselves tight round the middle. Bandy, or cripple, a sixpence, so called from this coin being generally bent or crooked, old term for flimsy or bad cloth, temp. Q. Elizabeth. Bang, to excel or surpass, banging, great or thumping. Bang up, first rate, in the best possible style. Bank, to put in a place of safety. Bank the rag, i.e., secure the note. Also to bank is to go shares. Bank, the total amount possessed by any one, how's the bank? Not very strong, about one and a buck. Bantling, a child, stated in Bacchus and Venus, 1737, and by Gross, to be a cant term. This is hardly slang nowadays, and modern etymologists give its origin as that of bands or swaddling clothes. Banyan Day, a day on which no meat is served out for rations, probably derived from the Banyans, a Hindu caste, who abstain from animal food. Quite as probably from the sanitary arrangements which have in hot climates counseled the eating of banyans and other fruits in preference to meat on certain days. See bar, or barring, excepting, in common use in the betting ring, 2 to 1 bar 1, i.e., 2 to 1 against any horse with the exception of 1. The Irish use of barren is very similar, and the words bar and barring may now be regarded as general. Barber's cat, a half-starved sickly-looking person. Term used in connection with an expression too coarse to print. Barber's clerk, an overdressed shopboy who apes the manners of, and tries to pass himself off as, a gentleman, a term of reproach applied not to an artisan but to one of those who, being below, assume airs of superiority over, handicraftsmen. Barge, a term used among printers, compositors, to denote a case in which there is an undue proportion of some letters and a corresponding shortness of those which are most valuable. Bark, an Irish person of either sex. From this term, much in use among the London lower orders, but for which no etymology can be found, Ireland is now and then playfully called Berkshire. Barker, a man employed to cry at the doors of gaffs, shows, and puffing shops, to entice people inside. Among touting photographers he is called a doorsman. Barking iron, or barker, a pistol. Term used by footpads and thieves generally. Barnacles, spectacles, possibly a corruption of binoculi, but derived by some from the barnacle, lepizanatiffer, a kind of conical shell adhering to ships' bottoms. Hence a marine term for goggles, which they resemble in shape, and for which they are used by sailors in case of ophthalmic derangement. Barney, an unfair race of any kind, a cell or cross. Also a lark, jollification, or outing. The word barney is sometimes applied to a swindle unconnected with the sporting world. Barnstormers, theatrical performers who travel the country and act in barns, selecting short and tragic pieces to suit the rustic taste. Barracan, jargon, speech, or discourse, we can't tumble to that barracan, i.e., we don't understand what he says. Cheese your barracan, shut up. Meege calls it a sort of stuff, Old French, barracan. Bash, to beat, thrash, bashing a dona, beating a woman, originally a provincial word, applied to the practice of beating walnut trees, when in bud, with long poles, to increase their productiveness. Hence the West Country proverb, a woman, a whelp, and a walnut tree, the more you bash 'em, the better they be. The word bash, among thieves, signifies to flog with the cat or birch. The worst that can happen to a brutal ruffian is to receive a bashing in, and a bashing out, a flogging at the commencement and another at the close of his term of enforced virtue. Baste, to beat, properly to pour gravy on roasting meat to keep it from burning, and add to its flavor. Also a sewing term. Bastille, the workhouse. General name for the union amongst the lower orders of the North. Formerly used to denote a prison, or lock-up, but its abbreviated form, steel, is now the favorite expression with the dangerous classes, some of whom have never heard of Bastille, familiar as they are with steel. Bat, on his own account. Evident modification of the cricket term, off his own bat, though not connected there with sea-hook. Bat, to take an innings at cricket. To carry out one's bat is to be last in, i.e., to be not out. A man's individual score is said to be made off his own bat. Bat, pace at walking or running. As, he went off at a good bat. Bats, a pair of bad boots. Battels, the weekly bills at Oxford. Probably originally wooden tallies, and so a diminutive of Batten University. Batter, wear and tear, can't stand the batter, i.e., not equal to the task, on the batter, on the streets, on the town, or given up to roistering and debauchery. Batty, wages, perquisites. Derived from bata, an extra pay given to soldiers while serving in India. Battyfang, to beat, battyfanging, a beating, also batterfang. Used metaphorically as early as 1630. So batterfanged and belaboured with tongue metal, that he was weary of his life. Taylor's works. Beachcomber, a fellow who prowls about the seashore to plunder wrecks, and pick up waifs and strays of any kind. See. Beak, originally a magistrate, judge, or policeman, now a magistrate only, to baffle the beak, to get remanded. Ancient cant, beck. Saxon, beag, a necklace or gold collar emblem of authority. Sir John Fielding was called the blind beak in the last century. May be connected with the Italian becco, which means a bird's beak, and also a blockhead sea walker. Beaker hunter, or beak hunter, a stealer of poultry. Beans, money, a haddock of beans, a purse of money. Formerly, bean meant a guinea, French, biens, property. Bear, one who contracts to deliver or sell a certain quantity of stock in the public funds on a forthcoming day at a stated place, but who does not possess it, trusting to a decline in public securities to enable him to fulfill the agreement and realize a profit. See bull. Both words are slang terms on the stock exchange, and are frequently used in the business columns of newspapers. He who sells that of which he is not possessed is proverbially said to sell the skin before he has caught the bear. It was the practice of stock jobbers, in the year 1720, to enter into a contract for transferring South Sea stock at a future time for a certain price, but he who contracted to sell had frequently no stock to transfer, nor did he who bought intend to receive any in consequence of his bargain. The seller was, therefore, called a bear, in allusion to the proverb, and the buyer a bull, perhaps only as a similar distinction. The contract was merely a wager, to be determined by the rise or fall of stock. If it rose, the seller paid the difference to the buyer, proportioned to the sum determined by the same computation to the seller. Dr. Wharton on Pope. These arrangements are nowadays called time bargains, and are as fairly, or unfairly, gambling as any transactions at the Victoria Club or Tattersall's, or any of the doings which call for the intervention of the police and the protestations of pompous city magistrates, who, during their terms of office, try to be virtuous and make their names immortal. Certainly bulling and bearing are as productive of bankruptcy and misery as are backing and laying. Be argued, drunk. The word is divided here simply to convey the pronunciation. Bear leader, a tutor in a private family. In the old days of the Grand Tour the term was much more in use and of course more significant than it is now. Bear up and bearer up, see bonnet. Beat, the allotted range traversed by a policeman on duty. Beat, or beat hollow, to surpass or excel, also beat into fits, and beat badly. Beat, dead beat, wholly worn out, done up. Beater cases, boots. Nearly obsolete. Trotter cases is the term nowadays. Beaver, old street term for a hat, goss is the modern word, beaver, except in the country, having fallen into disuse. Bebby, a lady Anglo-Indian. Be blowed, a derisive instruction never carried into effect, as, you be blowed. Used similarly to the old go-to. See blow me. Bed faggot, a contemptuous term for a woman, generally applied to a prostitute, see faggot. Bedpost, in the twinkling of a bedpost, in a moment, or very quickly. Originally bedstaff, a stick placed vertically in the frame of a bed to keep the bedding in its place, and used sometimes as a defensive weapon. Bee, to have a bee in one's bonnet, i.e., to be not exactly sane, to have a craze in one particular direction. Several otherwise sensible and excellent M.Ps are distinguished by the bee in his bonnet each carries. Beef-headed, stupid, fat-headed, dull. Beefy, unduly thick or fat, commonly said of women's ankles, also rich, juicy, plenteous. To take the whole pool at loo, or to have any particular run of luck at cards generally is said by players to be very beefy. Beeline, the straightest possible line of route to a given point. When a bee is well laden, it makes a straight flight for home. Originally an Americanism, but now general. Beery, intoxicated, or fuddled with beer. Beeswax, poor, soft cheese. Sometimes called sweaty toe cheese. Beeswing, the film which forms on the sides of bottles which contain good old port wine. This breaks up into small pieces in the process of decanting, and looks like bees' wings. Hence the term. Beetle crusher, or squasher, a large flatfoot. The expression was made popular by being once used by Leach. Beetle sticker, an entomologist. Beggar's velvet, downy particles which accumulate under furniture from the negligence of housemaids. Otherwise called slut's wool. Belcher, a blue bird's eye handkerchief, see Billy. Bell, a song. Tramp's term. Simply diminutive of bellow. Bellows, the lungs. Bellowser, a blow in the wind, or pit of the stomach, taking one's breath away. Bellowsed, or lagged, transported. Bellows to mend, a person out of breath, especially a pugilist, is said to be bellows to mend when winded. With the PR, the word has fallen into desuetude. Belly timber, food, or grub. Belly vengeance, small sour beer, apt to cause gastralgia. Bemuse, to fuddle oneself with drink, bemusing himself with beer, and see Ben, a benefit theatrical. Ben Cull, a friend, or pal. Expression used by thieves. Bend, that's above my bend, i.e., beyond my power, too expensive or too difficult for me to perform. Bender, a sixpence. Probably from its liability to bend. In the days when the term was most in use, sixpences were not kept in the excellent state of preservation peculiar to the currency of the present day. Bender, the arm, over the bender, synonymous with over the left. See over. Bendigo, a rough fur cap worn in the Midland counties, called after a noted pugilist of that name. Hard punchers are caps worn by London roughs and formerly by men in training. They are a modification of the common Scotch cap, and have peaks. Bainey, good ancient cant, Benar was the comparative sea bone. Latin. Benedict, a married man. Shakespeare. Benjamin, coat. Formerly termed a Joseph, in allusion, perhaps, to Joseph's coat of many colors, see Upper Benjamin. Ben Joltram, brown bread and skimmed milk, a Norfolk term for a plough boy's breakfast. Benji, a waistcoat, diminutive of Benjamin. Beong, a shilling, see salty lingua franca. Bess o' Bedlam, a lunatic vagrant Norfolk. Best, to get the better or best of a man in any way, not necessarily to cheat, to have the best of a bargain. Bested, taken in, or defrauded, in reality worst. Bester, a low betting cheat, a fraudulent bookmaker. Better, more, how far is it to town? Oh, better n a mile. Saxon and Old English, now a vulgarism. Betting round, laying fairly and equally against nearly all the horses in a race so that no great risk can be run. Commonly called getting round. See book, and bookmaking. Betty, a skeleton key, or pick lock, old prison, cant B flats, bugs, compare F sharps. Bible carrier, a person who sells songs without singing them, 7 dials. Biddy, a general name applied to Irish stall women and milkmaids, in the same manner that Mike is given to the laboring men. A big red-faced Irish servant girl is known as a Bridget. Big, to look big, to assume an inflated air or manner, to talk big, i.e., boastingly. Big bird, to get the, i.e., to be hissed, as actors occasionally are by the gods. Big bird is simply a metaphor for goose theat slang. Big house, or large house, the workhouse, a phrase used by the very poor. Bigwig, a person in authority or office. Exchangeable with great gun. Bilbo, a sword, a brave. Of Bilbao blade. Spanish swords were anciently very celebrated, especially those of Toledo, Bilbao, and bilk, a cheat, or a swindler. Formerly in general use, now confined to the streets, where it is common, and mostly used in reference to prostitutes. Gothic, Bilaiken. Bilk, to defraud or obtain goods, and without paying for them, to bilk the schoolmaster, to get information or experience without paying for it. Billingsgate, when applied to speech, foul and coarse language. Many years since people used to visit Thames Street to hear the Billingsgate fishwomen abuse each other. The anecdote of Dr. Johnson and the Billingsgate virago is well known. Billingsgate pheasant, a red herring or bloater. This is also called a two-eyed steak. Billy, a silk pocket handkerchief, Scotch sea wipe. A list of slang terms descriptive of the various patterns of handkerchiefs, pocket, and neck, is here subjoined. Belcher, darkish blue ground, large round white spots, with a spot in the center of darker blue than the ground. This was adopted by Jem Belcher, the pugilist, as his colors, and soon became popular amongst the fancy. Bird's eye wipe, a handkerchief of any color, containing white spots. The blue bird's eye is similar to the Belcher except in the center. Sometimes a bird's eye wipe has a white ground and blue spots. Blood red fancy, red. Blue billy, blue ground, generally with white figures. Cream fancy, any pattern on a white ground. King's man, yellow pattern on a green ground. Randall's man, green, with white spots, named after the favorite colors of Jack Randall, pugilist. Waters man, sky-colored. Yellow fancy, yellow, with white spots. Yellow man, all yellow. Billy, a policeman's staff. Also stolen metal of any kind. Billy hunting is buying old metal. A billy fencer is a marine store dealer. Billy Barlow, a street clown, sometimes termed a Jim Crow, or saltimbanco, so called from the hero of a slang song. Billy was a real person, semi-idiotic, and though in dirt and rags, fancied himself a swell of the first water. Occasionally he came out with real witticisms. He was a well-known street character about the East End of London, and died in Whitechapel workhouse. Billy Cock, a soft felt hat of the Jim Crow or wide awake description. Bingo, brandy old cant bingy, a term largely used in the butter trade to denote bad, ropey butter, nearly equivalent to vinnied. Birdcage, a four-wheeled cab. Birthday suit, the suit in which Adam and Eve first saw each other, and were not ashamed. Bishop, a warm drink composed of materials similar to those used in the manufacture of flip and pearl. Bit, 4 pence, in America a 12 1/2 cent piece is called a bit, and a defaced 20-cent piece is termed a long bit. A bit is the smallest coin in Jamaica, equal to 60. Bit usually means the smallest silver coin in circulation, also a piece of money of any kind. Charles Bannister, the witty singer and actor, one day meeting a Bow Street runner with a man in custody, asked what the prisoner had done, and being told that he had stolen a bridle, and had been detected in the act of selling it, said, then, he wanted to touch the bit. Bitch, tea, a bitch party, a tea drinking. Probably because undergraduates consider tea only fit for old women. Oxford. Bite, a cheat, a Yorkshire bite, a cheating fellow from that county. The term bite is also applied to a hard bargainer north, also old slang used by Pope. Swift says it originated with a nobleman in his day. Bite, to cheat, to be bitten, to be taken in or imposed upon. Originally a gypsy term. Crossbiter, for a cheat, continually occurs in writers of the 16th century. Bailey has crossbite, a disappointment, probably the primary sense, and bite is very probably a contraction of this. Bit faker, or turner out, a coiner of bad money. Bit of stuff, overdressed man, a man with full confidence in his appearance and abilities, a young woman, who is also called a bit of muslin. Bitter, diminutive of bitter beer, to do a bitter, to drink beer, originally Oxford, but now general. Biddock, a distance of very undecided length. If a North Countryman be asked the distance to a place, he will most probably reply, a mile and a biddock. The latter may be considered any distance from 100 yards to 10 miles. Bivvy, or gatter, beer, shant of bivvy, a pot or quart of beer. In Suffolk the afternoon refreshment of reapers is called beaver. It is also an Old English term. He is none of those same ordinary eaters, that will devour 3 breakfasts, and as many dinners, without any prejudice to their beavers, drinkings, or suppers. Beaumont and Fletcher's woman hater, I3. Both words are probably from the Italian, bever, bear. Latin, bibera. English, beverage. Biz, contraction of the word business, a phrase much used in America in writing as well as in conversation. BKS military officers in mufti, when out on a spree, and not wishing their profession to be known, speak of their barracks as the BKS black and white, handwriting, or print. Let's have it in black and white, is often said with regard to an agreement when it is to the advantage of one or both that it should be written. Black aviced, having a very dark complexion. Blackberry swagger, a person who hawks tapes, bootlaces, and sea blackbirding, slave catching. Term most applied nowadays to the Polynesian coolie traffic. Black diamonds, coals, talented persons of dingy or unpolished exterior, rough jewels. Blackguard, a low or dirty fellow, a rough or a hulking fellow, capable of any meanness or cowardice. A cant word amongst the vulgar, by which is implied a dirty fellow of the meanest kind, Dr. Johnson says, and he cites only the modern authority of Swift. But the introduction of this word into our language belongs not to the vulgar, and is more than a century prior to the time of Swift. Mr. Malone agrees with me in exhibiting the two first of the following examples. The blackguard is evidently designed to imply a fit attendant on the devil. Mr. Gifford, however, in his late edition of Ben Jonson's works, assigns an origin of the name different from what the old examples which I have cited seem to countenance. It has been formed, he says, from those mean and dirty dependants, in great houses, who were selected to carry coals to the kitchen, halls, and see to this smutty regiment, who attended the progresses, and rode in the carts with the pots and kettles, which, with every other article of furniture, were then moved from palace to palace. The people, in derision, gave the name of blackguards, a term since become sufficiently familiar, and never properly explained. Todd's Johnson's Dictionary. Blackguard as an adjective is very powerful. Blackleg, a rascal, swindler, or card cheat. The derivation of this term was solemnly argued before the full court of Queen's Bench upon a motion for a new trial for libel, but was not decided by the learned tribunal. Probably it is from the custom of sporting and turf men wearing black top boots. Hence blackleg came to be the phrase for a professional sporting man, and thence for a professional sporting cheat. The word is now in its worst sense diminished to leg. Black Maria, the somber van in which prisoners are conveyed from the police court to prison. Black Monday, the Monday on which boys return to school after the holidays. Also a low term for the Monday on which an execution took place. Black sheep, a bad lot, mauvais sujet, sometimes scabby sheep, also a workman who refuses to join in a strike. Black strap, port wine, especially that which is thick and sweet. Black work, undertaking. The waiters met at public dinners are often employed during the day as mutes, etc. Omnibus and cab drivers regard black work as a dernier resort. Bladder of lard, a coarse, satirical nickname for a bald-headed person. From similarity of appearance. Blade, a man in ancient times the term for a soldier, knowing blade, a wide-awake, sharp, or cunning man. Blarney, flattery, powers of persuasion. A castle in the county of Cork. It is said that whoever kisses a certain stone in this castle will be able to persuade others of whatever he or she pleases. The name of the castle is derived from blad, a blossom, i.e., the flowery or fertile domain. Blad is also flattery, hence the connection. A more than ordinarily persuasive Irishman is said to have kissed the Blarney Stone. Blast, to curse. Originally a military expression. Blaze, to leave trace purposely of one's way in a forest or unknown path by marking trees or other objects. Blazes, a low synonym for the infernal regions, and now almost for anything. Like blazes is a phrase of intensification applied without any reference to the original meaning. Also applied to the brilliant habiliments of flunkies, since the episode of Sam Weller and the Swarry. Bleed, to victimize or extract money from a person, to sponge on, to make suffer vindictively. Blessed, a vow, blessed if I'll do it, i.e., I am determined not to do it, euphemism for cursed. Blether, to bother, to annoy, to pester. A blood-herring old nuisance is a common expression for a garrulous old person. Blue, or blow, to inform, or peach, to lose or spend money. Blued, a man who has lost or spent all his money is said to have blued it. Also used in cases of robbery from the person, as, he's blued his red un, i.e., he's been eased of his watch. Blued, got rid of, disposed of, spent. Blind, a pretense, or make-believe. Blind Half-Hundred, the 50th Regiment of Foot, so called through their great sufferings from ophthalmia when serving in Egypt. Blind Hookah, a game at cards which has no recommendation beyond the rapidity with which money can be won and lost at it, called also willful murder. Blind Man's Holiday, night, darkness. Sometimes applied to the period between the lights. Blind Monkeys, an imaginary collection at the zoological gardens, which are supposed to receive care and attention from persons fitted by nature for such office and for little else. An idle and useless person is often told that he is only fit to lead the blind monkeys to evacuate. Another form this elegant conversation takes, is for one man to tell another that he knows of a suitable situation for him. How much a week, and what to do, are natural questions, and then comes the scathing and sarcastic reply, 5 bob a week at the doctor's, you're to stand behind the door and make the patients sick. They won't want no physic when they seize your mug. Blinker, a blackened eye, Norwich. Also a hard blow in the eye. Blinkers, spectacles. Blink fencer, a person who sells spectacles. Bloated aristocrat, a street term for any decently dressed person. From the persistent abuse lavished on a bloated and parasitical aristocracy by Hyde Park demagogues and a certain unpleasant portion of the weekly press. Bloater, see mild. Blob, from blab, to talk. Beggars are of two kinds: those who screeve, introducing themselves with a fake ment, or false document, and those who blob, or state their case in their own truly unvarnished language. Block, the head. To block a hat, is to knock a man's hat down over his eyes, see bonnet. Also a street obstruction. Block ornaments, the small dark-colored and sometimes stinking pieces of meat which used to be exposed on the cheap butcher's blocks or counters, matters of interest to all the sharp-visaged women in poor neighborhoods. Since the great rise in the price of meat, there has been little necessity for butchers to make block ornaments of their odds and ends. They are bespoke beforehand. Bloke, a man, the bloke with the JC, the man with the wig, i.e., the judge. Gypsy and Hindu, loke. North, bloacher, any large animal. Blood, a fast or high-mettled man. Nearly obsolete, but much used in George IV's time. Blood money, the money that used to be paid to anyone who by information or evidence led to a conviction for a capital offense. Nowadays applied to all sums received by informers. Blood red fancy, a particular kind of handkerchief sometimes worn by pugilists and frequenters of prize fights, see Billy and Color. Bloody, an expletive used, without reference to meaning, as an adjective and an adverb, simply for intensification. Bloody Jemmy, an uncooked sheep's head, see Sanguinary James. Also mountain pecker. Blow, to expose, or inform, blow the gaff, to inform against a person. As for that, says Will, I could tell it well enough, if I had it, but I must not be seen anywhere among my old acquaintances, for I am blown, and they will all betray me. History of Colonel Jack, 1723. The expression would seem to have arisen from the belief that a flower might be blighted if blown upon by a foul wind or a corrupted breath. See the condition of the flowers on a dinner table by the time the company rise. In America, to blow is slang for to lie in a boasting manner, to brag or gas unduly. Blow a cloud, to smoke a cigar or pipe, a phrase used 2 centuries ago. Most likely in use as long as tobacco. Here an almost evident conclusion. Blow me, or blow me tight, a vow, a ridiculous and unmeaning ejaculation, inferring an appeal to the ejaculator. I'm blowed if you will is a common expression among the lower orders. Blow me up was the term a century ago. See Parker's Adventures, 1781. The expression be blowed is now more general. Thomas Hood used to tell a story. I was once asked to contribute to a new journal, not exactly gratuitously, but at a very small advance upon nothing, and avowedly because the work had been planned according to that estimate. However, I accepted the terms conditionally, that is to say, provided the principle could be properly carried out. Accordingly, I wrote to my butcher, baker, and other tradesmen, informing them that it was necessary, for the sake of cheap literature and the interest of the reading public, that they should furnish me with their several commodities at a very trifling percentage above cost price. It will be sufficient to quote the answer of the butcher: Sir, respect in your note, cheap literature be blowed. Butchers must live as well as other people, and if so be you or the reading public wants to have meat at prime cost, you must buy your own beastesses, and kill yourselves. I remine, etc. John Stokes. Blow out, or tuck in, a feast. Sometimes the expression is, blow out your bags. A blowout is often called a tightener. Blow up, to make a noise, or scold, formerly a cant expression used among thieves, now a recognized and respectable phrase. Blowing up, a jobation, a scolding. Blow-in, originally a showy or flaunting female, now a prostitute only. In Wilts, a blow-in is a blossom. Germ. Blühen, to bloom. In German, also, Berlin is to court, and Burl, a sweetheart. O du blühend Mädchen, viel schon willkommen. German song. Possibly, however, the street term blowen may mean one whose reputation has been blown upon or damaged. Blower, a girl, a contemptuous name in opposition to Jomer gypsy. Blowsy, a word applied to a rough wench, or coarse woman. Bludger, a low thief, who does not hesitate to use violence, literally one who will use a bludgeon. Blue, said of talk that is smutty or indecent. Probably from the French, bibliothèque bleue. When the conversation has assumed an entirely opposite character, it is then said to be brown or Quakerish. Blue, a policeman, otherwise blue bottle. From the color of his uniform. Blue, or blue, to pawn or pledge. Actually to get rid of. Blue, confounded or surprised, to look blue, to look astonished, annoyed, or disappointed. Blue bellies, a term applied by the Confederate soldiers during the Civil War in America to the Federals, the name being suggested by the sky blue gabardines worn by the Northern soldiers. On the other hand, the filthy blue bellies, as the full title ran, dubbed the Confederates graybacks, the epithet cutting both ways, as the Southern soldiers not only wore gray uniforms, but grayback is American as well as English for a louse. Blue billy, the handkerchief, blue ground with white spots, sometimes worn and used as a color at prize fights. Also, the refuse ammoniacal lime from gas factories. Blue blanket, a rough overcoat made of coarse pilot cloth. Blue bottle, a policeman. This well-known slang term for a London constable is used by Shakespeare. In Part 2 of King Henry IV, Act V Scene 4, Doll Tearsheet calls the beadle, who is dragging her in, a thin man in a censer, a blue bottle rogue. This may at first seem singular, but the reason is obvious. The beadles of Bridewell, whose duty it was to whip the women prisoners, were clad in blue. Blue butter, mercurial ointment used for the destruction of parasites. Blued, or blued, tipsy, or drunk. Now given way to slewed. Blue devils, the apparitions supposed to be seen by habitual drunkards. Form of del. Trem. Blue moon, an unlimited period. Once in a blue moon. Blue murders. Probably from desperate or alarming cries. A term used more to describe cries of terror or alarm than for any other purpose. As, I heard her calling blue murders. More blue. Blue pigeon flyer, sometimes a journeyman plumber, glazier, or other workman, who, when repairing houses, strips off the lead, and makes away with it. This performance is, though, by no means confined to workmen. An empty house is often entered and the whole of the roof in its vicinity stripped, the only notice given to the folks below being received by them on the occasion of a heavy downfall of rain. The term flyer has, indeed, of late years been more peculiarly applied to the man who steals the lead in pursuance of his vocation as a thief, than to him who takes it because it comes in the way of his work. Blue ruin, gin. Blues, a fit of despondency. See Blue Devils. Blues, the police. Sometimes called the Royal Regiment of Foot Guards Blue. Bluey, lead German, Blay. Most likely, though, from the color, as the term is of the very lowest slang. Bluff, an excuse, also the game at cards known as euchre in America. Bluff, to turn aside, stop, or excuse. Blunt, money. It has been said that this term is from the French blonde, sandy or golden color, and that a parallel may be found in brown or browns, the slang for halfpence. Far-fetched as this etymology seems, it may be correct, as it is borne out by the analogy of similar expressions. Cf. blanquillo, a word used in Morocco and southern Spain for a small Moorish coin. The asper, sigma pyro omicron nu, of Constantinople is called by the Turks akşa, i.e., little white. Blurt out, to speak from impulse, and without reflection, to let out suddenly. Shakespeare. BNC, for Braze Nose, initials of Brazen Nose College. In spite of the nose over the gate, the probability is the real name was Brazenium. It is still famous for its beer university. Board of green cloth, a facetious synonym for a card or billiard table. Boat, originally to transport, the term is now applied to penal servitude. To get the boat, or to be boated, is to be sentenced to a long term of imprisonment equivalent to transportation under the old system. Bob, a shilling. Formerly Bob's tick, which may have been the original. Bob a knob, a shilling a head. Bob, s help me Bob, a street oath, equivalent to so help me God. Other words are used in street language for a similarly evasive purpose, i.e., cat, greens, tatter, and see, all equally ridiculous. Ignorant people have a singular habit of saying so help my, instead of me, whatever the following words may be. This shows how little they think of the meanings of the phrases most in use among them. The words so help are almost invariably pronounced swelp. Bobbery, a squabble, tumult. Anglo-Indian. Bobbish, very well, clever, spruce. How are you doing? Oh, pretty bobbish. Old. Bobby, a policeman. Both Bobby and Peeler were nicknames given to the new police, in allusion to the Christian name and surname of the late Sir Robert Peel, who was the prime mover in effecting their introduction and improvement. The term Bobby is, however, older than the introduction of the new police. The official square keeper, who is always armed with a cane to drive away idle and disorderly urchins, has, time out of mind, been called by the said urchins, Bobby the Beetle. Bodkin, anyone sitting between two others in a carriage, is said to ride bodkin. Amongst sporting men, applied to a person who takes his turn between the sheets on alternate nights, when the hotel has twice as many visitors as it can comfortably lodge, as, for instance, during a race week. Body snatcher, a bailiff or runner, snatch, the trick by which the bailiff captures the delinquent. These terms are now almost obsolete, so far as the pursuits mentioned are concerned. Bog, or bog house, a privy, as distinguished from a water closet. Originally printer's slang, but now very common, and not applied to any particular form of cabinet deisance. To bog is to ease oneself by evacuation. Bog oranges, potatoes. A phrase perhaps derived from the term Irish fruit, which, by some strange peculiarity has been applied to potatoes, for even the most ignorant Cockney could hardly believe that potatoes grow in a bog. As, however, the majority of the lower classes of London do believe that potatoes were indigenous to, and were first brought from the soil of Ireland, which is also in some parts supposed to be capable of growing nothing else, they may even believe that potatoes are actually bog oranges. Bog trotter, satirical name for an Irishman Meej. Camden, however, speaking of the debatable land on the borders of England and Scotland, says, both these dales breed notable bog trotters. Bogus, an American term for anything pretending to be that which it is not, such as bogus degrees, bogus titles, and sea boilers, or Brompton boilers, a name originally given to the New Kensington Museum and School of Art, in allusion to the peculiar form of the buildings, and the fact of their being mainly composed of, and covered with, sheet iron. This has been changed since the extensive alterations in the building, or rather pile of buildings, and the words are now the property of the Bethnal Green Museum. See pepper boxes. Boko, the nose. Originally pugilistic slang, but now general. Bolt, to run away, decamp, or abscond. Also to swallow without chewing. To eat greedily. Bolus, an apothecary. Origin evident. Bombay ducks, in the East India Company's army the Bombay regiments were so designated. The name is now given to a dried fish, bumelo, much eaten by natives and Europeans in western India. Anglo-Indian. Bone, to steal or appropriate what does not belong to you. Boned, seized, apprehended. Old. Bone, good, excellent. The vagabond's hieroglyphic for bone, or good, chalked by them on houses and street corners as a hint to succeeding beggars. French, bone. Bone grubber, a person who hunts dust holes, gutters, and all likely spots for refuse bones, which he sells at the rag shops, or to the bone grinders. The term was also applied to a resurrectionist. Cobbett was therefore called a bone grubber, because he brought the remains of Tom Paine from America. Bone picker, a footman. Bones, to rattle the bones, to play at dice, also called St. Hugh's bones. Bones, he made no bones of it, he did not hesitate, i.e., undertook and finished the work without difficulty, found no bones in the jelly. Ancient, vide Cotgrave. Boniface, landlord of a tavern or inn. Bonnet, or bonneter, a gambling cheat. Sometimes called a bearer-up. The bonnet plays as though he were a member of the general public, and by his good luck, or by the force of his example, induces others to venture their stakes. Bonneting is often done in much better society than that to be found in the ordinary gaming rooms. A man who persuades another to buy an article on which he receives commission or percentage is said to bonnet or bear up for the seller. Also, a prétence, or make-believe, a sham bidder at auctions, one who metaphorically blinds or bonnets others. Bonnet, to strike a man's cap or hat over his eyes. Also to bear up for another. Booby trap, a favorite amusement of boys at school. It consists in placing a pitcher of water on the top of a door set ajar for the purpose. The person whom they wish to drench is then made to pass through the door, and receives the pitcher and its contents on his unlucky head. Books are sometimes used. Book, an arrangement of bets against certain horses marked in a pocketbook made for that purpose. Making a book upon it, is a common phrase to denote that a man is prepared to lay the odds against the horses in a race. That does not suit my book, i.e., does not accord with my other arrangements. The principle of making a book, or betting round, as it is sometimes termed, is to lay a previously determined sum against every horse in the race, or as many horses as possible, and should the bookmaker get round, i.e., succeed in laying against as many horses as will more than balance the odds laid, he is certain to be a winner. The bookmaker is distinguished from the backer by its being his particular business to bet against horses, or to lay, while the backer, who is also often a professional gambler, stands by the chance of a horse, or the chances of a set of horses about which he supposes himself to be possessed of special information. A bookmaker rarely backs horses for his own particular fancy. He may indeed put a sovereign or a fiver on an animal about which he has been told something, but as a rule if he specially fancies a horse, the bookmaker lets him run for the book, i.e., does not lay against him. When a bookmaker backs a horse in the course of his regular business, it is because he has laid too much against him, and finds it convenient to share the danger with other bookmakers. Booked, caught, fixed, disposed of term in bookkeeping. Bookmaker's pocket, a breast pocket made inside the waistcoat, for notes of large amount. Books, a pack of cards. Term used by professional card players. See Devil's Books. Boom, to top one's boom off, to be off or start in a certain direction. See boom passenger, a sailor's slang term for a convict on board ship. Derived from the circumstance that prisoners on board convict ships were chained to, or were made to crawl along or stand on the booms for exercise or punishment. Boon companion, a comrade in a drinking bout. Boon evidently corruption of bone. Booze, drink. Ancient cant, bouse. Booze, or suck casa, a public house. Booze, to drink, or more properly, to use another slang term, to lush, viz., to drink continually, until drunk, or nearly so. The term is an old one. Harman, in Queen Elizabeth's days, speaks of bousing, or boozing, and belly cheer. Massinger also speaks of bouse. The term was good English in the 14th century, and came from the Dutch, biezen, to tipple. Boozingken, a beer shop, a low public house. Ancient. Boozy, intoxicated or fuddled. Bore, a troublesome friend or acquaintance, perhaps so called from his unvaried and pertinacious pushing, a nuisance, anything which wearies or annoys. The Gradus ad Cantabrigium suggests the derivation of bore from the Greek betero omicron, a burden. Shakespeare uses it, King Henry VIII, I won at this instant he bores me with some trick. Groves speaks of this word as being much in fashion about the year 1780–81, and states that it vanished of a sudden without leaving a trace behind. That this was not so, the constant use of the word nowadays will prove. The late Prince Consort spoke as follows on the subject of bores in his address to the British Association, at Aberdeen, September 14, 1859. I will not weary you by further examples, with which most of you are better acquainted than I am myself, but merely express my satisfaction that there should exist bodies of men who will bring the well-considered and understood wants of science before the public and the government, who will even hand round the begging box, and expose themselves to refusals and rebuffs, to which all beggars are liable, with the certainty besides of being considered great bores. Please to recollect that this species of boor is a most useful animal, well adapted for the ends for which nature intended him. He alone, by constantly returning to the charge, and repeating the same truths and the same requests, succeeds in awakening attention to the cause which he advocates, and obtains that hearing which is granted him at last for self-protection, as the minor evil compared to his importunity, but which is requisite to make his cause understood. Bore, pugilistic, to press a man to the ropes of the ring by superior weight. In the world of athletics, to bore is to push an opponent out of his course. This is a most heinous crime among rowers, as it very often prevents a man having the full use of the tide, or compels him to foul, in which case the decision of the race is left to individual judgment, at times, of necessity, erroneous. Bosh, nonsense, stupidity. Gypsy and Persian. Also pure Turkish, boş lakırdı, empty talk. The term was used in this country as early as 1760, and may be found in The Student, Volume 2. p. 217. It has been suggested, with what reason the reader must judge for himself, that this colloquial expression is from the German Bosch, or Boss, answering to our word swipes. Bosch, a fiddle. This is a gypsy term, and so the exclamations Bosch, and fiddle-de-dee, may have some remote connection. Boschfaker, a violin player. Term principally used by itinerants. Boscan, a farmhouse. Ancient Sican. Bosky, inebriated. Not much in use now. Bossman, a farmer, faking a bossman on the main Toby, robbing a farmer on the highway. Boss, a master American. Both terms from the Dutch, Boschman, one who lives in the woods, otherwise Boschman, or bushman. Boss-eyed, said of a person with one eye, or rather with one eye injured, a person with an obliquity of vision. In this sense sometimes varied by the term swivel-eyed. Bosstruschezer, a small kind of comb for curling the whiskers. Oxford University. Botany Bay, Worcester. Coll Oxon, so called from its remote situation. Bother, trouble or annoyance. Anyone oppressed with business cares is said to be bothered. Don't bother, is a common expression. Blother, an old word, signifying to chatter idly. Botheration. Trouble, annoyance, botheration to it. Confound it, or deuce take it. An exclamation when irritated. Bottle holder, originally a term in prize ring parlance for the second who took charge of the water bottle, which was an essential feature in all pugilistic arrangements. This second used to hold the combatant on his knee between the rounds, while the other or principal second sponged, instructed, and advised, an abettor, also the bridegroom's man at a wedding. Slang term for Lord Palmerston, derived from a speech he made some years ago when Foreign Secretary, in which he described himself as acting the part of a judicious bottle holder among the foreign powers. Bottom, stamina in a horse or man. Power to stand fatigue, endurance to receive a good beating and still fight on. A fellow of pluck, sound wind, and good bottom is fit to fight anything. This was an old axiom among prize fighters. Pierce Egan was very fond of the word. Bottom, spirit placed in a glass before aerated water is poured in. As, a soda and a bottom of brandy, soda and dark bottom, is American for soda and brown brandy. Bottomed well with brandy. Bone Gaultier ballads. Bots, the colic, or bellyache stable slang. Burns uses it. See Death and Dr. Horn book. Body, conceited, swaggering stable. An infant's posterior's nursery. Bounce, impudence, cheek. A showy swindler, a bully. Bounce, to boast, cheat, or bully old cant. Also to lie. Bounceable, prone to bouncing or boasting. Bouncer, a person who steals whilst bargaining with a tradesman, a swindler, or a lie of more than ordinary dimensions. Bounder, a four-wheeled cab. Because of its jumping motion over the stones. Also a university term for a trap, which generally has a very rough time of it on the country roads. Bowcatcher, or kiss curl, a small curl which a few years back used to be, and probably will be again someday, twisted on the cheeks or temples of young and often old girls, adhering to the face as if gummed or pasted. Evidently a corruption of bowcatcher. In old times this was called a lovelock, when it was the mark at which all the Puritan and ranting preachers levelled their pulpit pop guns, loaded with sharp and virulent abuse. Hall and Prynne looked upon all women as strumpets who dared to let the hair depart from a straight line upon their cheeks. The French prettily termed these adornments accroche-coeurs, whilst in the United States they were plainly and unpleasantly called spit curls. Bartlett says, spit curl, a detached lock of hair curled upon the temple, probably from having been at first plastered into shape by the saliva. It is now understood that the mucilage of quince seed is used by the ladies for this purpose. When men twist the hair on each side of their faces into ropes, they are sometimes called bell ropes, as being wherewith to draw the bells. Whether bell ropes or bowcatchers, it is singular they should form part of a prisoner's adornment, and that a jaunty little kiss curl should, of all things in the world, ornament a jail dock, yet such was formerly the case. Hunt, the accomplice after the fact and King's evidence against the murderer of Weir, on his trial appeared at the bar with a highly pomatumed love-lock sticking tight to his forehead. In the days of the Civil Wars, the very last thing a cavalier would part with was his love-lock. Bowdlerization, a term used in literary circles to signify undue strictness of treatment caused by over-modesty in editing a classic. To bowdlerize is to emasculate through squeamishness. From the name, Bowdler, of one of Shakespeare's purifiers. Bolus, round tarts made of sugar, apple, and bread, sold in the streets, especially at the East End of London. Bowls, shoes. Bowl out, to put out of the game, to remove out of one's way, to detect, originally a cricketing term, but now general. Box Harry, a term with bagmen or commercial travelers, implying dinner and tea at one meal, also dining with Duke Humphrey, i.e., going without which see. Box the compass, to repeat the 32 points of the compass either in succession or irregularly. The method used at sea to teach boys the points of the mariner's compass. See. Boy, a hump on a man's back. In low circles it is usual to speak of a hump-backed man as two persons, him and his boy, and from this much coarse fun and personality are at times evolved. Bracelets, handcuffs. Brace up, to pawn stolen goods. Brads, money. Properly a small kind of nails used by cobblers, compare horse nails. Brain pan, the skull, and brain canister, the head. Both pugilistic and exchangeable terms. Bramblegelder, a derisive appellation for an agriculturist's Suffolk. Brandy Pawnee, brandy and water Anglo-Indian. Brandy smash, one of the 365 American drinks, made of brandy and crushed ice. Brand new, quite new. Properly brand, or fire new, i.e., fresh from the anvil, or fresh with the manufacturer's brand upon it. Brass, money. Tin is also used, and so are most forms of metal. Brass, impudence. In 1803 some artillerymen stationed at Norwich were directed to prove some brass ordnance belonging to the city. To the report delivered to the corporation was appended this note: N.B. It is customary for the corporal to have the old metal when any of the pieces burst. Answer: the corporation is of opinion that the corporal does not want brass. Brass knocker, broken victuals. Used by tramps and cadgers. Brat, a child of either sex. Generally used in an offensive sense. Brazen-faced, impudent, shameless. From brass. Such a person is sometimes said to have rubbed his face with a brass candlestick. Brazil, a hard redwood, hard as Brazil, a common expression. Quarrels in his emblem says thou knowest my brittle temper's prone to break. Are my bones Brazil or my flesh of oak? Bread bags, a nickname given in the Army and Navy to anyone connected with the victualling department, as a purser or purveyor in the commissariat. Bread basket, dumpling depot, victualling office, and were terms which in the old pugilistic days were given by the fancy to the digestive organs. Blows in this region were called porridge disturbers, and other fancy names, which were supposed to rob them of their hardness to those who did not receive them. Breakdown, a noisy dance, almost violent enough to break the floor down, a jovial, social gathering, a flare-up, in Ireland, a wedding American so far as the dance is concerned. Break one's back, a figurative expression implying bankruptcy or the crippling of a person's means. A story is current of a fashionable author answering a late and rather violent knock at his door one evening. A coal heaver wanted to know if the gentleman would like a cheap ton of coals. He was sorry for troubling him so late, but the party as had ordered the 2 ton and a half couldn't be found, although he had driven his wagon for 6 blessed hours up and down the neighborhood. 5.20 is the price, but you shall have them for 20s. Our author was not to be tempted, he had heard of the trick before, so bidding the man go away from his house, he shut the door. The man, however, lingered there, expatiating on the quality of his coals actually given away, and the gent won't have said he, addressing the neighborhood in a loud voice, and the last that was heard of him was his anything but sweet voice whistling through the keyhole, will 18 bob break your back? Break shins, to borrow money. Probably from an older slang phrase, kick, to ask for drink money. Break the ice, to make a commencement, to plunge in medias res. Break up, the conclusion of a performance of any kind, originally a school term. Breaky leg, strong drink, he's been to Bungay Fair, and broke both his legs, i.e., got drunk. In the ancient Egyptian language, the determinative character in the hieroglyphic verb to be drank, has the significant form of the leg of a man being amputated. Tangle leg is the name given to New England rum. Breechhead, or to have the bags off, to have plenty of money, to be well breechhead, to be in good circumstances. Also among schoolboys, to be well flogged. Breeches, to wear the breeches, said of a wife who usurps the husband's prerogative. Equivalent to the remark that the grey mare is the better horse. Breeching, a flogging. Term in use among boys at several private schools. Brief, probably identical with brief, a shortened card used for cheating purposes, thus described in an old book of games of about 1720. Take a pack of cards and open them, then take out all the honors, and cut a little from the edges of the rest all alike, so as to make the honors broader than the rest, so that when your adversary cuts to you, you are certain of an honor. When you cut to your adversary, cut at the ends, and then it is a chance if you cut him an honor, because the cards at the ends are all of a length. Thus you may make briefs endways as well as sideways. Modern card players of a certain kind have considerably improved on this. Breeks, breeches Scotch, now common. Brick, a jolly good fellow, a regular brick, a staunch fellow. About the highest compliment that in one word can be paid one man. Said to be derived from an expression of Aristotle's tau epsilon tau rho alpha gamma omega nu omicron nu eta rho. Bridge, a cheating trick at cards, by which any particular card is cut by previously curving it by the pressure of the hand. Used in France as well as in England, and termed in the Parisian argot faire le pont. Brief, a pawnbroker's duplicate, a raffle card, or a ticket of any kind. Briefs, cards constructed on a cheating principle. See bridge, concavs and convxs, longs, and shorts, reflectors, and c. From the German, brief, which Baron Heineken says was the name given to the cards manufactured at Ulm. Brief is also the synonym for a card in the German Rottwalsch dialect, and briefen to play at cards. Item: beware of the joners, gamblers, who practice bisflurry with the brief, cheating at cards, who deal falsely and cut one for the other, cheat with bogline and spies, pick one brief from the ground, and another from a cupboard, and see Liber Vagatorum, ed. by Martin Luther, in 1529. English translation, by J. C. Hotten, 1860, p. 47. See brief. Brim, a violent irascible woman, as inflammable and unpleasant as brimstone, from which the word is contracted. Brinny, the sea. A dip in the Brinny once a year is a great attraction to Cockney excursionists. A story is told of one excursionist saying to another, as they stripped in a double machine, "Why, 'Arry, what dirty feet you've got." "Avi, well yer see I wasn't down last year." Bring up, or bring to stop suddenly, as a team of horses or a vessel. To bring up also means to feed, clothe, and educate a child. To bring up by hand is to bring up a newly born child or animal without assistance from the natural fount. Brisket beater, a Roman Catholic. Broad and shallow, an epithet applied to the so-called broad church, in contradistinction to the high and low churches. See high and dry. Broad brim, originally applied to a Quaker only, but now used in reference to all quiet, sedate, respectable old men. Broad cooper, a person employed by brewers to negotiate with publicans. Broad faking, playing at cards. Generally used to denote work of the three-card and kindred descriptions. Broad fencer, a correct card seller at races. Broads, cards. Broadsman, a card sharper. See broad faking. Broadway swell, a New York term for a great dandy, Broadway being the principal promenade in the Empire City. Broady, cloth. Evidently a corruption of broadcloth. Broady workers are men who go round selling vile shoddy stuff under the pretense that it is excellent material, which has been got on the cross, i.e. stolen. Brala, an umbrella. Term used at both Oxford and Cambridge universities. Brosier, a bankrupt Cheshire. Brosier my dame, school term, implying a clearing of the housekeeper's larder of provisions, in revenge for stinginess eaten. Brother Chip, originally fellow carpenter. Almost general now as brother tradesman of any kind. Also, brother whip, a fellow coachman, and brother blade, of the same occupation or calling, originally a fellow soldier. Brother smut, a term of familiarity. Ditto, brother smut, tu quoque. Broth of a boy, an Irish term for a jolly good fellow. Brown, a halfpenny C blunt. Brown, to do well or completely, doing it brown, prolonging the frolic, or exceeding sober bounds, done brown, taken in, deceived, or surprised. Brown Bess, the old government regulation musket, a musket with a brown barrel, also Black Bess. A suggestion has been made that Bess may be from the German Busk, or Bosk, a barrel. It is much more likely, however, that the phrase is derived from the fact that the soldier is wedded to his weapon. Brown paper men, low gamblers. Brown study, a reverie. Very common even in educated society, but hardly admissible in writing, and therefore considered a vulgarism. It is derived, by a writer in Notes and Queries, from brow study, and he cites the old German Braun, or Augenbrauen, and eyebrow Ben Jonson. Brown talk, conversation of an exceedingly proper character, Quakerish. Compare blue. Brown to understand, to comprehend. Bruiser, a fighting man, a pugilist. Shakespeare uses the word bruising in a similar sense. Brum, a counterfeit coin. Nearly obsolete. Corruption of brummagem, for meaning of which see introductory chapter. Brush, a fox's tail, a house painter. Also a scrimmage. Brush, or brush off, to run away, or move on quickly. Old cant bub, drink of any kind. See grub. Middleton, the dramatist, mentions Buber, a great drinker. Bub, a teat, woman's breast, plural boobies, no doubt from bibe. See anti. Bubble, to overreach, deceive, to tempt by means of false promises. Old. Acta Regia, 248, 1726. Bubble and squeak, a dish composed of pieces of cold roast or boiled meat and greens, afterwards fried, which have thus first bubbled in the pot, and then squeaked or hissed in the pan. Bubble company, a swindling association. Buckled, to be married. Also to be taken in custody. Both uses of the word common and exchangeable among the London lower classes. Bubbly jock, a turkey, or silly boasting fellow, a prig. Scottish. In the north of England the bird is called a bobblecock. Both names, no doubt, from its cry, which is supposed by imaginative persons to consist of the two words exactly. Buck, a gay or smart man, an unlicensed cabman, also a large marble used by schoolboys. Buck, sixpence. The word is rarely used by itself, but generally denotes the sixpence attached to shillings in reference to cost, as, 3 and a buck, 3 shillings and sixpence. Probably a corruption of fi buck. Buck horse, a smart blow or box on the ear, derived from the name of a celebrated bruiser of that name. Buck horse was a man who either possessed or professed insensibility to pain, and who would for a small sum allow anyone to strike him with the utmost force on the side of the face. Buckle, to bend, I can't buckle to that. I don't understand it, to yield or give in to a person. Shakespeare uses the word in the latter sense, Henry IV, I won, and Halliwell says that the commentators do not supply another example. Buckle beggar, a couple beggar, which see. Buckle to bend to one's work, to begin at once, and with great energy from buckling to one's armor before a combat, or fastening on a bundle. Buckley, who struck Buckley, a common phrase used to irritate Irishmen. The story is that an Englishman having struck an Irishman named Buckley, the latter made a great outcry, and one of his friends rushed forth screaming, "Who struck Buckley?" "I did," said the Englishman, preparing for the apparently inevitable combat. "Then," said the ferocious Hibernian, after a careful investigation of the other's thews and sinews, "then, serve him right." Buckra, a white man. The original of this term is a flogging man, from the Hebrew, and the application of it to the whites by the West Indian Negroes is, therefore, rather interesting. They probably first learned it from a missionary. Buckshish, bucksheesh, or baksheesh, a present of money. Over all India, and the East generally, the natives lose no opportunity of asking for buckshish. The usage is such a complete nuisance that the word is sometimes answered by a blow. This is termed bamboo buckshish. Buckshish has taken up a very firm residence in Europe, may, in fact, on a much larger scale than that of Asia, be said to have always had an existence here. Buckshish is a very important item in the revenues of officials who hold positions of considerable importance, as well as in those of their humbler brethren. During the recent visit of the Shah of Persia, that potentate discovered that buckshish was by no means peculiar to the East. Budge, to move, to make tracks. Budge, strong drink, budgie, drunk, budging ken, a public house, cove of the budging ken, the landlord. Probably a corruption of booze. Probably also, on the lucus a non lucenda principle, because its use made one incapable of budging. Buff, the bare skin, stripped to the buff. Buff, to swear to, or accuse, generally used in reference to a wrongful accusation, as, oh, buff it onto him. Old word for boasting, 1582. Buffer, a navy term for a boatswain's mate, one of whose duties it is or was to administer the cat. Buffer, a familiar expression for a jolly acquaintance, probably from the French bouffard, a fool or clown, a jolly old buffer, said of a good-humored or liberal old man. In 1737, a buffer was a rogue that killed good sound horses for the sake of their skins, by running a long wire into them. Bacchus and Venus. The term was once applied to those who took false oaths for a consideration, but though the word has fallen into disuse, there is no particular reason for imagining that the practice has. Buffer, a woman employed in a Sheffield warehouse to give the final polish to goods previously to their being plated. Buffer, a dog. Dogs' skins were formerly in great request, hence the term buff, meaning in Old English to skin. It is still used in the ring, buffed meaning stripped naked, though the term buff, as applied to the skin, is most likely due to its resemblance to the leather so called. Stripped to the buff, cannot have any reference to dog skinning, though it may have originally referred to the buff jerkins worn under defensive armor. In Irish cant, buffer is a boxer. The buffer of a railway carriage doubtless received its very appropriate name from the old pugilistic application of this term. Bufflehead, a stupid or obtuse person. Mege. German, Buffelhaupt, buffalo-headed. Occurs in Plautus Comedies Made English, 1694. Buffs, the 3rd Regiment of Foot in the British Army. From their facings. Buffy, intoxicated. Buggy, a gig, or light chaise. Common term in America and in India, as well as in England. Bug hunter, a low wretch who plunders drunken men. Bug walk, a coarse term for a bed. Build, applied in fashionable slang to the make or style of dress, and see it's a tidy build, who made it. A tailor is sometimes called a trousers builder. Bulger, large, synonymous with buster. Bulky, a constable north. Bull, one who agrees to purchase stock at a future day, at a stated price, but who simply speculates for a rise in public securities to render the transaction a profitable one. Should stocks fall, the bull is then called upon to pay the difference. Sea bear, who is the opposite of a bull, the former selling, the latter purchasing, the one operating for a fall, the other for a rise. Bull, a crown piece, formerly bullseye. Sea work. Bull, term amongst prisoners for the meat served to them in jail. Also very frequently used instead of the word beef. The costermonger often speaks of his dinner, when he has beef, as a bit o' bull, without any reference to its being either tough or tender, but he never speaks of mutton as sheep. Bull beef, a term of contempt, as ugly as bull beef, go to the billy fencer, and sell yourself for bull beef. Sometimes used to indicate full size of anything. There was he, as big as bull beef. Bulldogs, the runners who accompany the proctor in his perambulations, and give chase to runaways. University. Bullet, to discharge from a situation. To shake the bullet at anyone, is to threaten him with the sack, but not to give him actual notice to leave. To get the bullet is to get notice, while to get the instant bullet is to be discharged upon the spot. The use of the term is most probably derived from a fancied connection between it and the word discharge. Bullfinch, a hunting term for a large, thick, quick-set hedge, difficult alike to top or burst through. Probably a corruption of bull fence, a fence made to prevent cattle straying either in or out. Bull the cask, to pour hot water into an empty rum puncheon, and let it stand until it extracts the spirit from the wood. The mixture is drunk by sailors in default of something stronger. See. Bully, a braggart, in the language of the streets, a man of the most degraded morals, who protects fallen females, and lives off their miserable earnings. Shakespeare, in A Midsummer Night's Dream, uses the word in its old form, as a term of endearment. This epithet is often applied in a commendable sense among the vulgar, thus a good fellow or a good horse will be termed a bully fellow, a bully horse, and a bully woman signifies a right, good motherly old soul. Among Americans, bully for you, is a commendatory phrase, and that's bully is a highly eulogistic term. Bullarag, to abuse or scold vehemently, to swindle one out of money by intimidation and sheer abuse. Bum, the part on which we sit. Shakespeare. Bum bags, trousers, gale. Bun, a base or bottom, Welsh, bone, the lowest or worst part of anything. Bum bailiff, a sheriff's officer, a term, some say, derived from the proximity which this gentleman generally maintains to his victims. Blackstone says it is a corruption of bound bailiff. A bum bailiff was generally called bummy. Bumble, to muffle. Bumble-footed, club-footed, or awkward in the gait. Bumble, a beetle. Adopted from Dickens's character in Oliver Twist. This and bumbledom are now common. Bumble puppy, a game played in public houses on a large stone, placed in a slanting direction, on the lower end of which holes are excavated, and numbered like the holes in a bagatelle table. The player rolls a stone ball, or marble, from the higher end, and according to the number of the hole it falls into the game is counted. It is undoubtedly the very ancient game of Trull in Madam. Bumbles, coverings for the eyes of horses that shy in harness. Bum rusher, an usher at a school. Bumaclink, in the Midland counties the inferior beer brewed for haymakers and harvest laborers. Derivation obvious. Bum curtain, an old name for Academical gowns when they were worn scant and short, especially those of the students of St. John's College Cam. University. Any ragged or short Academical gown. Bum Aries, a term given to a class of speculating salesmen at Billingsgate Market, not recognized as such by the trade, but who get a living by buying large quantities of fish from the salesmen and reselling them to smaller buyers. The word has been used in the statutes and bylaws of the market for upwards of 200 years. It has been variously derived. Some persons think it may be from the French bonne marie, good fresh fish. Marie signifie tout sort de poisson de mer qui en est pas sale, bonne marie marie fraîche, vendeur de marie. Dictionary de l'Académique. Frank. The Bumaries are accused of many trade tricks. One of them is to blow up codfish with a pipe until they look double their actual size. Of course, when the fish come to table they are flabby, sunken, and half dwindled away. In Norwich, to bumary one is to run up a score at a public house just open, and is equivalent to running into debt with one. One of the advertisements issued by High Robinson's office, over against Threadneedle Street, was this touching advice from the office: you are desired to give and take notice as followeth of monies to be taken up, or delivered on Botto Maria, commonly called Bumary. of money to be put out or taken upon interest, and c. the public intelligencer, num. 17, June 25, 1660. Bummer, literally one who sits or idles about, a loafer, one who sponges upon his acquaintances. In California, men who profess to be journalists, and so obtain free dinners and drinks, are called literary bummers. Although the term is not much in use in this country, the profession of bumming, both literary and otherwise, is freely practiced. Bumper, according to Johnson from bump, but probably from French bon pair, the fixed toast in monastic life of old, now used for full measure. A match at quoits, bowls, and c. may end in a bumper game, if the play and score be all on one side. Bumper is used in sporting and theatrical circles to denote a benefit which is won in reality as well as in name. Bumptious, arrogant, self-sufficient. One on very good terms with himself is said to be bumptious. Bunce, costermonger's perquisites, the money obtained by giving lightweight, and c. costermonger's goods sold by boys on commission. In fact, anything which is clear profit or gain is said to be all bunce. Probably a corruption of bonus, bone, or boner, being the slang for good. Bunce, grows gives as the cant word for money. Bunch of fives, the hand, or fist. Bundle, to bundle a person off, i.e., to pack him off, send him flying. Bundling, men and women sleeping together, where the divisions of the house will not permit of better or more decent accommodation, with all their clothes on. Bundling was originally courting done in bed, the lovers being tied or bundled up to prevent undue familiarities. The practice still obtains in some parts of Wales. Bung, the landlord of a public house. Much in use among sporting men. Bung, to give, pass, hand over, drink, or to perform almost any action. Bung up, to close up, as the eyes pugilistic. Bung over the rag, hand over the money old, used by Beaumont and Fletcher, and Shakespeare. Also, to deceive one by a lie, to cram, which see. Bunk, to decamp. Bunket, i.e., be off. Bunker, beer. Bunkum, an American importation, denoting false sentiments in speaking, pretended enthusiasm, and c. The expression arose from a speech made by a North Carolina senator named Buncombe. Bunter, a prostitute, a street-walking female thief. Burden's Hotel, White Cross Street Prison, of which the governor was a Mr. Burden. Almost every prison has a nickname of this kind, either from the name of the governor, or from some local circumstance. The Queen's Bench has also an immense number of names. Spike Park and C. and every Chief Justice stands godfather to it. Burek, a lady, a showily dressed woman. Burke, to kill, to murder, secretly and without noise, by means of strangulation. From Burke, the notorious Edinburgh murderer, who, with an accomplice named Hare, used to decoy people into the den he inhabited, kill them, and sell their bodies for dissection. The wretches having been apprehended and tried, Burke was executed, while Hare, having turned king's evidence, was released. Bishop and Williams were their London imitators. The term Burke is now usually applied to any project that is quietly stopped or stifled as the question has been burked. A book suppressed before publication is said to be burked. Great, as Saib, a great man, Kanatu, a great dinner Anglo-Indian. Bury a mal, to run away from a mistress. Bus, or bus, an abbreviation of omnibus, a public carriage. Also, a kiss, abbreviation of Father Baser. A Mr. Shillabeer started the first bus in London. A shillabeer is now a hearse and mourning coach all in one, used by the very poorest mourners and shabbiest undertakers. Why is Temple Bar like a lady's veil? Because it wants to be removed to make way for the buses. Bus, business, of which it is a contraction, or action on the stage, so written, but pronounced biz theatrical. See biz. Business, the action which accompanies dialogue. His business was good. Generally applied to byplay theatrical. Busk, to sell obscene songs and books at the bars and in the tap rooms of public houses. Sometimes it implies selling other articles. Also to work public houses and certain spots as an itinerant musician or vocalist. Busker, a man who sings or performs in a public house, an itinerant. Bust, or burst, to tell tales, to split, to inform. Busting, informing against accomplices when in custody. Buster, burster, a small new loaf, twopenny buster, a twopenny loaf. A pen'orth o' beeswax, cheese, and a penny buster, a common snack at beer shops. A halfpenny loaf is called a starver. Buster, an extra size, what a buster, i.e., what a large one, in for a buster, determined on an extensive frolic or spree. Scotch, bustuous, Icelandic, bostra. Bustle, money, to draw the bustle. Busy sack, a carpet bag. Bucha, a Hindu word in use among Englishmen for the young of any animal. In England we ask after the children, in India the health of the buchas is tenderly inquired for. Butcher, the king in playing cards. When card playing in public houses was common, the kings were called butchers, the queens bitches, and the knaves jacks. The latter term is now in general use. Butcher's mourning, a white hat with a black mourning hatband. Probably because, under any circumstances, a butcher would rather not wear a black hat. White hats and black bands have, however, become genteel ever since the late Prince Consort patronized them, though they retain a deal of the old sporting leaven. Butter, or batter, praise, or flattery. To butter, to flatter, cajole. Same as soft soap and soft solder. Soft words generally. Maybe from the old proverb, fine words butter no parsnips. Butter-fingered, apt to let things fall, greasy or slippery-fingered. Button, a decoy, sham purchaser, N.C. At any mock or sham auction seedy specimens may be seen. Probably from the connection of buttons with brummagem, which is often used as a synonym for a sham sea bonnet. Buttoner, a man who entices another to play. Buttons, a page from the rows of gilt buttons which adorn his jacket. Buttons, not to have all one's buttons, to be deficient in intellect. To make buttons means for some occult reason to look sorry and sad. He was making buttons, i.e., he was looking sorrowful. Perhaps because button making is a sorry occupation. Butta, a word used in the mining districts to denote a kind of overseer. Also used by the Royal Marines in the sense of comrade, a policeman's assistant, one of the staff in a melee. Buzz, to share equally the last of a bottle of wine, when there is not enough for a full glass to each of the party. Buzz, a well-known public house game, played as follows: the chairman commences saying 1, the next on the left hand 2, the next 3, and so on to 7, when buzz must be said. Every 7 and multiple of 7, as 14, 17, 21, 27, 28, and c, must not be mentioned, but buzz instead. Whoever breaks the rule pays a fine, which is thrown on the table, and the accumulation expended in drink for the company. See Snooks and Walker for more complicated varieties of a similar game. These parlor pastimes are often not only funny, but positively ingenious. But the licensing act and a zealous police are fast clearing them all out. Buzz, to pickpockets, buzzing or buzz faking, robbing. Buzzbloke, a pickpocket who principally confines his attention to purses and loose cash. Grows gives buzzgloke, an ancient cant word. Gloke was old cant for a man. Buzznapper, a young pickpocket. Buzzman, an informer, from buzz, to whisper, but more generally a thief. Buzznapper's Academy, a school in which young thieves were trained. Figures were dressed up, and experienced tutors stood in various difficult attitudes for the boys to practice upon. When clever enough they were sent on the streets. Dickens gives full particulars of this old style of business in Oliver Twist. Buzzer, a pickpocket. Grows gives buzzcove and, as above mentioned, buzzgloke. Biblo, an illegitimate child. By George, an exclamation similar to by Jove. The term is older than is frequently imagined. Vide Bacchus and Venus, p. 117, 1737. 4, or by George, I'd knock him down. Originally in reference to Saint George, the patron saint of England, or possibly to the House of Hanover. By golly, an ejaculation, or oath, a compromise for by God. By gum is another oblique oath. In the United States, small boys are permitted by their guardians to say "gol darn anything," but they are on no account allowed to commit the profanity of gddn anything. A manner of sailing close to the wind which is objectionable to the honest mind. A specimen ejaculation and moral wastepipe for interior passion or wrath is seen in the exclamation by the ever-living jumping Moses, a harmless and ridiculous phrase, that from its length is supposed to expend a considerable quantity of fiery anger. By jingo, an oath, or exclamation having no particular meaning, and no positive etymology, though it is believed by some that jingo is derived from the Basque jenko, the devil. Cab, in statutory language, a hackney carriage drawn by one horse. Abbreviated from the French cabriolet, originally meaning a light low chaise. The wags of Paris, playing upon the word, quasi-cabriolet, used to call a superior turnout of the kind a cabrio cream. Our abbreviation, which certainly smacks of slang, has been stamped with the authority of the legislature, and has been honored by universal custom. Cab, to stick together, to muck, or tumble up Devonshire. Cabbage, pieces of cloth said to be purloined by tailors. Any small profits in the way of material. Cabbage, to pilfer or purloin. Termed by Johnson a cant word, but adopted by later lexicographers as a respectable term. Said to have been first used in the above sense by Arbuthnot. Cabbage head, a soft-headed person. Cabby, popular name for the driver of a cab. This title has almost supplanted the more ancient one of Yarve. Caboose, the galley or cookhouse of a ship, a term used by tramps to indicate a kitchen. Cackle tub, a pulpit. Cackling cove, an actor. Also called a mummery cove theatrical. Cad, or cadger, from which it is shortened, a mean or vulgar fellow, a beggar, one who would rather live on other people than work for himself, a man who tries to worm something out of another, either money or information. Johnson uses the word, and gives huckster as the meaning, in which sense it was originally used. Apparently from cager, or gauger, the old cant term for a man. The exclusives at the English universities apply the term cad to all non-members. It has also been suggested that the word may be a contraction of the French cadet. Cad, an omnibus conductor. Of late years the term has been generically applied to the objectionable class immortalized by Thackeray under the title of snob. A great deal of caddism is, however, perpetrated by those who profess to have the greatest horror of it, the upper classes, a fact which goes far to prove that it is impossible to fairly ascribe a distinctive feature to any grade of society. Cadge, to beg in an artful, wheedling manner north. In Scotland to cadge is to wander, to go astray. See under codger. Cadging, begging, generally with an eye to pilfering when an opportunity occurs. To be on the cadge is almost synonymous with on the make. Cag, to irritate, affront, anger. Schoolboy slang. Cage, a minor kind of prison. A country lock-up which contained no offices. Cagmag, bad food, scraps, odds and ends, or that which no one could relish. Grows give cagg mags, old and tough Lincolnshire geese, sent to London to feast the poor cockneys. Gael, French, and Welsh, cac, and magn. A correspondent at Trinity College, Dublin, considers this as originally a university slang term for a bad cook, kappa alpha kappa mu gamma epsilon iota rho omicron. There is also a Latin word used by Pliny, magma, denoting dregs, or dross. Cake, a flat, a soft or doughy person, a fool. Cakey panem fencer, or panem fencer, a man who sells street pastry. Calaboose, a prison sea slang, from the Spanish. Calculate, a word much in use among the inhabitants of the western states U.S., as I calculate you are a stranger here. New Englanders use the word guess instead of calculate, while the Virginians prefer to say reckon. Caleb quotem, a parish clerk, a jack of all trades. From a character in the Wags of Windsor. California, or Californians, money. Term generally applied to gold only. Derivation very obvious. Call, a notice of rehearsal, or any other occasion requiring the company's presence, posted up in a theater. We're called for 11 tomorrow morning. Call-a-go, in street patter, is to leave off trying to sell anything and to remove to another spot, to desist. Also to give in, yield, at any game or business. Probably from the go call in cribbage. Cameronians, the 26th Regiment of Foot in the British Army. Kamsa, shirt, or chemise span. See its abbreviated form, mish, from the ancient cant, commission. Probably reintroduced by the remains of de Lacy Evans's Spanish Legion on their return. See Somerville's account of the span leg, for the curious facility with which the lower classes in England adopt foreign words as slang and cant terms. Italian, camicia. This latter is the more likely etymology, as anyone who visits the various quarters where Irish, Italians, and a mongrel mixture of half a dozen races congregate and pig together, will admit. Camister, a preacher, clergyman, or master. Canary, a sovereign. From the color. Very old slang indeed. Canister, the head pugilistic. Canister cap, a hat. Cannibals, the training boats for the Cambridge freshmen, i.e., cannot poles. The term is applied both to boats and rowers, see slogjayers. Torpids is the usual term for the races in which these men and machines figure. Canakin, a small can, similar to pannikin. And let the canakin clink. Cant, a blow or toss, a cant over the kisser, a blow on the mouth, a cant over the buttock, a throw or toss in wrestling. Cantab, a student at Cambridge. Cantankerous, litigious, bad-tempered. An American corruption probably of contentious. A reviewer of an early edition of this book derives it from the Anglo-Norman contec, litigation, or strife. Others have suggested cankerous as the origin. Bailey has contique, contention as a Spencerian word, and there is the oe conticors, quarrelsome persons. Cant of togs, a gift of clothes. Canvas scenes, sailors' canvas trousers. Cap, a false cover to a tossing coin. The term and the instrument are both nearly obsolete. See cover down. Cap, to set her cap. A woman is said to set her cap at a man when she makes overt love to him. Cap, to outdo or add to, as in capping jokes. Cape Cod turkey, saltfish. Caper merchant, a dancing master. Sometimes a hop merchant. Capers, dancing, frolicking, to cut caper sauce, i.e., to dance upon nothing be hanged. Old thieves' talk. Capper clawing, female encounter, where caps are torn and nails freely used. Sometimes it is pronounced clapper claw. The word occurs in Shakespeare, Troilus, and Cressida, Act VSC 4. Caravan, a railway train, especially a train expressly chartered to convey people to a prize fight. Caravanserai, a railway station. In pugilistic phraseology, a tip for the starting point might have been given thus. The scratch must be towed at sharp 5, so the caravan will start at 4 from the caravanserai. Carboy, a general term in most parts of the world for a very large glass or earthenware bottle. Card, a character. A queer card, i.e., an odd fish. Cardinal, a lady's red cloak. A cloak with this name was in fashion in the year 1760. It received its title from its similarity in shape to one of the vestments of a cardinal. Also mulled red wine. Cardwell's men, officers promoted in pursuance of the new system of non-purchase. Carney, soft hypocritical language. Also, to flatter, wheedle, or insinuate oneself prov carnish, meat, from the Italian carne, flesh, a lingua franca importation, Carnish can, a thieves' eating house, cove of the Carnish can, the keeper thereof North Country cant Caroon, 5 shillings. French, couron, gypsy, corna, Spanish, corona. Carpet, upon the carpet, any subject or matter that is uppermost for discussion or conversation. Frequently quoted as sur le tapis, or more generally on the tapis, but it does not seem to be at all known in France. Also servants' slang. When a domestic is summoned by the master or mistress to receive a warning or reprimand, he or she is said to be carpeted. The corresponding term in commercial establishments is a wigging. Carpet knight, an habitué of drawing rooms, a ladies' man. Carrier pigeon, a swindler, one who formerly used to cheat lottery office keepers. Now used among betting men to describe one who runs from place to place with commissions. Carawitchet, a hoaxing, puzzling question, not admitting of a satisfactory answer, as how far is it from the 1st of July to London Bridge? If a bushel of apples cost 10 shillings, how long will it take for an oyster to eat its way through a barrel of soap? Carrot. Take a carrot, a vulgar insulting phrase. Carrots, the coarse and satirical term for red hair. An epigram gives an illustration of the use of this term. Why scorn red hair? The Greeks, we know, I note it here in charity, had taste in beauty, and with them the graces were all Chi iota tau alpha iota. Of late years carroty hair in all its shades has been voted beautiful, i.e., fashionable. Carry corn, to bear success well and equally. It is said of a man who breaks down under a sudden access of wealth, as successful horse racing men and unexpected legatees often do, or who becomes affected and intolerant, that he doesn't carry corn well. Carry me out? An exclamation of pretended astonishment on hearing news too good to be true, or a story too marvelous to be believed. Sometimes varied by let me die, i.e., I can't survive that. Profanely derived from the nunc dimittis, Luke 11:29. The Irish say, "Carry me out, and bury me decently." Carry on, to joke a person to excess, to carry on a spree too far, how we carried on, to be sure, i.e., what fun we had. Nautical term from carrying on sail. Carts, a pair of shoes. In Norfolk the carapace of a crab is called a crab cart, hence carts would be synonymous with crab shells, which see. Cartwheel, a 5-shilling piece. Generally condensed to wheel. Casa, a writ of capias ad satisfacendum legal slang. Casa, or case, a house, respectable or otherwise. Probably from the Italian casa old cant. The Dutch use the word kast in a vulgar sense for a house, i.e., maatkast, a brothel. Case sometimes means a water closet, but is in general applied to a house of accommodation. Casa is generally pronounced karzi. Cascade, to vomit. Case. Some years ago the term case was applied generally to persons or things. What a case he is, i.e., what a curious person, a rum case that, or you are a case, both synonymous with the phrase odd fish, common half a century ago. This would seem to have been originally a case for the police court, drunkenness, and c. Among young ladies at boarding schools a case means a love affair. Case now means any unfortunate matter. I'm afraid it's a case with him. Case, a bad crown piece. Half a case, a counterfeit half-crown. There are two sources, either of which may have contributed the slang term. Kaser is the Hebrew word for a crown, and silver coin is frequently counterfeited by coating or casing pewter or iron imitations with silver. Possibly from its being a case with the unfortunate owner. Cask, fashionable slang for a brougham, or other private carriage. Not very general. Pillbox is the more usual term. Kisum, cheese not caffin, which Egan, in his edition of Groves, has ridiculously inserted ancient cant Latin, caseus. Gale. And Irish, case. Cast, to assist by lightning labor. Men in small boats who want to be towed behind steamers or sailing vessels, say give us a cast. Also used by wagoners and others, who sometimes vary the performance by asking, when stuck on a hill, for a pound, possibly a pound of flesh, horse or human. Cast up accounts, to vomit old. Castor, a hat. Mostly used in pugilistic circles. Indeed many hangers-on of the PR have considered that the term arose from the custom of casting the hat into the ring, before entering oneself. Castor was the Latin name for the animal now known as the beaver, and, strange to add, beaver was the slang for castor, or hat, many years ago, before gossamer came into fashion. Cat, a lady's muff, to free a cat, i.e., steal a muff. Cat, to vomit like a cat. Perhaps from cataract, but see shoot the cat. Cat 9 tails, a whip with that number of lashes used to punish refractory sailors see. The cat is now a recognized term for the punishmental whip. Catamaran, a disagreeable old woman Thackeray. Cat and kitten sneaking, stealing pint and quart pots and small pewter spirit measures from public houses. Cataract, once a black satin scarf arranged for the display of jewelry, much in vogue among commercial gents. Now quite out of date. Catchbet, a bet made for the purpose of entrapping the unwary by means of a paltry subterfuge. See cherry color. Catch 'em alive, a humane trap, also a small tooth comb. A piece of paper smeared with a sweet sticky substance which is spread about where flies most abound, and in this sense not particularly humane. The catch 'em alive trap for rats and other such animals is humane compared with the gin trap. Catch penny, Any temporary contrivance to obtain money from the public, penny shows, or cheap exhibitions. Also descriptions of murders which have never taken place. Catchy, similar formation to touchy, inclined to take an undue advantage. Caterwauling, applied derisively to inharmonious singing, also love-making, from the noise of cats similarly engaged. Catever, a queer, or singular affair, anything poor, or very bad. From the lingua franca, and Italian, cattivo, bad. Variously spelled by the lower orders see curtiver. Cat-faced, a vulgar and very common expression of contempt in the north of England. Catgut scraper, a fiddler. Cat in the pan, a traitor, a turncoat derived by some from the Greek, kappa alpha tau alpha pi alpha nu, altogether, or and more likely from cake in pan, a pancake, which is frequently turned from side to side. Catlap, a contemptuous expression for weak drink. Anything a cat will drink is very innocuous. Cats and dogs. It is said to rain cats and dogs when a shower is exceptionally heavy. Probably in ridicule of the remarkable showers which used to find their way into the papers during the silly season. Cat's meat, a coarse term for the lights or lungs of animals being usually sold to feed cats. Catspaw, a dupe, or tool. From the old story of the monkey who used the catspaw to remove his roast chestnuts from the fire. A sea term, meaning light and occasional breezes occurring in calm weather. Catswatter, Old Tom, or gin. Cattle, a term of contempt applied to the mob, or to a lot of lazy, helpless servants. Caucus, a private meeting held for the purpose of concerting measures, agreeing upon candidates for office before an election, and this is an American term, and a corruption of Cawker's meeting, being derived from an association of the shipping interest at Boston, previous to the War of Independence, who were very active in getting up opposition to England. See Pickering's vocabulary. Caulk, to take a surreptitious nap, sleep generally, from the ordinary meaning of the term, stopping leaks, repairing damages, so as to come out as good as new. See term. Caulker, a dram. The term caulker is usually applied to a stiff glass of grog, preferably brandy, finishing the potations of the evening. See whitewash. Caulker, a too marvelous story, a lie. Choker has the same sense. Caution, anything out of the common way. He's a caution, is said of an obdurate or argumentative man. The phrase is also used in many ways in reference to places and things. Cavalting, a vulgar phrase equivalent to horsing. The Italian cavallino, signifies a rake or debauchee. Lingua franca, cavolta. From this comes the Americanism cavorting, running, or riding round in a heedless or purposeless manner. Cave, or cave in, to submit, shut up. American. Metaphor taken from the sinking of an abandoned mining shaft. Chaff, to gammon, joke, quiz, or praise ironically. Originally to queer represented our modern word chaff. Chaff bone, the jawbone. Yorkshire. Chaff, jesting. In Anglo-Saxon, ceaf is chaff, and seaful, bill, beak, or jaw. In the Ancran Rill, AD 1221, seaful is used in the sense of idle discourse. Chaffer, the mouth, moisten your chaffer, i.e., take something to drink. Chal, Old Romany term for a man, chia was the name for a woman. Chalk out, or chalk down, to mark out a line of conduct or action, to make a rule or order. Phrase derived from the workshop. Chalk up, to credit, make entry in account books of indebtedness. I can't pay you now, but you can chalk it up, i.e., charge me with the article in your day book. From the old practice of chalking one's score for drink behind the bar doors of public houses. Chalks, to walk one's chalks, to move off, or run away. An ordeal for drunkenness used on board ship, to see whether the suspected person can walk on a chalked line without overstepping it on either side. Chalks, degrees, marks, so called from being made by a piece of chalk, to beat by long chalks, i.e., to be superior by many degrees. Making chalks is a term connected with the punishment of boys on board ship, and in the naval school at Greenwich. 2 chalk lines are drawn wide apart on the deck or floor, and the boy to be punished places a foot on each of these lines, and stoops, thereby presenting a convenient portion of his person to the boatswain or master. Chance the ducks, an expression signifying come what may. I'll do it, and chance the ducks. Chancery, a pugilistic phrase for difficulties, to get a man's head into chancery, i.e., to get an opponent's head firmly under one's arm, where it can be pummeled with immense power, and without any possibility of immediate extrication from the helplessness of a suitor in chancery. This opportunity was of very rare occurrence when the combatants were at all evenly matched. Change, small money. The overplus returned after paying for a thing in a round sum. Hence a slang expression used when a person receives a settler in the shape of either a repartee or a blow. Take your change out of that. Chap, a fellow, a boy, a low chap, a low fellow, abbreviation of chapman, a huckster. Used by Byron in his critical remarks. Chapel, a printer's assembly, held for the purpose of discussing differences between employer and workman, trade regulations, or other matters. The term is scarcely slang, but some comps ask its insertion in this work. Chapel. An undergrad is expected to attend 7 out of the 14 services in chapel each week, and to let 4 or 5 be morning chapels. Occasionally a don, the dean, as a rule will chapel him, that is, order him to attend to worship his Creator twice daily. The Bible clerk pricks the list, i.e., marks down the names of all present university chapel of ease. French, cabinet d'aisance, a house of office. Chariot buzzing, picking pockets in an omnibus. Charlie, a watchman, a beadle. Almost obsolete now. Charlie pitcher, a low, cheating gambler. Charlies, a woman's breasts. Also called dairies and bubbies. Chats, lice, or body vermin. Prov, any small things of the same kind. Chatterbasket, common term for a prattling child amongst nurses. Chatterbox, an incessant talker or chatterer. Chatty, a filthy person, one whose clothes are not free from vermin. Chatty doss, a lousy bed. A chatty dosser or a crummy dosser is a filthy tramp or houseless wanderer. Chaunt, to sing the contents of any paper in the streets. Cant, as applied to vulgar language, may have been derived from chaunt. Chaunt, to chaunt the play, to explain the tricks and maneuvers of thieves. Chaunter culls, a singular body of men who used to haunt certain well-known public houses, and write satirical or libel-louse ballads on any person, or body of persons, for a consideration. 760 was the usual fee, and in 3 hours the ballad might be heard in St. Paul's churchyard, or other public spot. Strange as it may appear, there are actually 2 men in London at the present day who gain their living in this way. Very recently they were singing before the establishment of a fashionable tailor in Regent Street, and not long since they were bawling their doggerel rhymes outside the mansion of a Norfolk MP, in Belgravia. 57 chaunters, those street sellers of ballads, last copies of verses, and other broadsheets, who sang or bawled the contents of their papers. They often termed themselves paper workers. Cheap evening papers and private executions have together combined to improve these folks' occupations off the face of the earth. See horse chaunters. Chaw, to chew, chaw up, to get the better of one, finish him up, chawed up, utterly done for. Chaw bacon, a rustic. Derived from the popular idea that a countryman lives entirely on bread and fat bacon. A country clown, a jiskin, a yokel, a clod crusher. These terms are all exchangeable. Chaw over, to repeat one's words with a view to ridicule. Cheap, doing it on the cheap, living economically, or keeping up a showy appearance with very little means. Cheap jacks, or johns, oratorical hucksters and patterers of hardware, who put an article up at a high price, and then cheapen it by degrees, indulging all the time in volleys of coarse wit, until it becomes to all appearance a bargain, and as such it is bought by one of the crowd. The popular idea is that the inverse method of auctioneering saves them paying for the auction license. See Dutch auction. Checks, counters used in games at cards. In the Pacific states of America, a man who is dead is said to have handed, or passed, in his checks. The gamblers there are responsible for many of the colloquialisms current. Chi-chi, this word is used in a rather offensive manner to denote Eurasians 58 or children by an English father and native mother. It takes its origin in a very common expression of half-caste females, chi-chi, equivalent to ro, fi, nonsense, for shame, Anglo-Indian. Cheek, share, or portion, where's my cheek, where is my allowance? All to his own cheek, all to himself. Cheek, impudence, assurance, cheeky, saucy, or forward. Cheek, to irritate by impudence, to accuse. Cheek by jowl, side by side, said often of persons in such close confabulation that their faces almost touch. Cheese, anything good, first rate in quality, genuine, pleasant, or advantageous, is termed the cheese. The London Guide, 1818, says it was from some young fellows translating "c'est un autre chose" into "that is another cheese." But the expression cheese may be found in the Gypsy vocabulary, and in the Hindustani and Persian languages. In the last, chiz means a thing that is the thing, i.e., the cheese. Cheese, or cheese it, evidently a corruption of cease, leave off, or have done, cheese your barracan, hold your noise. Term very common. Cheese cutter, a prominent and aquiline nose. Also a large square peak to a cap. Caps fitted with square peaks are called cheese cutter caps. Cheesemongers, once a popular name for the first lifeguards. Until the Peninsular War, the first lifeguards, from their almost exclusive service at home, were nicknamed cheesemongers. This term then fell into desuetude, but at Waterloo the commanding officer of the regiment had not forgotten it, and when leading his men to the charge, called out, "Come on, you damned cheesemongers," an invitation complied with so readily, that the title was restored, with the difference that it was no longer a word of reproach. Cheesy, fine, or showy. The opposite of dusty. Cherubums, or cherubims, a nickname given to the 11th Hussars, from their crimson trousers. Cherry color, either red or black, as you wish, a term used in a cheating trick at cards. When the cards are being dealt, a knowing one offers to bet that he will tell the color of the turn-up card. Done, says Mr. Green. The sum being named, Mr. Sharp affirms that it will be cherry color, and as cherries are either black or red, he wins, leaving his victim a wiser man, it is to be hoped, and not a better for the future. It may be as well for the habitually unfortunate to know that wagers of this kind are not recoverable even according to the sporting code, which disacknowledges all kinds of catch bets. Cherry Mary, a present of money. Cherry Mary bamboo, a beating Anglo-Indian. Cherubs, or still more vulgarly, cherubims, the chorister boys who chant in the services at the abbeys and cathedrals. Possibly because in some places their heads alone are visible. Cheshire cat, to grin like a Cheshire cat, to display the teeth and gums when laughing. Formerly the phrase was to grin like a Cheshire cat eating cheese. A hardly satisfactory explanation has been given of this phrase that Cheshire is a county palatine, and the cats, when they think of it, are so tickled with the notion that they can't help grinning. 59 Chicken, a term applied to anything young, small, or insignificant. Chicken steaks, small poultry steaks. She's no chicken, said of an old maid. Chicken-hearted, cowardly, fearful. With about the amount of pluck a chicken in a fright might be supposed to possess. Cheek, to hail in a rough though friendly manner, to support by means of vociferation. Cheek, a hail, a good loud word of hearty praise, term used by the costermongers, who assist the sale of each other's goods by a little friendly, although noisy, commendation. Children's shoes, to make, to be made not of sea shoes. Chill, to warm, as beer. This at first seems like reversing the order of things, but it is only a contraction of take the chill off. Chimney sweep, the aperient mixture commonly called a black draught. Chin chin, a salutation, a compliment Anglo-Chinese. Chink, or chinkers, money ancient. Derivation obvious. Chinwag, officious impertinence. Chip of the old block, a child which physically or morally resembles its father. Brother Chip, one of the same trade or profession. Originally brother carpenter, now general. Chips, money, also a nickname for a carpenter. See. Chirp, to give information, to peach. Chisel, to cheat, to take a slice off anything. Hence the old conundrum, why is a carpenter like a swindler? Because he chisels a deal. Chit, a letter, corruption of a Hindu word Anglo-Indian. Chitlins, the shirt frills once fashionable and worn still by ancient beaux, properly the entrails of a pig, to which they are supposed to bear some resemblance. Belgian skitterling. Chivalry, coition. Probably a corruption from the lingua franca. Perhaps from chevalture. Chive, or chivy, a shout, a halloo, or cheer, loud-tongued. Probably from chevy chase, a boy's game, in which the word chevy is bawled aloud. Dickens uses the word chivy in Bleak House rather freely, but there it is from the other phase of chevy chase which follows. Chive, a knife, also used as a verb, to knife. In all these cases the word is pronounced as though written chiv or chivy. Chive fencer, a street hawker of cutlery. Chivy, to chase round, or hunt about. Apparently from chevy chase see above. Coakie, or chokey, the black hole military Anglo-Indian. Chokey is also very vulgar slang for prison. Chock full, full till the scale comes down with a shock. Originally choke full, and used in reference to theaters and places of amusement. Choke off, to get rid of. Bulldogs can only be made to loose their hold by choking them 60 suggestively to get rid of a man by saying something to him which sticks in his gizzard. Choker, a cravat, a neckerchief. White choker, the white neckerchief worn by mutes at a funeral, waiters at a tavern, and gentlemen in evening costume. Clergymen and Exeter Hallites are frequently termed white chokers. Choker, or windstopper, a garroter. Chonkeys, a kind of mincemeat, baked in a crust, and sold in the streets. Choops, a corruption of chupraho, keep silence Anglo-Indian. Chuda, small, insignificant Anglo-Indian. Chop, in the Canton jargon of Anglo-Chinese, this word has several significations. It means an official seal, a permit, a boatload of teas. First chop signifies first quality, and chop chop, to make haste. Chop, to exchange, to swap. To chop and change, to be as variable as the wind. Chops, properly chaps, the mouth, or cheeks, down in the chops, or down in the mouth, i.e., sad or melancholy. Chouse, to cheat out of one's share or portion. Hakliuit, chos, massing chouse. From the Turkish, in which language it signifies an interpreter. Gifford gives a curious story as to its origin. In the year 1609 there was attached to the Turkish embassy in England an interpreter, Ortiz, who, by cunning, aided by his official position, managed to cheat the Turkish and Persian merchants, then in London, out of the large sum of £4,000, then deemed an enormous amount. From the notoriety which attended the fraud, and the magnitude of the swindle, anyone who cheated or defrauded was said to tias, or chaws, or chouse, to do, that is, as this tias had done. See tranche, eng past, and present. Chouse, according to Sandys, Travels, p. 48, is one who goes on embassies, executes commandments, and c. The particular chouse in question is alluded to in Ben Jonson's Alchemist, 1610. D. What do you think of me? That I am a chouse? Face. That I am a chouse? What's that? D. The Turk who was here. As one would say, do you think I am a Turk? Chout, an entertainment East End of London. Covey, a shop costermonger. Chow chow, a mixture, food of any kind. Also chit-chat and gossip Anglo-Chinese. Chowdar, a fool Anglo-Chinese. Christening, erasing the name of the maker, the number, or any other mark, from a stolen watch, and inserting a fictitious one in its place. Chubby, round-faced, plump. Probably from the same derivative as chub, which means literally a fish with a big head. Chuck, bread, or meat, in fact, anything to eat. Also a particular kind of beefsteak. Chuck, a schoolboy's treat. Westminster School. Provision for an entertainment. Hard chuck is sea biscuit. Chuck, to throw or pitch. Chuck a jolly, to bear up or bonnet, as when a costermonger praises the inferior article his mate or partner is trying to sell. See cheek. Chuck a stall, to attract a person's attention while a confederate picks his pockets, or otherwise robs him. Chuck in, to challenge from the pugilistic custom of throwing a hat into the ring, a modern version of throwing down the gauntlet. This term seems to have gone out of fashion with the custom which gave rise to it. Chucklehead, much the same as buffle head, cabbage head, chowder head, cod's head, all signifying that large abnormal form of skull generally supposed to accompany stupidity and weakness of intellect, as the Scotch proverb, muckle head and little wit. Originally Devonshire, but now general. Chucks. Schoolboy's signal on the master's approach. Chuck up, to surrender, give in from the custom of throwing up the sponge at a prize fight in token of yielding. This is very often corrupted into jack up. Chuff it, i.e., be off, or take it away, in answer to a street seller who is importuning you to purchase. Halliwell mentions chuff as a term of reproach, surly, and see chul, make haste. An abbreviation of the Hindustani chulo, signifying go along. Chul is very commonly used to accelerate the motions of a servant, driver, or palanquin bearer. Chum, an intimate acquaintance. A recognized term, but in such frequent use with slangists that it almost demands a place here. Stated to be from the Anglo-Saxon, kuma, a guest. Chum, to occupy a joint lodging with another person. Latin, come chumming up, an old custom amongst prisoners before the present regulations were in vogue, and before imprisonment for debt was abolished. When a fresh man was admitted to their number, rough music was made with pokers, tongs, sticks, and saucepans. For this ovation the initiated prisoner had to pay, or fork over, half a crown or submit to a loss of coat and waistcoat. Chummy, a chimney sweep probably connected with chimney, also a low-crowned felt hat. Sometimes, but rarely, a sweep is called a clergyman from his color. Chump, the head, or face. Also one end of a loin of mutton. A half-idiotic or daft person is said to be off his chump. Chunk, a thick or dumpy piece of any substance, as a chunk of bread or meat Kentish. Church-a-yak, or watch, to take the works of a watch from its original case, and put them into another one, to avoid detection. See christen. Churchwarden, a long pipe, a yard of clay, probably so called from the dignity which seems to hedge the smoker of a churchwarden, and the responsibility attached to its use. Sometimes called an alderman. Cinder, any liquor used in connection with soda water, as to take a soda with a cinder in it. The cinder may be sherry, brandy, or any other liquor. Circumbendibus, a roundabout way, a long-winded story. Clackbox, a garrulous person, so called from the rattle formerly used by vagrants to make a rattling noise and attract attention. Norfolk. A common proverb in this county is, your tongue goes like a baker's clap dish, which is evidently a modern corruption of the beggar's clap or clack dish mentioned in Measure for Measure. It was a wooden dish with a movable cover. Claggum, boiled treacle in a hardened state, hard bake seeklangy. Clam, or clam, to starve north. Clap, to place, do you think you can clap your hand on him, i.e., find him out? Clap is also a well-known form of a contagious disease. Clapper, the tongue. Said of an over-talkative person, to be hung in the middle and to sound with both ends. Claptrap, high-sounding nonsense. An ancient theatrical term for a trap to catch a clap by way of applause from the spectators at a play. Bailey's Dictionary. Claret, blood pugilistic. Otherwise badminton, which see. Clashy, a low fellow, a laborer. Anglo-Indian. Class, the highest quality or combination of highest qualities among athletes. He's not class enough, i.e., not good enough. There's a deal of class about him, i.e., a deal of quality. The term as used this way obtains to a certain extent among turfites. Clawhammer coat, an American term for a tailcoat used in evening costume. Also known as a steel pencoat. Clean, quite, or entirely, clean gone, entirely out of sight, or away old. See Cotgrave and Shakespeare. Clean contrary, quite different, opposite. Clean out, to ruin, or make bankrupt anyone, to take all he has got, by purchase, chicane, or force. De Quincey, in his article on Richard Bentley, speaking of the lawsuit between that great scholar and Dr. Kalbach, remarks that the latter must have been pretty well cleaned out. The term is very general. Click, a knock, or blow. Click-handed, left-handed Cornish. A term in Cumberland and Westmoreland wrestling for a peculiar kind of throw, as an inside click, or an outside click. Click, to snatch, to pull away something that belongs to another. Clicker, a female touter at a bonnet shop. In Northamptonshire, the cutter out in a shoemaking establishment. In the Dictionary of the Terms, Ancient and Modern, of the Contéing Crew, London. N.D., but prior to 1700, the clicker is described as the shoemaker's journeyman or servant, that cuts out all the work, and stands at or walks before the door, and says what d'ye lack, sir, what d'ye buy, madam. In a printing office, a man who makes up the pages, and who takes work and receives money for himself and companions. Clipped, to steal. Clingy, or cliggy, sticky Anglo-Saxon, clegg, clay see clagum. Clinch, to get to be locked up in jail. Clincher, that which rivets or confirms an argument, an incontrovertible position. Also a lie which cannot be surpassed, a stopper up, said to be derived as follows: two notorious liars were back to outlie each other. I drove a nail through the moon once, said the first. Right, said the other, I recollect the circumstance well, for I went round to the back part of the moon and clinched it, hence clincher. Clingrig, stealing tankards from public houses, and sea clipper, a fine fast-sailing vessel. Applied also as a term of encomium to a handsome woman. Clipping, excellent, very good. Clipper, anything showy or first-rate. Clock, a watch. Watches are also distinguished by the terms red clock, a gold watch, and white clock, a silver watch. Generally modified into red un and white un. Clock, to know what's a clock, to be up, down, fly and awake, to know everything about everything, a definition of knowingness in general, see time o' day. Clodhopper, a country clown. Cloud, to be under to be in difficulties, disgrace, or disrepute, in fact, to be in shady circumstances. Clout, or rag, a cotton pocket handkerchief, old cant. Now clouts means a woman's underclothes, from the waist downwards, i.e., petticoats when they are on the person, but the term is extended to mean the whole unworn wardrobe. Probably St. Giles's satire, having reference to the fact that few women there possess a second gown. Clout, an intentional heavy blow. Clover, happiness, luck, a delightful position from the supposed extra enjoyment which attends cattle when they suddenly find their quarters changed from a barren field to a meadow of clover. Among betting men, he who has arranged his wagerings so satisfactorily before an event that he cannot possibly lose, and may win a good deal, is said to be in clover, a phrase which is sometimes varied by the remark that he stands on velvet. Anyone who is provided for, so that he can look forward to a term of ease and enjoyment for the rest of his life, is also said to be in clover. Club, in maneuvering troops, so to blunder in giving the word of command that the soldiers get into a position from which they cannot extricate themselves by ordinary tactical means. Young officers frequently club their men, and get consequently wigged by the inspecting general. Clump, to strike, to beat, prov cly, a pocket old cant for to steal. A correspondent derives this word from the Old English, clies, claws, Anglo-Saxon, clea. This pronunciation is still retained in Norfolk, thus, to cly would mean to pounce upon, to snatch, see frisk. Gale, clea, pronounced clee, a basket. Clyfaker, a pickpocket. Coach, a private tutor. Originally university, but now general. Any man who now trains or teaches another, or others, is called a coach. To coach is to instruct as regards either physical or mental acquirements. A private tutor is sometimes termed a rural coach when he is not connected with a college. At rugby, a flogging is termed a coaching. Coach wheel, or tusharoon, a crown piece, or 5 shillings. Coal, money, post the coal, put down the money. The phrase was used by Mr. Buckstone at the Theatrical Fund dinner of 1863. From this is derived the theatrical term coaling, profitable, very good, which an actor will use if his part is full of good and telling speeches, thus, my part is full of coaling lines. This term was used in the sporting world long anterior to Mr. Buckstone's speech. See coal. Coals, to haul, or pull, over the coals, to take to task, to scold. Supposed by Jameson to refer to the ordeal by fire. To take one's coals in, is a term used by sailors to express their having caught the venereal disease. It means that they have gotten that which will keep them hot for a good many months. Cobbing, a punishment inflicted by sailors and soldiers among themselves. See Groves and Captain Marryat's novels. A handsaw is the general instrument of punishment. Cock, a familiar term of address, jolly old cock, a jovial fellow, how are you, old cock? Frequently rendered nowadays, cock-ee, a vulgar street salutation, probably a corruption of cock-eye. The latter is frequently heard as a shout or street cry after a man or boy. Cock, a smoking term, cocking a broseley, i.e., smoking a pipe. Broseley in Shropshire is famous for churchwardens. A cock is an apocryphal story, generally, of a murder or elopement bawled about the streets by the Seven Dials patterers. Cock, a pugilistic term for a man who is knocked out of time. Knocked him a reg'lar cock. Sometimes used to signify knocked out of shape, as, knocked him a cock, probably connected with cocked hat shape. A horse who has been backed by the public, but who does not run, or, running, does not persevere. Cock, to cock your eye, to shut or wink one eye, to make sheep's eyes. Cock a hoop, in high spirits. Possibly the idea is from the fact that, if a cock wins a fight, he will mount on anything near, and crow lustily and jubilantly. It is noticeable that under these circumstances a cock always gets off the ground level if he can. Cockalorum, or cockalorum, amplification of cock or cocky. Cock and bull story, a long, rambling anecdote. See peroration to Tristram Shandy. Cock and hen club, a free and easy gathering, or sing-song, where females are admitted as well as males. Cock and pinch, the old-fashioned beaver hat, affected by swells and sporting gents 40 years ago, cocked back and front, and pinched up at the sides. Cock-a-wax, an amplification of the simple term cock, sometimes lad of wax, originally applied to a cobbler, but now general. Cocked Hat Club, the principal clique amongst the members of the Society of Antiquaries, who virtually decide whether any person proposed shall be admitted or not. The term comes from the cocked hat placed before the president at the sittings. There was another cocked hat club in London not many years back, which had nothing peculiar about it beyond the fact that every member wore during club sittings, a fore and aft cocked hat. Otherwise the proceedings were of the most ordinary kind. Cocked hat shaped, shapeless, anything which has been altered beyond recognition, or any man who has been put completely hors de combat, is said to have been knocked into a cocked hat. Cocker, it is all right, according to Cocker, meaning that everything has been done in accordance with the present system of figures. The phrase refers to the celebrated writing master of Charles II's time, whose arithmetic, dictionary, and were long the standard authorities. The arithmetic was first published in 1677-8, and, though it reached more than 60 editions, is considered a very scarce book. Professor De Morgan says that the main goodness of Cocker's tutor consists in his adopting the abbreviated system of division, and suggests that it became a proverbial representative of arithmetic from Murphy's farce of The Apprentice, 1756, in which the strong point of the old merchant, Wingate, is his extreme reverence for Cocker and his arithmetic. A curious fact may here be mentioned in connection with this saying. It has been stated, and very well proved, that many words popular in Shakespeare's time, and now obsolete in this country, are still in everyday use in the older English settlements of North America. The original compiler of this work was surprised, when traveling through Western Canada, to find that, instead of the renowned Cocker, the people appealed to another and more learned authority. According to Gunter, is a phrase in continual transatlantic use. This scientific worthy invented the sector in 1606, and in 1623, about the time of the great Puritan exodus to North America, he brought out his famous rule of proportion. This was popularly known as Gunter's proportion, or Gunter's line, and the term soon became a vulgar standard of appeal in cases of doubt or dispute. Cock-eye, a term of opprobrium often applied to one that squints. Cockles, to rejoice the cockles of one's heart, a vulgar phrase implying great pleasure. Also, to warm one's cockles, said of any hot, well-spiced drink, taken in cold weather. Cockles altogether seem to be an imaginary portion of great importance in the internal economy of the human frame. Cockney, a native of London. Originally, a spoilt or effeminate boy, derived from cockring, or foolishly petting a person, rendering him of soft and luxurious manners. Halliwell states, in his admirable essay upon the word, that some writers trace the word with much probability to the imaginary land of Cocken, the lubber land of the olden times. Grose gives Minch's absurd but comical derivation: a citizen of London being in the country, and hearing a horse neigh, exclaimed, "Lord, how that horse laughs!" A bystander informed him that the noise was called neighing. The next morning when the cock crowed, the citizen, to show that he had not forgotten what was told him, cried out, "Do you hear how the cock neighs? See mare's nest." Cock of the walk, a master spirit, head of a party. Places where poultry are fed are called walks, and the barn door cocks invariably fight for the supremacy till one has obtained it. At schools where this phrase was originally much used, it has been diminished to cock only. Cock one's toes, to die. Otherwise turn up one's toes. Cock Robin shop, a small printing office, where cheap and nasty work is done and low wages are paid. Cocks, fictitious narratives, in verse or prose, of murders, fires, and terrible accidents, sold in the streets as true accounts. The man who hawks them, a patterer, often changes the scene of the awful event to suit the taste of the neighborhood he is trying to delude. Possibly a corruption of cook, a cook's statement, or maybe the story of a cock and a bull may have had something to do with the term. Improvements in newspapers, especially in those published in the evening, and increased skepticism on the part of the public, have destroyed this branch of a once flourishing business. Cockshy, a game at fairs and races, where trinkets are set upon sticks, and for 1 penny 3 throws at them are accorded, the thrower keeping whatever he knocks off. From the ancient game of throwing or shying at live cocks. Any prominent person abused in the newspapers is said to be a common cockshy. Cocksure, certain. Cocky, pert, saucy. Coconut, the head. A pugilistic term. Also, when anything is explained to a man for the first time, it is not unusual for him to say, "Ah, that accounts for the milk in the coconut," a remark which has its origin in a clever but not very moral story. Kokum, shrewdness, ability, luck. Jack's got kokum, he's safe to get on, he is, viz., he starts under favorable circumstances. To fight kokum is to be wily and cautious. Allied perhaps to the Scottish keek, German, gucken, to peep or pry into. Cod, to hoax, to take a rise out of one. Used as a noun, a fool. Coddam, a public house game, much affected by medical students and cabmen, generally 3 on each side. The game is simplicity itself, but requires a great amount of low cunning and peculiar mental ingenuity. It consists in guessing in which of the 6 hands displayed on the table, a small piece of marked money lies hid. If the guesser brings it home, his side takes the piece, and the center man works it. If the guess is wrong, a chalk is taken to the holders, who again secrete the coin. Great fun is to be obtained from this game when it is properly played. Cods, the poor brethren of the Charter House. In the Newcomes, Thackeray writes, the Cistercian lads call these old gentlemen cods, I know not wherefore. A probable abbreviation of codger. Codger, or coger, an old man, a rum old codger, a curious old fellow. Codger is sometimes used as synonymous with cadger, and then signifies a person who gets his living in a questionable manner. Cogers, the name of a debating society, formerly held in Shoe Lane, Fleet Street, and still in existence. The term is probably a corruption of cogitators. Coffee shop, a water closet, or house of office. Cog, to cheat at dice Shakespeare. Also, to agree with, as one cogwheel does with another, to crib from another's book, as schoolboys often do. This is called cogging over. Cogged, loaded like false dice. Anyone who has been hocussed or cheated is sometimes said to have been cogged. Coin, to post the coin. Sometimes post the coal, a sporting phrase meaning to make a deposit of money for a match of any kind. Cold blood, a house licensed for the sale of beer not to be drunk on the premises. Cold coffee, misfortune, sometimes varied to cold gruel. An unpleasant return for a proffered kindness is sometimes called cold coffee. See cold coffee, an Oxford synonym for a cell, which see. Cold cook, an undertaker. Cold cook's shop, an undertaker's. Cold meat, a corpse. Cold meat box, a coffin. Cold meat train, the last train at night by which officers can reach Aldershot per Southwestern Railway. So called because by this train corpses are often conveyed on account of the Necropolis Company to Woking. Cold shoulder, to show or give anyone the cold shoulder is to cut in a modified form, to assume a distant manner towards anybody, to evince a desire to cease acquaintanceship. Sometimes termed cold shoulder of mutton. Colfabias, a Latinized Irish phrase signifying the closet of decency, applied as a slang term to a place of resort in Trinity College, Dublin. Collar, out of collar, i.e., out of place, no work. Probably a variation of the metaphorical expressions, in, or out of harness, i.e., in or out of work, the horse being in collar when harnessed for his work. Collar work is any very hard work, from the expression among drivers. Any uphill journey is said to be all collar work for the horses. Collar, to seize, to lay hold of. Thieves' slang, i.e., to steal. Collar and elbow, a term for a peculiar style of wrestling, the Cornwall and Devon style. Collections, the college examinations at the end of each term, when undergraduates wear white ties and bands, and are trotted through the subjects of the term's lecture. These are the occasions when the dons administer reproof or advice on the conduct of each individual undergrad. Oxford University. Collogue, to conspire, talk mysteriously together in low tones, plot mischief. Connected with colloquy or colleague. Maybe mixture of both. Collywobbles, the stomachache, a person's bowels supposed by many to be the seat of feeling and nutrition. Devonshire. Color, complexion, tint, I've not seen the color of his money, i.e., he has never paid me any. In fortune telling by cards, a diamond color is the fairest, heart color, fair, but not so fair as the last, club color, rather dark, spade color, an extremely swarthy complexion. Color, a handkerchief worn by each of the supporters of a professional athlete on the day of a match, so as to distinguish them from the partisans of the other side. The professional chooses his colors, and his backers, and as many of the general public as can be persuaded to do so, take one each to wear on the eventful day, the understanding being that the man is to be paid, say, a guinea if he wins, and nothing if he loses. Some of these handkerchiefs used to be, in the palmy days of pugilism and professional rowing on the Thames, very fine specimens of work, but as their purveyors expected to be paid whether they won or lost, and as the price was generally about 4 times the intrinsic value, colors are rather shyly dealt with now. The custom is, however, a very ancient one, and such men as Tom Sayers, Tom King, Harry Kelly, and Bob Chambers have, even in these degenerate days, received very large sums for their winning colors. Colt, a murderous weapon, formed by slinging a small shot to the end of a rather stiff piece of rope. It is the original of the misnamed life preserver. Colt, a person who sits as juryman for the first time. In Cork, an operative baker who does not belong to the union. Colt, a professional cricketer during his first season. From the best colts in the annual match are selected new county players. Colt, to fine a new juryman a sum to be spent in drink, by way of wetting his office, to make a person free of a new place, which is done by his standing treat, and submitting to be struck on the sole of the foot with a piece of board. Colt's tooth, elderly persons of juvenile tastes are said to have a colt's tooth, i.e., a desire to shed their teeth once more, to see life over again. Comb cut, mortified, disgraced, down on one's luck. See cut. Come, a slang verb used in many phrases, ain't he coming it, i.e., is he not proceeding at a great rate? Don't come tricks here, don't come the old soldier over me, i.e., we are aware of your practices, and twig your manoeuvre. Coming it strong, exaggerating, going ahead, the opposite of drawing it mild. Coming it also means informing or disclosing. Also, in pugilistic phraseology, to come it means to show fear, and in this respect, as well as in that of giving information, the expression come it is best known to the lower and most dangerous classes. Come down, to pay down. Commemoration, the end of Lent term at Oxford, when honorary degrees are conferred and certain prizes given, and when men have friends up. Commission, a shirt ancient cant Italian, camicia. As from our beds, we do oft cast our eyes, clean linen yields a shirt before we rise, which is a garment shifting in condition, and in the conteing tongue is a commission. In weal or woe, in joy or dangerous drifts, a shirt will put a man unto his shifts. Taylor's Works, 1630. For further particulars, see Camsa. Commister, a chaplain, or clergyman, originally old cant common sewer, a drain, vulgar equivalent for a drink. Commons, the allowance of anything sent out of the buttery or kitchen. A commons of bread, or of cheese, for instance university. Short commons, derived from the university slang term, a scanty meal, a scarcity. Competition walla, one who entered the Indian civil service by passing a competitive examination. Anglo-Indian. Compo, a sailor's term for his monthly advance of wages. Comprador, a purveyor, an agent, originally Spanish, now Anglo-Chinese. Concaves and convex, a pack of cards contrived for cheating, by cutting all the cards from the 2 to the 7 concave, and all from the 8 to the king convex. Then by cutting the pack breadthwise a convex card is cut, and by cutting it lengthwise a concave is secured. See longs and shorts. Congee, a kind of gruel made of rice. Anglo-Indian. Conch, a nose. Possibly from the Latin, concha, a shell. Greek, kapagamakaieta, hence anything hollow. Somewhat of a parallel may be found in the Latin, testa, an earthenware pot, a shell, and in later Latin, a skull, from whence the French teste, or tête, head. Conky, having a projecting or remarkable nose. The first Duke of Wellington was frequently termed Old Conky in satirical papers and caricatures. Connaught Rangers, the 88th Regiment of Foot in the British Army. Conscience price, fair terms, without extortion. Probably conscience price Anglo-Chinese. Constable, to overrun the constable, to exceed one's income, or get deep in debt. The origin of this phrase is unknown, but its use is very general. Constitutional, a walk, or other exercise taken for the benefit of the health. Consuma, a butler Anglo-Indian. Contango, among stockbrokers and jobbers, is a certain sum paid for accommodating a buyer or seller, by carrying the engagement to pay money or deliver shares over to the next account day. Continuations, coverings for the legs, whether trousers or breeches. A word belonging to the same squeamish, affected family as unmentionables, inexpressibles, and convey, to steal, convey, the wise it call. Conveyancer, a pickpocket. Shakespeare uses the cant expression conveyor, a thief. The same term is also French slang. Cooey, the Australian bush call, now not unfrequently heard in the streets of London. Cook, a term well known in the bankruptcy courts, in reference to accounts that have been meddled with, or cooked, by the bankrupt, also to form a balance sheet from general trade inferences, stated by a correspondent to have been first used in reference to the celebrated alteration of the accounts of the Eastern Counties Railway, by George Hudson, the Railway King. Any unfair statements of accounts or reports are now said to be cooked. Cook, in artistic circles, to dodge up a picture. Artists say that a picture will not cook when it is excellent and unconventional, and beyond specious imitation. Cook one's goose, to kill or ruin a person. North. Cooler, a glass of porter as a wind-up, after drinking spirits and water. This form of drinking is sometimes called putting the beggar on the gentleman. Coolie, a soldier, in allusion to the Hindu coolies, or day laborers. Coon, abbreviation of raccoon American. A gone coon ditto, one in an awful fix, past praying for. This expression is said to have originated in the First American War with a spy, who dressed himself in a raccoon skin, and ensconced himself in a tree. An English rifleman, taking him for a veritable coon, levelled his piece at him, upon which he exclaimed, "Don't shoot, I'll come down of myself, I know I'm a gone coon." The Yankees say the Britisher was so flummoxed, that he flung down his rifle and made tracks for home. The phrase is pretty general in England. There is one difficulty about this story: how big was the man who dressed himself in a raccoon skin? Cooper, stout half and half, i.e., half stout and half porter. Derived from the coopers at breweries being allowed so much stout and so much porter a day, which they take mixed. Cooper, to destroy, spoil, settle, or finish. Coopered, spoiled, done up, synonymous with the Americanism caved in, fallen in, ruined. The vagabond's hieroglyph, chalked by them on gateposts and houses, signifies that the place has been spoilt by too many tramps calling there. Cooper, to forge, or imitate in writing, Cooper a moniker, to forge a signature. Cooter, a sovereign. See cooter. Gypsy, cuta. Cop, to seize or lay hold of anything unpleasant, used in a similar sense to catch in the phrase to cop, or catch, a beating. To get copped, is to be taken by the police. Probable contraction of lat capera. Cop, beware, take care. A contraction of Coperdor Anglo-Indian. Coper, properly horse cooer, a Scotch horse dealer used to denote a dishonest one. Coping, like jockeying, is suggestive of all kinds of trickery. Copper, a policeman, i.e., one who cops, which see. Copper, a halfpenny. Coppers, mixed pence. Copper nose, a nose which is supposed to show a partiality on its owner's part for strong drink. Synonymous with jolly nose. Grog blossoms are the jewels often set in a jolly nose. Copus, a Cambridge drink, consisting of ale combined with spices, and varied by spirits, wines, and sea corruption of Hippocras. Corduroy roads, an American term for the rough roads made by simply laying logs along a clearing. Corinthianism, a term derived from the classics, much in vogue some years ago, implying pugilism, high life, sprees, roistering, and see Shakespeare, one hen. 4.2. For the immorality of Corinth was proverbial in Greece. Kappa omicron rho iota nu theta iota zeta epsilon sigma theta alpha iota, to Corinthianize, indulge in the company of courtesans, was a Greek slang expression. Hence the proverb omicron pi alpha nu tau nu delta rho epsilon kappa rho iota nu theta omicron nu sigma theta pi lambda omicron, and Horace, Epist. Lib. 1, 17. 36 Non quivis humi contingit ad ire Corinthum, in allusion to the spoliation practiced by the Hetairai on those who visited them. Pierce Egan, in his Life in London, is responsible for a deal of the modern use of this word, and after him Bell's Life, as the oracle of Corinthian sport, was not idle. Cork, a broken man, a bankrupt. Probably intended to refer to his lightness, as being without ballast. Cork, to draw a cork, to give a bloody nose pugilistic. Corkage, money charged when persons at an hotel provide their own wine, sixpence being charged for each cork drawn. Corked, said of wine which tastes of cork, from being badly decanted, or which has lost flavor from various other obvious causes. Corker, that's a corker, i.e., that settles the question, or closes the discussion. Corks, a butler. Derivation very obvious. Corks, money, how are you off for corks, a sailor's term of a very expressive kind, denoting the means of keeping afloat. Corned, drunk or intoxicated. Possibly from soaking or pickling oneself like corned beef. Corner, the corner, Tattersall's famous horse repository and betting rooms, so called from the fact of its situation, which was at Hyde Park Corner. Though Tattersall's has been removed some distance, to Albert Gate, it is still known to the older habitués of the subscription room as the corner. Cornered, hemmed in a corner, placed in a position from which there is no escape. Corner man, the end singer of a corps of Ethiopian or nigger minstrels. There are two corner men, one generally plays the bones and the other the tambourine. Corner men are the grotesques of a minstrel company. Corn in Egypt, a popular expression which means a plentiful supply of materials for a dinner, and c, or a good supply of money. Its origin is of course biblical. Corporation, the protuberant front of an obese person. Probably from the old announcements which used to be made, and are made now in some towns where improvements are made by the municipal authorities, widened at the expense of the corporation. Corpse, to stick fast in the dialogue, to confuse, or put out the actors by making a mistake theatrical. Kosh, a netty, a life preserver, any short, loaded bludgeon. Cossack, a policeman. Coastered, the head. A very old word, generally used in connection with cracked. Coster, the short and slang rendering of costermonger, or costermonger, who was originally an apple seller. Costering, i.e., costermongering, acting as a costermonger would. Costermonger, a street seller of fish, fruit, vegetables, poultry, and the London costermongers number more than 30,000. They form a distinct class, occupying whole neighborhoods, and were at one time cut off from the rest of metropolitan society by their low habits, general improvidence, pugnacity, love of gambling, total want of education, disregard for lawful marriage ceremonies, and their use of a peculiar slang language. They have changed a good deal of this, though, now. Costermonger, a litter costermonger, i.e., an apple seller. In Nares's glossary, ed. H and W, they are said to have been frequently Irish. So, Ben Jonson, her father was an Irish costermonger. Alkim, 4. X in England, sir, troth I ever laugh when I think on tea, why, sir, there all the costermongers are Irish. 2p Hen. 4, OPL, 3. 375 Their noisy manners are alluded to in Beaumont and Fletcher's Scornful Lady, 4. And then he'll rail like a rude costermonger that schoolboys had coos end of his apples, as loud and senseless. Cotton, to like, adhere to, or agree with any person, to cotton onto a man, to attach yourself to him, or fancy him, literally, to stick to him as cotton would. Vide Bartlett, who claims it as an Americanism, and Halliwell, who terms it an archaism, also Bacchus and Venus, 1737. Her heart's as hard as taxes, and as bad, she does not even cotton to her dad. Halliday and Lawrence, Kenilworth Burlesque. Cotton Lord, a Manchester manufacturer. Cottonopolis, Manchester. A term much in use among the reporters of the sporting press engaged in that locality. Council of 10, the toes of a man who turns his feet inward. Counter, to hit back, to exchange blows. A cross counter is a blow with the right hand given in exchange for one with the left, the counterer preferring to strike rather than to stop the blow. Pugilistic. Counter jumper, a shopman, a draper's assistant. Country captain, a spatchcocked fowl, sprinkled with curry powder. A favorite breakfast dish with the captains of country ships. Indian. Country ship, a ship belonging to the East Indies, and trading from port to port in that country. County crop, i.e., county prison crop, hair cut close and round, as if guided by a basin, an indication of having been in prison. Since short hair has become fashionable, the expression has fallen somewhat into disuse. In the times when long hair was worn, a man with his hair cut as described was said to have had it done with a knife and fork. Couple beggar, a degraded person, who officiated as a clergyman in performing marriages in the Fleet prison. Cooter, a sovereign. Half a cooter, half a sovereign. From the Danubian gypsy word cuta, a gold coin. Cove, or covey, a boy or man of any age or station. A term generally preceded by an expressive adjective, thus a flash cove, a rum cove, a downy cove, and c. The feminine, covess, was once popular, but it has fallen into disuse. Originally ancient cant, temp. Henry VII, cofe, or coffin, altered in Decker's time to cove. See Witt's Recreations, 1654, there's a gentry cove here, i.e., a gentleman. Probably connected with cuif, which, in the north of England, signifies a lout or awkward fellow. Amongst Negroes, cuffy. Coventry, to send a man to Coventry, not to speak to or notice him. Coventry was one of those towns in which the privilege of practicing most trades was anciently confined to certain privileged persons, as the freemen, &c. Hence a stranger stood little chance of custom, or countenance, and to send a man to Coventry came to be equivalent to putting him out of the pale of society. Cover down, a tossing coin with a false cover, enabling either head or tail to be shown, according as the cover is left on or taken off. The cover is more generally called a cap. This style of cheating is now obsolete. A man who cannot manage to cheat at tossing without machinery is a sorry rogue. Cowan, a sneak, an inquisitive or prying person. Greek, kapaomeganu, a dog. Term given by Freemasons to all uninitiated persons. Used in Anderson's Constitutions, edit. 1769, p. 97. If derived from Kappa Omeganu, its use was probably suggested by such passages in the NT as Matt 7. 6, and Philosophy 3. 2. The Muslims apply dog in a similar manner. It is probably Oriental. Other authorities say it is from Cowan, or Kerwin, a Scottish word signifying a man who builds rough stone walls without mortar, a man who, though he builds, is not a practical mason. Cow cow, to be very angry, to scold or reprimand violently, Anglo-Chinese. Cowhocked, clumsy about the ankles, with large or awkward feet. Cowlick, the term given to the lock of hair which costermongers and tramps usually twist forward from the ear, a large greasy curl upon the cheek, seemingly licked into shape. These locks are also called number 6s, from their usual shape. The opposite of Newgate knocker, which see. Cow's grease, butter. Coxy loxy, good-tempered, drunk Norfolk. Crab, a disagreeable old person. Name of a wild and sour fruit. Crab, to catch a crab, to fall backwards by missing a stroke in rowing. From the crab-like or sprawling appearance of the man when in the bottom of the boat. Crab, to offend, or insult, to expose or defeat a robbery, to inform against. Crab, in the sense of to offend, is Old English. If I think one thing and speak another, I will both crab Christ and Our Lady his mother. Packman's Paternoster. Crabs, in dicing, a pair of aces. Crab shells, or trotter cases, shoe sea carts. Crack, the favorite horse in a race. Steeplechase and hunting cracks have been made the subjects of well-known pictures, and the gallops of the cracks is a prominent line in the sporting papers. Crack, first rate, excellent, a crack hand, an adept, a crack article, a good one. A crack regiment, a fashionable one, old. Crack, dry firewood, modern gypsy. Crack, in a crack, of the finger and thumb, in a moment. Crack, to break into a house, crack a crib, to commit burglary. Crack a bottle, to drink. Shakespeare uses crush in the same slang sense. Cracked up, penniless or ruined. Cracking a crust, rubbing along in the world. Cracking a tidy crust, means doing very well. This is a very common expression among the lower orders. Crackle, or crackling, the scored rind on a roast leg or loin of pork, hence applied to the velvet bars on the gowns of the students at St. John's College, Cambridge, long called hogs, and the covered bridge which connects one of the courts with the grounds, Isthmus of Suez, Suez, Latsus, a swine. Cracksman, a burglar, i.e., the man who cracks. Crack up, to boast or praise, ancient English. Cram, to lie or deceive, implying to fill up or cram a person with false stories, to impart or acquire learning quickly, to grind or prepare for an examination. Crammer, one skilled in rapidly preparing others for an examination. One in the habit of telling lies. Crammer, a lie. Cranky, foolish, idiotic, rickety, capricious, not confined to persons. Ancient cant, crank, simulated sickness. German, crank, sickly. A crank or cranky vessel is one which pitches very much. Crap, to ease oneself by evacuation. Crapping case, or ken, the water closet. Generally called crapping castle. Crawler, a mean, contemptible, sycophantic fellow. Also a cab which is driven slowly along while its driver looks out for a fare. Crawling is by recent statute a punishable offense. Crawly molly, in an ailing, weakly, or sickly state. Craw thumper, a Roman Catholic. Compare brisket beater. Cream of the valley, gin, as opposed to or distinguished from Mountain Dew, whiskey. Crib, house, public, or otherwise, lodgings, apartments, a situation. Very general in the latter sense. Crib, to steal or purloin, to appropriate small things. Crib, a literal translation of a classic author. University. Crib biter, an inveterate grumbler, properly said of a horse which has this habit, a sign of its bad digestion. Cribbage faced, marked with the smallpox, full of holes like a cribbage board. Otherwise crumpet face. Crikey, profane exclamation of astonishment, oh, crikey, you don't say so, corruption of oh Christ. Sometimes varied by oh crimes. Cripple, a bent sixpence. Cripple, an awkward or clumsy person. Also one of dull wits. Croak, to die from the gurgling sound a person makes when the breath of life is departing. Croaker, one who takes a desponding view of everything, a misanthrope, an alarmist. From the Croaking of a Raven, Ben Jonson. Croaker, a beggar. Croaker, a dying person beyond hope, a corpse. The latter is generally called a stiff-on. Croaks, last dying speeches, and murderer's confessions. Crocodile's tears, the tears of a hypocrite. An ancient phrase, introduced into this country by Mandeville, or other early English traveler, who believed that the crocodile made a weeping noise to attract travelers, and then devoured them. See Shakespeare's use of the term in Othello. Crocus, or crocus, a quack or traveling doctor, crocuscovy, a chemist's shop. Crone, a termagant or malicious old woman. Crony, an intimate friend. Crooked, a term used among dog stealers and the fancy generally, to denote anything stolen. Got on the crook is exchangeable with got on the cross, crook and cross generally being synonymous. Crookie, to hang on to lead, to walk arm in arm, to court or pay addresses to a girl. Cropped, hanged. Sometimes topped. May I be topped. Cropper, a heavy fall, a decided failure. Term originally used in the hunting field, but now general, and not at all confined to physical matters. Cropper, to go a cropper, or to come a cropper, i.e., to fail badly. Croppy, a person who has had his hair cut, or cropped, in prison. Formerly those who had been cropped, i.e., had their ears cut off and their noses slit, by the public executioner were called crop pies, then the Puritans received the reversion of the title. Crop up, to turn up in the course of conversation. It cropped up while we were speaking. Cross, a deception, two persons pretending hostility or indifference to each other, being all the while in concert for the purpose of deceiving a third. In the sporting world, a cross is an arrangement made between two men that one shall win without reference to relative merits. This is sometimes done with the backer's consent for the public benefit, at other times a backer is himself the sufferer, the men having put someone into lay, according to instructions see double cross. Cross, a general term amongst thieves expressive of their plundering profession, the opposite of square. To get anything on the cross is to obtain it surreptitiously. Cross fanning in a crowd, robbing persons of their scarf pins, so called from the peculiar position of the arms. This style of thieving is not confined to the conveying of scarf pins. Crossman, a thief, or one who lives by dishonest practices. Cross for not paying his term bills to the bursar, treasurer, or for cutting chapels, or lectures, or other offences, the undergrad can be crossed at the buttery, or kitchen, or both, i.e., a cross is put against his name by the don, who wishes to see him, or to punish him. Of course it is easy to get one's buttery commons out in someone else's name, and to order dinner in from the confectioner's. The porter is supposed to allow no dinners to be sent in, but, between his winking and a little disguise, it is possible. As another instance, a barrel of beer will not be admitted, but if it is in a hamper it will pass. Oxford University. Cross buttock, an unexpected fling down or repulse, from a peculiar throw practiced by wrestlers. Cross cove and molisher, a man and woman who live by thieving. Cross crib, a house frequented by thieves. Crossed, prohibited from taking food from the buttery university. Crow, or cock crow, to exult over another's abasement, as a fighting cock does over his vanquished adversary. Crow, a regular crow, a success, a stroke of luck equivalent to a fluke. Crow, one who watches whilst another commits a theft, a confederate in a robbery. The crow looks to see that the way is clear, whilst the sneak, his partner, commits the depredation. Crow, I have a crow to pick with you, i.e., an explanation to demand, a disagreeable matter to settle. Sometimes the article picked is supposed to be a bone. Crow's feet, wrinkles which gather in the corners of the eyes of old or dissipated people. Krug, food. Christ's hospital boys apply it only to bread. Crumbs, to pick up one's crumbs, to begin to have an appetite after an illness, to improve in health, circumstances, and after a loss thereof. Crummy, fat, plump north. In London street slang, lousy. Crummy das, a lousy or filthy bed. Crumpet face, a face pitted with smallpox marks. Crunch, to crush. Perhaps from the sound of teeth grinding against each other. Crush, to run or decamp rapidly. Crush down sides, run to a place of safety, or the appointed rendezvous north country cant crusher, a policeman. Crushing, excellent, first rate. Crusty, ill-tempered, petulant, morose old, said to be a corruption of the Anglo-Norman Coriseux. Cub, a mannerless uncouth loutsy unlicked. Cubitopolis, an appellation, originally given by Londoners to the Warwick and Eccleston Square districts. From the name of the builders. Q, properly the last word spoken by one actor, it being the cue for the other to reply. Very often an actor knows nothing of a piece beyond his own lines and the cues. Cull, a man or boy old cant rum cull, the manager of a theatre. Cullette, broken glass. French, cueillette, a gathering or collection. Culling, or culling, stealing from the carriages at race courses. Cully-gorger, a companion, a brother actor theatrical. Sea-gorger. Culver-headed, weak and stupid. Cummer, a gossip or acquaintance. Cumshaw, a present or bribe Anglo-Chinese. Cupboard-headed, an expressive designation of one whose head is both wooden and hollow Norfolk. Cupboard love, affection arising from interested motives. A cupboard love is seldom true, a love sincere is found in few. Poor Robin. Cupboard is the fount spring of the love supposed to exist among policemen for the cooks upon their beats. Cup tosser, a person who professes to tell fortunes by examining the grounds in tea or coffee cups. A cup or goblet, however, is the old mystic symbol of a juggler. French, joueur de gobelet. Cure, an odd person, a contemptuous term, abridged from curiosity, which was formerly the favorite expression. The word cure, as originally applied, was London street slang, and was, as just stated, an abbreviation of curiosity, or, more correctly, of curious or queer fellow. Of late years it has, however, been used to denote a funny, humorous person, who can give and receive chaff. Curios, a corruption of curiosities, any articles of virtu brought from abroad. Used by naval and military travelers and others. Currency, persons born in Australia are there termed currency, while natives of England are termed sterling. The allusion is to the difference between colonial and imperial monies, which it may be as well to remark have no difference so far as actual value is concerned. Curse, anything worthless. Corruption of the Old English word curse, a small sour wild cherry, French, cerise, German, Kirsch. Vision of Piers Ploughman wisdom and wit now is not worth a curse, but if it be carded with cooties as clothers cambay their wool. The expression not worth a curse, used frequently nowadays, is therefore not properly profane, though it is frequently intensified by a profane expletive. Horn took says from curse, or cress. The expression not worth a tinker's curse, may or may not have arisen from misapplication of the word's origin, though as now used it certainly means curse in its usual sense. Tinkers do curse, unfortunately, and it will take a good deal of school board work to educate them out of it, as well as a fair amount of time. The phrase not worth a tinker's damn, is evidently a variation of this, unless indeed it should be spelt damn, and used as a reference to the general worthlessness of the wives and mothers of tinkers. This latter is merely offered to those who are speculative in such matters, and is not advanced as an opinion. Curse of Scotland, the Nine of Diamonds. Various hypotheses have been set up as to this appellation, that it was the card on which the Butcher Duke wrote a cruel order with respect to the rebels after the Battle of Culloden, that the diamonds are the 9 lozenges in the arms of Dalrymple, Earl of Stair, detested for his share in the massacre of Glencoe, that it is a corruption of Cross of Scotland, the 9 diamonds being arranged somewhat after the fashion of a St. Andrew's cross. The first supposition is evidently erroneous, for in Dr. Houston's memoirs of his own lifetime, 1747, p. 92, the Jacobite ladies are stated to have nicknamed the 9 of Diamonds the Justice Clerk, after the rebellion of 1715, in allusion to the Lord Justice Clerk Armistone, who, for his severity in suppressing it, was called the Curse of Scotland. Gules across of lozenges were also the arms of Colonel Packer, who attended Charles I on the scaffold, and commanded in Scotland afterwards with great severity. See Chatto on the Origin and History of Playing Cards, p. 267. The most probable explanation is, that in the game of Pope Joan the 9 of Diamonds is the Pope, of whom the Scotch have an especial horror. Curtail, to cut off. Originally a cant word vide Hudibras and Bacchus and Venus, 1737. Evidently derived from the French court tailor. Cushion, to hide or conceal. Cushion smiter, polite rendering of tub thumper, a clergyman, a preacher. Kushmawani, never mind. Sailors and soldiers who have been in India frequently say Kushmawani, if we cannot get Arak, we must drink pani. Anglo-Indian. Customer, synonymous with chap, a fellow, a rum customer, i.e., a man likely to turn the tables on anyone who attacked him, and therefore better be let alone, or very warily proceeded with, an odd fish, or curious person shuck spear. Custom house officer, an aperient pill. Cut, to run away, move off quickly, to cease doing anything, cut and run, to quit work or occupation and start off at once. See phrase, cut the cable and run before the wind, to cut didos, synonymous with to cut capers, cut a dash, make a show, cut a caper, to dance or show off in a strange manner, cut a figure, to make either a good or bad appearance, cut it, desist, be quiet, go away, leave what you are doing and run, cut it short, cease being prolix, make short work of what you have in hand, cut out, to excel. Thus in affairs of gallantry one Adonis is said to cut the other out in the affections of the wished-for lady. See phrase, from cutting out a ship from the enemy's port. Cut that. Be quiet, or stop, cut out of, done out of, cut of one's jib, the expression or cast of his countenance. See jib, to cut one's comb, to take down a conceited person, from the practice of cutting the combs of capons. See comb cut, cut and come again, plenty, if one cut does not suffice, plenty remains to come at again, cut up, to mortify, to criticize severely, or expose, cut up shines, to play tricks, cut one's stick, to be off quickly, i.e., to be in readiness for a journey, further. Elaborated into amputate your mahogany. See stick, cut it fat, to exaggerate or show off in an extensive manner, to cut up fat, or cut up well, to die, leaving a large property, cut under, to undersell, cut your lucky, to run off, cut one's cart, to expose unfair tricks, cut an acquaintance, to cease friendly intercourse with him, cut up rough, to become obstreperous and dangerous, to have cut one's eye teeth, i.e., to be wide awake, knowing, to draw cuts, to cast lots with papers of unequal lengths. Cut, to take cards from a pack, with a view to decide by comparison which persons shall be partners, or which players shall deal. Not less than 4 cards must be picked up by the cutter, and the bottom one is the cut. When cutting for a turn-up, the residuum is called the cut. Cut, in theatrical language, means to strike out portions of a dramatic piece, so as to render it shorter for representation. A late treasurer of one of the so-called patent theaters, when asked his opinion of a new play, always gave utterance to the brief but safe piece of criticism, "Wants cutting." Cut, tipsy old. Cut, to compete in business, a cutting trade, one conducted on competitive principles, where the profits are very closely shaved. Cutthroat, a butcher, a cattle slaughterer, a ruffian. Cute, sharp, cunning. Abbreviation of acute. Cutter, a ruffian, a cut purse. Of Robin Hood it was said, so being outlawed, as 'tis told, he with a crew went forth of lusty cutters, bold and strong, and robbed in the north. Cutter, a swashbuckler Balafaros Talebras, Fenger de Nacies Cotgrave. He's out of cash, and thou knowest by cutter's law, we are bound to relieve one another. Match at midnight, OPL, 7. 553. This ancient cant word now survives in the phrase, to swear like a cutter. Cutting shop, a place where cheap rough goods are sold. Cutty pipe, a short clay pipe. Scotch, cutty, short. Cutty sark, a short chemise scotch. A scantily draped lady is so called by Burns. Will done, cutty sark. And in an instant all was dark. Dab, or dabster, an expert person. most probably derived from the Latin adeptus. Dab, street term for small flat fish of any kind. Old Dacia salty, tenpence. Probably from the lingua franca. Modern Greek, delta kappa alpha, Italian, diesi saldi, tenpence, gypsy, dick, 10. So also Dacia 1, oni, i.e., diesi uno, 11 pensi salty. Daddle, the hand, tip us your daddle, i.e., shake hands. Daddy, a stage manager theatrical. Also the person who gives away the bride at a wedding. Daddy, at mock raffles, lotteries, and c. The daddy is an accomplice, most commonly the getter-up of the swindle, and in all cases the person that has been previously selected to win the prize. Daddy, the old man in charge, generally an aged pauper at casual wards. Most people will remember kind old daddy. Daffy, gin. A term with monthly nurses, who are always extolling the virtues of Daffy's elixir, and who occasionally comfort themselves with a stronger medicine under Daffy's name. Of late years the term has been altered to soothing syrup. Dags, feat, or performance, I'll do your dags, i.e., I will do something that you cannot do. Corruption of darings. Dairies, a woman's breasts, which are also called charlies. Daisy cutter, a horse that trots or gallops without lifting its feet much from the ground. Daisy kicker, the name ostlers at large inns used to give each other, now nearly obsolete. Daisy kicker, or grogham, was likewise the cant term for a horse. The daisy kickers were sad rogues in the old posting days. Frequently the landlords rented the stables to them, as the only plan to make them return a profit. Damage, in the sense of recompense, what's the damage, i.e., what is to pay? Or actually, what is the damage to my pocket? Damper, a shop till, to draw a damper, i.e., rob a till. A till is more modernly called a lob, and stealing from tills is known as lob sneaking. Dancer, or dancing master, a thief who prowls about the roofs of houses, and effects an entrance by attic windows, and c. called also a garroter. Dance upon nothing, to be hanged. Dander, passion, or temper, to get one's dander up, to rouse his passion. Old, but now much used in America. Dando, a great eater, who cheats at hotels, eating shops, oyster cellars, and c. from a person of that name who lived many years ago, and who was an enormous oyster eater. According to the stories related of him, Dando would visit an oyster room, devour an almost fabulous quantity of bivalves, with porter and bread and butter to match, and then calmly state that he had no money. Dandy, a fop, or fashionable nondescript. This word, in the sense of a fop, is of modern origin. Egan says it was first used in 1820, and B in 1816. Johnson does not mention it, although it is to be found in all late dictionaries. Dandies wore stays, studied a feminine style, and tried to undo their manhood by all manner of affectations which were not actually immoral. Lord Petersham headed them. At the present day dandies of this stamp have almost entirely disappeared, but the new school of muscular Christians is not altogether faultless. The feminine of dandy was dandized, but the term only lived for a short season. Dandy, a small glass of whiskey Irish. Dimedium Cyathavero apud metropolitanos hibernicos dissiter dandy. Father Tom and the Pope, in Blackwood's magazine for May 1838. Dandy, a boatman Anglo-Indian. Dandy Pratt, a funny little fellow, a mannikin, originally a half-farthing of the time of Henry VII. Dana, human orger, Dana drag, a nightman's or dustman's cart, hence Danaken, which c. Darby's, handcuffs old CANTC Johnny Darby's. Sir Walter Scott mentions these, in the sense of fetters, in his Peveril of the Peak Hark Yet. Jem Clink will fetch you the Darbys. Derby, interrupted Julian, has the Earl or Countess had Sir Walter known of any connection between them and this family he would undoubtedly have mentioned it. The mistake of Julian is corrected in the next paragraph. It is said that handcuffs were, when used to keep two prisoners together, called Darbys and Jones, a term which would soon be shortened as a natural consequence. Darble, the devil. French, diable. Dark, keep it dark, i.e., secret. A dark horse is, in racing phraseology, a horse of whom nothing positive is known, but who is generally supposed to have claims to the consideration of all interested, whether bookmakers or backers. Dark-eye, twilight, also a Negro. Dark man's, the night. Darn, vulgar corruption of damn American. Dash, to jot down suddenly. Things I have dashed off at a moment's notice. Dash, fire, vigor, manliness. Literary and artistic work is often said to be full of dash. Dash, an ejaculation, as dash my wig. Dash my buttons. A relic of the attempts made, when cursing was fashionable, to be in the mode without using bad words. Dashing, showy, fast. Daub, in low language, an artist. Also a badly painted picture. David's sow, as drunk as David's sow, i.e., beastly drunk. See origin of the phrase in Grose's dictionary. Davy, on my affidavit, of which it is a vulgar corruption. Latterly Davy has become synonymous in street language with the name of the deity, so help me Davy, generally rendered, swelp my Davy. Slang version of the conclusion of the oath usually exacted of witnesses. Davy's locker, or Davy Jones's locker, the sea, the common receptacle for all things thrown overboard, a nautical phrase for death, is gone to Davy Jones's locker, which there means the other world. See Duffy. Dawdle, to loiter or fritter away time. Dock, the post-Anglo-Indian. Daylights, eyes, to darken his daylights, to give a person black eyes. Also the spaces left in glasses between the liquor and the brim not allowed when bumpers are drunk. The toastmaster in such cases cries no daylights or heel taps. Daze, to confound or bewilder, an ancient form of dazzle used by Spencer, Drayton, and C. This is more obsolete English than slang, though its use nowadays might fairly bring it within the latter category. Dead against, decidedly opposed to. Dead alive, stupid, dull. Dead amiss, said of a horse that from illness is utterly unable to run for a prize. Dead beat, utterly exhausted, utterly done up. Dead heat, when two horses run home so exactly equal that the judge cannot place one before the other. Consequently, a dead heat is a heat which counts for nothing, so far as the even runners are concerned, as it has to be run over again. When a race between dead heaters has been unusually severe, or when the stake is sufficiently good to bear division, it is usual to let one of the animals walk over the course so as to make a deciding heat, and to divide the money. In such case all bets are divided. Sometimes, however, when no arrangement can be made, an owner will withdraw his horse, in which case the animal that walks over wins the whole of the stake, and his backers the whole of their money. Where the course is short and the money of small amount, the dead heat is run off, the second essay being called the decider, though on certain occasions even the decider has resulted in a dead heat. See neck and neck. Dead horse, to draw the dead horse work working for wages already paid, also any thankless or unassisted service. Dead letter, an action of no value or weight, an article, owing to some mistake in its production, rendered utterly valueless, often applied to any instrument in writing, which by some apparently trivial omission, becomes useless. At the general and large district post offices, there is a department for letters which have been erroneously addressed, or for which, from many and various causes, there are no receivers. These are called dead letters, and the office in connection with them is known as the dead letter office. Deadlock, a permanent standstill, an inextricable entanglement. Dead lurk, entering a dwelling house during divine service. Dead man, a baker. Properly speaking, it is an extra loaf smuggled into the basket by the man who carries it out, to the loss of the master. Sometimes the dead man is charged to a customer, though never delivered. Among London thieves and low people generally a dead un is a half-quartern loaf. Dead men, the term for wine bottles after they are emptied of their contents. Old sea marines. Dead men's shoes, property which cannot be claimed until after decease of present holder. To wait for a pair of dead men's shoes, is considered a wearisome affair. It is used by Fletcher, and 'tis a general shrift, that most men use, but yet 'tis tedious waiting dead men's shoes. Fletcher's Poems, p. 256. Dead set, appointed and persistent attack on a person. Dead on, a horse which will not run or will not try in a race, and against which money may be bet with safety. See safe un dinar, a shilling. From dinar. Death, to dress to death, i.e., to the very extreme of fashion, perhaps so as to be killing. Death hunter, a running patterer, who vents last dying speeches and confessions. More modernly the term is supposed to mean an undertaker, or anyone engaged in or concerned with burials. Deck, a pack of cards. Used by Shakespeare, 3K Hen. 6, v1. Probably because of decking or arranging the table for a game at cards. General in the United States. D, a pocket book, term used by tramps. Gypsy. D, properly D, a detective policeman. The D's are about, so look out. Delicate, a false subscription book carried by a lurker. Demirep, or demirep, a courtesan. Contraction of demi-reputation, which is, in turn, a contraction for demi-monde reputation. Derby dog, a masterless animal, who is sure to appear as soon as the Epsom course is cleared for the great race of the season. No year passes without a dog running between the two dense lines of spectators and searching in vain for an outlet, and he is almost as eagerly looked for as are the preliminary canters. It is said that when no Derby dog appears on the course between Tattenham Corner and the judge's box, just before the start, a dead heat will take place between all the placed horses. Derrick, an apparatus for raising sunken ships, N.C. The term is curiously derived from a hangman of that name frequently mentioned in old plays, as in the Bellman of London, 1616. He rides circuit with the devil, and Derrick must be his host, and Tyburn the inn at which he will light. The term is now almost general for all cranes used in loading ships, or doing similar work of a heavy nature. Dispatchers, false dice with two sets of numbers, and, of course, no low pips. So called because they bring the matter to a speedy issue. Great skill in palming is necessary for their successful use. Deuce, the devil old. Stated by Junius and others to be from Deus or Zeus. Deuce, tuppence, deuce at cards or dice, one with two pips or spots. Devil, among barristers, to get up the facts of a case for a leader, to arrange everything in the most comprehensive form, so that the QC or sergeant can absorb the question without much trouble. Devilling is Junior's work, but much depends on it, and on the ability with which it is done. Devil, a printer's youngest apprentice, an errand boy in a printing office. Devil dodger, a clergyman, also a person who goes sometimes to church and sometimes to meeting. Devil may care, reckless, rash. Devil's bedposts, the four of clubs. Otherwise old gentleman's bedposts. Devil's books, a pack of playing cards, a phrase of Presbyterian origin. See Four Kings. Devil's delight, a noise or row of any description. Generally used thus: they kicked up the devil's delight. Devil's dung, the fetid drug asafoetida. Devil's dust, a term used in the manufacturing districts of Yorkshire to denote shreds of old cloth torn up to remanufacture, also called shoddy. Mr. Farrand, in his speech in the House, March 4, 1842, produced a piece of cloth made chiefly from devil's dust, and tore it into shreds to prove its worthlessness. See Hansard's Parliamentary Debates, 3rd Series, Volume LXI. p. 140. Devil's scolder, a clergyman. Devil's livery, black and yellow. From the mourning and quarantine uses of the colors. Devil's teeth, or devil's bones, dice. Devotional habits: horses weak in the knees, and apt to stumble and fall, are said to have these stable. Dew-beaters, feet, hold out your dew-beaters till I take off the darbies. Peveril of the Peak. Forby says the word is used in Norfolk for heavy shoes to resist wet. Dew drink, a morning draught, such as is served out to laborers in harvest time before commencing work. Duskitch, a good thrashing, perhaps from catching one's dew. Dibs, money, so called from the huckle bones of sheep, which have been used from the earliest times for gambling purposes when money was not obtainable in one particular game, being thrown up 5 at a time and caught on the back of the hand like halfpence. Dick, a riding whip, gold-headed dick, one so ornamented. Dick, abbreviation of dictionary, but often euphemistically rendered Richard, fine language, long words. A man who uses fine words without much judgment is said to have swallowed the dick. Dickens, synonymous with devil: what the dickens are you after, what the devil are you doing? Used by Shakespeare in The Merry Wives of Windsor. In many old stories his satanic majesty is called the Dickens, and by no other name, while in some others the word is spelt Dickons. Dicky, bad, sorry, or foolish. Food or lodging is pronounced dicky when of a poor description: very dicky, very inferior, it's all dicky with him, i.e., all over with him. Dicky, formerly the cant for a worn-out shirt, but nowadays used for a front or half shirt. Dicky was originally Tommy, from the Greek, tau omicron mu, a section, a name which was formerly used in Trinity College, Dublin. The students are said to have invented the term, and love of change and circumlocution soon changed it to dicky, in which dress it is supposed to have been imported into England. Dicky, a donkey. Norfolk. Dicky Sam, a native of Liverpool. Dicking, look, the bulky is diking, i.e., the constable has his eye on you. North Country cant diddle, old cant word for Geneva, or gin. Diddle, to cheat or defraud. Old. In German, duddeln is to play on the bagpipe, and the ideas of piping and cheating seem to have been much connected. Do you think I am easier played on than a pipe? Occurs in Hamlet. Diddler, or Jeremy Diddler, an artful swindler. A diddler is generally one who borrows money without any intention of ever repaying it, the sort of man who, having asked for half a crown and received only a shilling, would consider that 18 pence was owing to him from raising the wind. Diddling, cheating, or swindling. Borrowing money without any intention of repaying it. Edgar Allan Poe wrote a very amusing article once on diddling, which he seemed to regard as a rather high art. Didos, pranks, or capers, to cut up didos, to make pranks. Dig, a hard blow. Generally in pugilistic circles applied to a straight left-hander, delivered under the guard on the mark. Diggers, spurs, also the spades on cards. Diggings, lodgings, apartments, residence, an expression probably imported from California, or Australia, with reference to the gold diggings. It is very common nowadays for a man moving in very decent society to call his abode or his office, or any place to which he frequently resorts, his diggings. Dilly, originally a coach, from diligence. Now a night cart. Dilly-dally, to trifle. Dimber, neat or pretty Worcestershire, but old cant. Dimber-damber, very pretty, a clever rogue who excels his fellows, chief of a gang. Old cant in the latter sense. Dimmock, money, how are you off for dimmock, diminutive of dime, a small foreign silver coin, in the United States 10 cents. Dinarly, money, nanti dinarle, I have no money, corrupted from the lingua franca, niente dinaro, not a penny. Turkish, denari, Spanish, dinero, Latin, denarius. Dine out, to go without dinner. I dined out today, would express the same among the very lower classes that dining with Duke Humphrey expresses among the middle and upper. Ding, to strike, to throw away, or get rid of anything, to pass to a confederate by throwing. Old, used in old plays. The butcher's axe, like great Alcide's bat, dings deadly down 10,000 flat. Taylor's works, 1630. Dingy, a small boat. Generally the smallest boat carried by a ship. The G in this is pronounced hard. Dipped, mortgaged. Dirt, to eat, an expression derived from the East, nearly the same as to eat humble, pie, to put up with a mortification or insult. Dirty half-hundred, a nickname given to the 50th Regiment on account of their tattered and soiled appearance during the Peninsular War. A term to be proud of, as it implies much work and little reward. Disguised, intoxicated. A very old term is that of disguised in drink. Some say drinking does disguise men. Old song. The sailors and the shipmen all, through foul excess of wine, were so disguised that at the sea they shewed themselves like swine. Thus Delony's Strange Histories, p. 14. Dish, to stop, to do away with, to suppress, dished, done for, floored, beaten, or silenced. To do brown and to dish, both verbs with very similar meanings, have an evident connection so far as origin is concerned, and most likely were both first used in the kitchen as synonymous with done for. The late Lord Derby made the word dish famous by his latest public act, that of dishing the wigs. Dithers, nervous or cold shiverings, it gave me the dithers. Dittos, a suit of coat, waistcoat, and trousers of the same material tailor's term. Ditty bag, the bag or huswife in which sailors keep needles, thread, buttons, and for mending their clothes. Diver, a pickpocket. Also applied to fingers, no doubt from a similar reason. To dive is to pick pockets. Do, this useful and industrious verb has for many years done service as a slang term. To do a person is to cheat him. Sometimes another tense is employed, such as I done him, meaning, I cheated or paid him out. This is only used in the lowest grades of society. Done brown, cheated thoroughly, befooled, done over, upset, cheated, knocked down, ruined. Among thieves done over means that a man's pockets have been all quietly searched. The term also means among low people seduced, done up, used up, finished, or quieted. Done also means convicted, or sentenced, so does done for. To do a person in pugilism is to beat him. Humphreys, who fought Mendoza, a Jew, wrote this laconic note to his supporter: "I have done the Jew, and am in good health rich." Humphreys. Tourists use the expression, "I have done France and Italy," meaning I have been through those countries. Dhobi, an Indian washerman, and though women wash clothes in this country, Anglo-Indians speak of a washerwoman as a dhobi. Doctor, to adulterate or drug liquor, to poison, to hocus, also to falsify accounts. A publican who sells bad liquors is said to keep the doctor in his cellars. On board ship the cook is always termed the doctor. See cook. Dotty, a term applied in Norfolk to any person of low stature. Sometimes hodman and hoddy-dotty, all head and no body. Dodman in the same dialect denotes a garden snail. Dodge, a cunning trick. Dodge, that homely but expressive phrase. Sir Hugh Cairns on the Reform Bill, March 2, 1859. Anglo-Saxon, diogen, to color, to conceal. The tidy dodge, as it is called by street folk, consists in dressing up a family clean and tidy, and parading in the streets to excite compassion and obtain alms. Dodger, a dram. In Kent, a dodger signifies a nightcap, which name is often given to the last dram at night. Dodger, a tricky person, or one who, to use the popular phrase, knows too much. Also one who knows all phases of London life, and profits by such knowledge. Dogberry, a foolish constable Shakespeare. Dog cheap, or dog foolish, very or singularly cheap, or foolish. Latham, in his English language, says this has nothing to do with dogs. The first syllable is God equals good, transposed, and the second, the chp, is chapman, merchant, compare East cheap. Old term. Doggery, nonsense, transparent attempts to cheat. Doggone, a form of mild swearing used by boys. Dog in a blanket, a kind of pudding, made of preserved fruit spread on thin dough, and then rolled up and boiled. This pudding is also called roly-poly and stocking. Dog in the manger, a scurvy, ill-conditioned, selfish fellow. From the fable of that title. Dog Latin, barbarous Latin, such as was formerly used by lawyers in their pleadings. Now applied to medical Latin. Dogs, to go to be commercially or socially ruined. Originally a stable term applied to old or worthless horses, sold to feed hounds. Dog's body, a kind of peas pudding. C. Dog's ears, the curled corners of the leaves of books, which have been carelessly treated. The use of this term is so common that it is hardly to be considered slang. Dog's nose, gin, and beer, so called from the mixture being cold, like a dog's nose. Dog stealer, a dog dealer. There is sometimes less difference between the two trades than between D and ST. Doing time, working out a sentence in prison. He's done time, is a slang phrase used in reference to a man who is known to have been in jail. Doldrums, difficulties, low spirits, dumps. C. Dollop, a lump, or portion. Norfolk. Anglo-Saxon, dale, dole. Dollop, to dole up, to give up a share of a dolly, a very mild gambling contrivance, generally used in sweetmeat and other child's wear shops, until stopped by the authorities a few years back, and consisting of a round board and the figure of an old man or dolly, down which was a spiral hole. A marble dropped down the dolly, would stop in one of the small holes or pits, numbered, on the board. The bet was decided according as the marble stopped on a high or low figure. See dolly shop. Dolly mop, a tawdrily dressed maidservant, a semi-professional street walker. Dolly shop, an illegal pawn shop where goods, or stolen property, not good enough for the pawnbroker, are received, and charged at so much per day. If not redeemed the third day the goods are forfeited. Originally these shops were rag shops as well, and were represented by the black doll, the usual sign of a rag shop. 20 years ago, a dolly shop was, among boys, a small sweet stuff and fruit shop where a hollow wooden figure, of the kind described above, was kept. A wager was made, and the customer got double quantity for his money, or nothing. A paternal legislature, and a police system worthy of the task, have long since wiped this blot from a nation's face. The amount at stake was generally a halfpenny, sometimes less. Dominie, a parson, or master at a grammar school. Domino, a common ejaculation of soldiers and sailors when they receive the last lash of a flogging. The allusion may be understood from the game of dominoes. A domino means either a blow, or the last of a series of things, whether pleasant or otherwise, so the ejaculation savors somewhat of wit. Dominoes, the teeth. Don, a clever fellow, the opposite of a muff, a person of distinction in his line or walk. At the English universities, the masters and fellows are the dons. Don is also used as an adjective, a don hand at a knife and fork, i.e., a first-rate feeder at a dinner table. Donna and fields, a woman and children. Italian or lingua franca, don e figli. The word donna is usually pronounced donor. Done. The expression used when a bet is accepted. To be done, is to be considerably worse. See also do. Done up, an equivalent expression to dead beat. Donkey, tuppence more and up goes the donkey, a vulgar street phrase for extracting as much money as possible before performing any task. The phrase had its origin with a traveling showman, the finale of whose performance was the hoisting of a donkey on a pole or ladder, but this consummation was never arrived at unless the required amount was first paid up, and tuppence more was generally the sum demanded. Donkey, in printer's slang, means a compositor. In the days before steam machinery was invented, the men who worked at press the pressmen were so dirty and drunk in a body that they earned the name of pigs. In revenge, and for no reason that can be discovered, they christened the compositors donkeys. Don Pedro, a game at cards. It is a compound of all fours, and the Irish game variously termed all fives, 5 and 10, 15, 45, and c. It was probably invented by the mixed English and Irish rabble who fought in Portugal in 1832-3. Dukin, fortune-telling. Gypsy, duckerin. Dose, 3 months imprisonment with hard labor. Das, a bed. Probably from doze, though quite as likely from dors, the back. Least likely of all, as anyone who knows aught about the surrounding circumstances of those who use the term will admit, is it from the Norman, docile, a hanging, or bed canopy, from which some have professed to derive it. Das, to sleep, formerly spelt dors. Gale, docile, slumber. In the old pugilistic days a man knocked down, or out of time, was said to be sent to dors, but whether because he was senseless, or because he lay on his back, is not known, though most likely the latter. Dossing ken, a lodging house. Dot and go one, a lame or limping man. Do the high, to walk up and down High Street on Sunday evenings, especially just after church. Oxford University. Double, to tip, or give, the double, to run away from any person, to double back, turn short round upon one's pursuers, and so escape, as a hare does sporting. Double cross, a cross in which a man who has engaged to lose breaks his engagement, and goes straight at the last moment. This proceeding is called doubling or putting the double on, and is often productive of much excitement in athletic circles. See cross. Double lines, ship casualties. So called at Lloyd's from the manner of entering in books kept for the purpose. Double shuffle, a low, shuffling, noisy dance, common amongst costermongers. Sometimes called cellar flap, from its being danced by the impecunious on the cellar flaps of public houses, outside which they must perforce remain. Doublet, a spurious diamond, made up of two smaller stones for pawning or duffing purposes. These articles are cleverly manufactured and excellently set, and a practiced eye can alone detect the imposition. See misconner. Double up, to pair off, or chum with another man, to beat severely, so as to leave the sufferer all of a heap. Dowie, a sufficiently obvious nickname for a baker. Douse, to put out, douse that glim, put out that candle. In Norfolk this expression is dout, which is clearly for do out. Sometimes douse means to rinse, and sometimes to throw water, clean or dirty, over anyone, is to douse it. Dovercourt, a noisy assemblage, all talkers and no hearers, like Dovercourt. At Dovercourt, in Essex, a court is annually held, and as the members principally consist of rude fishermen, the irregularity noticed in the proverbial saying frequently prevails. Bramston in his Art of Politics says those who would captivate the well-bred throng, should not too often speak, nor speak too long, church, nor church matters, ever turn to sport, nor make St. Stephen's Chapel Dovercourt. This would seem to be more properly applied to a court of Dover people, a Dover court, not a Dovercourt court. Dove tart, a pigeon pie. A snake tart is an eel pie. Dowd, a woman's nightcap. Devonshire, also an American term, possibly from dowdy, a slatternly woman. Dowless, a linen draper. Dowless is a sort of toweling. Down, to be aware of, or awake to, any move in this meaning, exchangeable with up, down upon one's luck, unfortunate, down in the mouth, disconsolate, to be down on one, to treat him harshly or suspiciously, to pounce upon him, or detect his tricks. Downer, a sixpence, apparently the gypsy word, tonneau, little one, in course of metamorphosis into the more usual tanner. Downs, Tothill Fields Prison. Down the road, stylish, showy, after the fashion. Down to the ground, an American rendering of the word entirely, as, that suits me down to the ground. Downy, knowing, or cunning, a downy cove, a knowing or experienced sharper. Literally, a downy person is one who is down to every move on the board. In Norfolk, however, it means low-spirited, i.e., down in the mouth. Dowry, a lot, a great deal, dowry of Parney, lot of rain or water. See Parney. Probably from the gypsy. Dowsers, men who profess to tell fortunes, and who, by the use of the divining rod, pretend to be able to discover treasure trove. Cornish. Doxy, the female companion of a tramp or beggar. In the west of England, the women frequently call their little girls doxies, in a familiar or endearing sense. Orthodoxy has been described as being a man's own doxy, and heterodoxy another man's doxy. Ancient cant drab, a vulgar or low woman. Shakespeare. Drab, poison Romany. Draft on Aldgate pump, an old mercantile phrase for a fictitious banknote or fraudulent bill. Drag, a cart of any kind, term generally used to denote any particularly well-appointed turnout, drawn by a pair or four horses, especially at race meetings. Drag, feminine attire worn by men. A recent notorious impersonation case led to the publication of the word in that sense. Drag, a street, or road, back drag, back street. Drag, or 3 moon, 3 months in prison. Drag, a favorite pursuit with fast hunting sets, as, the drag can be trailed over very stiff country. Dragging, robbing carts, and by means of a light trap which follows behind laden vehicles. Cabs are sometimes eased of trunks in this way, though it is hard to say whether with or without the complicity of the cabman. Dragging time, the evening of a country fair day, when the young fellows begin pulling the wenches about. Draggletail, a dirty, dissipated woman, a prostitute of the lowest class. Drain, a drink, to do a drain, to take a friendly drink do a wet, sometimes called a common sewer. Draw, used in several senses: 1, of a theater, new piece, or exhibition, when it attracts the public and succeeds; 2, to induce, as, draw him on; 3, of pocket picking, as, draw his wipe, draw his ticker. In sporting parlance it is used with an ellipsis of trigger, I drew on it as it rose. In America to draw on a man is to produce knife or pistol, and to use it as well. Where lethal weapons are used in the States, no man raises his weapon till he means to use it, and a celebrated American writer has recently given a dissertation on the relative advantages of cocking and firing a pistol by an almost simultaneous action as it is raised, and of cocking as the instrument is raised, and of then dropping the muzzle slightly as the trigger is pulled. The former way is more speedy, the latter more effective. Come, draw it mild, i.e., don't exaggerate, opposite of come it strong, from the phraseology of the bar, of a public, where customers desire the beer to be drawn mild. Drawboy, a cunning device used by puffing tradesmen. A really good article is advertised or ticketed and exposed for sale in the shop window at a very low price, with a view of drawing in customers to purchase other and inferior articles at high prices. These gentry have fortunately found to their cost, on 1 or 2 occasions, by means of magisterial decisions, that drawboys have drawn for their owners something other than profit. Drawers, formerly the ancient cant name for very long stockings. Drawing teeth, wrenching off knockers, medical student slang. Drawlatch, a loiterer. Draw off, to throw back the body to give impetus to a blow, he drew off, and delivered on the left drum. Pugilistic. A sailor would say, he hauled off and slipped in. Draw the long bow, to tell extravagant stories, to exaggerate overmuch, same as throw the hatchet. From the extremely wonderful stories which used to be told of the Norman archers, and more subsequently of Indian skill with the tomahawk. Dress a hat, to rob in a manner very difficult of detection. The business is managed by 2 or more servants or shopmen of different employers, exchanging their master's goods, as, for instance, a shoemaker's shopman receives shirts or other articles from a hosier's, in return for a pair of boots. Another very ingenious method may be witnessed about 11 o'clock in the forenoon in any of the suburban districts of London. A butcher's boy, with a bit of steak filched from his master's shop, or from a customer, falls in with a neighboring baker's man, who has a loaf obtained in a similar manner. Their mutual friend, the potboy, in full expectation of their visit, has the tap-room fire bright and clear, and not only cooks the steak, but again, by means of collusion, this time with the barman or barmaid, stands a shant of gatter as his share. So a capital luncheon is improvised for the 3, without the necessity of paying for it, and this practical communistic operation is styled dressing a hat. Most likely from the fact that a hat receives the attention of 3 or 4 people before it is properly fit for wear. Dripping, a cook. Drive, a term used by tradesmen in speaking of business, he's driving a roaring trade, i.e., a very good one, hence, to succeed in a bargain, I drove a good bargain, i.e., got the best end of it. To let drive at one, to strike out. A man snoring hard is said to be driving his pigs to market. Drive at, to aim at, what is he driving at? What does he intend to imply? A phrase often used when a circuitous line of argument is adopted by a barrister, or a strange set of questions asked, the purport of which is not very evident. Drapes, lace. In a low lodging house the singular autograph inscription appeared over the mantelpiece. Scotch Mary, with DRIZ lace, bound to Dover and back, please God. It is a common thing for ignorant or superstitious people to make some mark or sign before going on a journey, and then to wonder whether it will be there when they return. Drapes fencer, a person who sells lace. Drop, to drop an acquaintance, to relinquish a connection, is very polite slang. Dropping is distinguished from cutting by being done gradually and almost imperceptibly, whereas cutting has outward and visible signs which may be unpleasantly resented. To drop money at any form of speculation or gambling, is to lose it. Drop, to quit, go off, or turn aside, drop the main toby, go off the main road. Drop, to drop a man, to knock him down, to drop into a person, to give him a thrashing. See slip and walk, to drop on a man, to accuse or rebuke him suddenly. Drop it, synonymous with cut it or cheese it. Probably from the signal given in the good old hanging days by the culprit, who used generally to drop a handkerchief when he was ready for the cart to be moved from under him. Drum, a house, a lodging, a street, hazard drum, a gambling house, flash drum, a house of ill fame. Drum, the ear pugilistic. An example of slang synecdoche. Drum, as applied to the road, is doubtless from the Wallachian gypsy word drummery, derived from the Greek, deltaromu omicron. Drum, old slang for a ball or rout, afterwards called a hop. Drummer, a robber who first makes his victims insensible by drugs or violence, and then plunders them. Drumsticks, legs, drumstick cases, trousers. The leg of a fowl is generally called a drumstick. Driest dust, an anti-quarry. From Scott. Dry lodging, sleeping and sitting accommodation only, without board. This is lodging house keepers' slang, and is generally used in reference to rooms let to lodgers who take their meals at their clubs, or in the city, according to their social positions. Dry nurse, when an inferior officer on board ship carries on the duty, on account of the captain's ignorance of seamanship, the junior officer is said to dry nurse his captain. Majors and adjutants in the army also not unfrequently dry nurse the colonels of their regiments in a similar manner. The sergeant who coaches very young officers, is called a wet nurse. The abolition of purchase has, however, considerably modified all this. DT, a popular abbreviation of delirium tremens, sometimes written and pronounced del. Trem. DT also often represents the Daily Telegraph. Dub, to pay or give, dub up, pay up. Dubash, a general agent Anglo-Indian. Dubber, the mouth, or tongue, mum your dubber, hold your tongue. Dubsman, or screw, a turnkey old cant ducats, money theatrical slang. Duck, a bundle of bits of the stickings of beef sold for food to the London poor sea faggot. Ducat, a ticket of any kind. Generally applied to pawnbrokers' duplicates and raffle cards. Probably from docket. Ducks, trousers. See term. The expression most in use on land is white ducks, i.e., white pantaloons or trousers. Ducks and drakes, to make ducks and drakes of one's money, to throw it away childishly, derived from children shying flat stones on the surface of a pool, which they call ducks and drakes, according to the number of skips they make. Dudder, or dudsman, a person who formerly traveled the country as a peddler, selling gown pieces, silk waistcoats, and to countrymen. In selling a waistcoat piece, which cost him perhaps 5 shillings, for 30 shillings or £2, he would show great fear of the revenue officer, and beg the purchasing clodhopper to kneel down in a puddle of water, crook his arm, and swear that it might never become straight if he told an exciseman, or even his own wife. The term and practice are nearly obsolete. In Liverpool, however, and at the East End of London, men dressed up as sailors, with pretended silk handkerchiefs and cigars only just smuggled from the Indies, are still to be plentifully found. Dudeen, or dudeen, a short tobacco pipe. Common term in Ireland and the Irish quarters of London. Duds, clothes, or personal property. Gaelic, dud, ancient cant, also Dutch. Duff, to cheat, to sell spurious goods, often under pretense of their being stolen or smuggled. Duff, pudding, vulgar pronunciation of dosi. Duffer, a hawker of brummagem or sham jewellery, or of shams of any kind, a fool, a worthless person. Duffer was formerly synonymous with dudder, and was a general term given to peddlers. It is mentioned in the Frauds of London, 1760, as a word in frequent use in the last century to express cheats of all kinds. Duffer, anything of no merit. A term applied by artists to a picture below mediocrity, and by dealers in jewellery to any spurious article. It is now general in its application to a worthless fellow. Duffing, false, counterfeit, worthless. Duffy, a term for a ghost or spirit among the West Indian Negroes. In all probability the Davy Jones of sailors, and a contraction thereof originally. Duke, gin, a term amongst livery servants. Duke Humphrey. To dine with Duke Humphrey is a euphuism for dining not at all. Many reasons have been given for the saying, and the one most worthy of credence is this: some visitors were inspecting the abbey where the remains of Humphrey Duke of Gloucester lie, and one of them was unfortunately shut in, and remained there solus while his companions were feasting at a neighbouring hostelry. He was afterwards said to have dined with Duke Humphrey, and the saying eventually passed into a proverb. Dukes, or dukes, the hands, originally modification of the rhyming slang, Duke of York's, forks equals fingers, hands a long way round, but quite true. The word is in very common use among low folk. Put up your dukes is a kind invitation to fight. Dookie, or dookie, a penny gaff, which dumbfound, to perplex, to beat soundly till not able to speak. Originally a cant word. Johnson cites the Spectator for the earliest use. Scotch, dumbfounder. Dumbacker, a knowing or acute person. Dummies, empty bottles and drawers in an apothecary's shop, labeled so as to give the idea of an extensive stock. Chandlers, shopkeepers and small general dealers use dummies largely, half-tubs of butter, bladders of lard, hams, cheeses, and being specially manufactured for them. Dummies in libraries generally take the form of Hume and Smollett's History of England and other works not likely to tempt the general reader. Dummy, a deaf and dumb person, a clumsy, awkward fellow, anyone unusually thick-witted. Dummy, in three-handed whist the person who holds two hands plays dummy. Dummy, a pocketbook. In this word the derivation is obvious, being connected with dumb, i.e., that which makes no sound. As a thieves' term for a pocketbook, it is peculiarly applicable, for the contents of pocketbooks, banknotes and papers, make no noise, while the money in a purse may betray its presence by chinking. Dump fencer, a man who sells buttons. Dumpish, sullen, or gloomy. Dumpy, short and stout. Dun, to solicit payment. Old cant, from the French donner, give, or from Joe din, or dun, a famous bailiff, or simply a corruption of din, from the Anglo-Saxon dunan, to clamour. Dunderhead, a blockhead. Dundreary, an empty swell. Dung, an operative who works for an employer who does not give full or society wages. Dungary, low, common, coarse, vulgar Anglo-Indian. Dungary is the name of a disreputable suburb of Bombay, and also of a coarse blue cloth worn by sailors. As smart a young fellow as ever you'd see, in jacket and trousers of blue Dungary. Dunk-horned, sneaking, shabby. Dunkhorn in Norfolk is the short, blunt horn of a beast, and the adjective is applied to a cuckold who has not spirit to resist his disgrace. Dunnage, baggage, clothes. Also, a sea term for wood or loose faggots laid at the bottom of ships, upon which is placed the cargo. Dunaiken, originally Dan-Aiken, a water closet from Dana and Ken, which see. Daynaking, offering lace or any other article as an introduction to fortune-telling, generally practiced by women. Dust, money, down with the dust, put down the money. Ancient. Dean Swift once took for his text, "He who giveth to the poor lendeth to the Lord." His sermon was short. "Now, my brethren," said he, "if you are satisfied with the security, down with the dust." Dust, a disturbance or noise, to raise a dust, to make a row. Dust, to beat, dust one's jacket, i.e., give him a beating. Dust hole, Sydney Sussex College at Cambridge University slang. Dust hole, the Queen's Theatre, Tottenham Court Road, was so called until comparatively recently, when it was entirely renovated and renamed, and now, as the Prince of Wales's, it is one of the most fortunate and fashionable theatres in London. Dustoory, commission, douceur, bribe. Anglo-Indian. Dusty, a phrase used in answering a question where one expects approbation. What do you think of this? Well, it's not so dusty, i.e., not so bad, sometimes varied to none so dusty. Dutch, or double Dutch, gibberish, or any foreign tongue. To talk double Dutch backwards on a Sunday is a humorous locution for extraordinary linguistic facility. Dutch auction, a method of selling goods, adopted by cheap Johns, to evade the penalties for selling without a license. The article is offered all round at a high price, which is then dropped until it is taken. Dutch auctions need not be illegitimate transactions, and their economy, as likewise that of puffing, will be found minutely explained in Sugden, Lord St. Leonard's, on vendors and purchasers. Dutch concert, where each performer plays a different tune. Sometimes called a Dutch medley when vocal efforts only are used. Dutch consolation, thank God it is no worse. It might have been worse, said a man whom the devil was carrying to hell. How? Asked a neighbor. Well, he's carrying me, he might have made me carry him. Dutch courage, false courage, generally excited by drink pot valor. Dutch feast, where the host gets drunk before his guest. Dutch uncle, a personage often introduced in conversation, but exceedingly difficult to describe. I'll talk to him like a Dutch uncle, conveys the notion of anything but a desirable relation. Earl of Cork, the ace of diamonds. Hibernicism. What do you mean by the Earl of Cork? Asked Mr. Squander. The ace of diamonds, your honor. It's the worst ace, and the poorest card in the pack, and is called the Earl of Cork, because he's the poorest nobleman in Ireland. Carleton's Traits and Stories of the Irish Peasantry. Early, to get up early, to prepare for a difficult task. You'll have to get up very early in the morning to beat that. Early rising and ability seem also closely connected by certain modifications of this expression. Possibly the belief is that a man who rises early for early rising's sake deserves to be clever. Perhaps the greatest enjoyment a day laborer whose work commences at 6 in the winter mornings, and who may have to rise at 4:30 and trudge off can have, is a quiet snooze after the usual time of rising. The early rising in the steel is the chief terror of that institution in the minds of habitual criminals. Earwig, a clergyman, also one who prompts another maliciously and privately. Earwigging, a private conversation, a rebuke in private, an attempt to defame another unfairly, and without chance of appeal. A wigging is more public. Ease, to rob, easing a bloke, robbing a man. Eat his head off. A horse who is kept idle in the stable is said to eat his head off. Of late the phrase has been applied to servants who have little to do but constantly dip their noses in the manger. Eavesdropper, a listener. The name is derived from the punishment which, according to Oliver, was directed in the lectures, at the revival of Masonry in 1717, to be inflicted on a detected coingv, and which was to be placed under the eaves of the house in rainy weather, till the water runs in at his shoulders and out at his heels. Mackey's Lexicon of Freemasonry. Efter, a thief who frequents theaters. Egg, or agon, to excite, stimulate, or provoke one person to quarrel with another, and c. From the Anglo-Saxon egion, or possibly a corruption of edge, or edge on, or even from agira, to drive ancient. Egg flip, or egg hot, a drink made after the manner of Pearl and Bishop, with beer, eggs, and spirits made hot and sweetened. Elbow, to shake one's elbow, to play with dice, to crook one's elbow, to drink. Elbow grease, labor, or industry. Anything that is rusty, or in household work dirty or dingy, is said to require elbow grease. Elegant extracts, a Cambridge University title for those students who, having failed only slightly in some one subject, and being plucked accordingly, were allowed their degrees. This applied to the poll list, as the Gulf did to the honors. Elephant, to have seen the elephant, to be up to the latest move, or down to the last new trick, to be knowing, and not green, and see possibly a metaphor taken from the traveling menageries, where the elephant is the finale of the exhibition, originally an Americanism. Bartlett gives conflicting examples. General now, however. A modification of this is having seen the king. When a man becomes aware that he has been cheated or imposed on, and does not mean to stand it any longer, he is said to have seen the king, i.e., to have seen his adversary's best card, and to be prepared for it. Elevated, intoxicated. Elevation is the name of a drug mixture much used in the Fen counties for keeping up the spirits and preventing ague. It consists mainly of opium. Enemy, time, a clock, the ruthless enemy and telltale of idleness and of mankind generally. What says the enemy, i.e., how goes the time? Essex lion, a calf. A calf is probably the only lively animal to be seen in a journey through Essex. Essex style, a ditch. A jocular allusion to the peculiarities of the low county. Evaporate, to go or run away. Everlasting shoes, the feet. The barefooted children about the Seven Dials, and other low quarters of London, are said to wear everlasting shoes and stockings. Another expression in connection with this want is, the shoes and stockings their mothers gave them. Everlasting staircase, the treadmill. Sometimes, but very rarely now called Colonel Chesterton's everlasting staircase, from the gallant inventor or improver. Also known as the stepper. Exasperate, to overaspirate the letter H, or to aspirate it whenever it commences a word, as is commonly done by undereducated people who wish to show off their breeding. Exasperation does not refer to an omission of the aspirate. X's, expenses. Just enough to clear our X's. Extensive, frequently applied in a slang sense to a person's appearance or talk, rather extensive that, intimating that the person alluded to is showing off, or cutting it fat. Extracted, placed on the list of elegant extracts. Cam. University eye teeth, supposed evidences of sharpness. A man is said to have, or have not, cut his eye teeth, according to possession or want of shrewdness. Eye water, gin. Term principally used by printers. Face, credit at a public house, impudence, confidence, brass, thus a brazen face. To run one's face, is to obtain credit in a bounceable manner. He's got some face, i.e., he has got lots of impudence. Face entry, the entree to a theater. From the face being known, as distinguished from free list entry. Facer, a blow on the face. In Ireland, a dram. Facer, a tumbler of whiskey punch. Possibly from the suffusion of blood to the face caused by it. Fad, a hobby, a favorite pursuit. Fatch, a farthing. Fatch, a flat loaf north. Fatch, to suit or fit, it won't fatch, it will not do. Used by Shakespeare, but now heard only in the streets. Fadger, a glazier's frame. Otherwise called a frail, perhaps in reference to the fragile nature of its contents. Fag, a schoolboy who performs a servant's offices to a superior schoolmate. From fag, to become weary or tired out. Low German, fakk, wearied. Fag, to beat. Faggot, a bundle of bits of the stickings, hence probably its name, sold for food to the London poor. It is sometimes called a duck. In appearance it resembles a Scotch haggis, without, however, being nearly so good as that fragrant article. Probably the fag end of a thing, the inferior or remaining part, the refuse. Faggot, a term of opprobrium used by low people to children and women, you little faggot, you. Faggot was originally a term of contempt for a dry shriveled old woman, whose bones were like a bundle of sticks, only fit to burn. Compare the French expression for a heretic, sentir le faggot. Faggot briefs, bundles of worthless papers tied up with red tape, carried by unemployed barristers in the back rows of the courts to simulate briefs. Faggot vote, a phrase which belongs to the slang of politics, and which was applied to a class of votes, by no means extinct even now, though not so common as in the days preceding the first Reform Bill, when constituencies were smaller, and individual votes were consequently more valuable. Faggot votes were thus created. A large landowner who was blessed with, say, 7 sons and 7 brothers, and had also on his estate 14 laborers' cottages worth about a shilling a week each, would go through the form of sale of 1 cottage to each son and each brother, it being perfectly understood that the title deeds would be returned when the occasion for their use was at an end. And thus the squire would command 15 votes instead of 1. In a famous election for the West Riding of Yorkshire during the 3rd decade of the present century, which cost upwards of £500,000, and ruined the successful candidate, it was said that 600 faggot votes were created by 3 noble lords. The origin of the term has been variously explained. One ingenious writer has suggested that as a faggot may be split into a bundle of sticks, so was one estate thus split into a bundle of votes. It is, however, more reasonable to suppose that it was derived from the old word faggot, which was used to describe a nominal soldier, one, that is, whose name appeared on the muster roll, and for whom the colonel drew pay, but who was never to be found in the ranks. The connection is evident enough. Fake, in the sporting world, means to hocus or poison. Fake is also a mixture supposed to be used for purposes of making safe. Fake, to cheat, or swindle, to do anything, to go on, or continue, to make or construct, to steal or rob, a verb variously used. Faked, done, or done for, fake away, there's no down, go on, there is nobody looking. From the Latin facere. Fakement, a false begging petition, any act of robbery, swindling, or deception. Fakement is a word of most general application among the lower classes. Any things strange, and most things not strange, are called fakements, particularly if there is anything peculiar or artistic in their production. Fakement Charlie, the owner's private mark. Faker, is one who makes or fakes anything. To fake a cly, is to pick a pocket. Fal lals, trumpery ornaments, gewgaws. For by suggests as a derivation the Latin falery, horse trappings. Fambles, or fams, the Hans ancient cant German, fangen. Family men, or people, thieves, or burglars. Fan, a waistcoat houndsditch term. Fancy, the favorite sports, pets, or pastime of a person, the ton of low life. Pugilists are sometimes termed the fancy. Shakespeare uses the word in the sense of a favorite or pet, and the paramour of a prostitute is still called her fancy man. Fancy bloke, a fancy or sporting man. Fanning, a beating. Fanning is also stealing. Cross-fanning is stealing with the arms crossed so as to distract attention, as in stealing breast pins, and see fanki, a European, literally foreign devil Anglo-Chinese. Fantail, a dustman's or coal heaver's hat. So called from the shape. Farm, to contract, after the manner of those who engage to feed and lodge children belonging to the parish, at so much a head, a fruitful cause of starvation and misery. See Oliver Twist. The baby farmings, unconnected with the parishes in which they occurred, which ultimately resulted in the trial and execution of Margaret Waters, on the October 11, 1870, have caused the word farm as applied to any dealings with children, parish or private, to be one of obloquy and reproach. Farmer. In Suffolk this term is applied to the eldest son of the occupier of the farm. In London it is used derisively of a countryman, and denotes a farm labourer or clodpole. Both senses are different from the proper meaning. Fast, gay, spreeish, unsteady, thoughtless, an Americanism that has of late ascended from the streets to the drawing room. The word has certainly now a distinct meaning, which it had not 30 years ago. Quick is the synonym for fast, but a quick man would not convey the meaning of a fast man, a person who, by late hours, gaiety, and continual rounds of pleasure, lives too fast, and wears himself out. In polite society a fast young lady is one who affects mannish habits, or makes herself conspicuous by some unfeminine accomplishment, talks slang, drives about in London, smokes cigarettes, is knowing in dogs, horses, and sea. An amusing anecdote is told of a fast young lady, the daughter of a right reverend prelate, who was an adept in horseflesh. Being desirous of ascertaining the opinion of a candidate for ordination, who had the look of a bird of the same feather, as to the merits of some cattle just brought to her father's palace for her to select from, she was assured by him they were utterly unfit for a lady's use. With a knowing look at the horses' points, she gave her decision in these choice words: "Well, I agree with you, they are a rum lot, as the devil said of the 10 Commandments." Charles Dickens once said that fast, when applied to a young man, was only another word for loose, as he understood the term, and a fast girl has been defined as a woman who has lost her respect for men, and for whom men have lost their respect. Fast, embarrassed, wanting money, tied up. Sometimes synonymous with hard up. Yorkshire. Fast and loose, to play fast and loose with a man, is to treat him as a fast friend in the days while he is useful, and to cast him loose when he is no longer necessary, also, to equivocate or vacillate. In old days it was the name of a vulgar pastime. See prick the garter. Fat, a printer's term signifying the void spaces on a page, for which he is paid at the same rate as for full or unbroken pages. Occasionally called grease, and applied variously, but always as showing some undue or uncommon amount of advantage. Fat, rich, abundant, and a fat lot, to cut it fat, to exaggerate, to show off in an extensive or grand manner, to assume undue importance, cut up fat, undercut. As a theatrical term, a part with plenty of fat in it is one which affords the actor an opportunity of effective display. Father, or fence, a buyer of stolen property. Favorite, the horse that has the lowest odds laid against it in the betting list. When the favorite wins, the public or backers of horses generally are the gainers. When an outsider wins, the ring, that is to say, the persons who make a business of laying against the chances of horses, are the gainers. Fawney, a finger ring. Irish, fainy, a ring. Fawney bouncing, selling rings for a pretended wager. This practice is founded upon the old tale of a gentleman laying a wager that if he were to offer real gold sovereigns at a penny a piece at the foot of London Bridge, the English public would be too incredulous to buy. The story states that the gentleman stationed himself with sovereigns on a tea tray, and sold only 2 within the hour, thus winning the bet. This tale the Fawney bouncers tell the public, only offering brass, double gilt rings, instead of sovereigns. Fawney rig, the ring dropping trick. A few years ago this practice was very common. A fellow purposely dropped a ring, or a pocketbook with some little articles of jewelry, and in it, and when he saw any person pick it up, ran to claim half. The ring found, the question of how the booty was to be divided had then to be decided. The sharper says, if you will give me 8 or 9 shillings for my share, the things are yours. This the flat thinks very fair. The ring of course is valueless, and the swallower of the bait discovers the trick too late. For another way of doing this trick, see ring dropping. Feathers, money, wealth, in full feather, rich. Feathers is also a term applied to dress, in full feather, means very often in full costume. It also means, at times, in high spirits. Feed, a meal, generally a dinner. Originally stable slang, now pretty general. Feel, a daughter or child corrupted French. Fellow commoner, uncomplimentary epithet used at Cambridge for an empty bottle. Felt, a hat old term, in use in the 16th century. Fence, a purchaser or receiver of stolen goods, also, the shop or warehouse of a fencer. Old cant fen nightingales, toads, and frogs, from their continued croaking at night. Ferengi, a European that is, a frank Anglo-Indian. Farracotauser, a knockdown blow, a good thrashing. Probably derived, through the lingua franca, from the Italian, farcater dauser, to knock down. Farcater morto, is to knock down dead. Few, used to signify the reverse, thus don't you call this considerably jolly? I believe you, my boy, a few. Sometimes the reply is, just a few. Another expression of the same kind is rather, which see. Fib, to beat or strike. Old cant fib, to lie, to romance. Fibbing, a series of blows delivered quickly, and at a short distance pugilistic. Fiddle, a sharper, a street mugger. In America, a swindle or an imposture. Fiddle, to play second fiddle, to act subordinately, or follow the lead of another. From the orchestral practice. Fiddle face, a person with a wizened countenance. Fiddle faddle, twaddle, or trifling discourse. Old cant fiddler, a sharper, a cheat, also a careless, negligent, or dilatory person. On board some ocean steamers the fiddler is the capstan house, the only place on board where passengers are permitted to smoke. The term fiddler is easily traceable to the fact that, while the seamen are working the capstan bars, a man sometimes plays on the fiddle to cheer them at their toil. Fiddler, a sixpence. Fiddler's money is small money, generally from the old custom of each couple at a dance paying the fiddler sixpence. Fiddler, or fadge, a farthing. Fiddler's Green, the place where sailors expect to go when they die. It is a place of fiddling, dancing, rum, and tobacco, and is undoubtedly the land of cocaine, mentioned in medieval manuscripts. A story is told of a drunken sailor who heard a street preacher threatening all listeners with eternal damnation, and who went up and asked where he, the sailor, was going after death. To hell, of course, replied the preacher. No, you lubberly son of a sea cook, shouted the seaman, knocking the itinerant down, I'm going to Fiddler's Green, and if you say I'm not, I'll throttle you. Under compulsion, the preacher admitted the existence of Fiddler's Green, pro tempore. Fiddles, transverse pieces of wood used on shipboard to protect the dishes at table during stormy weather. Swing tables obviate the use of fiddles. Fiddlesticks. An exclamation signifying nonsense. Sometimes fiddle-de-dee. Fiddling, doing any odd jobs in the streets, holding horses, carrying parcels, and for a living. Among the middle classes, fiddling means idling away time, or trifling, and amongst sharpers it means gambling. Fid-fad, a game similar to checkers, or draughts, played in the west of England. Field, the whole of the runners in a race of any kind. A field of 14 runners was placed in care of the starter. In betting phraseology, the field represents the bulk of the horses, as opposed to the favorite. The field for a pony means that the offerer will lay 25L against the favorite, preferring the chances of a winner turning up amongst the others. 10-1 on the field means that the price named can be obtained about any horse in the race, that being the lowest figure or favorite's price. Laying against favorites is called fielding, and bookmakers are often known as fielders. Field, to look out, at cricket. In the outings of an 11, the fielders are those who stand away from the wickets with a view to checking the progress of the ball. Fielding is a great essential to cricket, and to be a good field is no slight honor. Also to lay against favorites in the betting. Field Lane Duck, a baked sheep's head. Field Lane was a low London thoroughfare leading from the foot of Holborn Hill to the purlieus of Clerkenwell. It was formerly the market for stolen pocket handkerchiefs. Holborn Viaduct improved all but a small portion of Field Lane off the face of the earth. There is but the smallest vestige of this famous, or infamous, thoroughfare left. The neighborhood has received an upheaval within the past few years, and from one end the pedestrian must descend to the remains of Field Lane by means of a flight of steps. Fieri facius. A red-faced man is often jocularly said to have been served with a writ of fieri facius. Fi-fa, a writ of fieri facius legal. Fi-fi, Thackeray's term for Paul de Kock's novels, and similar modern French literature. Fig, in full fig, i.e., full dress costume, extensively got up. possibly an allusion to the dress assumed by our first parents after they were naked and not ashamed, or else an abbreviation of figure, in the references to plates in books of fashions. Fig, to fig a horse, to play improper tricks with one in order to make him lively. The fig is a piece of wet ginger placed under a horse's tail for the purpose of making him appear lively, and enhance his price. Figaro, a barber, from Le Nasse de Figaro. Fig leaf, a small apron worn by ladies. Figure, to cut a good or bad figure, to make good or indifferent appearance. What's the figure, how much is to pay? Figurehead, a person's face. See term. Filch, to steal, or purloin. Originally a cant word, derived from the filches, or hooks, thieves used to carry, to hook clothes, or any portable articles from open windows vide Decker. It was considered a cant or gypsy term up to the beginning of the last century. Harman has filch, to rob. Probably from Filici, Romany for a handkerchief. File, a deep or artful man, a jocose name for a cunning person. Originally a term for a pickpocket, when to file was to cheat or rob. File, an artful man, was used in the 13th and 14th centuries. To deal with an artful man is sometimes said to be like biting a file. Filibuster, an American adventurer, who, if successful, helps to extend the boundaries of the United States, becomes a general, and receives high honors, but who remains a filibuster, and is despised as such, if he fails. The Texan, Nicaraguan, and kindred expeditions were of a filibustering order. Filibrush, to flatter, praise ironically. Fimble-famble, a lame, prevaricating excuse. Scandinavian. Fin, a hand, come, tip us your fin, viz., let us shake hands. See. Finder, one who finds bacon and meat at the market before they are lost, i.e., steals them. Finyuv, a 5-pound note. Double finyuv, a 10-pound note. German, funf, 5. Fire eater, a quarrelsome man, a braggadocio or turbulent person who is always ready to fight. Furkitoodle, to cuddle or fondle. First flight, the first lot to finish in a foot or horse race, in a fox hunt, and sea fish, a person, a queer fish, a loose fish. Term never used except in doubtful cases, as those quoted. Fish fog, originally a Billingsgate fishwife, now any scolding, vixenish, foul-mouthed woman. Fishy, doubtful, unsound, rotten, used to denote a suspicion of a screw being loose, or something rotten in the state of Denmark, in referring to any proposed speculation. Fit, an Americanism denoting the preterite of the verb to fight. A Yankee once came upon the words nihil fit, and he immediately wrote off to the editor of the paper to which he subscribed to know who was nihil, who he fit, what amount he fit for, and if he won. 5 fingers, the 5 of trumps, at the game of 5 cards, or dawn. Fives, bunch of fives, the fist. Fix, a predicament, or dilemma, an awful fix, a terrible position, to fix one's flint for him, i.e., to settle his hash, to put a spoke in his wheel. Fixings, an Americanism, equivalent to our word trimmings, which see. Fizz, champagne, any sparkling wine. Fizzing, first rate, very good, excellent, synonymous with stunning. Flabbergast, or flabbergast, to astonish, or strike with wonder, literally, to strike aghast. Old. Flag, a groat, or 4D ancient cant flag, an apron. People who wear their aprons when not at work, are called flag flashers. Flag of distress, any overt sign of poverty, the end of a person's shirt when it protrudes through his trousers. Flam, nonsense, blarney, a lie, humbug. A regular flam, a tale devoid of truth. Flame, a sweetheart. Flannel, or hot flannel, the old term for gin and beer, drunk hot, with nutmeg, sugar, and a play on the old name lamb's wool. Also called flip. There is an anecdote told of Goldsmith helping to drink a quart of flannel in a night house, in company with George Parker, Ned Shooter, and a demure, grave-looking gentleman, who continually introduced the words crap, stretch, scrag, and swing. Upon the doctor asking who this strange person might be, and being told his profession, he rushed from the place in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Good God, and have I been sitting all this while with a hangman?" Flap, lead used for the coverings of roofs. Flapper, or flipper, the hand. Flare up, a jovial social gathering, a breakdown, a row. Flash, showy, smart, knowing, a word with various meanings. A person is said to be dressed flash when his garb is showy, and after a fashion, but without taste. A person is said to be flash when he apes the appearance or manners of his betters, or when he is trying to be superior to his friends and relations. Flash also means fast, roguish, and sometimes infers counterfeit or deceptive, and this, perhaps, is its general signification. As it is used by those who best understand it nowadays, the word means that which is not what it appears to be, anything spurious, as jewelry and shoddy clothes. Flash, my young friend, or slang, as others call it, is the classical language of the Holy Land, in other words, St. Giles's Greek. Tom and Jerry, by Moncrieff. Vulgar language was first termed flash in the year 1718, by Hitchin, author of The Regulator of Thieves, and with account of flash words. Flash is sometimes exchangeable with fancy. My flash man's in quad, and I'm the gal that's willin', so I'll turn out tonight, and earn an honest shillin'. Tooral, laurel lot, what are wealth's possessions? Bless the man we love, and blow the B-sessions. Lyra flagitiosa. Flash it, show it said when any bargain is offered. Flash o' lightning, the gold band on an officer's cap. Also in street slang, a glass of gin. Flat, a fool, a silly or soft person, the opposite of sharp. The terms appear to be shortenings for sharp-wit and flat-wit. Or, maybe, from musical notes. Flat feet, the battalion companies in the Foot Guards. Flats, playing cards, sometimes called broads. Also the stories of large houses, built on the independent principle, each flat having its separate and peculiar offices, street door, and flatty, a rustic, or uninitiated person. Flatty Ken, a public house the landlord of which is ignorant of the practices of the thieves and tramps who frequent it. Flay the fox, to vomit. Now replaced by the more popular shoot the cat. Flemish account old. Still used by sailors for a tangled and unsatisfactory account or reckoning. Flesh and blood, brandy and port in equal quantities. Flesh bag, a shirt. American humorists call a white shirt a clean biled rag. In the mining camps, and rough parts generally, a white shirt is called a biled shirt to distinguish it from the usual woolen garment, which cannot be boiled. Flick, or old flick, a comical old chap or fellow. Term of endearment among low people. Flick, or flig, to whip by striking, and drawing the lash back at the same time, which causes a stinging blow. A flicking is often administered by schoolboys with a damp towel or pocket handkerchief. Flies, trickery, nonsense. There are no flies about me, sir. Softening of lies. Flim-flam, idle story. Beaumont and Fletcher. Flimp, to hustle, or rob. Flimsy, a bank note. Bank of elegance notes are sometimes called soft flimsies. In this particular case, two good terms make a bad one, as both soft and flimsies used separately refer to good notes. Flimsy, the thin prepared copying paper used by newspaper reporters and penny A-liners for making several copies at once, which enables them to supply different papers with the same article without loss of time. Flint, an operative who works for a society master, i.e., for full wages. Flip, corruption of fillip, a light blow. Also a hot drink. See flannel. Flip-flap, a peculiar rollicking dance indulged in by costermongers when merry or excited, better described, perhaps, as the double shuffle danced with an air of extreme abandon. Also, a kind of somersault, in which the performer throws himself over on his hands and feet alternately. Flipper, the hand, give us your flipper, give me your hand. See. Metaphor taken from the flipper or paddle of a turtle. Floater, a small suet dumpling put into soup. Whitechapel. Floating Academy, the Hulks. Flog, to whip. Cited both by Grosz and the author of Bacchus and Venus as a cant word. Many efforts have been made to ascertain the earliest use. Richardson cites Lord Chesterfield. From flagellum. Floshed, for whipped, occurs in the Presbyterian lash, or Knockhoff's Maid Whipped, published in 1663. Knockhoff was the anagram for the name of the Reverend Zachary Crofton, who had scandalized the town by subjecting his servant maid to the discipline of the nursery. There is a good story on the proper orthography of the convertible term for castigation related in a newspaper of 1841. A county magistrate, who had sentenced a boy to be birched, wrote in his warrant that the boy was to be flogged. The scrupulous jailer hesitated to inflict the punishment, and sent back the warrant to the justice for amendment, who thereupon drew his pen through flogged, and ordered the boy to be wiped. Flogger, a whip almost obsolete. Flogger is still the term applied to a number of strips of cloth attached to a handle, and used in theatrical painting rooms to beat off the dust of the charcoal used in sketching a scene. Flogster, one addicted to flogging. William IV, who was accused of unduly and excessively punishing the sailors whom he commanded when in the Navy, was nicknamed in the newspapers Prince William Henry Flogster. Floor, to knock down. Pugilistic. Floored, when a picture is hung on the lowest row at the exhibition of the Royal Academy, it is, in artistic slang, said to be floored, in contradistinction to skied, which see. Floorer, a blow sufficiently strong to knock a man down, or bring him to the floor. Often used in reference to sudden and unpleasant news. Flop, to plump, to go flop down, to fall suddenly, with violence and noise. Flowery, lodging, or house entertainment, square the omi for the flowery, pay the master for the lodging. Lingua franca. Flufaker, a chimney sweep. Fluffit, a term of disapprobation, implying take it away, I don't want it. Fluff, railway ticket clerk slang for short change given by them. The profits thus accruing are called fluffings, and the practice is known as fluffing. Fluke, at billiards, playing for one thing and getting another. Hence, generally what one gets accidentally, as an unexpected advantage, more by luck than judgment. Flummery, flattery, gammon, genteel nonsense. In American ships a peculiar kind of light sweet pudding. Flummox, to perplex or hinder. Flummoxed, done up, sure of a month in quad, or prison. In mendicant Freemasonry, the sign chalked by rogues and tramps upon a gatepost or house corner, to express to succeeding vagabonds that it is unsafe for them to call there, is known as, or flummoxed, which signifies that the only thing they would be likely to get upon applying for relief would be a month in quad. Cquod. Flunky, a footman, or other manservant. Flunkyism, blind worship of rank, birth, or riches, or of all three, toadyism. Flush, the opposite of hard up, in possession of money, not poverty-stricken Shakespeare. Flush, to whip, flushed on the horse, to be privately whipped in jail, to deluge with water, as in flushing the sewers, to come upon suddenly and completely. I came flush upon him. Flush, a term in cribbage, signifying a hand of cards composed entirely of one suit. Flutter, to try hard in defense or pursuit of an object. I'll have a flutter for it, means I'll have a good try for it. Also to toss for anything. Probably from the spinning of the coin. Fly, knowing, wide awake, fully understanding another's meaning. Fly, to be on the, to be out for a day's drink or pleasure. Fly, to lift, toss, or raise, fly the mags, i.e., toss up the halfpence, to fly a window, i.e., to lift one for the purpose of stealing. Flyboys, men employed to clear the printed copies from the home machines, on which daily papers are worked. So called to distinguish them from the machine boys, a superior grade of laborers who lay on the sheets. Flying mare, a throw in wrestling. Flying mess, to be in flying mess is a soldier's phrase for being hungry and having to mess where he can. Flying stationer, a paper worker, hawker of penny ballads, printed for the flying stationers, is the imprimatur on hundreds of penny histories and sheet songs of the last and present centuries. Fly me, knowing, cunning, roguish 7 dials and low life. Fly the kite, or raise the wind, to obtain money on bills, whether good or bad, probably in allusion to tossing paper about as children do kites. Fly the kite, to evacuate from a window, term used in padding kens, or low lodging houses. Fobbed, old slang for robbed. From fob, the ancient breeches pocket for the watch. Fogey, or old fogey, a dullard, an old-fashioned or singular person. Gros says it is a nickname for an invalid soldier, from the French fogieuse, fierce or fiery, but it has lost this signification now. Fogger, old word for a huckster. Fogger, a farm servant who feeds cattle. Probably a corruption of fodderer. Foggy, tipsy. Fogel, a silk handkerchief, not a clout, which is of cotton. It has been hinted that this may have come from the German Vogel, a bird, from the bird's eye spots on some handkerchiefs, but a more probable derivation is the Italian slang, forbesque, foglia, a pocket, or purse, or from the French argot, fouille, also a pocket. Fogus, tobacco, ancient cant fogo, old word for stench. Follow me lads, curls hanging over a lady's shoulder. Funt, a sovereign, or 20s. Probably a corruption of vinged. Footing, to pay footing. Seeshoe. Forricers, the closet of decency, or house of office. Term used by the boys at Winchester School. Very likely from 4 acres, the original necessary having been in all likelihood a field behind the school. Force the voucher, a term in use among sporting tricksters, who advertise to send certain winners, and on receipt of letters enclose vouchers similar to those sent out by respectable commission agents, but with double or treble the current odds marked thereon, in reference to the horse named. A plausible letter is sent with the voucher, and the victim is informed that on account of early investments made by the firm, which has of course a high-sounding title, the extra odds can be laid by them, and a remittance to the amount named, or part of it, is requested. Of course the firm dries up when claims become heavy, and, with a new name and new address, appears in the next week's advertising columns. Forcing the voucher was a fine game when it was first started, but it was soon overdone, as it required no particular ingenuity, and offered special immunities, theft of this kind being rather favored than otherwise by the authorities. Certainly the law that punishes honest betting men seems powerless with regard to these plunderers, otherwise we should hardly be treated as often as we are to the spectacle of one man being fined for honest dealing, while another escapes simply because he is not a betting man, but a welcher. Fork out, to bring out one's money, to pay the bill, to stand for or treat a friend, to hand over what does not belong to you, old cant term for picking pockets, and very curious in its origin. In the early part of the last century, a little book was published on purloining, and of course it had to give the latest modes. Forking was the newest mode, and it consisted in thrusting the fingers stiff and open into the pocket, and then quickly closing them and extracting any article thus caught. Forks, or grappling irons, fingers. Costermongers and other clumsy feeders have a proverb which seems to justify their taking bones and choice morsels in their hands during the progress of a meal. It is, fingers were the first forks, sometimes varied to fingers were made before forks. Form, condition, training. In good form or in bad form refers to a man's or horse's state of being in the sporting world. Form has also had a moral significance of late years, and with the qualifying adjectives attached as occasion requires, is extensively used in general conversation. As, it was bad form of Brown to do that. That article was bad form. In the latter cases the word in rarely appears. 40-foot, a derisive appellation for a very short person. 40 guts, vulgar term for a fat man. 40 TWA, the common place of retirement on a well-known French plan at Edinburgh, so called from its accommodating that number of persons at once. 40 winks, a short sleep or nap. Foo, rather more than slightly intoxicated Scotch. We are na foo, we are na foo. Foul, to jostle or bore unfairly in a race. See bore. To touch any foreign substance during a race, particularly a boat race, is to foul it. Foul, a touch, no matter how slight, of bodies or machinery in a race of any kind. Fouls in boat racing are often inevitable, and are not always the result of boring or any other malicious practice. Foul riding, riding which after a horse race is made the subject of complaint, such as refusing to let a competitor pass, boring him against the rails, and some jockeys are great adepts at this work, and are invaluable to a confederacy as a means, not so much of attaining victory themselves, as of preventing its attainment in others. Of course, unless proof of jostling can be given, or evidence of malicious intent shown, jockeyship of this kind is not considered foul riding. 4/9, or 4/9 goss, a cheap hat, so called from 4s. 9d, the price at which a once noted advertising hat maker sold his hats. Wiener, to slumber you incline, take a short nap at 4/9. 4 eyes, a man or woman who habitually wears spectacles. 4 kings, history of the, an old name for a pack of playing cards. See Sir Thomas Urquhart's translation of Rabelais. In argot, livre de Cotter Royce. 4th, or 4th court, the court appropriated to the water closets at Cambridge, from its really being number 4 at Trinity College. A man leaving his room to go to the 4th court, writes on his door, in algebraic notation, gone 4, which expresses the Cambridge slang phrase, gone to the 4th. 4th estate, the complete body of journalists of all descriptions. This term is much in use among liners. Fox, to cheat or rob Eton College. In London, to watch closely and narrowly. Foxed, a term used by print and book collectors to denote the brown spotted appearance produced by damp on paper. Foxing, when one actor criticizes another's performance theatrical. Also in street slang, foxing means watching slyly. Fox asleep, or foxing, a purposely assumed indifference to what is going on. A fox, as well as a weasel, is said to sleep with one eye open. Foxy, rank, tainted, from the odor of the animal Lincolnshire. Foxy, said also of a red-haired person. Frapping, a beating. French, frapper. Free and easy, a club held at a low public house, the members of which meet in the tap room or parlor for the purpose of drinking, smoking, and hearing each other sing. These gatherings are generally called harmonic meetings by the landlord, but free and easy best indicates the character of the proceedings. Free fight, a fight conducted on the Irishman's principle sure, wherever you see a head, hit it. The term is, however, American, so the practice may be considered fairly general. Freeman's Key, drinking at Freeman's Key, i.e., at another's cost. This quay was formerly a celebrated wharf near London Bridge, and the saying arose from the beer which was given gratis to porters and carmen who went there on business. French cream, brandy. French gout, a certain disease, which is also known as ladies' fever. French leave, to take, to leave or depart slyly, without saying anything, or obtaining permission. Fresh, said of a person slightly intoxicated. Freshman, a university man during his first year. The official appellation for the students until they have passed the previous or first Cambridge examination, otherwise called the Smalls or Little Go, is junior sophs or sophisters. After this they are senior sophs until their last term, when they are questionists, or preparing ad respondendum questioni. At Oxford the title freshman lasts for the first term. Friday face, a gloomy-looking man. Most likely from Friday being a day of meager fare among Catholics and High Church Protestants. Frisk, to search, frisked, searched by a constable or other officer. Frisk a cly, to empty a pocket. Frog, a policeman. Because, by a popular delusion, he is supposed to pounce suddenly on delinquents. Frog's March, the manner in which 4 or more policemen carry a drunken or turbulent man to the station house. The victim is held face downwards, one constable being at each shoulder, while the others hold on above the knees. Often there is another active and intelligent officer who beats time to the march on the recalcitrant hero's posteriors. Frontispiece, the face. Frau, a girl, or wife. German, Frau, Dutch, Vrouw. Frummagemd, annihilated, strangled, garroted, or spoilt old cant frump, a slatternly woman, a gossip ancient. In modern slang it is the feminine of fogey, and means a prim old lady, who is generally termed a regular old frump. Frump, to mock or insult Beaumont and Fletcher. F-sharps, fleas. Compare B-flats. Fudge, nonsense, stupidity. Todd and Richardson only trace the word to Goldsmith. Disraeli, however, gives the origin to a Captain Fudge, a great fibber, who told monstrous stories, which made his crew say in answer to any improbability, "You fudge it." See Remarks on the Navy, 1700. At page 87 of a collection of some papers of William Crouch, 8vo, 1712, the Quaker, we find a mention of this captain. Dejery Marshall informed Crouch that in the year 1664 we were sentenced for banishment to Jamaica by Judges Hyde and Schwisden, and our number was 55. We were put on board the ship Black Eagle, the master's name was Fudge, by some called lying fudge. Some persons believe that the word comes from the Gaelic, ffug, deception. Fuggies, hot rolls school. Full against, opposed to. As, I'm full against him, I decidedly object to, or dislike him, or I am opposed to him. The term originated with the bookmakers, who, when they have laid all their money against a certain horse, put a mark against his name, and reply to all inquiries, full against him. This grew to full against his winning, and was thus taken, when shortened, to express feeling the reverse of friendly. Fulhams, false dice, which always turn up high shuck spear. Full blast, a term evidently borrowed from the technology of the engine room, and now frequently used to express the heyday or apogee of anything. As, by the middle of the day matters were in full blast, and proceedings generally were very satisfactory. Full feather, good condition, high spirits. Also anyone gaily dressed is said to be in full feather. Full fig, full costume, male or female uniform or evening dress. Full of beans, arrogant, purse-proud. A person whom sudden prosperity has made offensive and conceited, is said to be too full of beans. Originally stable slang. Fully, to be foolied, to be committed for trial. Term in general use among thieves? Possibly from the reports which, in the slang of the penny a liner, say the prisoner was fully committed for trial. The magistrates often say fully committed also, whatever that may mean. Funk, trepidation, nervousness, cowardice. To funk, to be afraid or nervous. Funk, to smoke out, or terrify. Funking the cobbler, a bold schoolboy trick, performed with asafoetida and cotton stuffed into a hollow tube or cow's horn. The cotton being lighted, the smoke is blown in through the keyhole of a door, or the crannies of a cobbler's stall. A funny song, much in vogue some years back, gave all the agonies of a drunken cobbler, who believed the devil had come for him, with all sorts of accessories, till he was told by a shout that 'twas only some boys who'd been funking him out. Funny, a rowing boat with both ends pointed and out of the water. Funny bone, the extremity of the elbow, or rather, the muscle which passes round it between the two bones, a blow on which causes painful tingling in the fingers. Facetiously derived, from its being the extremity of the humerus, humerus. Buck, a sixpence nearly obsolete. Gab, gabber, or gabble, talk, gift of the gab, loquacity, or natural talent for speech-making. Anglo-Norman, gab is also found in the Danish and Old Norse. Gabby, a simpleton, a country bumpkin. Probably from gape. Gad, a trapsing slatternly woman gypsy. Anglo-Saxon, gaddling. Gadding the hoof, going without shoes. Gadding, roaming about, although used in an old translation of the Bible, is now only heard amongst the lower orders. Gaff, a penny playhouse, in which talking is not permitted on the stage. See penny gaff. Gaffer, a master or employer, term used by navvies, and general in Lancashire and north of England. Early English for an old man. See blow the gaff. Gaffing, tossing halfpence, or counters north, where it means tossing up 3 halfpennies. One man tosses, and another calls. Sometimes the coins are tossed from a stick, and the tosser keeps those which fall heads uppermost. Gag, a lie, a gag he told to the beak. Thieves cant gag, language introduced by an actor into his part. In certain pieces this is allowed by custom, and these are called gag pieces. The critic, or a tragedy rehearsed, is chief among these. Many actors, however, take French leave in this respect with most pieces theatrical slang. Mr. Robson at Belfast Northern Whig, suspected a little bit of what is professionally termed gag in Mr. Robson's Daddy Hardacre last night. He had occasion to say that one of the characters in the piece understands me well enough, to which he added, "I wish some other people did the same," with an expressive glance at the pit, which we interpreted as having special reference to those appreciative persons in the audience whom we have already mentioned, who think it absolutely needful to roar with laughter at every sentence Mr. Robson utters, without the least regard to whether it be humorous or pathetic, only because Mr. Robson has fame as a comic actor. When another Robson shall arise, no one will object to his gagging a little. The public could afford that to such a man in these days of creations. Gag, to hoax, take a rise out of one, to cod. Gauge, a small quantity of anything, as a gauge of tobacco, meaning a pipeful, a gauge of gin, a glassful. Gauge was, in the last century, a chamber utensil. Galony, old cant term for a fowl of any kind, now a respectable word in the west of England, signifying a guinea fowl vide grows. Latin, gallina. Galanti show, an exhibition in which black figures are shown on a white sheet to accompanying dialogue. Generally given at night by Punch and Judy men. Gallimaufry, a kind of stew, made up of scraps of various kinds. See term, and probably meaning the galley scraps. Gallipot, an apothecary. Gollivant, to wait upon the ladies old. Gallows, or gallus, very, or exceedingly an unpleasant exclamation, gallows poor, very poor. Term originally applied to anything bad enough to deserve hanging. Gallows bird, an incorrigible thief, often applied to denote a ruffian-like appearance. Gallowses, in the north of England a pair of braces. Galley yarn, a sailor's term for a hoaxing story. He expresses disbelief by saying only gy. Galutsi glut. Galore, abundance. Irish, go leor, in plenty. Gam, a leg. Still used as an heraldic term, as well as by thieves, who probably get it from the lingua franca. Italian, gamba, French, jam, a leg. Game, a term variously applied, are you game, have you courage enough? What's your little game, what are you going to do? Come, none of your games, be quiet, don't annoy me, on the game, out thieving. To play the game is among sporting men to do a thing thoroughly and properly. Game leg, a lame or wounded leg. Gameness, pluck, endurance, courage generally. Gammon, deceit, humbug, a false and ridiculous story. Anglo-Saxon, gammon, game, sport. Gammon, to hoax, to deceive merrily, to laugh at a person, to tell an untrue but plausible story, to make game of, or, in the provincial dialect, to make game on, who's thou making thy gam on, i.e., of whom are you making a fool, Yorkshire. Gammy, bad, unfavorable, poor-tempered. Those householders who are known enemies to the street folk and tramps are pronounced by them to be gammy. Gammy sometimes means forged, as gammy moniker, a forged signature, gammy stuff, spurious medicine, gammy lowr, counterfeit coin. Hance, gamey, dirty. The hieroglyphic used by beggars and cadgers to intimate to those of the tribe coming after that things are not very favorable is known as, or gammy. Gaelic, Welsh and Irish, cam, gam, crooked. Gammyville, Ville, a town where the police will not let persons hawk. Gander month, the period when the monthly nurse is in the ascendant, and the husband has to shift for himself. probably from the open choice he has during that period. Ganger, the person who superintends the work of a gang, or a number of navigators. Gape, to stare about in an astonished manner. Gaping about like a country bumpkin. Sometimes pronounced garp. There is no reference in the use of this phrase by Cockneys to gape in its correct sense. Gapeseed, something to look at, cause for astonishment, a lazy fellow, unmindful of his work, is said to be looking for gapeseed. Rustics are said to find plenty of gapeseed in London streets. Gar, euphuistic rendering of the title of the deity, Begar, you don't say so. Franco-English. Garden, among tradesmen signifies Covent Garden Market, among theatrical performers, Covent Garden Theatre. Gardener, an awkward coachman, an insinuation that he is both coachman and gardener, and understands the latter branch of service better than the first. Get on, gardener, is a most insulting expression from a cabby to a real coachman. Men who in small families do the coach, garden, and general work, are sometimes called tea-kettle grooms, or tea-kettle coachmen. Gargle, medical student slang for drinkables. Garnish, the douceur or fee which, before the time of Howard the Philanthropist, was openly exacted by the keepers of jails from their unfortunate prisoners for extra comforts. The practice of garnishing is by no means so defunct as some folk seem to think, and its influence may often be traced by those who wish. Garnish, footing money Yorkshire. Garroter, a thief who crawls over the tops of houses, and enters garret windows. Called also a dancer, or dancing master, from the light and airy nature of his occupation. Garrote, a system of robbery with violence much practiced on dark winter nights by ruffians who during summer infest racecourses and fairs. Their victims are generally weak men and delicate women. From the Spanish garrote, because the practice generally commences with a throttling attack. Procedure is, however, various, these gentlemen being possessed of much ingenuity in the way of torture. The cat has within the past year or so done much to modify this offensive state of things, but the sympathetic appeals of certain tender-hearted M.P.s and other philanthropists, who are not themselves likely to be garroted, on behalf of the garroters, will probably before long result in a withdrawal of the lex talionis, and a natural resumption of the garrote system, with new adornments. Garroting, a mode of cheating practiced amongst card sharpers, by concealing certain cards at the back of the neck. Gas, to give off superfluous conceit, to bounce or brag, his game is gas. To give a person gas, is to scold him or give him a good beating. Synonymous with to give him Jesse. Gassy, or gaseous, liable to flare up at any offense. Gate, the Billingsgate. Sometimes Newgate, according to the occupation and condition of the speaker. In the same way Paternoster Row is by publishers known as the Row. Gate, to order an undergrad not to pass beyond the college gate. As a rule, the gate begins after hall, but in extreme cases the offender is gated for the whole day university. Gate race, among pedestrians a mock race, got up not so much for the best runner to win, as for the money taken from spectators, at the gate. This sort of business is not peculiar to pedestrians, there are such things as gate money meetings at horse racing. Gatter, beer, shant of gatter, a pot of beer. A curious slang street melody, known in Seven Dials as Bet the Coley's Daughter, thus mentions the word in a favorite verse: but when I strove my flame to tell, says she, come, stow that patter, if you're a cove what likes a gal, why don't you stand some gatter? In course I instantly complied, 2 brimming quarts of porter, with several goes of gin beside, drained Bet the Coley's Daughter. Gaudy, the annual dinner of the fellows of a college, in memory of founders and benefactors. From Gaudiamus, Oxford University. Goffs, cheap red-skinned apples, a favorite fruit with costermongers, who rub them well with a piece of cloth, and find ready purchasers. Gawky, a lanky or awkward person, a fool. Saxon, Geak, Scotch, Gowk. Gay, loose, dissipated, gay woman, a kept mistress or prostitute. Many people will remember Leech's celebrated caricature of two wretched females on an equally wretched night, and the question asked by one woman of the other, "How long have you been gay?" Gay tyke boy, a dog fancier. G, to agree with, or be congenial to a person. Gelut or galut, a recruit or awkward soldier. A clumsy person, also a term of contempt in America. Gen, a shilling. See backslang article. Gent, a contraction of gentleman, in more senses than one. A dressy, showy, foppish man, with a little mind, who vulgarizes the prevailing fashion. Gent, silver. From the French, argent. Gentleman of 4 outs, in Ireland. When a vulgar, blustering fellow asserts that he is a gentleman, the retort generally is, yes, a gentleman of 4 outs, that is, without wit, without money, without credit, and without manners. Gentleman of 3 ins, that is, in debt, in danger, and in poverty. Geordie, general term in Northumberland and Durham for a pitman, or coal miner. From the Greek, George, meaning one who works the earth, originally a cultivator, the term has been in use more than a century. German duck, a sheep's head stewed with onions, a favorite dish among the German sugar bakers in the East End of London. German ducks, Bugs, Yorkshire. Get up, a person's appearance or general arrangements. Probably derived from the decorations of a play. There's so much getting up to please the town, it takes a precious deal of coming down. Planche's Mr. Buckstone's Ascent of Parnassus. Ghost, the ghost doesn't walk, a theatrical term which implies that there is no money about, and that there will be no treasury. Gibberish, unmeaning jargon, the language of the gypsies, synonymous with slang, another gypsy word. Somner says, French, gabber, Dutch, gabberen, and our own gab, gabber, hence also, I take it, are gibberish, a kind of conteing language used by a sort of rogues we vulgarly call gypsies, a gibble-gabble understood only among themselves. See Introduction. The gibberish of schoolboys is formed by placing a consonant between each syllable of a word, and is called the gibberish of the letter inserted. Thus, if F were the letter, it would be termed the F gibberish, if L, the L gibberish, as in the sentence, how do you do, how'll dole y'all dole. A gibberish is sometimes formed by adding vis to each word, in which the previous sentence would be how vis duvis uvis duvis. These things are worthy of schoolboys, as they are in ability far below the rhyming, the back, or the center slang, each of which is constructed by people possessing no claim to literary excellence whatever. Schoolboys in France form a gibberish, in a somewhat similar manner, by elongating their words 2 syllables, in the first of which an R, in the second a G, predominates. Thus the words vuits un fu are spoken, vus dregwe es dregwe un dregwe fu dregwe. Fast persons in Paris, of both sexes, frequently adopt terminations of this kind, from some popular song, actor, exhibition, or political event. In 1830, the favorite termination was mar, saying epicemar for epicire, cafmar for cafe. In 1823, when the diorama created a sensation in Paris, the people spoke in Rama, on parler en Rama. In Balzac's beautiful tale, Le Père Goriot, the young painter at the boarding house dinner table mystifies the landlady by saying, "What a beautiful soupirama." To which the old woman replies, to the great laughter of the company, I beg your pardon, sir, it is un soup au choux. These adaptations can hardly be called slang, or we shall have everybody making a slang of his own, and refusing to believe in anyone's else a sort of second-hand edition of the Tower of Babel. Gib face, a heavy, ugly face. Gib is properly the lower lip of a horse, to hang one's gib, to pout the lower lip, to be angry or sullen. Gibus, an opera hat. From the inventor of the crush hat. Giffle gaffle, or gibble gabble, nonsense. See chef. Icelandic, gifla. Gig, a farthing. Formerly grig. Gig, fun, frolic, a spree. Old French, jig, a jig, a romp. In search of lark, or some delicious gig, the mind delights on, when 'tis in prime twig. Randall's Diary, 1820. No heirs have I, said mournful Matt, but Tom, still fond of gig, cried out, no hairs, don't fret at that, when you can buy a wig. Gig lamps, spectacles, also a person who wears spectacles is often called gig lamps. Connection obvious. This term has been in use probably as long as gig lamps themselves, if gig lamps were invented after spectacles. Gill, or Jill, a homely woman, Jack and Gill, and see gills, the lower part of the face bacon. To grease one's gills, to have a good feed, or make a hearty meal. A man suffering from the effects of a previous night's debauch, is said to look queer about the gills. Gills, over large shirt collars. Gilt, money. German, Geld, Dutch, Gelt. Gimcrack, a bijou, a slim piece of mechanism. Old slang for a spruce wench. New Bailey. Any things which are gaudy and easily breakable, are known now as gimcracks. Ginger, a showy, fast horse as if he had been figged with ginger under his tail, a red-haired man. Term commonly used in depreciation of a person's appearance. Ginger hackled, having flaxen, light yellow hair. Term originally used to describe a certain color or colors in gamecock. See hackle. Gingerly, to do anything with great care. Caught grave. Gingham, an umbrella. Term very common in London. Gingham bob, a bauble. Gin spinner, a distiller or rectifier of gin. Give, to strike, to scold, I'll give it to you, i.e., I will thrash you. To lead to, in the sense of directions. Thus, in one of the Christmas numbers of All the Year Round we are told that a side portal and a passage, dark at noon, gave upon Paradise Alley. This usage of the word, from the French idiomatic use of donner, is becoming by no means uncommon. Give in, to admit oneself defeated, to throw up the sponge, or strike one's flag. Give it mouth, a rude request to an actor or orator, which means, speak up. Low folk can fancy nothing higher in the way of encomium on an actor than, he's the cove to give it mouth rather. Gladstone, cheap claret. Gladstone reduced the duty on French wines. Glasgow magistrate, a salt herring. When George IV visited Scotland, a wag placed some salt herrings on the iron guard of the carriage belonging to a well-known Glasgow magistrate, who made one of a deputation to receive His Majesty. Glaze, glass, generally applied to windows. To star the glaze is to break a window. Glib, a tongue, slacken your glib, i.e., loosen your tongue. Glim, a light, a lamp, douse the glim, put out the candle. See an old cant glims, spectacles. Gaelic, glin, light. German, provincial, glim, a spark. Glim lurk, a begging paper, giving a circumstantial account of a dreadful fire which never happened. Gloak, a man. Term much used in old thieves' cant. Glum, sulky, stem, to look glum, to appear annoyed or disconcerted. Glump, to sulk. Glumpish, of a stubborn, sulky temper. Go, a go of gin, a quartern of that liquor. This word, as applied to a measure of liquor, is stated to have arisen from the following circumstance: two well-known actors once met at the bar of a tavern to have a wet together. "One more glass and then we'll go," was repeated so often on either hand, that in the end go was out of the question with both of them, and so the word passed into a saying. Go is also synonymous with circumstance or occurrence. A rummy go, and a great go, signify curious and remarkable occurrences. All the go, when anything creates unusual interest. No go, no good, here's a pretty go, here's a trouble. Go, a term in the game of cribbage, to go the jump, to enter a house by the window. See little go, also call a go. Gemmen, says he, you all well know the joy there is whene'er we meet, it's what I call the primest go, and rightly named, 'tis quite a treat. Jack Randall's Diary, 1820. Go along, a fool, a cully, one of the most contemptuous terms in a thief's vocabulary. Gob or gobbet, a portion. Generally applied to meat by schoolboys. Gob, the mouth, as in pugilistic slang is spank on the gob, drawing the gravy. Also mucus, or saliva. Sometimes used for gab, talk. There was a man called Job, dwelt in the land of Uz, he had a good gift of the gob, the same case happen us. Zach. Boyd. Gaelic gab and gob, a mouth. See gab. God bless the Duke of Argyll. A Scottish insinuation made when one shrugs his shoulders, of its being caused by parasites or cutaneous affections. See Scotch fiddle, Scotch graze. It is said to have been originally the thankful exclamation of the Glasgow folk, at finding a certain row of iron posts, erected by his grace in that city to mark the division of his property, very convenient to rub against. Some say the posts were put up purposely for the benefit of the good folk of Glasgow, who were at the time suffering from the Scotch fiddle. This is, however, but a southern scandal. Gods, the people in the upper gallery of a theatre, up amongst the gods, a seat amongst the persons in the gallery so named from the high position of that part, and the blue sky generally painted on the ceiling of the theatre, termed by the French, Paradis. Gods, the quadrats used by printers in throwing on the imposing stone, similar to the movement in casting dice printers term. Go due north, to become bankrupt, to go to White Cross Street nearly obsolete. Go for the gloves, to lay against a horse on the chance of its losing, without having the wherewithal to pay if it wins. Probably from the custom of ladies who bet gloves, and expect, as the racing men say, to stand them to nothing, i.e., to be paid if they win, but not to pay if they lose. This is a last resource of the bankrupt turfite, and the big handicaps at the end of the year, the Cheshirewich and Cambridgeshire, offer both temptation and opportunity to those who can only hope to recoup themselves for their previous losses by gloving it successfully. When, in the sporting papers, it is stated that a settling at Tattersall's was more than usually unsatisfactory, it may be fairly assumed that the gloves have not been won by those who most desired them. Go in, to enter for, to apply oneself in pursuit of. Men at the universities are said to go in for honors, aquatics, or whatever their chief desire or employment may be. The expression is now general. Go it, a term of encouragement, implying, keep it up. Sometimes amplified to go it, ye cripples, said to have been a facetious rendering of the last line of Virgil's Eclogues: Ite domum saturi, venit hesperus, ite capili, or, go it, ye cripples, crutches are cheap. Gold-backed uns, body lice. Sometimes called gray-backed uns goldfinches, sovereigns. Similar to canaries. Gold mine, any profitable investment, from a fried fish shop to a remunerative speculation involving millions. Golgotha, a hat, place of a skull. Hence the Don's Gallery, at St. Mary's, Cambridge, and that part of the theatre at Oxford where the heads of houses sit. Gol mole, noise, commotion Anglo-Indian. Galopshoes, splendid, delicious, luscious Norwich. Gone off, an expert thief, a master of his craft. One of the greatest compliments a London pickpocket can pay another is to say, he's a reg'lar gone off. See gun. The word gone off is very old. During Kett's rebellion in Norfolk, in the reign of Edward VI, a song was sung by the insurgents in which the term occurs: the country noffs, hob, dick, and hick, with clubs and clout shoon, shall fill up Dussindale with slaughtered bodies soon. Good people, the name given by country folk, evidently from fear of offending by any less decided term, to fairies, brownies, pixies, and sea mothers often say to querulous children, I wish the good people would run away with you. Goods, in the sporting world, men, or horses. A horse or man of exceptionable quality is called good goods, and a backer will speak of either as being in his opinion best goods, as compared with others in the race. Good time, an expressive phrase, which means all earthly bliss to the American mind. The finest reminiscence a Yankee can have is that of a good time, wherever it may have been spent. No moderate amount of happiness is ever recorded in the register which denotes how often its possessor has had a good time. Good woman, a not uncommon public house sign, representing a woman without a head. The ungallant illusion is that she cannot scold. Maybe, the publican does not think that it means also that she cannot drink. The honest lawyer, another sign, is depicted in the same manner. Goose, a tailor's pressing iron. Originally a slang term, but now in most dictionaries. Goose, Paddy's Goose, i.e., the White Swan, a celebrated public house in Ratcliffe Highway. Goose, to cook his goose, to kill him, the same as to give him his gruel, or settle his hash. Goose, to get the goose, to be goosed, signifies to be hissed while on the stage. The Big Bird, the terror of actors. See Big Bird theatrical. Goose, to ruin, or spoil, to hiss a play theatrical. To be sound on the goose is in America to be orthodox in one's political creed. Gooseberry, to play up old gooseberry with anyone, to defeat or silence a person in a quick or summary manner. Gooseberry pickers, sharp children, who are ostensibly placed in charge of their elder sisters, when the latter go out shopping, but who are in reality a check on any chance of flirtation. Goosecap, a simpleton, a booby, or noodle Devonshire. Gooser, a settler, or finishing blow. Go over, in clerical slang, signifies to join the Church of Rome. Gorge, to eat in a ravenous manner. Rotten gorgers are those hungry lads who hang about Covent Garden Market, and devour the discarded fruit. Gorger, a swell, a well-dressed, or gorgeous man, probably derived from the latter adjective. Sometimes used to denote an employer, or principal, as the manager of a theatre. Gormed, a Norfolk corruption of a profane oath. So used by Mr. Peggotty in David Copperfield. Gospel grinder, a city missionary, or tract distributor. Gospel shop, an irreverent term for a church or chapel of any denomination. Mostly in use among sailors. Goss, a hat from the gossamer silk of which modern hats are made. Goss, to give a man goss, to requite an injury, to beat, or kill. This is an Americanism, and is applied variously. A steamboat captain on the Mississippi, determined to pass his rival, called out, so the story goes, to the fireman, "Give her goss and let her rip, as I mean to pass that boat, or bust." Goth, an uncultivated person. One who is ignorant of the ways of society. Go the whole pile, to put all one's bank on a solitary chance. An Americanism which had its origin in the piles of gold dust used as circulating medium by gambling miners. Gorrock ham, a salt herring. Gorrock, on the Clyde, about 25 miles from Glasgow, was formerly a great fishing village Scotch. Government signpost, the gallows. This is necessarily almost obsolete. Governor, a father, a master or superior person, an elder, which way, Guvina, to Cheapside. Gowler, a dog North Country cant query, growler. Gownsman, a student at one of the universities, as distinguished from a townsman. Grab, to clutch or seize, grabbed, caught, apprehended. Grace card, the six of hearts, so termed in Ireland. A Kilkenny gentleman, named Grace, being solicited, with promises of royal favour, to espouse the cause of William III, gave the following answer, written on the back of the six of hearts, to an emissary of Marshal Schomberg's, who had been commissioned to make the proposal to him: "Tell your master I despise his offer, and that honour and conscience are dearer to a gentleman than all the wealth and titles a prince can bestow." This would have been a much better story had James II been a better king, and had he not earned for himself, even among Catholic Irishmen, a disgraceful name, through his craven conduct at the Battle of the Boyne. Graft, work, where are you grafting, i.e., where do you work? What graft are you at, what are you doing? Perhaps derived from gardening phraseology, or a variation of craft. Granny, a knot which will not hold, from its being wrongly and clumsily tied. See. Granny, to know, or recognize, do ye granny the bloke, do you know the man? Grappling irons, fingers. See. Grass, gone to grass, dead, a coarse allusion to burial, absconded, or disappeared suddenly. Also, gone to waste, it is said of wasted limbs that they have gone to grass. Oh, go to grass, a common answer to a troublesome or inquisitive person, possibly a corruption of go to grace, meaning, of course, a directly opposite fate. Grass, to knock down. Also to throw in a wrestling match. He grassed his man with a heavy right-hander, or he brought his man to grass by means of a swinging hype. Grasscomber, a country fellow, a haymaker. Grasshopper, a waiter at a tea garden. Grass widow, an unmarried mother, a deserted mistress. In the United States, during the gold fever in California, it was common for an adventurer to put both his wife, termed in his absence a grass widow, and his children to school during his absence. Also a married woman, resident in England, whose husband is in India or the colonies. Gravel, to confound, to bother, I'm gravelled, i.e., perplexed or confused old. Also, to prostrate, to beat to the ground. Gravel rash, a scratched face telling its tale of a drunken fall. A person subject to this is called a gravel grinder. Gravesend sweetmeats, shrimps. Gravesend twins are solid particles of sewage. Grey, a halfpenny, with either two heads or two tails, both sides alike. They are used for cheating the unwary at Tommy Dodd, or pitch and toss. They are often rung in with the victim's own money, so that the caller of heads or tails cannot lose. Thus if A has to call, he or a confederate manages to mix the selected greys with B's, tossing halfpence. There are various and almost obvious uses for them. Grey coat parson, a lay impropriator, or lessee of great tithes. Grey mare, a wife who wears the breeches. From an old story in which the point is to show that the grey mare, the wife's choice, is the better horse, and by parity of reasoning that the wife is superior to the husband. Greys, or Scotch greys, lice. These pretty little things are called by many names, among others by those of greybacks, and gold-backed UNS, which are popular among those who have most interest in the matter. Grease spot, a minute remnant, humorously the only distinguishable remains of an antagonist after a terrific contest. Greasing, bribing. Sometimes called greasing the palm of a man's hand. Grecian bend, modern milliner's slang for an exaggerated bustle, the effect of which is generally assisted by unnaturally high-heeled boots. Greek, a wide-awake fellow, a sharper. Greek calends, an expression signifying an indefinite period, never. Term used in making promises never intended to be carried out. The Greeks had no calends. Greeks, the Low Irish. St. Giles's Greek, slang or cant language. Cotgrave gives merry Greek as a definition for a roistering fellow, a drunkard. The Greeks have always been regarded as a jolly, luxurious race, so much so, that the Latins employed the verb graecare, lit to play the Greek, to designate fine living and free potations, a sense in which Horace frequently uses it, while Shakespeare often mentions the merry Greeks, and as merry as a Grig, or Greek, was long a favorite allusion in Old English authors. It is said by some that Grig is in this sense intended to represent the small eel of that name, which from its lively movements is supposed to be always merry, while others incline to the belief that the cricket, which is also in some parts of the provinces known as a Grig, is meant. Readers may take their choice. Green, ignorant, not wide awake, inexperienced Shakespeare. Do you see any green in my eye? Ironical question in a dispute. Greenbacks, the paper money issued in the United States during the war. The term was at first applied only to the notes for small amounts, which were backed with green, but eventually the one word represented all descriptions of what is now known in America as currency. Greenhorn, a fresh, simple, or uninitiated person. Greenlander, an inexperienced person, a spoon. Sometimes an Irishman. Greenwich goose, a pensioner of the Naval Hospital. Griddler, a person who sings in the streets without a printed copy of the word 7 dials. Gridiron, a county court summons. Originally a summons to the Court of Westminster only, from the Gridiron Arms. The Grafton Club is nearly always known as the grid or gridiron, that instrument being brought into requisition whenever possible in the cuisine. Gridiron and doughboys, the flag of the United States, in allusion to the stars and stripes see. Grief, to come to grief, to meet with an accident, to be ruined. Griffin, in India, a newly arrived cadet, general for an inexperienced youngster. Grind, to take a grind, i.e., a walk, or constitutional. The daily grind is a term representing employment containing much routine. At Oxford College sports are called sometimes the grind. Grind, to work up for an examination, to cram by oneself, or with a private tutor. Grinder, private tutor, a coach university. Grinder, a tooth. Grindoff, a miller. From the Miller and His Men. Gripes, the stomachache. See tripes. Grist to the mill, money to the pocket, food to the family, anything which is supposed to add to a man's immediate prospects, to his income, or to his benefit in any way, is said to bring grist to the mill. Grizzle, to fret or cry continuously. Grog blossoms, pimples on the face, caused by hard drinking. Of such a person it is often said, he bears his blushing honors thick upon him. Grog fight, a drinking party military. Groggy, tipsy, when a prize fighter becomes weak on his pins, and nearly beaten, he is said to be groggy. The same term is applied to horses that are overworked and unsteady. From similarity of appearance to the peculiarity of gait consequent on imbibing too much grog. Grove of the Evangelist, a facetious name for St. John's Wood. Growler, a four-wheeled cab. It is generally supposed that drivers of these vehicles take a less favorable view of life than do their handsome brethren. Grub and bub, victuals and drink of any kind, grub signifying food, and bub, drink. Grubbing can, or spinneken, a workhouse, a cook shop. Grubby, musty, or old-fashioned Devonshire. Gruel, to give a person his gruel, to kill him. An expression in all probability derived from the report of a trial for poisoning, or from the easiest manner of administering a dose of poison. In the old days a similar phrase was to drug a posset. Compare to settle his hash, and cook his goose. Gourdivine, a cellaret Scotch. Guinea pigs, habitual directors of public companies, special jurymen, and engineer officers doing civil duty at the War Office, and paid a guinea per diem. Guinea to a goose, a sporting phrase, meaning long odds in favor of, or against, anything under notice. In the city the state of things is represented by the phrase, Lombard Street to a China orange. There are also other colloquialisms on this subject, but their power is, as a rule, mainly dependent upon their indecency. Gulfed, originally a Cambridge term, denoting that a man is unable to enter for the classical examination from having failed in the mathematical. These men's names appeared in the list of degrees allowed. The name Gulf for this list is said to have arisen from the boast of a former wooden spoon. I would have you to know there is a great gulf between me and the captain of the pole. Candidates for classical honors were compelled to go in for both examinations. From the alteration of the arrangements, the term as thus applied is now obsolete. The expression is common now in Oxford as descriptive of a man who goes in for honors, and only gets a pass. An honorary fourth is when a candidate who only tries for a pass does so well that he is raised to the honors list. Gull, to cheat, to deceive, also one easily cheated. From the easy manner in which the bird of that name is deceived. Gulliflove, the waste coagulated dust, crumbs, and hair which accumulates imperceptibly in the pockets of schoolboys. Gully rakers, cattle thieves in Australia, the cattle being stolen out of almost inaccessible valleys, they're termed gullies. Gulpin, a weak, credulous fellow, who will gulp down anything. Gummy, thick, fat, generally applied to a woman's ankles, or to a man whose flabby person betokens him a drunkard. Gumption, or rumgumption, comprehension, capacity. From gaum, to comprehend, I canna gauge it, and I canna gaum it, as a Yorkshire exciseman said of a hedgehog. Gun, a magsman, or street thief. Diminutive of gunnoff or gunnoff. A gun's practice is known as gunnoving. Gunner's daughter, a term facetiously applied to the method of punishing boys in the Royal Navy by tying them securely to the breech of a cannon, so as to present the proper part convenient for the cat, and flogging them. This is called marrying or kissing the gunner's daughter. Gup, gossip Anglo-Indian. Gurawan, a coachman, a native Indian corruption of the English word coachman. For another curious corruption of a similar kind, see Simpkin Anglo-Indian. Gusher, one overflowing with sentiment, a rhapsodizer. Romance reading young ladies are generally described as gushing, and of late years the word gush has done duty as representing the newspaper work necessary for a continuance of the largest circulation. Gut scraper, a fiddler. Gutter blood, a low or vulgar man's scotch. Gutter lane, the throat. Probably from gutter. Guttle, see guzzle. Guy, a fright, a dowdy, an ill-dressed person. Derived from the effigy of Guy Fawkes carried about by boys on November 5. Hollow, boys, another guy. Guy, to get away. Same as hedge in street phraseology, which see. Guzzle, to eat or drink to excess, to eat loudly, hastily, and clumsily. Gyp, an undergraduate servant at Cambridge. Popularly derived by Cantabs from the Greek, gyps, gamma psi, a vulture, from the dishonest rhapsody peculiar to gyps. At Oxford servants are called scouts. Hackle, pluck, to show hackle, to be willing to fight. Hackles are the long feathers on the back of a cock's neck, which he erects when angry, hence the metaphor. Hackslaver, to stammer in one's speech, like a dunce at his lesson. Haddock, a purse beans. Hair of the dog, a modest quencher, taken the morning following a debauch. Originally a hair of the dog that bit you. This is very old, and seems to show that homeopathy is by no means new, so far as topers, at all events, are concerned. Half a bean, half a sovereign. Half a bull, 2 shillings and 6pence. Half a cooter, half a sovereign. Half a hog, 6pence, sometimes termed half a grunter. Half and half, a mixture of ale and porter, much affected by medical students, occasionally Latinized into dimidiumque. Cooper is half and half, made of stout and porter. The term of half and half is also applied to the issue of marriages between gypsies and white people. Half a stretch, 6 months in prison. Half a tusheroon, half a crown. Half-baked, soft, doughy, half-wit, silly. Half-rocked has a similar meaning. Half-foolish, ridiculous, means often wholly foolish. Half-jack. See jacks. Half-mourning, to have a black eye from a blow. As distinguished from whole mourning, 2 black eyes. Half-rocked, silly, half-wit. Derived from a vulgar idea that in the West Country children are nursed in a peculiar manner, which in after life affects their wits. They are said to be nursed bottom upwards, so as to sleep without much rocking. If this is inconsequent, it is the fault of the saying and not of the dictionary. Compare half-baked. Half seas over, reeling drunk see. Used by Swift. Hall, the Leadenhall Market, among folk who get their livings there, in the same way as the garden refers to Covent Garden. Hand, a workman, or helper, a person. A cool hand, explained by Sir Thomas Overbury to be one who accounts bashfulness the wickedest thing in the world, and therefore studies impudence. Hander, a second, or assistant. At some schools blows on the hand administered with a cane are so called. Handicap, an arrangement by which, in any description of sport, every competitor in a race is supposed to have a chance of winning equal to the chances of his opponents. Handicapping, in horse racing signifies the adjudgment of various weights to horses differing in age, power, and speed, so as to place them as much as possible on an equality. At other sports this equalization is managed by means of starts. The old game of handicap, hand-eye the cap, is a very different affair, and, as it is now almost obsolete, being only played by gentlemen in Ireland after hunting and racing dinners, when the wine has circulated pretty freely, merits a description here. It is played by 3 persons, in the following manner: A wishes to obtain some article belonging to B, say a horse, and offers to challenge his watch against it. B agrees, and C is chosen as handicapper to make the award, that is, to name the sum of money that the owner of the article of lesser value shall give with it, in exchange for the more valuable one. The three parties, A, B, and C, put down a certain stake each, and then the handicapper makes his award. If A and B are both satisfied with the award, the exchange is made between the horse and watch, and the handicapper wins, and takes up the stakes. Or if neither be satisfied with the award, the handicapper takes the stakes, but if A be satisfied and B not, or vice versa, the party who declares himself satisfied gets the stakes. It is consequently the object of the handicapper to make such award as will cause the challenger and challenged to be of the same mind, and considerable ingenuity is required and exhibited on his part. The challenge having been made, as stated, between A's watch and B's horse, each party puts his hand into a cap or hat or into his pocket, while C makes the award, which he purposely does in as rapid and complex a manner as possible. Thus, after humorously exaggerating the various excellences of the articles, he may say: the owner of the superior gold lever watch shall give to the owner of the beautiful thoroughbred bay horse, called Flyaway, the watch and 15 half-crowns, 7 crowns, 18 half-guineas, 140 groats, 13 sovereigns, 59 pence, 17 shillings and 63 farthings. Draw, gentlemen. A and B must instantly then draw out and open their hands. If money appears in both, they are agreed, and the award stands good. If money be in neither hand, they are also agreed, but the award is rejected. If money be only in one hand, they are not agreed, the award is off, and the stakes go as already stated. Very frequently, neither A nor B is sufficiently quick in his mental calculation to follow the handicapper, and not knowing on the instant the total of the various sums in the award, prefers being off, and, therefore, draws no money. As in this event the handicapper gets the stakes, the reason for the complex nature of his award is obvious. When handicapping has once commenced in a convivial party, it is considered unsportsmanlike to refuse a challenge. So when the small hours draw on, and the fun becomes fast and furious, coats, boots, waistcoats, even shirts are challenged, handicapped, and exchanged, amidst an almost indescribable scene of good-humored joviality and stentorian laughter. This is the true handicap. The application of the term to horse racing has arisen from one or more persons being chosen to make the award between persons, who put down equal sums of money, on entering horses unequal in power and speed for the same race. So that the handicap has ultimately come to be regarded as an arrangement of a purely business-like nature, by which means affairs, no matter how much they may differ in degree, may be arranged satisfactorily by all parties. The use of the word is spreading rapidly, and it has already a sense beyond that of mere sporting. Handicap, to make even, as a Roland for an Oliver. Not long since in a pedestrian enclosure, a pugilist who had been specially retained on one side struck a member of the other party, who not being a fighting man received the blow with apparent contentment. The injured person had, however, determined on being revenged, and about an hour afterwards he knocked the professional down with a big stick, using the words at the same time: "That handicaps us, that makes us even." The word is often used thus also: a man finding himself inferior to another at fisticuffs will, seizing a weapon, exclaim, "I'll handicap you," i.e., I'll bring you to my level, or level myself up, with this. Handle, a nose, the title appended to a person's name, also a term in boxing, to handle one's fists, to use them against an adversary. Handling, a method of concealing certain cards in the palm of the hand, or in fashionable long wristbands, one of the many modes of cheating practiced by sharpers. Hand-me-downs, second-hand clothes. See reach-me-downs. Handsaw, or chive fencer, a man who sells razors and knives in the streets. Handseller, or cheapjack, a street or open-air seller, a man who carries goods to his customers, instead of waiting for his customers to visit him. Hanging, in difficulties. A man who is in great straits, and who is, therefore, prepared to do anything desperate to retrieve his fortunes, is said, among sporting men, to be a man hanging, i.e., a man to whom any change must be for the better. Hangman's wages, 13 pence halfpenny old. 17th century. Sfood, what a witty rogue was this to leave this fair 13 pence halfpenny, and this old halter, intimating aptly had the hangman met us there, by these presages here had been his work, and here his wages. Match at midnight. The clothes of the culprit were also the hangman's wages. See one of Lord Bacon's aphorisms, beginning accursed page. Hang out, to reside in allusion to the ancient custom of hanging out signs. Hang up, to rob with violence, to garrote. Most likely from throttling associations in connection with the practice of garroting. Hannah, that's the man as married Hannah, a Salopian phrase to express a matter begun or ended satisfactorily. Meaning actually, that's the thing. Hansel, or Hansel, the lucky money, or first money taken in the morning by a peddler. Cocker's Dictionary, 1724. Legs of mutton, street term for sheep's trotters, or feet, 2 for a penny, who'll give me a Hansel, who'll give me a Hansel. Hence, earnest money, first fruits, N.C. In Norfolk, Hanseling a thing is using it for the first time, as wearing a new coat, taking season of it, as it were. Danish, Hansel, Anglo-Saxon, Hanselen. Hop-ortho coppers, habeas corpus legal slang. Hop-ortho liveliness, the music at a low concert, or theater. Also a dilatory person. Happy-go-lucky, careless, indifferent as to the favors or reverses of fortune. Haramzadeh, a very general Indian term of contempt, signifying base-born Anglo-Indian. Hard lines, hardship, difficulty. Soldier's term for hard duty on the lines in front of the enemy. Lines was formerly synonymous with lot, CPS 16. 6 Bible version. The lines are fallen unto me in pleasant places. Prayer book. Do the lot is fallen unto me in a fair ground. Hard-mouthed on, any one difficult to deal with, a sharp bargainer, an obstinate person. Derivation obvious. Hard tack, ship biscuits. This is a term used by sailors to distinguish their ordinary sea bread from that obtained on shore, which is called soft tack, or soft tommy. Hard tack is also a phrase used by the London lower classes to signify coarse or insufficient food. Hard up, a cigar end finder, who collects the refuse pieces of smoked cigars from the gutter, and having dried them, smokes them or sells them as tobacco to the very poor. See topper. Hard up, in distress, poverty-stricken. See hardy, a stone north. Harebrained, reckless, unthinking. Harry, or Old Harry, i.e., Old Harry, the devil, to play Old Harry with one, i.e., ruin or annoy him. Harry Soph, Rho Sigma Omicron Phi Omicron, very wise indeed, a student of law or physic at Cambridge who, being of the same standing as the students in arts in his year, is allowed to wear a full-sleeved gown when they assume their BA gowns, though he does not obtain his actual degree so soon. An undergraduate in his last year is a senior Soph, in his last term a questionist. Harum-scarum, wild, dissipated, reckless, 4 horses driven in a line. This is also called suicide. C. Tandem, random, unicorn, and C. Hash, a mess, confusion, a pretty hash he made of it, to hash up, to jumble together without order or regularity. The term also occurs in the phrase to settle his hash, which is equivalent to give him his gruel, or cook his goose, i.e., to kill him. Hatchet, to throw the hatchet, to tell lies. Same as to draw the long bow. Hatchet, to sling the hatchet, to skulk. See. Hawbuck, a vulgar, ignorant, country fellow, but one remove from the clodpole. Hawse holes, the apertures in a ship's bows through which the cables pass. He has crept in through the hawse holes, said of an officer who has risen from the grade of an ordinary seaman, whose original position in the vessel was forward before the mast navy. Haybag, a woman. Haymarket hectors, bullies who, in the interest of prostitutes, affect the neighborhood of Leicester Square and the Haymarket. Haze, to confuse and annoy a subordinate by contradictory, unnecessary, and perplexing orders. Hazy, intoxicated, also dull and stupid. Head beetler, the bully of the workshop, who lords it over his fellow workmen by reason of superior strength, skill in fighting, and c. sometimes applied to the foreman. Header, a plunge head foremost into water, or a fall in the same posture from accident. Nowadays a theatrical expression for any supposedly daring jump of hero or heroine in sensational dramas. Head or tail, I can't make head or tail of it, i.e., cannot make it out. Originally a gambling phrase. Head rails, the teeth. See. Head sarag, a master, overseer, or other important personage, from sarang, a bosun Bengali, and c. Heap, a heap of people, a crowd, struck all of a heap, suddenly astonished. Heat, about, or turn, in horse or foot racing. By means of heats the field is gradually reduced. Heavy dragoons, bugs, in contradistinction from fleas, which are light infantry. Oxford University. Heavy wet, malt liquor, because the more a man drinks of it, the heavier and more stupid he becomes. Hedge, to get away from any dangerous spot. We saw the slop coming, and hedged at once. Hedge, to secure oneself from loss over one bet by making others. Hedging, as a system of betting, is entirely dependent upon what happens in the market after a horse has been backed. From information, or good judgment, a backer selects, say, 3 horses, A, B, and C, whom he thinks likely to advance in the betting, and takes 50 to 1, say £1,000 to £20 against each of them. As the race day approaches, the horse A may fall out of the betting, from accident or other cause, and have to be written off as a dead loss of £20. But the other 2 horses, as anticipated, improve in public favor, and the backer, who now becomes a hedger, succeeds in laying 5 to 1, say £500 to £100 against B, and 2 to 1, say £500 to £250 against C. The account then stands thus: A is a certain loss of £20, but if B wins, the hedger will receive £1,000 and pay £500, balance in favor, £500. If B loses, the hedger will receive £100 and pay £20, balance in favor, £80. If C wins, the hedger will receive £1,000 and pay £500, balance in favor, £500. If C loses, the hedger will receive £250 and pay £20, balance in favor, £230. Deducting, then, the loss of £20 on A, the hedger's winnings will be considerable, and he cannot lose, providing his information or judgment lead to the required result. It must be borne in mind that very often a man who feels inclined to go in for a hedging speculation, may back half a dozen horses, not one of which sees a short price or goes to the post, besides which it must never be forgotten, that, however well turf speculations may look on paper, they are subject to the contingency of the bets being honorably paid on settling day the Monday after a race, when unfortunately there are often more receivers than payers at the clubs. However, turf transactions are among professionals conducted at least as honorably as are any other business matters, and it is only the fledgling swell, to whom the legislature gives special opportunities of losing his money, who is generally non-est when pay time comes. The Druid in Post and Paddock has remarked the term hedging has been quite superseded by laying off, and we had, in fact, quite forgotten it till we saw it stated in the papers lately, by a clergyman, who did not answer a question on doctrine as the Bishop of Exeter exactly liked, that his lordship addressed him to this effect: "You are hedging, sir, you are hedging." Usually correct as the Druid was, he seems to have fallen into an error here, as hedging, and laying off, have been exchangeable terms, as far as the oldest turfite can say. It should be remembered that hedging is generally done with the man who has originally laid the odds, for as a natural consequence, when the backer finds it convenient to hedge, the layer finds it equally so to back the horse back, the first loss being considered always the best by bookmakers who are bookmakers. Besides which, the layer has generally a lot of dead money to the good over horses he has laid against, which have since been struck out, and this he profitably expends in backing certain horses back for the purpose of levelling up the book. Hedge popping, shooting small birds about the hedges, as boys do, unsportsmanlike kind of shooting. Heel tap, the small quantity of wine or other beverage left in the bottom of a glass, considered as a sign that the liquor is not liked, and therefore unfriendly and unsocial to the host and the company. See daylight. Hey-ho. A cant term for stolen yarn, from the expression used to apprise the dishonest shopkeeper that the speaker had stolen yarn to sell Norwich cant hell, a fashionable gambling house. Small places of this kind are called silver hells. Reason obvious. Hell and Tommy, utter destruction. Helter-skelter, anyhow, without regard to order or precedence. Hempen cravat, the hangman's noose. Hen and chickens, large and small pewter pots. Henpecked, said of one whose wife wears the breeches. From the action of the hen in paired cage birds. Herring pond, the sea, to be sent across the herring pond, to be transported. Hiding, a thrashing. Webster gives this word, but not its root, hide, to beat, to flay by whipping. Most likely from the part attacked. The threat of thrashing is sometimes conveyed thus: I'll tan, or dress, your hide. Higgledy-piggledy, confusedly, all together as pigs lie. High and dry, an epithet applied to the soi-disant Orthodox clergy of the last century, for whom, while ill-paid curates did the work, the comforts of the establishment were its greatest charms. Wherein are various ranks, and due degrees, the bench for honor, and the stall for ease. Though often confounded with, they are utterly dissimilar to, the modern High Church or Anglo-Catholic party, who now receive the title at times, while their opponents receive the corresponding appellation of low and slow, and the so-called broad church is defined with equal felicity as the broad and shallow. Humorists have divided these three portions of one church into attitudinarians, platitudinarians, and latitudinarians. High church, term used in contradistinction from low church. Highfalutin, showy, affected, tinselled, affecting certain pompous or fashionable airs, stuck up, come, none of your highfalutin games, i.e., you must not show off or imitate the swell here. American slang, now common in Liverpool and the East End of London. From the Dutch, verluten. Used generally now in the sense of fustian, high-sounding, unmeaning eloquence, bombast. High flyer, anything above the common order. Apt students, fast coaches, and special trains are sufficient instances of the extreme openness of the qualification. High fly, on the genteel or letter-bearing begging system. High flyer, a genteel beggar or swindler. A begging letter impostor. High flyer, a large swing in frames at fairs and races. The first fast coaches were called high flyers on account of their desperate speed. High jinks, on the high jinks, taking up an arrogant position, assuming an undue superiority. Scott explains this game in Guy Mannering. Nowadays high jinks is often used to mean a jollification. High lows, laced boots reaching a trifle higher than ankle jacks. High strikes, corruption of hysterics. Hipped, bored, offended, crossed, low-spirited, and This may have been originally hipped, and have had some connection with hypochondriacal affections. Hitched, an Americanism for married. From the word hitch, used in America in the sense of to harness. Hittite, a facetious sporting term for a prize fighter. Derived from the Bible. Hivite, a student of St. Begg's College, Cumberland, which is pronounced and generally written St. B's. Literally, Hivite. Hoax, to deceive, or ridicule. Gross says this was originally a university cant word. Corruption of hocus, to cheat. Hob and nob, to act in concert with another, to lay heads together, to touch glasses in drinking, to fraternize in a convivial meeting or merry-making. Originally meaning foot and head, the touching of the top of one glass with the bottom of another, and then reversing the order. Nowadays it means simply to clink glasses together as a salutation before imbibing. Hobate hoy, a youth who has ceased to regard himself as a boy, and is not yet regarded as a man. Hobble, trouble of any kind. A man is said to be in a hobble when he has offended the proprieties in any way, from pitch and toss to manslaughter. Hobbled, committed for trial, properly said of animals fed by the wayside, with their forelegs fastened together. Hence people who gather burdens about them are said to get into hobbles. Hob-Collingwood, according to Brockett, a North Country term for the four of hearts, considered an unlucky card. Hobson's choice, this or none. Hobson was a carrier at Cambridge, and also a letter out of horses for hire, and is said to have always compelled his customers to take the horse that stood in the stall next the stable door or none at all. He was a benefactor to the town, and Hobson's conduit still stands as a memorial of him. Hockdockies, shoes. Hocks, the feet and ankles, Kirby hocks, round or clumsy feet and ankles. Term originating with horsey men. Hocus, to drug a person for purposes of robbery. The potion generally consists of snuff and beer among rogues of the lowest class, and is by them called snuffing a bloke, or sometimes, when the drug is administered to a woman for purposes other than those of robbery, snuffing a blowen. Hocus pocus, gypsy words of magic, similar to the modern presto fly. The gypsies pronounce habeas corpus, hocus pacus, see Crabbe's Gypsies Advocate, p. 18. Can this have anything to do with the origin of hocus pocus? Turner gives Ocus Bacchus, an old demon. Peggy, however, states that it is a burlesque rendering of the words of the Roman Catholic Church service at the delivery of the host, hoc est corpus, which the early Protestants considered as a species of conjuring, and ridiculed accordingly. Hodge, a countryman or provincial clown. Most country districts in England have one or more families in the name of Hodge. Indeed, Giles and Hodge appear to be the favorite hobnail nomenclature. Hodge is said to be simply an abbreviation of Roger. Hog, a shilling old cant hog, to go the whole hog or none, to do anything with a person's entire strength, not by halves, realized by the phrase in for a penny in for a pound. Bartlett claims this to be a pure American phrase, whilst Kerr, of course, gives it a Dutch origin. Old. To go the whole hog is frequently altered by those people who believe there is wit in circumlocution, into the entire animal, or the complete swine. Hogga, do. That want hogga, i.e., that won't do, is one of the very commonest of the Anglo-Indian slang phrases. Hogmagundi, the process by which the population is increased. There's many a job that day begun that ends in Hogmagundi. Burns. Hogmanay night, New Year's Eve, when presents are solicited by the young folk Scotch. Hoggo, a tremendous stench. From oat gout. Now often pronounced fogo. Hoisting, shoplifting. Hold hard, an exclamation made when a sudden stoppage is desired. Originally an expression used in riding or driving, now general. Hollow, to beat hollow, to excel. Holy Joe, a sea term for a parson. Holy Land, a very old term for the 7 dials where St. Giles's Greek is spoken. Homo, a man. Lingua franca, but comee, the more usual Cockney pronunciation. Hyundai, a Manchester name for an omnibus, and the abbreviation of Hondibush, the original Lancashire pronunciation of the word. Honest shilling, a shilling earned by a process actually immoral, but not positively illegal. The money earned by a prostitute is said to be honest, as distinguished from that obtained by a thief. Probably from the story of the converted burglar, who determined to sin no more himself, and who lectured against dishonesty, but sent his wife out regularly every evening with instructions to earn an honest shilling. Honey blobs, a Scotch term for large ripe, yellow gooseberries. Honor bright, an asseveration which means literally, by my honor, which is bright and unsullied. It is often still further curtailed to honor, only. Hook, an expression at Oxford, implying doubt, either connected with hookah walker, or with a note of interrogation. Yes, with a hook at the end of it, i.e., with some reservation, generally that of doubt, by the speaker. Hook, to steal or rob. See the following. Hook or by crook, by fair means or foul in allusion to the hook with which footpads used to steal from open windows, and from which hook, to take or steal, has been derived. Mentioned in Hudibras as a cant term. Hook it, get out of the way, or be off about your business, generally varied by take your hook. To hook it, to run away, to decamp, on one's own hook, dependent upon one's own exertions. Originally connected with the preceding, but now perfectly on its own hook. Hookah walker. Ejaculation of incredulity, usually shortened to walker, which see. Hooks, dropped off the hooks, said of a deceased person, possibly derived from the ancient practice of suspending on hooks the quarters of a traitor or felon sentenced by the old law to be hung, drawn, and quartered, which dropped off the hooks as they decayed. Hook snivvy, formerly hook and snivvy, a low expression, meaning to cheat by feigning sickness or other means. Also a piece of thick iron wire crooked at one end, and fastened into a wooden handle, for the purpose of undoing from the outside the wooden bolt of a door. Sometimes used as an irrelevant answer by street boys. As, who did that? Hook snivvy, actually no one. Hop, a dance fashionable slang. Hop merchant, a dancing master. Hop o' my thumb, an undersized person. From the story of that name. Portion of a set of phrases established for the benefit of the small, in which Tomtit, Little Breeches, Daniel Lambert, 6 foot, 20 stun, and c. play a prominent part. Hopping Giles, a cripple. Saint Egidius or Giles, himself similarly afflicted, was the patron saint of Lazars and cripples. The ancient Lazar houses were dedicated to him. Hoppo, custom house officer, or custom house. Almost anything connected with custom house business Anglo-Chinese. Hop the twig, to run away, also, a flippant expression meaning to die. Many similar phrases are used by the thoughtless and jocose, as laying down one's knife and fork, pegging out, from the game of cribbage, and snuffing it. A new form of this phraseology is to say that a man has given up or given in. Hornswoggle, nonsense, humbug. Believed to be of American origin. Horrors, the low spirits, or blue devils, which follow intoxication. Incipient del. Shrem. Horse, contraction of horsemonger lane jail, also a slang term for a 5-pound note. Horse, to flog. From the old wooden horse or flogging stool. Horsebreaker. See pretty horsebreaker. Horse chaunter, a dealer who takes worthless horses to country fairs and disposes of them by artifice. He is generally an unprincipled fellow, and will put in a glass eye, fill a beast with shot, plug him with ginger, or in fact do anything so that he sells to advantage. See coper. Horse marine, an awkward person. In ancient times the jollies, or royal marines, were the butts of the sailors, from their ignorance of seamanship. Tell that to the marines, the blue jackets won't believe it, was a common rejoinder to a stiff yarn. A horse marine, an impossibility, was used to denote one more awkward even than an ordinary jolly. Nowadays the Marines are deservedly appreciated as one of the finest regiments in the service. Horse nails. At the game of cribbage, when a player finds it his policy to keep his antagonist back, rather than push himself forward, and plays accordingly, he is sometimes said to feed his opponent on horse nails. Horse nails, money compare brads. Horse's nightcap, a halter, to die in a horse's nightcap, to be hanged. Horsey, like a groom or jockey. Applied also to persons who affect the turf in dress or conversation. Hot coppers, the feverish sensations experienced in the morning by those who have been drunk overnight. Hot tiger, an Oxford mixture of hot spiced ale and sherry. House of Commons, a humorous term for the closet of decency. Houses, safe as houses, an expression to satisfy a doubting person. Oh, it's as safe as houses, i.e., perfectly safe, apparently in allusion to the paying character of house property as an investment. It is said the phrase originated when the railway bubbles began to burst, and when people began to turn their attention to the more ancient forms of speculation, which though slow were sure. Housewarming, the first friendly gathering in a new or freshly occupied house. How came you so? Intoxicated. How much? A facetious way of asking for an explanation of any difficult or pedantic expression. Why don't you cook your potatoes in an anhydrohepsitarian? A waggish listener might be excused for asking, an anhydro how much? How's your poor feet? An idiotic street cry with no meaning, much in vogue a few years back. Hoxter, an inside pocket Old English, oxter. Probably the low slang word huckster, money, is derived from this. Oxter is, among the Irish, an armpit. Hubble bubble, the Indian pipe termed a hookah is thus designated, from the noise it makes when being smoked. Huey, a town or village tramp's term. Huff, a dodge or trick, don't try that huff on me, or that huff won't do. Also a term in the game of drafts, the penalty for failing to take an opponent's piece when an opportunity occurs. Huff, to vex, to offend, a poor temper. Huffy, easily offended. Huffed, annoyed, offended. Some folk are tersely and truly described as easily huffed. Hugger-mugger, underhand, sneaking. Also, in a state of hugger-mugger means to be muddled. Hulk, to hang about in hopes of an invitation. Seamooch. Hulky, extra-sized Shropshire. From this and from hulk we probably get our adjective hulking, as applied to the great lazy ruffians who infest low neighborhoods. Hum and haw, to hesitate, or raise objections. Old English. Humble pie, to eat humble pie, to knock under, to be submissive. The umbles, or entrails, and other unprime parts of a deer, were anciently made into a dish for servants, while their masters feasted off the haunch. Humbox, a pulpit. This is a very old term. Humbug, an imposition, or a person who imposes upon others. A very expressive but slang word, synonymous at one time with hum and haw. Lexicographers for a long time objected to the adoption of this term. Richardson uses it frequently to express the meaning of other words, but, strange to say, omits it in the alphabetical arrangement as unworthy of recognition. In the first edition of this work, 1785 was given as the earliest date at which the word could be found in a printed book. Since then humbug has been traced half a century further back, on the title page of a singular old jest book, The Universal Jester, or a pocket companion for the wits, being a choice collection of merry conceits, facetious drolleries, and clenchers, closers, bon mots, and humbugs, by Ferdinando Killigrew. London, about 1735–40. The notorious orator Henley was known to the mob as Orator Humbug. The fact may be learned from an illustration in that exceedingly curious little collection of caricatures, published in 1757, many of which were sketched by Lord Bolingbroke. Horace Walpole filling in the names and explanations. Halliwell describes humbug as a person who hums, and cites Dean Millis's Ms., which was written about 1760. In the last century, the game now known as double dummy was termed humbug. Look Up, a notorious gambler, was struck down by apoplexy when playing at this game. On the circumstance being reported to Foote, the wit said, I always thought he would be humbugged out of the world at last. It has been stated that the word is a corruption of hamug, from which town so many false bulletins and reports came during the war in the last century. Oh, that is hamug or humbug, was the answer to any fresh piece of news which smacked of improbability. Groves mentions it in his dictionary, 1785, and in a little printed squib, published in 1808, entitled Bath Characters, by T. Goosequill. Humbug is thus mentioned in a comical couplet on the title page. We thre Bath deities be, humbug, folly, and variety. Gradually from this time the word began to assume a place in periodical literature, and in novels written by not over-precise authors. In the preface to a flat, and most likely unprofitable poem, entitled, The Reign of Humbug, a satire, 8vo, 1836, the author thus apologizes for the use of the word. I have used the term humbug to designate this principal wretched sophistry of life generally, considering that, it is now adopted into our language as much as the words dunce, jockey, cheat, swindler, and which were formerly only colloquial terms. A correspondent, who in a number of adversaria ingeniously traced bombast to the inflated Dr. Paracelsus Bombast, considers that humbug may, in like manner, be derived from Homburg, the distinguished chemist of the court of the Duke of Orleans, who, according to the following passage from Bishop Berkeley's series, was an ardent and successful seeker after the philosopher's stone. 194 of this there cannot be a better proof than the experiment of Monsieur Homberg, who made gold of mercury by introducing light into its pores, but at such trouble and expense that, I suppose, nobody will try the experiment for profit. By this injunction of light and mercury, both bodies became fixed, and produced a third different to either, to wit, real gold. For the truth of which fact I refer to the Memoirs of the French Academy of Sciences. Berkeley's Works, Vol. 2. p. 366, Wright's edition. Another derivation suggested is that of ambage, a Latin word adopted into the English language temp. Charles I, see May's translation of Lucan's Pharsalia, and meaning conduct the reverse of straightforward. Again, in the burlesque Loves of Hero and Leander, date 1642, we find mumbug, quoth he, 'twas known of yore, a cant expression, no doubt, commanding a person to shut up, or hold his tongue, and evidently derived from the game of mumbudget or silence, upon which Halliwell, Dictionary Arch, has descanted. Ambage is also used in the sense of circumlocution. Without any long study or tedious ambage. Puttenham, Art of Poesy. Why are full of ambage. Decker's Whore of Babylon, 1607. Thus from her Selcumean Sibyl sings ambiguous ambages, the cloister rings with the shrill sound thereof, in most dark strains. Vicar's Virgil, 1632. De Quincey thus discourses upon the word humbug, for instance, rests upon a rich and comprehensive basis, it cannot be rendered adequately either by German or by Greek, the two richest of human languages, and without this expressive word we should all be disarmed for one great case, continually recurrent, of social enormity. A vast mass of villainy, that cannot otherwise be reached by legal penalties, or brought within the rhetoric of scorn, would go at large with absolute impunity were it not through the stern Rhadamanthine aid of this virtuous and inexorable word. Article on Language. The original collator of these notes purchased the collection of essays known as The Connoisseur at the sale of Thackeray's library. At the end of volume I he found a memorandum in the great humorist's handwriting p. 108, humbug, a new coined expression. On referring to that page, in the third edition, 1757, this paragraph was noted. The same conduct of keeping close to their ranks was observed at table, where the ladies seated themselves together. Their conversation was here also confined wholly to themselves, and seemed like the mysteries of the Bona Dea, in which men were forbidden to have any share. It was a continued laugh and whisper from the beginning to the end of dinner. A whole sentence was scarce ever spoken aloud. Single words, indeed, now and then broke forth, such as, odious, horrible, detestable, shocking, humbug. This last new coined expression, which is only to be found in the nonsensical vocabulary, sounds absurd and disagreeable whenever it is pronounced, but from the mouth of a lady it is shocking, detestable, horrible, and odious. The use of this term is almost universal. In California there is a town called Humbug Flat, a name which gives a significant hint of the acuteness of the first settler. Humdrum, monotonous, tedious, tiresome, boring, a society of gentlemen who used to meet near the Charter House, and at the King's Head, St. John's Street, Clerkenwell. They were characterized by less mystery and more pleasantry than the Freemasons. Bacchus and Venus, 1737. In the West the term applies to a low cart. Humming, strong as applied to drink. Extra strong ale is often characterized as humming October. Maybe from its effect on heads not quite so strong. Hump, low spirits. A costermonger who was annoyed or distressed about anything would describe himself as having the hump. Hump, to botch, or spoil. Hump up, to have one's hump up, to be cross or ill-tempered like a cat with its back set up. See back and monkey. Humpty Dumpty, short and thick, all of a heap, all together, like an egg. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Also a hunchback. Humpty is an abbreviated form of the expression. Hunch, to shove, or jostle. Hunks, a miserly fellow, a curmudgeon. Hunky, an American term which means good, jolly, and see. As, a hunky boy, a good jovial fellow, and everything went off hunky. Hunter pitching, the game of cockshy's 3 throws a penny. See cockshy. Hurdy-gurdy, a droning musical instrument shaped like a large fiddle, and turned by a crank, used by Savoyards and other itinerant foreign musicians in England, now nearly superseded by the hand organ. From the peculiar noise made by the instrument, which in Italy is called viola. Hercaru, a messenger Anglo-Indian. Husband's boat, the Saturday afternoon packet to Margate during the summer season. So called for obvious reasons. The passengers by this boat come in for an unusual share of attention from the cads peculiar to this watering place. Husband's tea, very weak tea. See water bewitched. Hush money, a sum given to quash a prosecution or stay evidence. Money given to anyone for the purpose of quieting him. Hush shop, or crib, a shop where beer and spirits are sold on the quiet, no license being paid. Huckster, money. Term much in use among costermongers and low sharpers. Probably from oxter or hoxter. Hips, or hypo, the blue devils. From hypochondriasis swift. Hi-ya. An interjectional exclamation of astonishment Anglo-Chinese. Icky, a Jew fence. Corruption of Isaac, a common Hebrew name. Impudence, servant girl currency for impudence or impertinence. Now, then, Mr. Impudence, leave off now, do, seems, however, to have faded away with Greenwich, Bartlemy, and kindred fairs. Improve the occasion, a slang term much in use among Chad bands and Stigjinses, who never lose an opportunity of improving the condition of either pockets or stomachs at the expense of the credulous. In, to be in with a person, to be even with, or up to him, also, to be on intimate terms, or in partnership, with him. Inexpressibles, unutterables, unmentionables, unwhisperables, or sit-upons, trousers, the nether garments. All affected terms, having their origin in a most unpleasant squeamishness. Infantry, nursery term for children, light infantry, fleas. In for it, in trouble or difficulty of any kind. As, you're in for it, I wouldn't stand in your shoes for a trifle. In for patter, waiting for trial, referring to the speeches of counsel, the statements of witnesses, the summing up of the judge, and see, the fuss of which the prisoner sets down as all so much patter. Innings, earnings, good fortune, he's had a long innings, i.e., a good run of luck, with plenty of cash flowing in. From the distinction between innings and outings at cricket and kindred games. Inside lining, dinner, and see interesting, to be in an interesting situation, applied to females when enceinte. Interview, to inspect privately with a view to obtaining information which shall be afterwards published. Both the verb and its use have their origin with our transatlantic cousins, and interviewing by means of special reporters, who question most minutely, is of frequent occurrence whenever opportunity offers. Should a man be found guilty of murder, or start as a candidate for the presidency, he will be interviewed by our special correspondent, and there are already signs of this objectionable form of newspaper work finding its way here. Should a visitor of importance arrive in New York, the conversation which passes, or is supposed to pass, between him and the reporter will be found minutely described, with an elaborate introduction. It is but fair to Americans, however, to say that the gentleman to whom the credit, or discredit, of the invention of this system belongs was a native of Great Britain, who invented many other startling Americanisms during his residence in New York. Into, hold my hat, Jim, I'll be into him, i.e., I will fight him. In this sense equivalent to pitch into, or slip into. Invite, an invitation, a corruption used by stuck-up people of mushroom origin. Often used, also, by people who know better, from their desire for slang of any kind. Ipsaldixal, Cockney corruption of ipsy dixit, said of one simple uncorroborated assertion. Irish American, an Irishman who has been for some time resident in the States, sometimes a man born in America of Irish parents. The Irish American body is a power in the United States, and is the fount spring as well as the maintaining power of all Fenianism. Irish apricots, potatoes. Irish Cockney, a child born of Irish parents in any part of the southern counties of England. It is a singular fact that Irishmen born profess great abhorrence of Irish Cockneys, while the latter despise all Irish, and use the word as one of reproach. Irish Cockneys were originally only Cockneys born of an Irish strain, but the term has proved very elastic, and threatens soon to mean any English-born person whose descent is Hibernian. Liverpool will, however, always prove an exception to the rule, as the name Liverpool Irishman is given to those who would in any southern part be called Cockneys. Irish theatre, the temporary prison, guard room, or lock-up in a barracks. The fond fancy of the soldier supplies it with other figurative appellations, as the mill, the jigger, the house that Jack built. In Edinburgh Castle it is termed the dry room. Irons in the fire, a man is said to have too many irons in the fire when he turns his attention to too many occupations or enterprises at once. Isthmus of Suez, the covered bridge at St. John's College, Cambridge, which connects the college with its grounds on the other side of the River Sea Crackle. Ivories, teeth, a box of ivories, a set of teeth, the mouth, wash your ivories, i.e., drink. The word is also used to denote dice. Jabber, to talk or chatter. A cant word in Swift's time. Probably from gibber. Jack, the knave of trumps, at the game of all fours. Jack at a pinch, one whose assistance is only sought on an emergency. Jack in the water, an attendant at the waterman's stairs on the river and seaport towns, who does not mind wetting his feet for a customer's convenience, in consideration of a douceur. Jacked up, ruined, done for. To jack up is to leave off doing anything suddenly. See chuck up. Jacket, the skin of a potato which has not been pared before cooking. In Ireland potatoes are generally served with their jackets on. Jacketing, a thrashing. Similar term to leathering, cowhiding, and sea jacky, gin. 7 dials originally. Nearly general now. Jack in the box, a small but powerful kind of screw, used by burglars to break open safes. Jack catch, the public hangman's sea catch. Jack nasty face, a sailor sea. Nasty face is a term applied often in London streets to an ugly or unpleasant-looking person. Jacks, and half-jacks, card counters, resembling in size and appearance sovereigns and half-sovereigns, for which they are occasionally passed to simple persons. In large gambling establishments the heaps of gold are frequently composed of jacks. Jacks are not, as they are sometimes supposed to be, counterfeit coins, they are simply little medals, and so magsmen and street muggers carry them with less concern than they would feel were their pockets loaded with spurious money. Jack Sprat, a diminutive boy or man. Jack Tar, a sailor. Jacob, a ladder. Gross says, from Jacob's dream old cant Jacob's ladder, a longitudinal flaw in the leg of a ballet girl's tights. Jagger, a gentleman. German, Jäger, a sportsman. Jailbird, a prisoner, one who has been in jail. James, a sovereign, or 20 shillings. From Jacobus, the James II. Guinea. Jannock, sociable, fair-dealing Norfolk. Generally now Jonick, which see. Japan, to ordain. Having evident reference to the black clothes which follow ordination university. Jark, a safe conduct pass Oxford. Old cant for a seal. Yarve, the driver of a hackney coach, Yarve's upper Benjamin, a coachman's overcoat, with many capes. An ingenious etymology has been found for Yarve, thus Yarve, vernacular for Geoffrey, which was often written Geo, Jeho, hence Yarve. This is open to considerable objection, as George is shortened in similar manner to that shown above. Still it is worthy of record, independently of its ingenuity, being as exact as many accepted derivations. Jaw, speech, or talk, hold your jaw, don't speak any more, what are you jaywing about, i.e., what are you making a noise about? Jaw, to talk without cessation, to scold vehemently. Jawbone, credit. We have a few persons whose pockets are to let men who have more complaints than dollars, individuals who, in diggers' parlance, live on jawbone, credit, and are always to be found at saloons, a class of men who, when they are here, wish themselves yonder, and when yonder, wish themselves back. Times Correspondent, San Francisco, October 21, 1862. Jawbreaker, a hard or excessively long word. Also, in pugilistic sense, a hard blow on the side of the face. Jaw twister, a hard or many-syllabled word. Elaboration of preceding. Jazy, a wig. A corruption of jersey, the name for flax prepared in a peculiar manner, of which common wigs were formerly made, the cove with the jazy, i.e., the judge. Jimmies, a generic for flunkies, the Morning Post newspaper, the organ of Belgravia and the aristocracy. Jehu, old slang term for a coachman, or one fond of driving biblical. Geminio, a vulgar expression of surprise. Jemmy, a sheep's head, see sanguinary James. Jemmy, a short crowbar, which generally takes to pieces, for the convenience of housebreakers. Jemmy Ducks, the man whose business it is to look after the poultry on board a ship. See. Jemmy Jessamy, a dandy. Jemmy John, a jar for holding liquor, probably a corruption of demi-gallon, by means of demi-john. Jeremiad, a lament, derived, of course, from the Book of Lamentations, written by the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremy Diddler, an adept at raising the wind, i.e., at borrowing, especially at borrowing with no intention of repaying. See the farce of raising the wind. Jericho, an improper quarter of Oxford. A lady visitor once writing her name down in the visitor's book at the Bodleian or elsewhere, for a joke put down her residence as Jericho, to the no small disgust of her undergraduate friend University. Jerry, a chamber utensil, abbreviation of Jeroboam Swift. Jerry, a watch. Jerry nicking or Jerry sneaking is watch stealing, which is a distinct form of street robbery, and requires both courage and dexterity, for it is done, as the thieves say, right afore a bloke's face. Jerry, to jibe or chaff cruelly. Development of jeer. Jerry go nimble, the diarrhea. Derivation apparent. Jerry Lynch, a pig's head pickled. Term usually applied to the long Irish heads which are sent over here for sale in the poorer districts of London, and which are vastly different from the heads of dairy-fed porkers. Jerry shop, a beer house. Contraction of Tom and Jerry. Jerry Sneak, a henpecked husband, a character in The Mayor of Garrett. Also, a stealer of watches. Jerusalem pony, a donkey. Jesse, to give a person Jesse, to beat him soundly. Sea gas. Jew fencer, a Jew street salesman. Jew's eye, a popular simile for anything valuable. Probably a corruption of the Italian, Joge, French, Joal, a jewel. In ancient times, when a king was short of cash, he generally issued orders for so many Jews' eyes, or equivalent sums of money. The Jews preferred paying the ransom, although often very heavy. It is notorious that in this country the order often went forth to draw Jews' teeth in the event of their refusing to contribute so much to the exchequer. A probable idea is, that as a Jew's teeth brought in so much money, the value of a Jew's eye must be something fabulous. Possibly, also, from the lex talionis so strongly believed in by Jews, an eye for an eye, and nothing less. The term is used by Shakespeare. Jezebel, a showily dressed woman of suspected character, derived, of course, from 2 Kings 9:30, but applied in this sense from the time of the Puritans. Also, a hot-tempered female. Jib, a first-year man, Dublin University. Jib, or gibber, a horse that starts or shrinks. Shakespeare uses it in the sense of a worn-out horse. Jib, the face, or a person's expression, the cut of his jib, i.e., his peculiar appearance. That sail of a ship, which in position and shape, corresponds to the nose on a person's face. See. A vessel is often known by the cut of the jib sail, hence the popular phrase, to know a man by the cut of his jib. Jib, the tongue gypsy and Hindu. Tramp's term. Thence extended to mean language. Jiffy, in a jiffy, in a moment. Jigger, a door, dub the jigger, shut the door. Ancient cant, Geiger. In billiards, the bridge or rest is often termed the jigger. Also, the curtain of a theater. Jigger has many meanings, the word being applied to any small mechanical contrivance. Printers use the word for a little machine which guides the eye when copy is minute. Jigger, a secret still for the manufacture of illicit spirits. Jigger, I'm jiggered if you will, a common form of mild swearing. See snigger. Jiggerdubber, a term applied to a jailer or turnkey. Jigget o' mutton, a leg of mutton. From Father Jigget. Jilt, a crowbar or house-breaking implement. Jingo, by Jingo, a common form of oath, said to be a corruption of Saint Jinjo Ulf. Vidi Halliwell. Joe, Scotticism for a man or lover. As John Anderson, my Joe, John. Job, a job lot, otherwise called a sporting lot, any miscellaneous goods purchased at a cheap rate, or to be sold a bargain. Frequently used to conceal the fact of their being stolen, or otherwise dishonestly obtained. Job, a short piece of work, a prospect of employment. Johnson describes job as a low word, without etymology. It is, and was, however, a cant word, and a job, 2 centuries ago, was an arranged robbery. Even at the present day it is mainly confined to the streets, in the sense of employment for a short time. Amongst undertakers a job signifies a funeral, to do a job, conduct anyone's funeral, by the job, i.e., piecework, as opposed to time work. A job in political phraseology is a government office or contract, obtained by secret influence or favoritism. Any unfair arrangement is now called a job. Job, a sudden blow, as a job in the eye. Also used as a verb, I'll job this here knife in your ribs. Jobation, a chiding, a reprimand, a trial of the hero's patience. Jobbery, the arrangement of jobs, or unfair business proceedings. Job's comfort, reproof instead of consolation. Job's comforter, one who brings news of additional misfortunes. Both these words are of biblical origin. Job's turkey, as poor as Job's turkey, as thin and as badly fed as that ill-conditioned and imaginary bird. Joked leg, a shut-up knife. Corruption of Jacques de Liege, a famous cutler. Joe, a too marvelous tale, a lie, or a stale joke. Abbreviated from Joe Miller. The full name is occasionally used, as in the phrase I don't see the Joe Miller of it, i.e., I don't perceive the wit you intend, or I don't see the fun of doing it, whatever may have been the request. Joey, a fourpenny piece. The term is derived, like Bobby from Sir Robert Peel, from Joseph Hume. The explanation is thus given in Hawkins's History of the Silver Coinage of England. These pieces are said to have owed their existence to the pressing instance of Mr. Hume, from whence they, for some time, bore the nickname of Joeys. As they were very convenient to pay short cab fares, the Hon MP was extremely unpopular with the drivers, who frequently received only a groat where otherwise they would have received a sixpence without any demand for change. The term, therefore, was originated by the London cabmen, who have invented many other popular phrases. Fancy offering a modern hansom cabman a joey. Jog trot, a slow but regular trot, or pace. Yogle, to play up, at cards or other game. Spanish, jugar. John Blunt, a straightforward, honest, outspoken man. Johnny, half a glass of whiskey Irish. Johnny Darbies, a nickname for policemen, an evident corruption of the French gens d'armes. Also, a term applied to handcuff C. Darbies. Johnny Raw, a newly enlisted soldier. John Orderly, the signal to shorten the performance at a show. Whenever the master, who remains on the platform outside to take the money and regulate the performance, desires to refill the booth, he pokes his head inside and shouts, "Is John Orderly there?" The actors instantly cut the piece short, the curtain falls, and the spectators are bundled out at the back, to make room for the fresh audience. According to tradition, John Orderly was a noted showman, who taught this move to the no less noted Richardson. This is like the old story of the publican who used to call out to his waiter, "A pot of ale, Robert," when he wished his customers to be served with the best, but "a pot of ale, Bob," when they had been drinking long enough not to distinguish good stuff from the bad the latter order meant. One day, after calling for Bob many times, he reluctantly, at the request of a visitor, tasted the ale, and found it was the best. Rushing out immediately afterwards, and calling for Bob with all his voice, he was answered by his wife, who said, "Why, Bob's been out these 3 hours." John Thomas, a generic for flunkies, more especially footmen with large calves and fine bushy whiskers. Jolly, a Royal Marine Sea Horse Marine. Jolly, a word of praise, or favorable notice, chuck Harry a jolly bill, i.e., go and praise up his goods, or buy of him, and speak well of the article, that the crowd standing around his stall may think it a good opportunity for laying out their money. This is called jollying. Chuck a jolly, lit. Translated, is, throw a shout or good word. Jolly, to abuse or vituperate, sometimes to bear up or bonnet. To jolly a man often means to give him a piece of one's mind. To jolly for anyone is another phase of the business mentioned in the foregoing paragraph. Jomer, a sweetheart, or favorite girl. Sea blower. Jonic, right, correct, proper. Said of a person or thing. Jordan, a chamber pot. To throw the contents of a chamber pot over anyone is to christen him. Jorum, a capacious vessel from which food is eaten, as broth or stew. Jiskin, a countryman. Jossop, the syrup or juice in a fruit pie or pudding. Also, sauce or gravy school. Jow, be off, be gone immediately. If the word Jahannam be added, it forms a peremptory order to go to a place unmentionable to ears polite Anglo-Indian. Our phrase, go to Jericho, is probably a modification of the Jahannam business. Judas, a deceitful person, Judas-haired, red-haired, deceitful. It is generally believed that Judas Iscariot was red-haired. Painters seem to have accepted this idea, with modifications as to the exact amount of color. Jug, a prison of any kind. Contraction of stone jug. Julep, one of a set of drinks peculiar to America. Generally prepared with mint, and called a mint julep. Originally julep was a pleasant liquid, in which nauseous medicines were taken. Its literal meaning is rosewater, and it is derived from the Arabic. Jump, to seize, or rob, to jump a man, to pounce upon him, and either rob or maltreat him, to jump a house, to rob it. Jumped up, conceited, arrogant, setting full value on oneself. Jump up behind, to endorse an accommodation bill. Juniper, gin. Derivation obvious. Junk, salt beef see old horse. Jawab, literally, in Hindustani, an answer, but in Anglo-Indian slang signifying a refusal. If an officer asks for leave and is refused, he is said to be jawabbed. If a gentleman unsuccessfully proposes for the hand of a lady, he is said to have got the jawab Anglo-Indian. Karabat, food, literally rice and curry, the staple dish of both natives and Europeans in India Anglo-Indian. Keel hauling, a good thrashing or mauling, rough treatment from the old nautical custom of punishing offenders by throwing them overboard with a rope attached, and hauling them up from under the ship's keel. See full description of this barbarous practice in Marriott's Snarly Yo. Keep a pig, an Oxford University phrase, which means to have a lodger. A man whose rooms contain 2 bed chambers has sometimes, when his college is full, to allow the use of one of them to a freshman, who is called under these circumstances a pig. The original occupier is then said to keep a pig. Keep it up, to prolong a debauch, or the occasion of a rejoicing, a metaphor drawn from the game of shuttlecock. People suffering from the effects of drink are said to have been keeping it up gross. Kelter, coin, money. Probably from Gelt. Ken, a house ancient cant. Khan, gypsy, and oriental. All slang and cant words which end in ken, such as spiaken, spinaken, or buzinken, refer to houses, and are mainly of gypsy origin. Kennedy, a poker, to give Kennedy is to strike or kill with a poker. A St. Giles's term, so given from a man of that name being killed by a poker. Kent rag, or clout, a cotton handkerchief. Curvorton, a cockneyism for quartern or quarter pint measure. Curvorton and 3 houts, a quartern of liquor and glasses, each holding a third of the quantity. Ketch, or Jack Ketch, the popular name for a public hangman, derived from a person of that name who officiated in the reign of Charles II. See Macaulay's History of England. Kettle of fish, a mess or muddle of any kind. As, here's a pretty kettle of fish. Key of the street, an imaginary instrument said to be possessed by anyone locked out of doors. Kibosh, nonsense, stuff, humbug, it's all kibosh, i.e., palaver or nonsense, to put on the kibosh, to run down, slander, degrade, and c. To put the kibosh on anything is, latterly, to put an effectual end or stop to it. Kick, a moment, I'll be there in a kick, i.e., in a moment. Kick, a pocket, Gaelic, cuick, a bowl, a nest, Scotch, quake. Kick, a sixpence, 2 and a kick, 2 shillings and sixpence. Kick the bucket, to die Norfolk. According to Forby, a metaphor taken from the descent of a well or mine, which is of course absurd. The Reverend E. S. Taylor supplies the following note from his Ms. additions to the work of the East Anglian lexicographer. The allusion is to the way in which a slaughtered pig is hung up, viz., by passing the ends of a bent piece of wood behind the tendons of the hind legs, and so suspending it to a hook in a beam above. This piece of wood is locally termed a bucket, and so by a coarse metaphor the phrase came to signify to die. Another correspondent says the real signification of this phrase is to commit suicide by hanging, from a method planned and carried out by an ostler at an inn on the Great North Road. Standing on a bucket, he tied himself up to a beam in the stable, he then kicked the bucket away from under his feet, and in a few seconds was dead. The natives of the West Indies have converted the expression into kickeraboo. Kick over the traces, to be over extravagant. Anyone who has come to grief by fast living is said to have kicked over the traces. Kick up, a noise or disturbance. Kick up, to kick up a row, to create a tumult. Kickeraboo, dead. A West Indian Negro's phrase. See kick the bucket, of which phrase it is a corruption. Kicksays, or kicksees, trousers. Kickshaws, trifles, made, or French dishes not English or substantial. Anything of a fancy description now. Corruption of the French quelques choses. Kicksy, troublesome, disagreeable. German, keck, bold. Kid, an infant or child. From the German kind, or possibly from the name for the young of a goat. Also, a shallow dish in which sailors receive their portions of food. Kid, to joke, to quiz, to hoax anybody. No kid, now, is a question often asked by a man who thinks he is being hoaxed. Kitten, or kidkin, a low lodging house for boys. Kiddier, a pork butcher. Kiddily, fashionably or showily, kiddily togged, showily dressed. Kiddlywink, a small shop where are retailed the commodities of a village store. Originally kiddlywink, from the offer made, with a wink, to give you something out of the kettle or kittle. In the West Country an alehouse. Also, a woman of unsteady habits. Kiddie, a man, or boy. Formerly a low thief. Kiddyish, frolicsome, jovial. Think, on the kiddyish spree we had on such a day. Randall's Diary, 1820. Kidment, humbug, coarse chaff, or jocularity. Kidnapper, originally one who stole children. Now applied without reference to the age or sex of those stolen. From kid, a child, and nab, corrupted to nap, to steal, or seize. Kidney, of that kidney, of such a stamp, strange kidney, odd humor, two of a kidney, two persons of a sort, or as like as two peas, i.e., resembling each other like two kidneys in a bunch old. Attempt to put their hair out of kidney. Terry Phileas, 1763. Kid on, to entice or incite a person to the perpetration of an act. Kidsman, one who trains boys to thieve and pick pockets successfully. Kilkenny cat, a popular simile for a voracious or desperate animal or person, from the story of the two cats in that county, who are said to have fought and bitten each other until a small portion of the tail of one of them alone remained. Killing, bewitching, fascinating. The term is akin to the phrase dressing to death. Kilt, an Irishism for badly beaten, but by no means equivalent with killed. Kimbo, or akimbo, holding the arms in a bent position from the body, and resting the hands upon the hips, in a bullying attitude. Said to be from ascumbo, bandy-legged, crooked, Italian, but more probably from kimba, the old cant for beating or bullying. See grows. Celtic, cam, crooked. Kimmer, a gossip, an acquaintance, same as cummer Scotch. What's a the steer, kimmer. Kinchin, a child old cant. From the German diminutive, Kindchen, a baby. Kinchenkove, a man who robs children, a little man ancient cant kinkob, uniform, fine clothes, richly embroidered dresses. Really, cloth of gold or silver Anglo-Indian. Kingsman, a handkerchief with yellow patterns upon a green ground, the favorite colored neckerchief of the costermongers. The women sometimes wear kingsman kerchiefs thrown over their shoulders. A coster will often imagine his caste, or position, is at stake, if his kingsman is not of the most approved pattern. When he fights, his kingsman is tied around his waist as a belt. This partiality for a peculiar colored neckcloth is part of the fondness for gaudy colors which at all times and in all countries has been shown by the uncultivated. A strange similarity of taste for certain colors exists amongst the Hindus, gypsies, and London lower classes. Red and yellow, or orange, are the great favorites, and in these hues the Hindu selects his turban and his robe, the gypsy his breeches, and his wife her shawl or gown, and the costermonger, his plush waistcoat and favorite kingsman. Among either class, when a fight takes place, the greatest regard is paid to the favorite colored article of dress. The Hindu lays aside his turban, the gypsy folds up his fancy breeches or coat, whilst the pugilistic costermonger of Covent Garden or Billingsgate removes his favorite neckerchief to a part of his body, by the rules of the ring, comparatively out of danger. King's pictures, now, of course, Queen's pictures, money. Kiski, drunk, fuddled. Kiss curl, a small curl twisted on the temple. See bowcatcher. Kisser, the mouth pugilistic term. Kissing crust, the soft crust which marks where one loaf has been broken from another. Kiss me quick, the name given to the very small bonnets which have of late years become fashionable. Kit, a person's baggage. Also, a collection of anything, the whole kit of m, the entire lot Anglo-Saxon, kyth north. Kite see fly the kite. Keetangur, an under-butler, a footman Anglo-Indian. Keetna, how much, Anglo-Indian. Knacker, an old horse, a horse slaughterer. Originally Gloucestershire, but now general. Nap, IQ, nap, to break Old English, but nearly obsolete. CPS Sylvie. 9, Prayer Book version, he braked the bow, and nappeth the spear in sunder, probably sibilated into snap. Nap, to receive, to take. Generally applied to the receipt of punishments. Oh, my, won't he just nap it when he gets home. Nap, to steal prison cant napping jigger, a turnpike gate, to dub at the napping jigger, to pay money at the turnpike. Narc, a hard-hearted or savage person. The word is now usually spelt narc, and is applied to the lowest class of informers. Knife, to knife a person, to stab, an un-English custom, but a very common expression. Knife board, the seat running along the roof of an omnibus. On buses knife boards stretched, the city clerks all tongue protruded lay. A Summer Idyll, by Arthur Smith. Knife it, cut it, cease, stop, don't proceed. Night, A common and ironical prefix to a man's calling thus, knight of the whip, a coachman, knight of the thimble, a tailor. Knobstick, a non-society workman. One who takes work under price. Knock about the bub, to hand or pass about the drink. Bub is a very old cant term for drink. Knock down, or knock me down, strong ale. Knocked up, tired, jaded, used up, done for. In the United States, amongst females, the phrase is equivalent to being enceinte, so that Englishmen often unconsciously commit themselves when amongst our Yankee cousins. Knock 'em downs, the game of skittles. Knocker, up to the knocker, means finely or showily dressed, in the height of fashion, proficient, equal to the task. Knocker face, an ugly face, i.e., like an old-fashioned door knocker. Knock in, the game of loo. Knocking in, coming into college after time. A habit of knocking in late generally leads to some unpleasantness. Oxford University. Knocking out. All visitors, on leaving a college after time, have to state in whose rooms they have been, that his gate bill may be scored up for them. When a rackety party takes place, the visitors, or out-college men, are generally supplied with a list of the names of the quietest men in college, so that the whereabouts of the party may not be betrayed. Oxford University. Knock it down, to show, in the free and easy style, approval of a song or toast, by hammering with pot or glass on the table. Knock off, to give over, or abandon. A saying used by workmen in reference to dinner or other meal times, for upwards of 2 centuries. Knock out, in racing parlance, to drive out of the quotations, as a knocked-out favorite. Also to make bankrupt, as a knocked-out backer or bookmaker. When a man cannot meet his engagements on the turf, he is said to be knocked out. Knockouts, or knock-ins, disreputable persons who visit auction rooms and unite to purchase the articles at their own prices. One of their number is instructed to buy for the rest, and after a few small bids as